Hey everyone, if you're enjoying my RM audiobooks, don't forget to like, subscribe, hit that hype, and maybe check out my Patreon if you want to support the channel even more. Your support means a lot and helps me keep these coming. Now, sit back and enjoy the story.
Fate, Zero Sanity. Chapter 1, When the Grail is Bored. Author note. Hello everybody. This is X the Reaper, and I've finally found some true inspiration for a story. I promise I will do my best to grant all of you viewers a worthy show. This is a Fate/Stay Night crossover FIC, going with the usual idea of different servants from other series appearing. Note, some people will be staying the same. Disclaimer, Fate/Stay Night and all series mentioned in this story are all owned by their respective owners. Also, thanks to the infamous man for providing the idea for the FIC. You're awesome, TIM. Also, thanks to Sentinel07 for being the one who inspired me to write this FIC. Thanks, man. Now then, let us begin. Angra Mainyu, the source of all the world's evil, former Avenger of the Third Holy Grail War, and currently the corrupted conscience of said grail, was bored. To be fair, being stuck in a chalice with nothing to do would do that to anyone. But seriously, it was bored and had been for 60 years. Well, at least the Fourth War would be starting in a few years. It had already checked the list for the new servants, and it honestly had mixed feelings on the subject. On one hand, it had Saber, brave, chivalrous, strong, and a girl to boot. Archer was an arrogant, glamorous douchebag, but he had enough power to easily back it all up. Ryder, a man whose charisma stole the attention of everyone in the scene, and a badass among badasses for extra measure. To top it all off, all of them were kings. It felt rather certain about these three being in here. The others, not so much. To be fair, they were powerful, but they just didn't interest Angra Mainyu as much. Lancer, damn good with spears, but a little too concerned with his honor and fairness. There was enough of that in Saber. Berserker, impressive backstory filled with betrayal and interesting relation to Saber, but a growling lunatic whose only modes were rest and kill, just like every other Berserker. Assassin, not even worth mentioning. The guy barely had any backstory and no personality. Caster, crazy as hell, and just as creepy. Those eyes looked like something that belonged on a fish. Yes, it wanted to change up the system a little. After all, the Throne of Heroes had no shortage of unique heroes to use. After some searching, especially in the categories marked Alternate Universes, Angra Mainyu found 4 new servants to replace the Lancer, Berserker, Assassin, and Caster classes, but it still felt it could use a little more interesting characters. You know what? Fuck it. Let's bend the rules a little bit more. So, it exerted even more power and found another candidate as Avenger. Yes, even after being killed as Avenger, the corrupted conscience of the Grail still had a soft spot for its personal class. 8 servants. Yes, this would keep it entertained for a long time. It would be interesting to see how the kings of knights, heroes, and conquerors would fare against these warriors. Plus, it would be fun to throw the participants for a loop. Oh, one of candidates was attempting to summon his servant. Ah yes, Kiri, the master of assassin. How would he react to his new servant? No use changing anything now. The Grail relaxed and decided to watch the show. Within an abandoned warehouse in Fuyuki City, 3 weeks before the Holy Grail War, Kiri, one of 7 masters of the Fourth Holy Grail War and a former executor of the church, stood in front of the summoning circle. He was nervous, and rightly so. He was about to enter a war of magi, and even his time as an executor had not prepared him for this. Even now, he still did not understand the reason he bore the red marks, the command seals that marked him as a master in the war. Kiri was not a normal man. He had been born with a sort of emptiness, and nothing he had ever done had filled it. In his teenage years, he had done everything possible to fill that hole. He had performed in multiple different fields and excelled in them all, but he never felt that sense of accomplishment that came with a job well done. He even married a beautiful woman who would likely die in a few years, just to see if love would fill the pit. He tried to love her, care for her, and even had a daughter with her to solidify his commitment. However, he could never truly fill that abyss, and he confessed those feelings to his wife, telling her that no matter what he could not truly love her, and he felt no compassion for anyone, not even himself. She performed suicide later that night, but it was not out of sorrow, as she died with a peaceful smile on her face. She did it so that he would be able to feel compassion, so that he would know he feels just like anyone else does. She wanted him to be happy by helping him find his answer through her own death. And indeed, he did feel sadness, but not because she died. He was sad because he didn't see her die, didn't kill her with his own hands. That thought horrified him beyond anything else. Immediately, he gave his daughter, Karen, away to be raised by relatives. He didn't look back, even when she cried for him. He couldn't and wouldn't raise her, not if he felt like that. 3 years before, the command seals had appeared on his hands, and his father, Ryay, had taken him to see Tokiomi Tosaka, a magus. The Tosaka house had long held a good relationship with the church, and Ryay knew Tokiomi's grandfather. Tokiomi explained what the seals are. They were proof of the Holy Grail's decision to choose a magus as one of the 7 masters in the Holy Grail War. No, not the legendary cup of Christ used by Jesus at the Last Supper, but a wish-granting artifact of the same name. Every 60 years, the Grail would choose 7 masters to fight in a battle to the death. The winner of this contest would receive a single wish, be it selfless or selfish. The Grail was made by the combined efforts of the Tosaka, Matu, and von Einsborn houses for a single purpose, to reach Akasha, or the root of all knowledge. While the other 2 had forgotten their purpose, the Tosaka house still sought that dream. Reay had brought Kiri to Tokiomi for a reason, to form an alliance with him and secure the Holy Grail, the reasoning being that their wish wouldn't cause untold destruction to the world, and they could trust Tokiomi, unlike the other masters. Kiri himself didn't have a wish, or if he did, even he wasn't aware of it. He accepted Tokiomi's request, and for 3 years he trained to learn the ways of a magus under him. Now, as he stood ready to chant the incantation to summon the servant, once again the question from before rose in his mind. Why was I chosen? I have no wish for the Grail, so why would it choose me? True, he sought some answer as to why he was the way he was, but other than that, he had no desire for the prize. Regardless, it is time. Kiri shook those thoughts away and began the chant. Silver and iron to the origin. Gem and the Archduke of Contracts to the cornerstone. The ancestor is my great master Schweinorg. The elided wind becomes a wall. The gates in the 4 directions close, coming from the crown. The 3-forked road that leads to the kingdom circulate. Shut, fill. Shut, fill. Shut, fill. Shut, fill. Shut, fill. Repeat every 5 times. Simply, shatter once filled. I announce. Yourself is under me, my fate, doom, is in your sword. In accordance with the resort of the Holy Grail, if you abide by this feeling, this reason, then answer. Here is my oath. I am the one who becomes all the good of the world of the dead. I am the one who lays out all the evil of the world of the dead. You, 7 heavens clad in 3 words of power, arrive from the ring of deterrence. O keeper of the balance, I. A bright flash of light filled the room, almost knocking Kiri off his feet. When the light died, he got a good look at his servant. Immediately, he realized something was wrong. When he prepared the summoning circle, he used the shattered remains of the skull mask of Hasanai Saber as a catalyst for the summoning. He wasn't entirely certain what to expect, but he knew from just a glance that this wasn't the old man of the mountain. The figure standing before him had spiky, short black hair. He wore a black cloak with red clouds that covered his entire body. Underneath, where the cloak was opened, he wore a black long-sleeve top that also covered his neck and chin, a pair of black gloves, and a pair of dark-colored pants with sandals on his feet. As for his face, Kiri could not tell, as it was completely covered by an orange mask with a swirl pattern that only showed his right eye. The servant simply stood there for a moment, and then looking towards Kiri, he spoke. I am the servant, assassin. Now tell me, are you my master? He asked with a serious, emotionless tone. Kiri was silent. Then he lifted his arm, showing his command seals. Yes, I am. The servant nodded. The contract is complete. Now, we should leave this place and return to your base of operations. Kiri got up and looked at Assassin. He was still surprised about his new servant, but he got what he needed. Surely, things couldn't go any more wrong, right? Oh, if only he knew. 1 week later, basement of the Tosaka Manor. Tokiomi was happy. When Kiri had contacted him and told him what had happened during the summoning, he was worried. Kiri had performed the summoning flawlessly and even used a catalyst. So why had he received a different servant? Regardless, Assassin still had the abilities necessary to perform their original plan. All Tokiomi had to do was summon the King of Heroes, Gilgamesh, and everything would be back on track. Still, he took care to double-check the summoning circle and mentally recited the incantation twice before beginning. It wouldn't hurt to take precautions. Even so, he successfully summoned the King of Heroes, and for that, he was grateful. The golden-armored young man looked towards Tokiomi and spoke. I am the servant archer. Are you my master? Even though it was a question, it was spoken with the authority of a king upon his subjects. Tokiomi bowed his head and placed a hand over his heart. I am indeed King of Heroes. He spoke as a lesser does to his lord. Archer smiled. Very well, the contract is complete. His red eyes were filled with amusement. Tokiomi smiled. Yes, everything was going according to plan. Some could not say the same. Elsewhere, hotel room. Kenth Archibald L. Malloy looked at his servant with a confused scowl on his face, while his fiancée, Soli Ui, was watching with a hand over her mouth and surprise in her eyes. He couldn't blame her, honestly. His original catalyst, a remnant of the cape that the legendary Alexander the Great had worn, had been stolen from him. He had, however, taken precautions in the event that one of his many rivals at the clock tower would steal it. His backup catalyst, the remnants of the mystical swords Moral Tack and Beagle Tack, would allow him to summon Diarmuid Ua Dob, or Diarmuid of the Love Spot. He performed the ritual perfectly. The catalyst was the real deal. So why did he not summon Diarmuid, but a giant? The servant was huge, so that even kneeling with his head bowed, he came to Kenth's height. Kenth had to guess he was at least 3 times the size of an average person. He wore a black bandana around his head and adorned with a white captain's coat, which hung loosely from his broad shoulders and bore a pirate symbol. He was bare-chested, showing off 3 scars across it, and wore light, loose pants tucked inside his large black boots and a dark sash around his waist. He was surprisingly well-proportioned, and his entire body seemed to be pure muscle, sinew, and bone. Even more impressive, he seemed to be in the later years of his life, 60s if Kenth had to guess. The most impressive thing about him, however, was the massive crescent-shaped mustache that adorned his face. It was pure white, and it looked like he could cut someone with it. Completing the picture, the servant was holding a massive bicinto, even taller than he was, in his right hand. The weapon consisted of a red and yellow striped pole, ending in a spherical edge, and a curved, large blade attached to the pole via a golden part, decorated by what looked like a sea snake, with a thin part of it protruding on the blade itself. That alone was enough confirmation of what servant class he was. Still kneeling, the servant spoke in a strong, loud voice. It is obvious from your expressions that I am not the heroic spirit that you expected. However, I assure you, I am of the Lancer class of servant. Which of you is my master? Kenth finally found it in him to speak. I am. He then spoke in anger and slight fear. Answer me, where is Diarmuid? Kenth. Solo Ui spoke softly, stopping Kenth and then turning to the Lancer. Forgive him, but yes, he is your master. He was just shocked at your appearance. I will be providing you with additional prana for the war, but could you please tell us why Diarmuid wasn't summoned? The servant rose from his kneeling position and looked down into Solo Ui's eyes. His face was long, and while it was plowed because of advanced age with many wrinkles around his eyes, it was not unkind, and his eyes were filled with a sort of fatherly love. I do not know what became of this Diarmuid, but I can promise I did nothing to him. Regardless, now my original strategy is ruined. I did not join the war to constantly be thrown into unexpected circumstances. Kenth yelled. He was angry at how fate seemed to constantly interfering with his plans, and briefly considered blowing off steam with volumen hydradrum. I might as well. Kenth, Solo Ui yelled, stopping his tirade. We now have a servant, and a powerful one by the looks of it. Obviously, this man did impressive things in life to be placed on the throne of heroes, so at least be willing to give him a chance. Kenth was silent, then he simply turned away. Fine, I'm going to go and get some rest. We have a big day ahead of us tomorrow. So saying, he walked to his room. Solo Ui, I turned to look at Lancer, who had been silent through the whole thing. I'm sorry, but please forgive him. Oh yes, is there anything you would like? Lancer turned and fixed her with a warm, fatherly smile. Yes, if you would be so kind as to tell me where I could find some wine, that would be great. He was still very large, so he actually had to stoop in order to make sure he didn't hit his head on the ceiling. Solo Ui turned and prepared to head to her own room. Simply call the front desk and ask them to send a bottle up. I do hope, however, you will fight your best in the Holy Grail War, Lancer. Lancer simply laughed. Gu-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra ha ha ha. I will, little missy. Solo Ui, I thought about whether or not to reprimand him about that, but she decided not to. It was more of an affectionate nickname than an insult. Still, I wonder what type of life a man like him lead in order to ascend to the throne of heroes. Oh, she had no idea. One day before the Holy Grail War, Mata House. Well, Korea, I admit I'm impressed. The Holy Grail truly recognized you as a master. It would appear you have some talent after all. Zoken Matu spoke as he looked down on his son, a creepy grin on his face. Korea Matu was silent. His white hair stood out despite his obvious youth, and the left side of face and body pulsed with the worms inside of him. However, I'd only give you a month before the worms completely kill you. Korea looked at the inhuman bastard head of the Matu house. If it was up to him, he never would have been here in the first place. He had left his godforsaken family, never to return. Until the day he learned that Sakura, the daughter of the woman he loved but could never have, not if she would suffer the inhuman training that all Matu mages had to go through, had been given to the Matu house to be raised as an heir. She had been tortured, violated, by the worms used in the Matu house magecraft. To save her, Korea had made a deal with Zoken, that decrepit vampire worm, in exchange for undergoing the Matu training, the very training that was the reason he severed all ties to his family, and winning the Holy Grail for Zoken, Sakura would be freed. He would rescue her from this hell, before her young, kind soul was broken beyond repair. He just had to win the damned grail. Then he could help her recover, and she, him, her sister Rin, and their mother and his love Aoi, could play in the park like they used to, in a time where everything was simple. Even if he only had a month to live after the war, he would live it to the fullest. A month's more than enough time. Korea gritted his teeth as he spoke. Damn these worms. Zoken simply chuckled. Well, in honor of this momentous occasion, I have 2 presents for you. He gestured to the pre-prepared summoning circle behind him. The first, a piece of armor from one of the knights of the Round Table. Sure enough, In the center of the circle was a rusted piece of armor that may have been pure black in its prime. Zoken pulled out a sheet of paper. And the second is a way for your servant to make up for its obvious substandard strength for being summoned by a weak magus like yourself. Kiri took the paper and looked at it. On it was the incantation required to summon a servant, but it had 2 more lines added on the end. And what the hell is this supposed to do? This will imbue your servant with the ability Mad Enhancement, summoning it under the Berserker class. It will trade their sanity for extra power. Kiri was silent. He had researched the 7 classes, and he knew that while the Berserker class was undoubtedly the strongest servant, it was also the most uncontrollable and cost the most prana to maintain. Summoning one would give him the edge and power, but the prana consumption alone would probably kill him if he wasn't careful. At the very least, it would lessen his remaining time. If it gave him an edge, however, he would live with the consequences. Fine. Zoken smiled. God, how he wanted to wipe that worm off the planet. Then let us begin. Kiri stood in front of the circle, clenched his fists, and began the chant. Silver and iron to the origin. Gem and the Archduke of Contracts to the cornerstone. The ancestor is my great master Schweinorg. The elided wind becomes a wall. The gates in the 4 directions close, coming from the crown. The 3-forked road that leads to the kingdom circulate. Shut, fill. Shut, fill. Shut, fill. Shut, fill. Shut, fill. Repeat every 5 times. Simply, shatter once filled. I announce. Yourself is under me, my fate, doom, is in your sword. In accordance with the resort of the Holy Grail, if you abide by this feeling, this reason, then answer. Here is my oath. I am the one who becomes all the good of the world of the dead. I am the one who lays out all the evil of the world of the dead. You, 7 heavens clad in 3 words of power, arrive from the ring of deterrence. O keeper of the balance, Yet, thou serves with thine eyes clouded in chaos. Thou, bound in the cage of madness. I am he who command those chains. There was a flash of light, and then, nothing. The circle was empty. Zoken smiled darkly as he spoke. Is that it? Unbelievable. You couldn't even summon your own servant. It looks like Sakura will have to dash. Suddenly, a blast of blue light erupted from the circle, incinerating the rusted piece of armor. Zoken reflexively brought his hands up to defend himself, while Kiri stared into the light with surprise. In what felt like a few minutes, which were in reality as many seconds, the light faded, leaving the servant to be seen. Zoken looked the servant and simply stated with a small grin. Well, it appears you're not completely a failure after all, Kiri. You summoned a servant, even if it wasn't the one I was expecting. Kiri gave the human worm a glare that would have incinerated him and turned to look at his servant, the worms inside of him crawling about in response to his confusion. He had been expecting some sort of armored knight, which was not what he was looking at. The servant in question was a girl, which was definitely not what he had expected. She appeared to be about 14 or 15, with a petite build of a girl who had not quite hit her growth spurt yet. She had ash blonde hair fashioned into 2 pigtails and large green eyes that seemed to look straight into his soul. She wore a typical schoolgirl outfit in a trench coat with a cloak-like end, a white blouse with a yellow sweater vest, a red plaid skirt, and black boots with white buckles, with her hands were covered in white gloves. All in all, if it wasn't for the weapon in her hand, she would have easily had blended in among a crowd. The weapon in question was, to Kiri's surprise, a scythe. It had a long gray, staff-like haft with the sharply curved blade being 2 colors, the top half red and the bottom black, separated by a line that zigzagged 3 times from the base of the blade before becoming straight the rest of the way. What caught the eye, however, was the decor attached where the blade met the haft. It was in the shape of an elliptical red eye with a black pupil, framed by golden metal which went around the eye and split into 2 strands of metal that latched onto the end of the blade. 2 small wing-like objects, one black and one red, were attached to the eye, opposite of the blade. As Kiri took all this in, the servant finally spoke in a kind voice. I am the servant, Berserker. I ask of you, are you my master? Kiri was surprised. If this was truly Berserker, then why was she able to speak? Still, he found it in him to answer. Yes. He suddenly broke down into a coughing fit. Damn his failing health. Suddenly, Berserker was by his side, patting him on the back. Are you alright? She had a worried expression on her face. What was wrong with him? Zoken finally spoke. Well, Kiri, it appears you have indeed summoned a Berserker. An interesting case, at that. Just remember, give me the Grail, and Sakura is yours. Though I wouldn't put too much stock in someone like you. Berserker suddenly rushed forward, swinging her scythe back and slicing Zoken in half. Zoken's body crumbled into its individual worms and moved away, quickly reforming after he was out of range. He now had a scowl on his face. Well, perhaps I spoke too soon. Berserker prepared to rush forward again, but Kiri cried out, Stop. She turned to look at him. Let's go. Staying here any longer would be useless. As much as he wanted to see Zoken dead, he knew that he still needed to be alive. He started walking up the stairs, then stumbled on the 6th step and began to fall forward. He braced himself for impact, but after 5 seconds, he looked and realized Berserker had grabbed him. Are you sure you're all right, master? She was actually concerned for him. It really touched him. Kiri began walking again, this time with Berserker as leverage. I'm fine. Let's just get out of here. Maybe, just maybe, he could win this Holy Grail War. Zoken, on the other hand, simply had one thought going through his mind. What the hell is going on? Author note. X the Reaper proudly presents Fate, Zero Sanity. And so the prologue to what will hopefully be remembered as an epic begins. I'm going to guess some people are going to know who at least some of the people introduced here are. However, Saber, Archer, and Ryder are all the same. Once again, give thanks to the infamous man, the one who inspired me with this idea, and Sentinel-07, the one who inspired me to write in the first place. Starting next chapter, hopefully, I'll be able to get the servant skill sheets up, which will go into their abilities and maybe answer some of the questions that are no doubt on the viewers' minds. And yes, Caster and Avenger will be summoned in the next chapter. So people, what did you think? Did you like it? Hate it? Think it was the greatest thing since sliced white bread? Or think it was complete sh*t? Leave reviews. They feed my creativity. Chapter 2, The Killer's Surprise. Fuyuki City. Waver Velvet simply sighed as he watched his servant. When he had discovered the existence of this Holy Grail War after stealing the original catalyst of his teacher, Kenth Archibald, to get back at him for mocking him in front of his peers in the clock tower, he was jubilant. Finally, a chance to prove himself had arrived. Throughout his life, ever since arriving at the clock tower, he had been looked down upon, all because he was from a third-generation Magus family. He had studied hard, checked and rechecked his thesis on how bloodlines did not matter. That, if one understands the spells, he could be as great as any of the higher generation families. But his thesis was insulted, mocked, by that arrogant, blonde asshole, in front of the class even. So, Waver had joined the Grail War, studying and practicing his magic before and after arriving in Fuyuki City. He admitted that the culture of Japan was interesting, especially anime, but he still preferred Western culture. He had hypnotized an old couple into thinking he was their grandson visiting from out of country and was currently living with them. He liked them both, honestly, and always made sure to help around the house to repay them. When he had awoken this morning with the command seals on his hand, he was ecstatic. Finally, the Holy Grail, of all things, had recognized his potential. That night, he performed the summoning ritual using chicken blood, which was kind of gross, in retrospect, and spoke the incantation. When the dust had cleared and he got off his ass, before him stood his servant, Alexander the Great, or as he preferred to be called, Iskandar, King of Conquerors. He had been summoned as the Ryder class. Of course, things hadn't quite gone the way he had hoped. Ryder had immediately asked where the library was, and when Waver had told him, he took off straight for it. By take off, he meant Ryder dragged him off to it. When they got there, Ryder immediately entered using spirit form, but came out ripping the shutter of the place off. Apparently, it was because he couldn't carry the books he had grabbed while in spirit form. The books in question were an Atlas of the Earth and the Iliad by Homer. Now, they were currently back at his grandparents' house, resting. Ryder was watching TV, while Waver looked on silently. He was currently thinking about what Ryder had told him when Waver had told him about his wish. After Ryder had slapped him, that is. Small and narrow-minded. You mean to tell me that in this battle, your only concern is your reputation? What a pathetic excuse for a wish. If you wish truly for people to fear and respect you. At this, Ryder lifted him up by the back of his shirt. Maybe you should use the Grail to make you 30 centimeters taller, and add a little muscle, too. Waver managed to get loose and yelled, "You idiot. The world doesn't work like that. And what if it doesn't? That doesn't mean you should stoop so low as to use a wish-granting artifact like the Grail to achieve something so trivial." Waver stood there, shaking in anger. He acts as if I have never tried to be accepted, to fit in. That's it. Waver lifted his right hand, the command seals glowing. By the power of my command seal, I order this man, Iskandar the Conqueror, to... Then he stopped. Wait, does that mean he believes I could do it, without the Grail? Even so, I can only use the command seals 3 times, and then I won't be able to control him anymore. Waver then let the command seals lose their glow. Then he looked at Ryder, unable to see the small grin that had appeared on his face. All right, but how do I know I can rely on you no matter what? Iskandar looked at him. So, you wish to see my power? Very well. He drew the sword at his side. I am Iskandar, King of Conquerors. This is the Gordius wheel, the ox chariot that King Gordius offered up to Zeus, but that I claimed for myself by cutting the reins. This must be the reason I was designated as a Ryder-class servant. This should be proof enough for you, isn't it? Ryder looked back at him with a smile on his face. Waver could only nod mutely. Well, at least the guy has a decent personality. Waver spoke softly to himself. Still, he felt kinda happy that Ryder had told him, albeit indirectly, that he could do what he originally sought the Grail for. The man, while loud and boisterous, was kind in his own way. So boy, how much do you think a couple of these blackbirds and B2s would cost? Iskandar turned to him, pointing to the planes on the TV screen. Waver sighed. even if he was annoying at times. Honestly, it'd be cheaper if we bought the whole country. Elsewhere, streets of Fuyuki. Kiriya limped down the practically abandoned streets. He couldn't go back to his old apartment, as his landlord probably wouldn't have recognized him if she saw him. Or, he thought humorlessly, she would think he was some sort of zombie coming to eat her. Master Kiriya, why are we out here? He turned and looked at Berserker, who had revealed her true name to him. Maka Alburn. A nice name. Behind her was a young man about her age, with white hair swept to one side, red eyes, and teeth that looked like they belonged on a shark. He was wearing a black headband on his head, a black leather jacket with an orange t-shirt underneath, a pair of light brown pants, and yellow and black sneakers with a pattern on the soles resembling his teeth. The expression on his face always seemed to be lazy, droopy, and somewhat uninterested, but even like that, Kiriya could tell he was poised to strike at any moment. Fitting, as he was his servant's weapon. He had been surprised when the scythe Berserker had been holding turned into a person when they had made it out of the house, but she revealed that had long been a natural ability that he had. The boy had introduced himself as well, Soul Eater Evans, if Kiriya recalled right. He had shown he had a bit of a rebellious streak, but he was more than willing to follow him because Soul called him, in his own words, a cool guy. Kiriya certainly didn't feel like a cool guy, but he at least appreciated the sentiment. Still, he didn't like that Soul had also said he looked like a guy who just came out of a concentration camp with something eating him apart from the inside. Maka solved that with blow to Soul's head with a book, which made him feel better. Although, where did the book come from? Before they left, however, he made sure to speak with Sakura one last time. Sakura stood behind them as the two reached the door to leave the mansion. Uncle Kiriya, are you leaving? She looked at them with sad eyes. Sakura-chan. Kiriya turned and looked back her. He had almost forgotten all about her, but he was still weak from the summoning. Maka turned and looked Sakura. Hey there, she smiled warmly. How are you doing? Sakura mustered up her courage, saying, I am fine. Are you going to help Uncle Kiriya with the important thing he has to do? Maka continued to smile at her. Yes, I am. Sakura finally smiled. Tahton, promise me you won't let anything bad happen to him, all right? Maka nodded. I will. Kiriya finally walked over to Sakura and hugged her tight. I'm going to be gone for a while, but I promise I will be back. Just wait for me. Okay, Sakura-chan. Sakura buried her face into his shirt. Okay. She tried to keep the tears back. Kiriya finally smiled. Maybe when we get back, we can go play in the park again. Just like the old days. Sakura looked up, really? Yes. Sakura let Kiriya go, then bowed to both of them. Thank you, Uncle Kiriya. She then ran off. Kiriya looked back at them. Because I will not rest under Zokin's roof. And the landlord of my old apartment probably won't recognize me anymore. He then stopped in front of an alleyway that led behind a department store and found some old pillows, worn blankets, and even an almost new mattress. Besides, this way, the enemy masters won't be able to track us as easily. Soul then spoke. Still, are you finally going to tell us why the heck you look like SH*T and you're working for that worm bastard? Maka nodded. Yeah, and what's up with both you and that Sakura girl? I could sense things moving around inside of you both. Kiriya looked at both of them and sighed. Well, they were both perfectly sane and they wanted to know. No use keeping it a secret anymore. Kiriya gestured for them to sit on the mattress, and when they had, he opened his mouth and began to speak. My Magus family is the Matsu house. That bastard you saw is the head of the house, Zokin Matsu. He has survived for at least 100 years using his worms to extend his life. Those very same worms are what make up the training of Matsu mages, and they are what's inside of both Sakura and me. Maka and Soul looked at him with equal parts shock and disgust. That has to be the most disgusting thing I've heard, Soul said. The reason I went through with it was to save Sakura. She's the daughter of the woman I love, but could never have, not if I was willing to put her through that very same torment. Her father, Tokiomi Tosaka, gave her to Zokin, despite the fact he should know or at least have some inkling of what our magecraft is, given he's a very connected magus. If I give Zokin the Grail, he promised to let Sakura go. He smiled grimly. Even if Zokin has no intention of giving Sakura up, or even if I won't survive a month after this war, either way, I will save her. Maka and Soul were silent. Then Maka looked at him with determined eyes. At first, I wasn't sure what to expect from you when we were summoned, but now I see why you're fighting. Master Kiriya, I promise you, even if you die or we fail to get the Grail, we will save Sakura. This I swear. Soul nodded. Likewise. Kiriya looked at both of them and allowed himself to smile. To think, both of them were willing to follow and help him save Sakura, even if he died. A surge of affection for both Berserker and her weapon surged through him, and he hugged both of them tightly. Thank you. Soul smiled and simply said, Hey, that's what friends do, right? Elsewhere, hotel room. Kenth was silent as he observed his servant, who was currently drinking from a bottle of wine, his third, if Kenth recalled, and watching something on TV, a documentary about pirates, if he recalled. Fitting, as from as far as he could tell, his servant was a pirate. The Jolly Roger on his cloak was proof enough, and even if it wasn't, his appetite and love of drink was. However, his research hadn't brought up anything about such a man. The closest he had got was Edward D. Teach, also known as Blackbeard. His servant, on the other hand, had said his name was Edward Newgate, also known as Whitebeard. He wasn't entirely certain what to think about his servant. He was loyal, to be fair, but he only stayed loyal as long as Kenth's orders didn't contradict with his own sense of honor. On the other hand, if Soliyui asked him to do something, he did it, willingly or even occasionally unwillingly. In fact, Lancer seemed to see Soliyui as some sort of daughter figure. He also quickly established that he was not a man to be intimidated, even with command seals. Kenth looked at Lancer with anger on his face. When he had woken up this morning, he had left his room trying to go to the bathroom. When he got out, he had been greeted with the sight of Lancer, sprawled out in the middle of the room, with no less than 5 bottles of wine surrounding him. "Get up," Kenth growled out. Lancer's response was to simply grunt. "Get up," Kenth yelled, successfully waking up both Soliyui and Lancer. "Kenth, what's wrong?" "Oh," Soliyui said, as she rushed out and saw Lancer. Lancer finally got up and looked at both of them, somehow managing to look sheepish as he spoke. "Well, sorry about the mess. It's just that I haven't drank in so long, and the wine was pretty good, so—" Kenth looked at Lancer with pure anger. "How dare you drink so much wine? Do you realize how much this vintage costs? I am your master. How dare you use my money to pay for your drinking hab?" He stopped when he realized that Lancer was looking at him with a serious expression on his face. "I am well aware of the fact that you are my master. We made a pact, did we not? For the record, I did not use your money, but my own." So saying, he revealed that a pouch tied to his waist was filled with gold coins. "I will pay for my own drink, if that satisfies you." However, at this, he stared at Kenth with a strong look in his eyes. "While I am your servant, I expect you to treat me with the respect that you would grant your fellows. In life, I was one of the 4 emperors of the seas, and even now, I am giving you the same respect I would any man. I would expect the same from you." Kenth was silent, suddenly feeling the urge to get down on one knee, but he resisted. "Very well, if you insist I treat you with respect, I will." Lancer nodded. "Good, then we have an understanding." He then lifted a bottle, still unopened. "So, would my master and his mistress wish to join me for breakfast?" Regardless, Lancer had revealed some of his powers to them, and Kenth knew after hearing about them and seeing them in action, he did have one of the most powerful servants in this entire war. He seriously doubted that any other servant could compare with him, especially when you consider the fact that he had battle continuation, rank A++. "Well, master, do you wish to join me and your finest in watching this documentary? I have some wine left." Lancer faced him with a smile. Kenth sighed. Well, at least he was willing to pay for his own expenses instead of asking him to. He sat down alongside them. "Why not? Elsewhere, random residential home. Fill her up, fill." Repeat 4 times. Yuryu Ryonosuke muttered as he painted the strange symbol he had seen in his ancestor's book on the floor of the living room with his bare feet, occasionally dipping it into a bucket. Apparently, it was required for summoning demons or something along those lines. The notes were pretty vague on the subject. It seemed pretty cool about how they wrote about summoning all the world's evil and everything. So it had to be demons, right? Still, the looks his victims' faces had been priceless when he told them they were going to die to summon a demon. So even if it didn't, he'd still keep doing it till it worked. On second thought, he'd keep doing even if it worked. It would make it so much funnier. Wait, was it 4 or 5? Destroy each when it's filled. Yuryu muttered to himself in confusion. He looked back at the book while counting off on his fingers. Fill. Yes. Okay, it was 5. In the background, a news report was being played on the television. A couple was sitting on the couch, their headless corpses facing in the direction of the TV. In other news, there has been a string of murders recently. The murders have all been families whom were murdered in their own homes. Police have commented that there has been a strange symbol drawn on the floor of the residences of the victims. Its purpose remains unclear at the moment. A renowned professor on criminal psychology has appeared to speak. "Well, maybe I did have a little too much fun," Yuryu admitted as he turned the TV off. Still, he had taken care to clean up after himself after he is fun. No point in doing it if he didn't make sure the police didn't find any fingerprints. He then turned to look at the bound, gagged, and thoroughly scared out of his mind shitless son of the couple he had left in the corner. "Hey kid, do you think demons exist?" Yuryu spoke as he began walking towards him. "I mean, the media keeps calling me one, but don't you think it'd be rude to do that if demons actually did exist?" Yuryu walked right in front of the boy, then quickly kneeled down in front of him and yelled, "Yo, the name's Ryonosuke Yuryu, and I'm a demon, but I don't know if that would be the proper way to go about it." He then waved his ancestors' notes in the boy's face. "But hey, look at this. I found this when I was digging around my storehouse. Apparently, my ancestors were trying to go and summon demons. So, I just gotta know if demons exist. But it'd be pretty dumb if one did pop up and all I did was talk with it before sending back to whatever pit it came from. So kid." Yuryu looked down at the kid and smiled creepily. "If a demon does appear, do you mind if I let it kill ya?" MRRRRPPPHHHHH. The boy cried into his gags and began thrashing around in a desperate attempt to get free. Ah. Yuryu laughed as he watched him squirm. I wonder what's it's like getting killed by a demon. I bet it would pretty cool. Yuryu looked at his hand as he grimaced. It felt like it was on fire. He watched as 3 scythe-like red-crimson markings appear on it. The circle then began to glow before billowing out smoke. When the smoke cleared, Yuryu beheld a figure. He could tell it was male, about average height for a teenager. The teen had a slightly tint skin tone, black eyes, and spiky pink-colored hair, with a red mark located just below his right shoulder. He was wearing an open sleeveless, gold-trimmed, black waistcoat, which showed off his bare chest, white knee-length trousers, a thick black wristband on his left wrist, and black open-toed sandals. Completing the picture, a white scale-patterned scarf was wrapped around his neck. The figure was silent for a moment, then turning towards Yuryu, spoke the words, "Yo, I'm the caster of this Holy Grail War. Were you the one who summoned me?" He said it with a smile. Yuryu was silent for a moment, then responded with, "Well, my name's Yuryu Ryunosuke. I'm currently unemployed, and my hobbies are stabbing and murder. I especially like kids, and occasionally young women." The teen frowned when he heard that, and then he finally got a good look at the room he was summoned in. In particular, he noted the blood, headless corpses, and the hog-tied boy. The frown turned into a scowl. "So, you're the one who did this." He spoke with a dangerous tone in his voice. Yuryu fidgeted a little bit. "Oh yeah? Hey, demon, do you want a snack? I've got a nice tasty kid for you here." He gestured to the hog-tied boy in question, who by this point was overcoming his shock and trying to squirm free. "You scum. You would willingly do this to an innocent family." The teen was now very angry. Swinging his fist back, he socked Yuryu right in the face, then followed that up with a punch to the gut. Yuryu went down cold. Caster looked down at serial killer with pure disgust. Then, looking at the kid, he smiled gently. "You might want to look away for a sec, kid." The kid nodded and shut his eyes tight. He heard something swinging through the air, a solid thunk. Yuryu cry out, then another solid whack, then silence. Then, he heard and felt his ropes being loosened. He opened his eyes and realized that Caster was holding him. "Come on, let's get you the hell away from this place. Also, feel free to cry into shoulder if you need to." The boy was silent. Then he began to cry into Caster's offered shoulder. He sobbed in sadness for his family, fear of his family's murderer, and gratefulness to this mysterious man. So what if he was a demon? He seemed nice enough. Caster looked down at the kid. Kind of like Wendy, he mused. He then looked down at the object he had wrapped in a bag. Yuryu's command seals. Hand included. "I'll find another master. One who is hopefully more understanding." He knew that all witnesses to the Grail War had to be eliminated, but he would die before he did that to this kid. "Let's go." So saying, Caster took the young boy with him out of that hell of a house. A shame that he did, because after he left, the circle began to glow again. Once again, Yuryu, half-conscious, watched another figure emerge from the circle. The figure in question was wearing a great crimson overcoat, complete with lapels on each shoulder. Underneath, he was wearing a charcoal suit, leather riding boots, and a flamboyant, intricately knotted red cravat. Upon his head was a red fedora hat with a wide, floppy brim, and a pair of circular, heavily tinted, wire-framed orange sunglasses with goggle sidings covered his eyes. He was also wearing gloves with what appeared to be some strange markings. His skin was bloodlessly pale, and his raven-colored hair seemed to float slightly even though there was no wind. The man then looked around the place he was summoned. Well, it wasn't quite what I expected, but then again, when you're summoned under an irregular class, I suppose you can't be too picky when you piggyback on someone else's summoning circle. He then looked down and noticed Yuryu on the ground. One look around the room to notice all the blood and headless corpses, the summoning circle, and the fact the man on the ground was missing his right hand, was enough to let him know what had happened. "So, I take it you're the one who did all of this. I suppose I can't blame your servant for doing that to you." But he forgot one important measure. The man leaned down and looked at Yuryu, removing his sunglasses while he was at it. His eyes were completely blood red, not human in the slightest. He smiled, and the smile wasn't a happy one. It was more like a rape face, complete with sharp canines that seemed designed for ripping apart flesh. "You need to make sure you kill the master, too." He felt no regret for what he was about to do. He didn't need a master, as his own supply of souls would take care of that. Besides, this man reminded him far too much of those pathetic excuses for one his kind that killed for no reason. He opened his mouth. Still, he could use some extra energy. The only thing Yuryu could think as the figure bit into his shoulder and drank his blood, feeling his life slip away, was a single thing. "This is so cool." Roughly the same time, Fuyuki Church. "Strange," Reay Kotomine said. Kiri looked at his father, confused. "What is it?" Reay turned his head to look at his son. The servant Caster was summoned, but strangely, a few minutes later, another servant was summoned and killed Caster's master. Kiri frowned. 8 servants? Is Caster gone?" Reay shook his head. "No, he is still alive." Kiri was silent, then shook his own head. Regardless, it is time for the war to begin. He then began walking towards the church doors. I must order assassin to begin the first strike. Be careful, my son. Kiri stopped in front of the doors. Not looking back, he simply stated, Do not fear, father. I will do what must be done. So saying, he opened the doors and left. Reay watched him go. I know, and that's what I'm afraid of. Well, the first true chapter is up. Sorry for anyone hoping that Castor would be a bad guy. I just couldn't in good conscience let Uryu live beyond that scene. So, all the servants have been summoned. I wonder who can figure out the identities of Castor and Avenger. I was pretty thorough in their descriptions. Regardless, here's the first servant skill sheet. Servant, Berserker. Master, Kiri Matu. Identity, Maka Alburn. Series, Soul Eater. Sex, female. Strength, B. Endurance, B+. Agility, B. Mana, B. Luck, C+. Noble Phantasm, B. Class skills. Mad Enhancement. Raises basic parameters in exchange of hindering mental capacities. In some cases, also seals away personal skills. B. Rank up for all parameters, but takes away most of sanity. In Maka's case, the negative effects of Mad Enhancement are nullified by her personal skill, Anti-Demon Wavelength. Personal skills. Anti-Demon Wavelength allows one to deal extra damage to existences of otherworldly origin and resist the effects of madness. A+. As this skill was one of Maka's most powerful abilities, it allows her to fight under the effects of Mad Enhancement without losing her sanity, keeping the stat increases. Eternal Arms Mastership prevents degradation of fighting skills when under the effect of mental hindrance. C+. Mastership of Combat Arts has reached the point of instinctive level. It is possible to make use of the majority of fighting skills even when under the influence of any sort of mental hindrance. However, this is only possible if the weapon in question was the user's personal weapon in life. Grigori's Soul, a soul that has the shape of an angel's wings. Only 1 in 5 million people are said to have it. Those who have these types of souls are able to conjure wings to allow flight. B. User cannot conjure said wings on their own person, but they can be on objects that the holder channels their magical power into. By using soul resonance, Maka can project wings onto soul's scythe form, enabling flight. These wings can be altered in size, shape, and appearance of the wings can be altered, as well as speed and efficiency in the air. Their wings take the appearance of large wings that are slightly spiky, but on the fluffy side. Instinct, the power to feel the most favorable developments for oneself during battle. C. It is only effective for the sake of defense. Stems from her usage of soul perception, which can allow her to observe her opponent's soul and provides limited prediction of their attacks. Presence detection, the ability to detect other servants and local mana sources. A+. Due to her unbelievably powerful soul perception, Berserker is able to locate any servant within a certain range. If they are fighting, she can even tell which servants they are. However, it is incapable of sensing someone with a sufficiently powerful presence concealment skill and able to hide their mana. Soul resonance, the ability of two souls to resonate with each other, enhancing each other's powers. The higher the resonance rate, the stronger the power. However, activation of the technique requires some time. A. The resonance rate of two souls is so high they might as well be a single being at this point. Noble Phantasm. Soul Eater Evans, Death Scythe. B. Anti-unit, Maka's demon weapon and partner in life. Upon usage of soul resonance, he can activate 3 higher levels of power. Each can be used normally or fired as a blast of energy. Note that each of the following hunter techniques are not 3 noble phantasms in their own right, but rather the power level and effectiveness of soul at the time. Witch Hunter, B+. Anti-unit, activated upon normal soul resonance. Capable of firing blasts of energy, filled with his Meister's anti-demon wavelength. Capable of killing most low-level demons and hurting higher-level ones. Demon Hunter, A+. Anti-army, activated upon pushing soul resonance to higher levels. Capable of killing most higher-level demons and hurting immortals. Kishin Hunter, A++. Anti-fortress, activated only by usage of the Black Blood. Capable of killing immortals and even true ancestors with a single blast. If it clashed with Excalibur, the resulting energy surge could potentially destroy both users and an entire country. However, its best effectiveness is against evil creatures. Black Blood, EX, artificially made black blood cells injected into a person's body. Upon activation, it can be used to harden the person's blood, protecting the vital organs, sealing wounds, and strengthening a person. Increases strength and endurance by 1 rank, but lowers luck by 1. Also, activation of this increases prana consumption to normal Berserker levels, and even one with an anti-demon wavelength skill will start to exhibit low-level Berserker traits upon usage. Essentially grants the status of battle continuation. A. Chapter 3, First Strike. Author note. Hello everybody. This is X the Reaper, bringing you the next exciting installment of Fate, Zero Sanity. Thanks to everyone who has taken the time to read, or at least look at this story. Over 600 views. You guys are great. Now that all the servants have been summoned, we can start getting to the good stuff. This is the chapter where things will really start to deviate from the original story. Now then, Archer, read the disclaimer. Archer, you dare order the king to lower himself to something so trivial? Yes. Archer, fine. Disclaimer, Fate/Stay Night, and all series mentioned in this story are all owned by their respective owners. Also, cut. Bring in Avenger. Archer, what? Avenger, move it Goldie, let the professionals do this. Archer, oh ho ho, I'm going to kill you. Avenger, you'll try. Anyways, thanks to the infamous man for providing the idea for the FIC, and to Sentinel-07 for being the one to inspire X to write the FIC in the first place. And that's how we do the disclaimer, Golden Boy. Archer, enough. Prepare to die, mongrel. Gate of Babylon. Avenger, bringing out his guns. Now this is MY kind of party. Anyway, hope you enjoy the chapter. Nighttime, Fuyuki City. Kiri Koto Mine stood at the edge of a cliff, watching the nighttime skyline of Fuyuki City. At night, the city lights created a real sight, but while most would have taken a moment to admire the skyline, Kiri felt no such urge. He continued to look at the city, even as he spoke. The time has come, assassin. The cloaked figure in question appeared behind him, his back leaning against a tree. So it begins. You know what to do? You are to infiltrate the Tosaka Manor and eliminate Tokiomi Tosaka. Right, eliminate. You have a way with words, master. Assassin chuckled darkly, then quickly disappeared. Kiri was silent, then sighed. He honestly couldn't understand Assassin. He followed orders to the letter, yet wasn't above abusing loopholes in the commands. Not to mention how he acted around everyone but himself. Assassin quickly raced through the trees to the manor, moving like a wraith. He then jumped into the air over the Tosaka courtyard and quickly threw 4 kunai knives into the rubies upon the 4 pedestals in front of him. For direct hits, and the bounded fields dissolved. Assassin then landed inside one of the flower patches and continued to walk towards the manor, his destination the strange ornament in the center of the courtyard. If Tokiomi truly believed that these pathetic fields would have been enough to stop a servant, he is more of a fool than I thought. Regardless of his own servant, Assassin mused to himself as he threw another kunai at the ornament, which bounced off and revealed a barrier. Assassin then walked forward, easily dodging the practically invisible moving lines and circles. Curiously, even when the lines or circles touched him, they passed through him as if he was never there at all. He finally reached the center where the ornament was, literally passing through the final line of barriers as if he was a ghost. Inside, another red ruby, more intricately than the others, pulsed with energy. Hee. Now come to Uncle Toby. He spoke with glee like a little child, his personality going a complete 180 from what he had been doing before. Suddenly, a spear appeared out of nowhere and pierced the jewel in his right hand, holding him in place. Strangely, his hand started bleeding not blood, but a white substance. Gah, that hurt. You disgusting little worm. How dare you come here? A proud and haughty voice rang out. Assassin looked about quickly, looking for the source. Please forgive me, your majesty. Spare your loyal subject. He then began to look up, having caught a glimpse of golden light up top the manor. You dare to look up at me? Know your place, mongrel. Assassin caught a glimpse of a golden armored man surrounded what appeared to be golden lights, before said lights released a torrent of weapons upon him. Gahaha! He screamed as the weapons collided with him. However, behind the mask, he smiled. Well, that's step one. And then a sword plunged through his mask and his face. The torrent of weapons continued to bombard the courtyard for a few seconds more. Then the golden armored man, Archer, stopped and looked at the eviscerated corpse of Assassin. His entire body was practically ripped to shreds by the maelstrom of weapons, and his face was torn beyond recognition. His body was bleeding both blood and more of that white substance, particularly on the right side of his body. You are not worthy to gaze upon me. Archer continued as he looked down on the body. A filthy worm like you should face the ground, crawl on your stomach, and die. So saying, he dispersed the lights surrounding himself, and the weapons that had been fired disappeared in a flash of golden light, returning to wherever they had been summoned from. Archer himself then vanished, and the familiars sent by the other masters, hidden throughout the vicinity, quickly took off to tell of the events witnessed here. However, none stayed long enough to see Assassin's body vanish, but even if they had, they would have seen nothing out of the ordinary as he disappeared. After all, servants dissolve into energy as they die, so there was no reason to watch. On the other hand, had they looked closely, they would have noticed that his left eye, which was a strange red, shut just before his body vanished, and his body seemed to leave an afterimage of itself that slowly faded away. That was not normal for a servant dying. Inside the mansion, Tokiomi looked out onto the courtyard and smiled. Even if Assassin hadn't been the servant he had been expecting, the original plan for him to fake his death against Archer had worked perfectly. Now that the other masters believed him to be gone, Assassin was free to spy on the other servants and learn of their abilities. Tokiomi turned to see his servant, who had his back to the wall with his arms crossed. Well, Everything went rather smoothly. Wouldn't you agree, Gilgamesh? These games of yours are tiresome and tedious. They waste my precious time, Tokiomi. Tokiomi simply bowed. I am ever so grateful to you, your highness. I simply ask that you wait just a little longer. Soon, the other servants will make their moves, and you will be ready to face them. Gilgamesh moved away from the wall. So be it. For now, I will amuse myself with simple reconnaissance. This age is rather interesting. Tokiomi looked up slightly at that. You mean to say the modern age is to your liking? It's unspeakably ugly. But that's fine in its own way. I will play along with your little schemes for the moment. Everything of value in this world belongs to me. After all, so I can assure you that no matter how valuable this grail might be, I will allow no lowly mongrel to even touch it without my consent. At this, Archer began to dissolve into golden dust. Tokiomi, I leave the details to you. Tokiomi was silent after Archer left. Then, he leaned back into his chair, sighing. I never would have thought Gilgamesh would materialize as the Archer class, not to mention with such a high-level independent action skill. Regardless, I believe I can let Kiri handle things from here. Elsewhere, Mackenzie residence. Yes. Waver cheered as Ryder continued to watch a military documentary on the TV. Currently, his grandparents, the Mackenzies, were sleeping, and Waver was hoping to get some rest himself. However, his rat familiar had reported back and revealed that Assassin was currently dead. Hey Ryder, didn't you hear me? Great news. One of the 7 is out. Waver then looked at Ryder, who was currently eating some cookies while watching the documentary on the ground. Really, well, who was it? Ryder responded with an almost bored tone. It was Assassin. Waver was surprised by his tone. From what he had seen of him, he thought Ryder would have upped and flat out asked him who it was in an excited voice. Aren't you glad? One of the servants is out of the picture. Calm down. No one cares if Assassin is dead or alive. He's only good at sneaking around and striking from the shadows. He could never pose a threat to me. Ryder responded with a bored tone. At that, Waver realized there was some truth to the statement. Assassins, statistically, were not equipped to fight other servants head-on. They were much better suited at taking down the masters. Even so, assassins equipped to strike from the shadows, while you're more the type to face the enemy head-on. So, I guess it's good news for us that the guy who uses sneak attacks is out first, right? Waver then realized that Ryder's attention was once again on the television. This Clinton character will be a formidable enemy, even more so than Darius III. Waver then sighed again. He's not even paying attention to me, is he? Which is why he wasn't prepared when Ryder spoke directly to him. How was Assassin killed? Ryder then turned about to look at him. Who defeated him? I think it was Tosaka's servant. He was wearing golden armor, but everything happened so fast that I couldn't tell exactly what. You fool. Ryder then flicked Waver in the forehead again. If I am to fight our enemies, then I must know how they defeated their enemies. Well, did anything stand out about the golden servant? I don't know. It happened so fast that. Waver then realized that Ryder was preparing to flick him again. Okay, so, you know how a servant only has one noble phantasm? Ryder nodded. Yes, but it is possible to have 2, or even 3 or 4. As you know, noble phantasms are the physical manifestations of a hero's most enduring legends. They could be a weapon, specific ability, or even special way to attack. So, maybe a sword that could make dozens of copies of itself. Yes, that could qualify as a single noble phantasm. Waver then realized something. Wait, those weapons weren't copies. Each had its own unique shape, and there were more than just swords. Ryder then snapped him out of his reverie. Forget it. We'll just have to discover each of our enemy's abilities as we encounter them. No use worrying about it. As in he slapped him out literally with a slap to the back. Waver twitched in pain. Do you really think that's smart? He felt like he couldn't move his lower body. Ryder simply gave him a huge grin. Yes, in fact it's more fun this way. Food, sex, sleep, and war. No matter what you do, you should always enjoy it to the fullest. That is the secret of life. Anyway, get ready, boy. We're going to ride forth and find some entertainment. Waver looked at him, still in pain. We ride forth. To where? Ryder shrugged. Anywhere, I suppose. Come on. You don't honestly believe you were the only one watching Tosaka. The others will likely begin to come out now as well, and we will be ready for them. Ryder grinned as he brought out his glowing blade. Waver suddenly felt his body start working again. No. You'll blow up the whole house. Why did this have to happen to him? Fuyuki Church. Kiri stood in front of the Christian church, facing his father. My servant has been lost. I have forfeited my rights as a master and cannot continue the Holy Grail War. In accordance with the treaty Kiri Kodomine, asked the church to shelter and protect me. Your request is accepted. In my role as Judge Reay Kodomine, shall guarantee your safety. Reay told his son and motioned him to enter. Enter in peace, my son. Kiri nodded his head before stepping into the church. It was a simple church on the inside, nothing too extravagant and a little dark, but it served its purpose as a place of worship as well as any other. No one would suspect anything out of the ordinary. especially that this specific church watched over a secret war between magicians. Father, Kiri began as Reay closed the doors, the sound echoing across the otherwise empty church. Is anyone watching this church? Of course not. Reay responded in a confident tone. This place has been declared as a neutral sanctuary. The Holy Church will censure any master who defies this decree. Also, Reay then turned to him with a strange look on his face. Your servant was able to enter here undetected and without my knowledge for a good half hour. Kiri mentally smirked. It would appear that Assassin had given him the treatment he gave everyone save himself. Of course. Kiri nodded to his father. Even if he acts not quite how one would expect, he is an assassin. Did someone call my name? A cheery voice rang out. Assassin then walked out from behind a pew, waving to both of them like he didn't have a care in the world. He was currently holding a book in one hand and a drink in the other, which was somehow half empty despite the fact that he had not taken off his mask. I was wondering where you had gone, master, but the father wouldn't let me go look for you. That's because you're supposed to be dead, assassin. Reay replied, the tone he used obviously showing he had given this speech to Assassin already. But I want to go out, father. Assassin whined as he got on his knees and begged. Kiri then finally spoke. Do not fear, assassin, your relaxation time is over, Kiri told the servant, who cocked his head. You will leave the church undetected and spy on the other masters. Remain undetected at all costs. All right, Assassin then said as he put his book and drink down. But first, Kiri said, stopping his servant. We have something we need to discuss. Father, if you would please excuse us. Reay nodded. Do not worry, my son. So saying, he left the room, leaving Kiri and Assassin alone. Assassin watched him go, and after the door had closed behind Reay and a few seconds had passed, he turned back to his master. Well, I take it was quite a show. Assassin inquired, but his voice had lost the upbeat tone it had before, returning to low and serious. Indeed, it was. The other masters no doubt believe you to be eliminated. Kiri responded. I must admit, that noble phantasm, Izanagi, was quite impressive. I take it your left eye has been replaced. Yes, it is useful, but impractical after one use. I have replaced my spare left eye with my true trump card. So saying, he removed his mask partially, revealing his left eye, whole and hale. However, while it had been red with 3 tomo before, it now had a ripple-like pattern which spread entirely over the eyeball, with light purple eye reeds and sclerae. Now, I will be able to bring out my full power. Kiri was silent. I'm curious. Every time we are around someone else, even my father or Tokiomi Tosaka, you always maintain that foolish personality. Yet only around me do you drop the mask. Assassin simply stared at Kiri before taking his mask completely off. For the first time, Kiri truly saw the face of his servant, and he was surprised by what he saw. Assassin appeared to be in his late 20s to early 30s, but a passerby would have sworn he was older, due to the scarring on the right half of his face which resembled deeply aged wrinkles. As for the left side of his face, it was unmarked, but it had a paler skin tone compared to the other side. Assassin simply smiled at his master's surprise. I know that this wasn't quite what you meant by drop the mask, but it will do for the reasoning I give you. By fooling everyone with my happy-go-lucky attitude, I gain the advantage, as our enemies will likely plan their strategies based on how I act. You are the only one who needs to know that that is but a mask, for the moment. Kiri was silent. I suppose that makes sense. Indeed, but there is another reason I do this. Kiri looked at him in confusion. What other reason could there be? Simply put, it is because I feel a kinship with you. Kiri was now truly confused. What did he mean by that? We are very similar, you and I, 2 peas in a pod, if you will. We both have empty hearts, and we both seek to fill them. Kiri faced Assassin. Empty hearts. Assassin smiled, putting his mask back on. Regardless, I sense that the first true battle of the Grail War will be beginning soon. I should head out. He turned to leave. Do not worry, master. Everything will become clear in time. Then, a vortex of sorts appeared where the hole in his mask was, and Assassin's body disappeared into it, the vortex itself eventually disappearing as well. Kiri looked where Assassin was but a moment before. Do I really have an empty heart? Is that why I seek the Grail? To fill that hole? He shook his head. The first battle was beginning soon. The time for reflection could come afterwards. The next morning, Fuyuki Hyatt Hotel. Solayui stepped out of the hotel bathroom, having just finished taking a morning shower. She quickly got dressed in her usual attire, being a long-sleeved white covered blouse with a red ribbon tie, black pants, and red high heels. She liked getting up early, unlike Kenth, who usually slept till 11 in the morning, and Lancer, who usually slept till noon. It gave her much-needed alone time, such as catching up on reading, looking up the latest fashion, and watching that miracle of modern life known to most as a TV. Well, with both of them getting ready to head off to the war, and Kenth planning to sulk in the shadows, I guess I'll more time to myself. Solayui thought, before smelling something coming from the kitchen. Strange, I haven't gotten outside yet. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by a sight she never would have thought possible. Well, 2 actually. The first sight was the fact that both Kenth and Lancer were already up and dressed before her. That alone was a shock. The second sight was the fact that they were actually cooking breakfast. At least, they were trying to. Kenth appeared to be trying to figure out how to properly use the stove, while Lancer was trying to use the toaster. Judging by the fact that the eggs on the stove appeared to be burning and the toast in the toaster was burnt, they were obviously in over their heads. What made it even funnier was the fact they kept bumping into each other and utterly making fools of themselves. I told you need to set the toaster for 4 minutes, and watch it. Kenth yelled at Lancer. And I told you need to stir the eggs, so they don't stick to the pan. Lancer yelled back. So engrossed were they in their efforts to salvage something from their mistakes, and snapping at each other, they didn't notice Soliyui until she was practically right next to them. I take it you need some help? She asked. The two men simply looked at her. Yes. They muttered with their heads bowed low. She couldn't help but giggle a little bit at the scene. They looked like children. 30 minutes later. So, exactly why were you both up so early? Soliyui asked as the three sat down around the table. They had managed to save breakfast, and now were eating eggs and toast. Kenth looked at her. According to one of my familiars, Assassin was killed last night by Tokiomi Tosaka's servant. I have decided to set up a plan to draw the other servants out. Tonight, Lancer will stay by the docks and issue a challenge to all servants able to hear. This will be a perfect way to gauge the combat abilities of the others. As to why we were up so early, since the first true battle of the war is about to begin, I decided to treat you to breakfast. Lancer then spoke up, and I decided to help him. Of course, things didn't go quite as well as we would have hoped. Soliyui simply shook her head at that. Regardless, are you sure you will be able to face the other servants, Lancer? Lancer smiled. No need to be concerned, little missy. I am Whitebeard, the most powerful servant in this war. I'm certain I can handle anything the other servants can throw at me. Kenth then finished his breakfast. Indeed. In his mind, however, Lancer was still a tool. A powerful tool, but one nonetheless. Still, he couldn't help but feel a little gratitude for him. Well, Lancer, prepare yourself. We're heading to the docks to prepare the trap. Lancer had finished by this time as well. As you wish, master. So saying, he assumed spirit form. Normally, he would have preferred to walk around and materialized, but both Kenth and Soliyui had pointed out that he would stick out like a sore thumb in a crowd, not to mention it was next to impossible to find modern clothing big enough to fit him. Soliyui looked at both of them. Be careful, she said to both of them. Kenth and Lancer, in spirit form, nodded, then exited the room. Elsewhere, Miya Hizo, assistant and lover of Amiya Kiritsugu, walked down the streets of Fuyuki City in silence, while carrying a brown suitcase in her right hand containing several guns, which Kiritsugu requested. Kiritsugu's wife, Irisveil von Einsburn, had arrived in Fuyuki City this morning along with Kiritsugu's servant Saber, whose real name was Arturia Pendragon. In other words, King Arthur, the holder of Excalibur, the once and future king of Britain, was a girl. Irisveil would pose as Saber's master while she, Miya, and Kiritsugu assassinated the other masters from the shadows. Admittedly, protecting the woman Kiritsugu truly loved with his heart and bore his child left a sour with a touch of bitterness taste in Miya's mouth. However, Kiritsugu was the man who saved her from the hell she had once called home, and the man she felt the closest thing to what people called love, even if he did not love her back. So, Miya was willing to ignore whatever personal feelings. Indeed, she had trained herself to block such emotions from interfering with her actions. She had and focused on the matter at hand. There shouldn't be a problem, she thought to herself as she continued to walk through the streets. Along the way, she passed by a long-haired man wearing a black suit and orange sunglasses. The man in question appeared to be window shopping, but when she passed him, she felt something, as if a cloud of dread had suddenly been cast over her. She involuntarily shivered as she passed and looked behind her. To her surprise, he wasn't there anymore. Going somewhere, madam? A voice asked. She quickly turned about and realized the man was standing in front of her. He gave her a smile. Forgive me if I startled you, but you seemed lost. Miya was silent, but her mind was racing. A voice inside of her head was telling to get away from this man, but she knew she couldn't just leave without answering. That would draw suspicion from him. I am well, thank you. I was just heading to my hotel. The man simply nodded. Miya noted she couldn't see his eyes behind the glasses. Ah, I see. Well, it's been nice speaking you, miss. She wondered whether she should answer, but decided that it would probably be better to. Hizo. Miya Hizo. And you are? The man smiled and briefly bowed his head. My name is Vlad Dornez. Good day to you, Miss Hizo. Miya simply nodded before heading off to the motel. The man named Vlad watched her go, and once she was out of sight, chuckled. Well, well, well. Looks like the masters are coming out of hiding. Avenger grinned. Something's gonna go down tonight. Better keep an eye out. Later that night, docks. Saber walked down the road that was in between two separate crate stacks with Irisveil behind her. They had sensed the presence of a hostile servant not long before, and Saber could tell this was an attempt by the servant to choose the battlefield. A wise move, Saber had to admit. At least they made sure it would be away from prying eyes. Saber then stopped in her tracks and motioned for Irisveal to do the same. I know you are here, servant. Saber said out loud to the otherwise empty docks. Cease hiding in the shadows like assassin and face me. There was silence. Then a mighty laugh rang out for them both to hear. Gururaraha. Well, I didn't think any servants would react so quickly to my challenge. So saying, a massive figure appeared ahead of them. Saber wasn't ashamed to say she had a double take when she got a good look at him. A giant. Then she got a good look at the massive bicento in his hands. So this is Lancer. Indeed, I am Lancer. He spoke as if reading her mind. Irisveal continued to gawk at him. And it would appear you two are the first to arrive. Prepare yourselves, for my master has ordered me to kill you. Saber simply smiled grimly. You can try, Lancer, however. At this, Saber's suit disappeared in a flash of light, being replaced with her blue battle dress and silver armor. You will find me not so easy to defeat, nor will I show any mercy to you. Saber readied her stance, gripping Excalibur, which was wrapped in her technique invisible air, keeping it from being seen by prying eyes. Lancer's response was to smile and laugh good-naturedly. Gururahaha. A fine speech, without a doubt. I'm glad my first opponent is you, Saber. He then readied his own weapon. The two stared at each other for a moment. Then, without any warning, they lunged. The Fourth Holy Grail War had begun in earnest. Elsewhere, alley near the docks. Master Kiri, Saber and Lancer have begun their fight. Berserker turned to Kiri. Should we join in? Kiri was silent. Berserker's soul perception was unbelievably useful, as it allowed her to sense where the other servants were and, if they were fighting, tell which servants were which. He shook his head. Not yet. We will wait a few moments to see if Archer shows up. If he does, do your best to take him out. If he doesn't, you both have my full permission to take them both out. Berserker and her weapon nodded. Soul smiled. Well, things are getting interesting. Elsewhere, Fuyuki Bridge. Ryder, what are we doing up here? Waver yelled as they stood on top of the bridge. Admittedly, it was an amazing view, but Waver was far too concerned with holding on for dear life to acknowledge that point. Simple. Two servants are battling even as we speak. We are here to observe the fight. Besides, isn't the view impressive? Yeah, whatever. Just get me down from here. Ryder turned to look at him. Huh. Don't worry, master. If you fall, I will catch you. Waver was just silent, hoping that those servants would hurry up and finish their fight, before he lost the fight with his stomach. Elsewhere, streets of Fuyuki. Castor quickly raced through the nearly empty streets to where he could sense the battle starting. After dropping the kid off yesterday at the police department, he had spent his time trying to find another master and keeping a low profile. Unfortunately, he had yet to find another master. He wasn't too concerned about prana, thanks to his scarf, but he knew it was only capable of giving him enough prana to stay manifested. If he went up against another servant like this, he would lose. Which was why he was currently heading to the battlefield, as he knew that if one of the battling servants died, he could potentially form a contract with the former master. Also, he was itching to watch a good fight, and maybe even join in. I just hope I can make it in time. I'm all fired up. Elsewhere, upon a building. Avenger smiled as he sensed the two servants fight each other. He knew even now the other servants were either watching from afar or preparing to join in the fray. It was about time to announce the presence of the 8th servant of the Holy Grail War. Such a beautiful night for a walk, Avenger mused as he looked up at the full moon. I'm dying to sink my teeth into something. Back at the docks, up on the dock crane. Assassin was silent as he watched the battle between Saber and Lancer. He had just finished using his Sharingan eye to see behind Saber's wind barrier, and he had to admit he was impressed. The sword of promised victory? Truly, a worthy contender has arrived. He already knew where Kenth was located, as well as Kiritsugu and his assistant. But his role here was to simply observe, and to prevent the other masters from taking each other out. That last part might not have been what he had been ordered to do, but he hadn't been given the order to not prevent them from killing each other. Well, let's get this party started. And that's the 3rd chapter. Sorry for anyone hoping that the action would truly start here. Berserker. What can the fans hope to see in the next chapter? Berserker. Well, all the servants will meet and maybe some fighting, but other than that, they'll have to wait and see. Castor. Also, X has to tell you that updates from here on out will probably be sporadic, due to school and personal things, but he assures you that he will be working on this in his free time. Yup. Thanks, the both of you. By the way, where's Archer and Avenger? Ryder. Well, holds up an answering machine. This. Avenger. Hello everybody. We're here on Epic Mealtime. I'm Sauce Boss and tonight we're eating this blonde little wannabe King OF Heroes bitch. Archer. Not tonight. Prepare to die, Twilight. Okay, here's Lancer's skill sheet. Servant. Lancer. Master. Kenth Archibald. Identity. Edward Newgate Whitebeard. Series. One Piece. Sex male. Strength. A+. Endurance. A++. Agility. C+. Mana. A+. Luck. C. Noble Phantasm. A++. Class skills. Magic resistance. Grants protection against magical effects. Differently from the resistance effect that merely rejects prana. This ability cancels the spells altogether. Important to note that the term verse seen below refers to a set of 3 lines. Thus, a chant of 2 verses is equivalent to a 6-line incantation. E. Cannot cancel spells, but magic damage is reduced somewhat. Personal skills. Battle continuation. The strength of vitality for predicaments. Also, the ability to withdraw from combat and reach allied territory alive after being defeated. A++. As Whitebeard survived multiple instantly fatal injuries during the Battle of Main Ford, his ability to survive attacks is beyond anything any other servants in existence can reach. At this level, he can weather a direct hit from an anti-army noble phantasm on the level of the Gordius Wheel's full power. Grants him the ability to survive the complete destruction of his heart or brain long enough to finish the battle. Charisma, the natural talent to command an army. Increases the ability of allies during group battles. It is said that a rank of B in this skill is sufficient to lead a nation as its king. A. Can be said to have achieved the greatest level of popularity as a human being. He achieved it as he was the leader of one of the largest pirate crews in the world, as well as one of the 4 emperors of the sea. Disengage, the ability to break away from combat. C. Bonus effect of returning battle conditions to what they were at the beginning of the match. Military tactics. Tactical knowledge used not for one-on-one combat situations, but for battles where many are mobilized. Bonus modifiers are provided during use of one's own anti-army noble phantasm or when dealing against an enemy anti-army noble phantasm. B. Whitebeard was long considered a skilled military strategist, able to rival the finest tacticians of the Marines. Instinct, the power to feel the most favorable developments for oneself during battle. A. Refined sixth sense is now close to true precognition. Bonus effect of reducing by half the penalties caused by obstructed vision and hearing. Stems from his usage of Kinbunshika Haki, which allowed him to predict attacks in life. Noble Phantasm. Gura Gura no Mi, Quake Fruit A+++. Anti-World Whitebeard's most powerful ability. It grants him the ability to create powerful shock waves by shattering the air like glass. These shock waves then can be redirected into the ground, resulting in earthquakes and, if under the seafloor, tsunamis. He can also create such quakes even in the air, rendering airborne attacks ineffective. He can also use these shock waves to attack enemies, widespread or specific targets. It also allows him to create a quake bubble around his hand or by sento to increase the power of an attack and manipulate the air with his hands to tilt the environment around him. Capable of being used in conjunction with his weapon for more variants. He can control the power and range of the attacks, making it a very versatile weapon. Also capable of blocking physical and many magical attacks. Chapter 4. 8 Servants, Gather. Author note. Hello everybody, this is X the Reaper. Today, I'm bringing you the next installment to Fate, Zero Sanity. Finally, the first true battle of the Fourth Holy Grail War begins. Sorry for the long delay. I was originally going to update this sooner, but I decided to have this chapter baited by a reviewer, EVA Saijin. Unfortunately, he had things to do, so it was delayed a little bit. Thankfully, I heard back from him, so I have changed some things, particularly Archer's interactions, as well as Lancer and Saber's. Also, to address a point that was brought up in some reviews about Whitebeard's noble phantasms. Why isn't Haki or his bond with his Nakama listed as some of his noble phantasms? First, Whitebeard has access to all 3 types of Haki, Kinbunshiku, Busashoku, and Haoshiku. The first is already covered by his instinct skill, the second is covered by his massive level of endurance and strength, and the third, since its best effectiveness is overpowering the wills of others, it's not very effective here, since every servant summoned has a very strong will. Second, his bond to his Nakama would likely manifest itself as something akin to Ryder's noble phantasm. I don't feel like blatantly using a ripoff of another servant's noble phantasm if said servant is already appearing in the story. It just wouldn't feel unique. Besides, Whitebeard's already pretty strong without such things anyway. If he had them, he would be broken, even by some of the other servants' standards. Yes, that includes Toby and Alucard. Now, Whitebeard, since this header was all about you, read the disclaimer. Lancer, disclaimer, Fate/Stay Night, and all series mentioned in this story are all owned by their respective owners. Also, thanks to the infamous man for providing the idea for the FIC, and to Sentinel07 for being the one to inspire X to write the FIC in the first place. Also, thanks to EVA Saijin for agreeing to be the first beta reader. Let the awesomeness begin. Nighttime, Fuyuki docks. The 2 servants stared at each other, neither of the 2 moving a muscle. Irisveal did not even attempt to breath as the 2 legendary heroes stared each other down. She was still staring at Lancer, already able to tell he was not one to be underestimated. She wondered just what someone like him was able to do to be able to be placed on the throne of heroes. Still, though his grab is that of some sort of pirate or some high-ranking naval officer, I don't remember ever hearing about such a massive man even existing. Irisveal then took a step back, the crunching gravel under her feet sounding like gunshots in the sheer quiet. Apparently, that was the signal that both of them were waiting for, as they immediately raced towards each other like hungry wolves. Saber's blade clashed with Lancer's Bicinto, both pushing at each other to gain the edge. While Lancer had the obvious advantage in strength, Saber had made sure to get in as close as she could and catch Lancer's weapon while it was at an awkward angle, gaining the advantage in leverage. Even so, she had to push with all her strength to keep him off balance. "Not bad, brat," Lancer remarked, making Saber's eyes narrow. "I haven't even started fighting at full strength, and you're still holding your own." But he suddenly stopped resisting, and Saber, still pushing forward, moved closer. Before she could recover from that mistake, Lancer cocked back his arm and punched her in the chest. Even with the armor, the blow sent her flying backward. "Don't get cocky. A girl like you shouldn't forget about surprise moves." Saber recovered quickly and looked down at her armor. It was dented where it had been struck by Lancer's blow. She realized just what kind of strength someone would have to dent it this badly. "Well, I'm surprised. From that level of strength, I would have sworn you were of the Berserker class." She stared at Lancer with a new level of respect. Lancer simply grinned. "True, but madness doesn't suit me." Lancer took the initiative this time, rushing forward with his Bicinto held low. Saber quickly blocked it, and Lancer rushed forward with his fist. This time, though, Saber was ready for it. She used Prana Burst for a quick burst of speed, rushing under the blow and striking Lancer with her sword in the side. Lancer grunted and moved back, while Saber took advantage of the lost ground, moving in to keep him off-balanced. She quickly struck twice more, once in the leg and once in the arm. The leg blow was a simple nick, but the arm took slightly more damage. She swung for a third, but Lancer intercepted it with his weapon, breaking Saber's good luck streak. He responded another punch, which, while she did block with her sword, was still enough to send her backwards. Lancer swung his lance back up, aiming to take her through the head with the next hit. Saber only avoided it by tilting her head to the left, but Lancer didn't let that stop him. Now, he brought the Bicinto back and thrust forward even faster, this time taking some of Saber's hair off. He quickly let off even more thrusts and jabs with his weapon, each faster than the last. Saber dodged what she could and deflected the rest with her invisible sword, each deflection being hard due to the strength behind them. Still, while some blows did make it past her guard, all the damage they did was simply to cut her dress and small slashes on her skin. Quickly, Saber timed the intervals between the strikes and struck, managing to deflect the next blow and Bicinto itself. She managed to slash him across the chest again, but it was a shallow and small cut. Lancer once again took up the offensive with vigor, forcing Saber to take several steps back, but also to the side, so Irisveal wouldn't be involved. Lancer swung again, this time with much more strength, and Saber ducked the blow. The blow in question struck the crates behind her, creating wide gashes in all of them and toppling the majority. The contents spilled out to cover both combatants, but it appeared to be harmless flour, as it was white stuff that clouded both of the servants' vision. The two quickly moved back in order to get a clear view of each other, and once they locked eyes again, they went right back to it. The air was once again filled with the sound of clanging metal. Elsewhere, Kiritsugu Amiya spied on the fight with his assistant, Mia, from the shadows of the dockyard. Apparently, despite his advanced age, Lancer was able to match Saber in strength and then some. While Saber did have the advantage in speed, it was apparent that Lancer was able to take what blows he did receive from Saber and keep fighting without much difference. Kiritsugu could also tell that Lancer was an experienced fighter, as he seemed to be able to predict Saber's moments. Lancer's attire also suggested he was from some point during the ages of piracy, but like his wife, Kiritsugu couldn't remember ever reading anything about a pirate, or even a human, as big as this man. What worried him was the fact that Lancer's Bicinto seemed to be his noble phantasm, which could cause problems if he decided to use it. And those were just Kiritsugu's concerns about Lancer alone. His master was an entirely different matter altogether. "Someone's put up a barrier," Kiritsugu stated to Mia, who looked at him expectantly. "Probably the master of the servant. From up there, we can survey the entire battlefield," Mia told Kiritsugu while inclining her head towards the crane. "Indeed, it would be the best vantage point," Kiritsugu responded while looking at the crane. "However, from what we can gather from Archer's noble phantasm, should he arrive here, that would be the first area he would go to." True, another one of his concerns was Tosaka's servant, Archer. While he had only seen him in action briefly, the speed at which he killed Assassin with that torrent of weaponry was not to be taken lightly. It might not be the most original or flashy style, Kiritsugu had to admit, but it was without a doubt effective. "You think he'll arrive here?" Mia asked him. Kiritsugu simply smiled grimly. "I highly doubt Saber was the only one to receive Lancer's challenge. Plus, from what we saw, Archer doesn't seem like the type of servant who would let such an opportunity go to crush another." Kiritsugu returned his gaze to the battlefield. "Mia, approach from the eastern wharf. I'll take the west, so we'll be able to observe both the battle and the crane at the same time." Mia nodded before taking off to get into position. Kiritsugu then smirked as the sounds of the battle rang through the air and said to himself, "Show me what you can do, my adorable king of knights." Nearby, Avenger smiled to himself as he watched Saber's true master went off to perform his plan. He had to admit that he was impressed. The man was a master of striking from the shadows, and he was taking advantage of the fact that masters usually hid behind their servants to bring the fight to them personally. In fact, Avenger was willing to bet that if he himself wasn't currently trying to hide his presence, the legendary Magus killer would have known he was there from a mile away. He decided to not interfere. After all, if Lancer's master wasn't even capable of defending himself from a surprise attack, he simply didn't have what it takes to survive a Grail War. He did hope that Lancer would find a new master if that happened, though. It would be a shame if one of the 7 capable of being able to kill him died this early in the war. So, he wondered as he turned his attention back to the battle. How will this play out? Back to the fight. Saber jumped back from Lancer's newest attack, quickly countering with a blow of her own. Once again, she managed to strike his body, creating another shallow gash. Both once again jumped back from each other, simply staring at each other's wounds. Saber had received multiple small cuts along her body, as well as another dent to her armor, but nothing too serious. Lancer had received more grievous injuries in comparison. Multiple small cuts along his legs and chest, 2 longer cuts along his arms, and 1 shallow but still long slash across his chest. However, he still stood as tall and strong as when they had begun. Impressive. You are truly worthy of your class, Lancer. Saber remarked with respect. Likewise to you, Saber. Despite your youth, you're among some of the finest sword fighters I've ever seen. Lancer grinned. Dracul Mihawk would have been proud to face you in combat. Saber looked at him confused. He elaborated. The greatest swordsman of my time. He would have been impressed by your skills. But that's neither here nor there. Lancer's face became serious. It's time to stop playing, however. Prepare yourself, girl. Let me show you my noble phantasm. Lancer lifted his bicento as Saber and Irisveal watched. Suddenly, the blade seemed to be surrounded by some sort of bubble. Saber prepared herself as Lancer swung the bicento forward with a mighty bellow. Ha-ah-ya. Suddenly, a massive shockwave was released from the blade, hurtling forward at high speeds. Saber's eyes widened with shock at the sight, and only just avoided taking full brunt of the attack by using Prana Burst to move out of the way. Even so, she still took the edge of the blast wave and was sent flying several meters into some shipping crates. The shockwave continued onward before smashing into some more crates, completely destroying them. Saber! Irisveal yelled. Saber slowly got back up, holding her side with one hand. The shockwave had damaged the armor, warping it, and had felt like being hit with a hammer. She had a feeling that if she had taken the blow head-on, it would have completely crushed her armor and probably would have broken something important. Lancer looked at her with respect. Not bad, girl. My noble phantasm, Gura no Mi, is very hard to dodge when swung like that. Still, it's obvious you won't be able to stand many more blows like that. Saber once again assumed a fighting stance. Unbelievable, that attack was powerful. Lancer will prove to be even more of a challenge than I thought. I might even be forced to use Excalibur to win this. Fuyuki Bridge. Ryder hummed out as he stroked his beard, his eyes narrowing as he looked to the harbor. It seems that Lancer has gotten the upper hand against Saber. If things go on like this, she might very well lose his fight. What? Waver asked, tears coming out of his eyes as he held onto the bridge's steel frame as if his life depended on it. Which it kind of did. Saber is currently losing her battle with Lancer. Unless someone interferes, she will lose. Ryder replied. What's so bad about that? Waver stammered out as he looked at his servant. I mean, it'd be one less servant to deal with. Fool, Ryder roared, making Waver gasp in fright. I wish to wait until the other masters and servants arrived, but with things going as they are, Saber will surely die. Such a thing cannot happen. It would be much simpler to gather them together and finish them all at once, but this might prevent it from happening. Are you insane? Waver stuttered out in fright, only for the king of conquerors to ignore him and lift his blade into the air. Victory without ruin. Domination without disgrace. That is true conquest. Ryder proclaimed as electricity crackled along the blade as he sliced through the very air, once again summoning the Gordius wheel, Waver crying out in terror as he held onto the frame for dear life. The time for observation is over. We shall participate in this battle, boy. Why, you're crazy, Waver shouted back, clutching to the steel beam even harder than before. I can leave you here, if that is what you wish. Ryder spoke, making Waver's eyes widen in fright. Why, you idiot? Get me down. Damn you, I'll go. Back with Kiritsugu. Kiritsugu peered out of his scope to the 2 servants. Lancer's recently revealed ability were truly troubling. He had to find Lancer's master as soon as possible, if only to get rid of one of, if not the biggest threat in the war. He then turned his attention to his wife, who was standing where she was originally. She is still safe. Good. Kiritsugu allowed himself to think with a mental sigh of relief before looking back at the servants battling. It appears that Lancer was turning up on his offensive, while Saber struggled with her defense. She could not even land a single blow, as each was blocked by that strange shockwave. Apparently, that Gura no Mi could also be used for defense. He then looked around, and saw a figure standing on top of the warehouse. It seemed that Lancer's master in the area after all. Perfect, Kiritsugu thought while aiming for the master's head, only to stop as he saw something large and shiny wobble near the master. Most likely a defensive spell, which meant his attack would most likely be ineffective, and it was too far for him to use the origin shot effectively. Damn. He then began to scan the field again and noticed something out of the corner of his eye on the crane. He focused on the figure on top, making him look through his scope. He had expected to see Archer there, but his eyes widened when he saw the cloaked figure. Assassin? Indeed, the cloaked, masked servant was watching the battle as well, simply sitting on top of the crane with his arms crossed. Mia, on the crane. Do you see Assassin as well? Kiritsugu asked, hoping he was not just seeing things. I do, but Assassin should be dead. Why is he here? Mia responded through the radio after a moment, making Kiritsugu click his tongue in annoyance. I knew something was wrong, Kiritsugu told to Mia before turning his attention back to the fight. Keep watch over Assassin, I'll take care of Lancer's master. Suddenly, a knife flew out of nowhere and struck Kiritsugu's rifle, knocking it out of his hands. He quickly took out his spare, focusing on Assassin through the scope. Assassin was still in the same place as before, but he had uncrossed his arms and was shaking his pointer finger in a no-no gesture straight at him. Assassin knew they were here. Shit. Assassin hadn't killed either him or Mia, and he doubted that Lancer's master had escaped his notice either, which meant he wanted them all to live and watch this fight. Well, I guess I should just sit back and watch. Looks like he would just have to ride it out. Back to the fight. Saber clenched Excalibur tightly. She was on the losing end of this battle, and she couldn't find an opening. Lancer was using those shockwaves to serve as offensive attacks launched from his Bicento, and even when she made it past them, he would use them as improvised shields to deflect her attacks. She knew that if this continued, she would lose this fight. The only option at this point was to unsheath Excalibur and release her ultimate attack. It wouldn't be wise to use it so early, but she could find no other choice. Lancer prepared to release another shockwave, and she prepared to unsheath her greatest attack. At least, that's what would have happened had a chariot drawn by 2 oxen being ridden by a red-haired man bellowing a massive war cry hadn't crashed into the ground in between them, knocking them both back and kicking up a massive amount of dust. Lancer, Saber, and Irisfield coughed to get the dust out of their eyes, and when they opened them, they beheld the Ryder. The red-haired man in question looked at both servants. Both of you, sheath your weapons, he declared, spreading his arms wide beneath his fur-lined coat. For you are standing in the presence of a king. The 3 simply stared at the man in shock as he shouted. Just who is this guy? My name is Iskandar, the king of conquerors. In this battle for the Holy Grail, I am participating under the Ryder class of servant. Well, that question was answered. Assassin chuckled. Well, looks like we have a real man among us today. Kiritsugu, Mia, and Kenth, hidden, simply blinked out of shock. Avenger grinned. Well, that's a name that carries weight behind it. Finally, a young man looked out from inside the chariot, quickly looking at the assembled people. He grabbed Ryder by the cloak. You idiot. What were you thinking, dropping right into the middle of a death match? Fate has brought us all together to fight for the Grail. Ryder continued, not even paying attention to his master's protests for him to stop. But first, I would like to ask you both something. The man spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the 2 servants. How about relinquishing the Grail to me and joining my army? If you forfeit your claims to the Grail, I would regard you as friends and share with you the joys of conquering the world. For their parts, the 2 servants continued to stare at Ryder before finally recovering enough to speak. Gururaha. An impressive speech and offer, Ryder. However, I will have to decline. My master would not allow it. And besides, I am Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors of the seas. I could never willingly bow my head to the service of a fellow ruler. Honestly, Ryder, did you interrupt our match solely for the purpose of declaring that ridiculous speech? Besides, I myself am a king, Saber declared, looking at Ryder with defiance in her eyes. A king responsible for the well-being of the Kingdom of Britain. No matter how great a king you are, I cannot lower myself to the rank of a subject. The King of Britain, you say? Ryder asked as his eyes widened in both surprise and recognition. What a surprise. I didn't expect the King of Knights to be a little girl. Saber narrowed her eyes. She had been getting enough of that from Lancer. She didn't need another one. Then perhaps you'd like to test this little girl in battle? She asked with steel in her voice. Suddenly, a new voice echoed out. So, Waver Velvet, you were the one who stole my catalyst. Waver's eyes widened and he muttered, in no way. It can't be him. Kenth's sneer seemed to be audible as his voice echoed out. I wonder what madness possessed you to steal my relic. I never imagined that you of all people planned to enter the Holy Grail War, Waver Velvet. Saber's eyes narrowed at the voice of what she assumed was Lancer's master. She looked towards Lancer, whose eyes were filled with both anger and disappointment, but not for Waver. Waver's eyes widened even more and his hands actually began to grip Ryder's cape, who was strangely silent. How would you like to privately school you? Waver then broke out into cold sweat, while Kenth continued. The lesson will be how mages really kill one another. I will teach you all the pain and fear involved. Enough, Ryder shouted, silencing Kenth. Voice, I take it you were the one who would have originally been my master? Well, it appears I will have to thank the boy for stealing my catalyst. Waver stared at Ryder with surprise as he continued. Only one who is brave enough to join me on the field of battle, without any regard for his own life. Only someone like that is worthy of being my master. It appears perhaps it was better that you stole the first catalyst after all, Waver. Kenth remarked. No matter. Lancer, prepare to eliminate both of them. Lancer was silent, then sighed. So be it, after I have heard all that needs to be said. Looks like negotiations have failed. Ryder sighed out loud before looking around briefly and asking. Unless you have something to say, my fellow servants? What? Saber looked at him in confusion. Ryder grinned at both of them. Saber, Lancer, your duel was excellent and worth watching. I have little doubt that the other servants are watching even as we speak. He then thrust his arms into the air. Now, heroic spirits, gather here at once. And to those too paralyzed by fear to show your faces, know that Iskandar, king of conquerors, holds you in utter contempt. Nearby, Castor listened to Ryder's challenge, mentally decided whether he should answer. He had been watching the admittedly awesome fight between Saber and Lancer before Ryder had arrived, and he didn't know if he wanted to show himself. Logic dictated that since he didn't have a master, he shouldn't go charging right into battle against 3 servants, 2 of which he knew could kill him like this. He grinned, but when had he ever listened to logic? Well, you asked for it. Fire Dragon, Iron Fist. He came flying out from his hiding spot, his fist wrapped in flames. The pink-haired teen swung his fist straight at Ryder, only for Lancer to use his shockwaves to form a barrier. The fist crashed into it, sending the user flying backwards. However, he recovered midair and landed on his feet. The teen looked at the 3 servants and smiled. Well, you called and I answered. I'm the caster of this Holy Grail War. Assassin, still up on his crane, smiled grimly. Well, this certainly brings back memories about a certain knuckle-headed ninja. Saber stared at Castor in shock. This is Castor. She never would have expected a caster to willing jump into a fight with his bare fists. Their stats weren't suited for physical combat. Ryder smiled. Well, do you wish to join me then, Castor? I could use a warrior filled with such enthusiasm. Castor smiled back. This guy reminds me of Elfman. He mused to himself before speaking out loud. Sorry, but that's not for me. I think I'll settle for beating all of you to the ground, though. Who will defeat who now? A proud and haughty voice rang out. All the servants turned their attention to down the docks. There, standing upon a streetlight, was the golden armored form of Archer. First I hear that a mongrel has claimed he will take the grail for himself, and now another mongrel has claimed he will defeat all the other servants alone. Now that is truly an amusing tale. So you are Archer? Lancer asked. I admit, I was surprised that you were able to defeat assassins so easily. Tell me, if you alone were able to defeat a single servant so easily, is it truly so hard to believe that another among us will defeat all the others? The Golden Warrior scowled slightly at that. Are you implying that your abilities surpass mine? Me, the one true king. Well, if you truly think so highly of yourself, then why not give your name? Surely, if you are a king, then there is no harm to give it to your fellow kings who wish to know. Ryder responded while looking at him. 2 portals of golden light appeared behind Archer, and from them the servants could make out a sword and spear. You dare claim that you are on the same level as me, mongrel? Archer replied, his voice gaining an edge to it. Perhaps I should show you all harsh reality. He aimed the 2 weapons directly at the servants, who braced themselves for the fired projectiles. Alas, it was not to be. Elsewhere at the exact same time, Kiri finally gave the order. Kill him. Back with the servants. Suddenly, a figure appeared right behind Archer and swung her weapon. Quickly, Archer responded with grabbing the sword from its portal and blocking the attack. Realizing that she had been caught, the figure quickly jumped back, while Archer fired the spear still in its portal. The golden weapon flew forward and struck the servant, creating an explosion. The other servants watched with surprised eyes as the girl appeared, still whole and hale, and the spear was knocked to the side. Her weapon, which they now could see was a scythe, was completely unscathed. Is that Berserker? Castor asked in surprise. For someone who should have lost all sanity and reason, she's rather nimble. Ryder mused. People so young were summoned as Castor and Berserker. Irisveal thought to herself as he continued to watch the fight. She was surprised that both of them appeared only to be in their teens. Then again, I guess they were summoned for a reason. Berserker then turned her head to look at all of them and spoke the words, Yup, I'm the Berserker of this war. Nice to meet all of you. Saber was, for not the first time that night, shocked. She still retains her sanity? That shouldn't be possible. You little mongrel. You dare strike at me? Archer roared as more golden portals appeared behind him. I'll show you what happens to those who would strike the king. Once again, he fired weapons from his portals, a total of 24 heading straight for her. Berserker raced to the side, dodging and deflecting as she went. She quickly tilted her head to the right to avoid an axe, then used her scythe to deflect 2 more spears. She continued this strategy while moving closer to Archer, who continued to fire weapons from the portals. The servants were silent as they observed the scene, all of them impressed with her obvious skills. Ryder smiled. I'll have to make sure to make the offer to her as well. Lancer looked at him. I take it you'll invite Archer to join you in your conquest as well. Ryder looked back. Maybe not. He doesn't seem like the type to sit down and have an honest discussion. Finally, Archer reached into the gate and grabbed one of the swords. Dainsleif, the demonic sword from the Nibelungen, which is said to possess a curse that requires it to always kill a man once drawn and does not allow it to return to its sheath until such is accomplished. He then aimed the sword directly at Berserker and fired it. Berserker saw the sword coming too late. She only just avoided taking a grievous injury by twisting her body to the right. Even so, the sword still struck her in the side, drawing blood. She quickly ducked behind some crates. Archer smiled and prepared to fire another dozen weapons directly at her hiding spot. Meanwhile, Berserker gripped her scythe tightly and concentrated, yelling out a word, which sounded to all who heard like two people at once speaking. Soul resonance. Her body seemed to be surrounded by a blue aura, and her scythe's blade became a crescent moon shape. Archer immediately fired his weapons directly at her. She swung the glowing blade directly at the storm of weapons coming at her, calling out the attack's name. Witch Hunter. A blast of energy flew straight out of the scythe and struck the weapons. They were scattered like leaves before a storm, the blast continuing onward toward Archer. However, he quickly jumped over the wave of energy, letting it strike the lamp post. He landed on the ground, and he began to shake in anger. You little pest. You dare to force me to tread on the ground. I who belong in the heavens. He roared as he summoned even more portals, the air behind him literally filled with weaponry. For this insult, I will make sure there is nothing left of your corpse. Berserker simply stared at the massive wall of weaponry, then turned to look at the other servants. Feel free to step in and help the person who saved you from being attacked. She yelled at them. All right then, I'll help. That was such an entertaining show. It would be a shame if it ended that quick. A new voice rang out. Everyone, even Archer, stopped and looked around for the source. Who? Archer began, before a gunshot rang out, deflecting off his armor. He turned in the direction of the shot, seeing a figure clad in red standing on some crates. Well, since you asked nicely, I'll tell you. The figure grinned, showing off teeth that did not belong on any normal human being. I am the 8th servant of the Holy Grail War. I am Avenger, though to my friends I'm known as, to quote something I once read, the fuck-mothering vampire, Alucard. He then bowed his head. Assassins simply stared in shock. An 8th servant? That shouldn't be possible. That fact was shared by every servant and master who heard Avenger. Now that introductions are out of the picture, Avenger put on his patented rape face. I can beat the crud out of you now. Don't you dare mock me, mongrel. Archer yelled as he aimed his gate of Babylon at Avenger. Regardless if your class shouldn't exist, I will destroy you. Archer fired the gate at Avenger, who quickly dodged and responded with gunfire from his twin pistols. Archer's armor easily shrugged them off, and he continued to fire at him. Finally, a lucky shot took Avenger through the leg, slowing him down. Archer's weapons struck the crippled servant, completely burying him under a rain of weaponry. When the dust cleared and Archer stopped firing, Avenger's tattered and eviscerated body was clear for all to see. Huh. Such is the fate of those who would defy the king. Now then, Archer turned back towards Berserker, who had once again gripped her still glowing scythe tightly and stared at him. Now that fool is out of the way, I believe I will finish. Suddenly, a strange sound came to Archer's ears. He turned back to where Avenger laid. The sound was laughter, and it was coming from Avenger's throat. Ha 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 ha. Did you honestly think that something that pathetic? Avenger spoke as he, against all logic, stood back up. Could kill me. Suddenly, all the servants realized that the holes in his body were healing up. Torn limbs and organs appeared completely good as new. He looked for all the world like he hadn't just been completely torn to pieces and just got up from a nap. You'll have to do better than that. Waver gasped in equal parts shock and horror. How the hell did he survive that? He thought. Granted, it was justified here. Archer stared at Avenger in shock. However, he quickly recovered. You dare mock me, fool? I will ensure that there is nothing left of you when I am done. Once again, the golden gates appeared behind him. I will. By the power of my command seal. Quell your anger and withdraw, King of Heroes. Archer stopped and looked upwards in anger. You dare order a king to withdraw? How arrogant of you, Tokiomi. So saying, he dispersed his portals. Mongrel. He turned to stare at Avenger. I will make sure you are dead by our next meeting. As for the rest of you, he turned to face the other servants. Make sure to quell your numbers by our next meeting. Only a true hero is worthy to look upon me. Once again, having said his piece, Archer dissolved into golden dust, disappearing from sight. All the remaining servants were silent until Ryder broke it. So then, Berserker, Avenger, what say you to my offer of joining my world conquest? The former smiled. That's a very tempting offer, but I have to decline. My master and I both need the Grail to save something important to us. I can't just give it up. The later simply chuckled. That was a very inspirational speech, Ryder, but no thanks. Getting what I want would be problematic if I sided with you. Ryder sighed. Truly, the negotiations have failed. A pity. Lancer. A voice called out. Everyone stopped what they were doing. It's time to withdraw. Let's go. Lancer sighed. As you wish, master. He turned to the others. This was truly a night to remember. I hope to face all of you in combat soon. Ryder. He looked at the servant in question. I hope in particular to have a drink with you sometime. Saying his piece, the servant faded away. Avenger spoke up. Well, this was an interesting night. But I've got things to do, so if you will excuse me. Avenger took off, leaving the remainder of the servants behind. Ryder sighed again. Well, too bad, I suppose. It appears my master and I must take our leave as well. Unless, boy, you have something to say? He turned to Waver, who was still trying to process everything that had happened. I really wish he man up a little. Ryder grumbled, before turning his attention to Saber, Caster, and Berserker. May we meet again on the field of battle, my fellow heroic spirits. And with that, Iskandar, king of conquerors, rode off in his chariot. Caster looked at the two who were left. I gotta say, you're both good, standing up to those guys like that. I can't wait to fight you both seriously. Berserker smiled. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it too. Saber looked at both of them, a smile growing as well. True, they were supposed to be enemies, but she couldn't help but feel like smiling. Likewise. Caster took off, yelling behind him. Don't think I'll go easy on either of you. Berserker prepared to leave as well, looking back at Saber. Who knows? We might join forces before this is over. Saber nodded her head. Yes, it would be an honor to both face you in battle and fight alongside you. Berserker raced off back to her master. Saber watched her go, smiling. Upon the crane, Assassin watched as Saber left the docks, mulling over the recent events. The eighth servant, Avenger, was a surprise, but nothing that could be overcome by his calculations. The only question now, Assassin mused to himself as began to teleport away, is whether or not Kiri will be able to do what I know he is capable of. The opening battle of the Fourth Holy Grail War was over. Now, the true game could begin. Well, that was a doozy. I hope that satisfied the viewer's expectations, and forgive me if it looked a little too familiar to how it happened in the original. Caster. Man, I didn't even get a lot of screen time. Don't worry, you will in the next chapter. Plus, you get your master. Caster who? Wait and see. Now then, here's Assassin's skill sheet. Servant, Assassin. Master, Kiri Kodo Mine. Identity, Obito Tobi Uchiha. Series, Naruto. Sex, male. Strength, C+. Endurance, B. Agility, A. Mana, B+. Luck, C+. Noble Phantasm, A. Class skills. Presence concealment. The capacity to hide one's presence as a servant. It is a common skill to the assassin class. A+. It is possible to disappear completely and become almost impossible to be detected. However, efficiency will decrease once preparations to attack are taken. Independent action. The ability to remain independent even when rejecting the prana supply from the master. At the higher ranks, it is also possible to remain for extended periods of time in this world without an established contract. It is both useful and troublesome depending on the disposition of the servant and the rank of independent action. Acting in autonomy from the master's prana supply, the master can concentrate their own prana on large spells, or the servant will be fine even in the case they cannot supply prana due to injury. The downside is that they can be harder to control and keep by their side, making the only true way to command them by utilizing command spells. B. Capable of remaining in this world for 2 days without an established contract. Also capable of living on for a short period of time after suffering extensive damage on his spiritual core. Personal skills. Clairvoyance. Connotes superior visual perception and dynamic occipital capture, such as to supplement the long-range aiming of projectile weapons. At higher ranks, it is possible that the bearers of this skill have acquired such abilities as precognition, future vision, and other forms of perception beyond standard eyesight, X-ray vision, and so forth. C. Capable of keeping track of fast-moving objects within a range of 4 kilometers. As Assassin needs to be able to react in order to activate Kimui, he has developed his ability to perceive objects and attacks. Stems from his mystic eyes. Eye of the mind, false. An innate talent to sense and avoid danger based on intuition, that can also be called the sixth sense or prescience, gained through many ordeals and adventures. As a natural talent to avoid danger, it greatly differs from Eye of the Mind, true, which is danger avoidance that originates from predictions augmented by experience. B. Calm analysis of battle conditions, by which competent grasp of the status of the self and the opponent are obtainable even in the midst of danger. Utilization of such to deduce the appropriate course of action that permits escape from a lethal predicament. Stems from his usage of his mystic eyes. Mystic eyes, the possession of mystic eyes that are capable of interfering with the outside world. In Assassin's case, he has 2 such eyes, each with its own ability. He can only activate the abilities of one at a time, however. Mangekyo Sharingan. Rank A. An ancient Dojutsu from Assassin's Clan. Resides in his right eye. Can only be unlocked by going through extreme emotional pain. Some examples being murdering a best friend or family member. Can fool victims into seeing lifelike illusions through direct eye contact. Should victims not look into eyes, they will not be affected at unless they are already trapped. Can also be used to see through barriers. Required to use the noble phantasm Kamui. Rinnegan. Rank A+. An ancient Dojutsu from Assassin's Clan. Can only be unlocked upon attainment of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Assassin stole it from the previous holder of the eye and placed it in his own left socket. Capable of being used to master the basic elemental magics of fire, water, wind, earth, and lightning, as well as see through barriers. Required to use the noble phantasm 6 paths technique. Projectile daggers. The expertise for throwing projectile weapons. In this case, daggers. B. Thrown projectile weapons are now comparable to bullets. Self-modification. The aptitude to merge one's own flesh with body parts of others. The higher the ranking in this skill, the further away one is from being a proper hero. A. Capable of repairing his body by replacing it with a strange plant matter. Such a substance makes up the entirety of Assassin's right side. Also capable replacing parts of other people with said substance. Surgical procedure. The capability of surgical repair with use of a bloodstained scalpel, applicable to the servant or their master. B. Able to perform extremely complicated surgeries without much difficulty. Noble phantasm. Kamui. EX. Grants assassin the abilities of intangibility and teleportation. When activated, any part of his body that overlaps with a solid object is seamlessly warped to another dimension, making it appear as though he is phasing through them. Using this ability, he can dodge most attacks, and by overlapping his entire body into large objects, he can not only conceal himself from view, but erase all traces of his prana. He can also draw in any object he desires into the alternate dimension, but he must have some form of physical contact with it. He can use this for teleportation, but it takes longer to absorb himself than another object. He cannot use both powers concurrently. In order to teleport or release stored objects from the alternate dimension, he must remain tangible, and he cannot maintain intangibility for longer than 5 minutes. Finally, sections of his body residing in the other dimension can still interact normally with other objects that are also contained within said dimension, meaning they can be damaged by such items. 6 Paths Technique. EX. Anti-Army to Anti-Fortress. The name of the actually 7 abilities granted to one who holds the Rinnegan. While they can be used concurrently with each other, the more powers that are used at once, the more strain they put on the user's prana supply. The Deva Path allows one to manipulate both attractive and repulsive forces of gravity. Impossible to use in conjecture with the other powers. The Azura Path grants the user mechanized limbs, weaponry, and armor. The Human Path gives the ability to remove a soul and so read a person's mind. Ineffective against servants. The Animal Path lets the user summon a wide variety of creatures. The Preta Path can absorb all forms of prana, including most magical attacks. However, a sufficiently powerful overload of prana could cripple the user, leaving them vulnerable. The Naraka Path, through which one can summon and control the King of Hell, required in order to use the Outer Path's full power. The Outer Path grants the user rule over both life and death. If the user so desired, it can even be used to bring the dead back to full life. However, the usage of said technique would kill the user. Also gives the user the ability to create black rods that channel the servant's prana. Stabbing a servant with these rods would give the user limited control of the victim's movements. Izanagi. EX. When activated, the caster removes the boundaries between reality and illusion within their personal space. To a degree, this allows the user to control their own state of existence, but it is normally only active for the briefest of moments. While the user remains physically real while fighting, this technique is capable of turning any occurrence, including injuries and even death inflicted upon themselves while the technique is active, into mere illusions. Whenever the user receives a fatal injury, he or she automatically fades away as though they were an illusion all along, and then returns back to reality, physically real and unscathed. Requires the sacrifice of one of the user's Sharingan eyes to perform. Impossible to use with the Rinnegan. Chapter 5. Preparations and Reflections. Tosaka Manner. Tokiomi Tosaka was not what some would call an expressive man, which was not true. He was simply much better at hiding his emotions than most. Even while on the inside, he could be panicking out of his mind. On the outside, all the world would be able to see was his calm and collected demeanor. His student, Kiri, was one of the few who could best him in that regard. Which is why, as he looked at his servant, while he looked rather calm and respectful on the outside, on the inside, he was worried and confused. Archer, he began slowly. Why on earth was there an 8th servant at the battlefield? Said subject was the root of his concern. I do not know. The Grail has decided to add an extra class and master to this battle, perhaps? Archer responded with his arms crossed. That can't be it. Reay contacted me and told me while there are indeed 8 servants, there are only 7, scratch that, 6 masters. Casters is apparently dead, and now it is likely he is searching for a new one. Yet Avenger has made no such effort? None at all. Which was the cause for Tokiomi's concern. A servant should have a contract with a master to maintain their physical presence in this world. A master supplied the servant with prana in order to exist. While it was true servants could survive for limited periods of time without a master, some even having skills or noble phantasms to allow such things, it was impossible for even the highest level independent action skill to allow a servant to survive more than a week without a master. Even then, it was almost impossible for a servant to fight effectively without a master or some outside source to provide prana. The fact that Avenger had done no such thing and looked downright eager to fight the others put him easily on the top of the threat list. Speaking of which, Tokiomi. Archer's voice took Tokiomi's mind off such things. Why did you interfere with my efforts to destroy those 2 mongrels? Archer's voice had gained a bit of an edge. Ah yes. Tokiomi thought to himself. Berserker worried him. Despite the fact she should have lost all of her sanity, her movements and words had not been the acting of a mindless warrior. That move she performed near the end with her scythe worried him in particular. Not only had it been powerful enough to deflect over a dozen of Gilgamesh's weapons, all roughly C to B rank, but Tokiomi could tell it that it had only been a taste of its full power. He would have to watch out for her master. As for Avenger, simply the sight of him getting back up and regenerating from those wounds had been bad enough, but his mocking laughter was even worse. As if the attack had at best only amused him. Even more unsettling was the fact despite not even having a master, he still healed from those wounds almost instantly. Forgive me, my king, but both of them were extremely powerful warriors. Had the fight continued with the other servants still there, they might have been able to see any weaknesses in your gate of Babylon, not to mention any unworthy onlookers might have had a glimpse into your true identity. Tokiomi replied smoothly. After all, a king should keep his identity secret from all except the worthy, does he not? The fire in Archer's eyes died down a little. True, I suppose. However, do not expect to play me like you played the other servants into believing Assassin's death. Tokiomi supposed he shouldn't have been surprised. After all, Archer had been the one to kill him. Impressive. When did you figure it out? Almost from the beginning. It was a clever trick, but even then, I could tell that the cowardly fool survived. A servant of that level would not attack a fellow servant without some backup in place. Sending your servantless student to the church to stay protected while his servant moved in the shadows? Who else could do that but Assassin? Besides, no other servant aside from Assassin would have been able to gather intel on that battle so accurately and fast. Tokiomi was silent. He had to remind himself that Gilgamesh, while arrogant to a fault, was also extremely perceptive. He would have to be careful how he played his cards. Unbelievable, King of Heroes. You have completely unraveled my plan. I would expect nothing less from you. Archer smiled. Perceptive he may be, but his arrogance could get in the way on occasion. I accept your apology, Tokiomi. If you will excuse me, I have some business to do. Once again, the servant dissolved into golden dust. Tokiomi watched him go and sighed. Truly, his servant's attitude almost made him unbearable despite his power. Regardless, he decided he would have Kiri order Assassin to watch out for the other servants, Avenger in particular. That one needed watching. Speaking of which, he decided to look up references to a Alucard in his books. Surely, they would have something on the subject that could shed light on the servant. Elsewhere, Fuyuki Hyatt Hotel. Kenth made the effort to compose his raging emotions as he looked at Lancer. If his servant was anyone else, he would be ranting at him at this moment. But he knew that Lancer was not the type to respond well to being ordered about and yelled at like a dog. After all, one might kick a dog, but they would never kick a dragon. So then Lancer, he began as he finally got a lid on his emotions. Can you tell me why you not only didn't kill Saber during the battle, but you also refused to listen to my order to kill both Ryder and his master? Lancer in turn stared at him with some defiance in his eyes. As for the first, I was interrupted by Ryder. As to the second, I said I would after I heard all that needed to be seen. Do not give me that excuse. You could have easily have eliminated both of them if you had simply listened to my orders. Yet, you didn't kill them, even when Archer, Berserker, and Avenger arrived and started fighting. You even stopped Caster from striking down Ryder. Kenth would have continued if Soliyui hadn't finally opened her mouth. Kenth, enough. Both Kenth and Lancer turned to her, surprised. From what I can tell, if it had not been for Ryder's appearance, he would have taken care of Saber. You cannot blame Lancer for unforeseen circumstances. As a matter of fact, she narrowed her eyes. Weren't you supposed to have confronted the Einsburn while they fought, instead of sulking about in the shadows? TCH. Kenth clicked his tongue in annoyance before responding. If I had done that, the Einsburn would have most likely took her servant out of the battle and make her face me. I did not join the war for such a battle. And yet your supposed failure of a student was more than willing to join his servant in battle despite his fear. Soliyui mentioned, making Kenth sneer. I will deal with Waver Velvet personally when the time comes, so? Kenth stopped when they heard a knock at the door. The knocking continued for a few more moments, before the door was promptly kicked down. Staring at them from the doorway happened to be none other than Castor. Lancer immediately turned and summoned his Bicinto, while Kenth ordered Volumen Hydragerum to his side to defend himself and Soliui. Castor raised his hands in a placating gesture. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I didn't come here to fight. I was just passing by is all. That is a lie. You were ordered by your master to kill us, weren't you? Kenth yelled while his mind raced. How on earth did Castor make it past all of his magical defenses? Even if they couldn't stop someone with the magical abilities of a caster, they should have at least warned him of his approach. Not even Assassin, at least in theory, could make it past them without setting them off. Castor shrugged. Oh, about those defenses, I just overloaded them with prana. It was a little costly, but it shut them down long enough for me to get up here. Besides, I don't have a master. That got their attention. Why? Asked Soliui. Castor's expression hardened. Because he summoned me by making a magical crest out of blood, which was made by using the blood of a family he murdered. Kenth and Soliui's minds raced. They had heard on the television about a serial killer that had left a strange symbol on the floors of the households he had murdered. So he had tried to summon a servant. After all, I refused to serve under such a person, which is why I took these. Castor lifted up a wrapped-up bag. Kenth didn't need to ask to know what was in there. So, I've been looking for a new master. And just my luck, I find a potential one right in front of me. Castor continued, pointing at Soliui. She has the qualifications to be one. Me? Soliui pointed at herself, but she knew that he was right. Even if the contract with the current master was somehow nullified, a servant could continue to fight in the war by simply making a pact with another magus. Castor grinned. Yup. Besides, with 2 servants on your side, your chances of winning this just skyrocketed. So what do you say? Kenth's mind raced. While it was true that Lancer would no longer have an extra source of prana to draw from if Soliui became Castor's master, his close-range abilities, coupled with Castor's magic, would truly be a terrifying combination on the battlefield. Potentially, they could even overcome Archer and Avenger, the 2 biggest threats on the board so far. It would also mean that if one died, then he, Kenth, still wasn't out of the war. Still, the idea of pitting the 2 against each other if they were the only ones remaining in the end left a bit of a bitter taste in Kenth's mouth, though he shook the thought out of his mind. They were both in the end just tools to be used, nothing more. Very well, I agree. Kenth turned to look at Soliui and Lancer. Unless either of you have something to say? Lancer shook his head and actually smiled. No worries, master. He actually didn't have much of a problem with another servant. It would be good to have someone to spar with, even if he was a little brat with far too much energy to burn, no pun intended. Plus, he was curious as to what had propelled this boy to the throne of heroes. Soliui was silent for a little longer, then answered. All right. Castor then unwrapped the bag and took Yuryu's hand out. The stench of it briefly made both of the humans in the room gag, but they steeled their stomachs. I announce, Soliui spoke, reciting the proper incantation needed to form a contract with a masterless servant. Thou shalt come under my command, and my fate shall be thy sword. The command seals on the hand began to glow crimson. Abiding by the summons of the Holy Grail, if thou dost accede to this will, this reason, then answer me. Soliui then stretched her hand towards Castor. Castor, you are my sword. Castor responded, holding out his own hand. I, servant Castor, accept this oath. Soliui, and Audari Sophiari, I hereby accept you as my master. With that, there was a flash of light. When it faded, Yuryu's command seals were gone, now blazing on Soliui's right hand. Castor nodded his head. The contract is complete. Then he plopped down on the couch, once again wearing his trademark smirk. So, any ideas what's for supper? Kenth sighed. No, thank you. I'm heading off to bed. The 3 watched him leave. Then Lancer turned to the others. Well, in honor of our new comrade, even if he is a bit of an idiot, would either of you care to join me for a drink? Soliui shook her head. Forgive me, Lancer, but I think it's best if I head to bed as well. She too headed for her room. Lancer and Castor were silent. Then Castor finally said, All right, let's have a drinking contest. Lancer smiled to himself. Well, then prepare to lose, brat. I won't go easy on you, he said as he also thought. He reminds me a bit of both Ace and Straw Hat. Castor returned the smile. Things were starting to look up. Elsewhere, Kiri inhaled and exhaled slowly as the pain in his body slowly started to fade away. When Berserker had started fighting, the pain of the crest worms, while consistent, had remained weak enough that he could see the battle. However, when she had activated her soul resonance, the sudden surge in power caused the crest worms to react violently, to the point he had to lean back against the wall he was standing next to and clench his side in pain. He had a feeling it had something to do with her anti-demon wavelength, and he was glad when the fight had stopped when it did. He, Berserker, and Soul in human form were walking down the streets of Fuyuki, conversing as they did. Kiri was curious about what Berserker and Soul thought about the other servants. The news was both good and bad. Good in the fact that there were some among them who could be potential allies. bad in the fact that Berserker willingly admitted that a majority of them could probably wipe the floor with the two of them. Saber and Caster don't seem too bad. Both of them actually seemed rather keen on the idea of fighting together. Ryder looks like he could be a potential ally, and he's likable enough. Berserker admitted, I feel like we have the best chance of an alliance with these three. Lancer, while he looks like he would be willingly to join us, I don't like the sound of his master. Soul added, Archer is a complete douchebag, not even going into the fact he's Tokiomi's servant. An Avenger. Kiri had to agree with that all of it. His worm familiar had shown him the entire battle, and he agreed with both of them on the subject of potential alliances with the others. While originally he had planned to just beat all of them with Berserker, the sheer power that the majority of the servants had shown dashed that plan to pieces. Saber was very skilled from what he had seen, but compared to the sheer power of some of the others, she was a little on the lower side of the sliding scale of power. Granted, she hadn't revealed her noble phantasm, but an alliance with her seemed to be one of the best courses of action. Caster was similar, and like Saber, he too had shown some appreciation for the idea of an alliance. Makes sense, Kiri thought to himself. The three of us seem to be on the lower level of the power field here. It would make sense for us to team up. Ryder was also a prime candidate. He had shown himself to have an impressive level of courage and charisma, even if he had shown a very boisterous side. He had also been the one to suggest an alliance, even if it was less of an alliance and more of a proposition to join him in exchange for the Grail in his case. The others he wasn't so sure about. Lancer had shown honor on the battlefield, but as Soul had said, it wouldn't do well for them to trust his master. He wouldn't even consider Archer, due to both being Tokiomi's servant and almost killing Berserker. As for Avenger, he might have saved Berserker, but even Kiri could tell it was only because he happened to feel like it. Not even mentioning how he had excluded a sense of dread that was almost enough to kill the familiar. What did you think of Avenger? Kiri asked, looking back at them. You have the ability to see others' souls, right? What did his soul look like? Berserker was silent as she thought of how to answer. It was almost like looking at a Kishin's soul, referring to the monsters that she and her partner had hunted in life. But it was different. Usually, a Kishin releases its wavelength like a disease, infecting others' souls with its madness. Avenger, however, feels like how a Kishin's soul would feel if it was able to contain its soul wavelength. It was restrained sort of madness. His soul literally looks like it was chained up to hide his power. The scary part is it looks like he has the keys to break them. Kiri turned to look at both of them. Do you think you could take him? Soul gave his trademark smirk. Don't worry. We have a little something that's sure to leave a mark on him. What I'm worried about is you, Master. Berserker continued. When we came back, you were leaning against the wall and panting heavily. If your worms had that kind of reaction from just the witch hunter, I don't know if you could survive the full power of the technique. Kiri shook his head. While he was truly touched by both of their concern for his well-being, he knew that at some point they would have to use their trump card. He would just have to pray he could survive it. Don't worry about me, either of you. Do what you have to do to win. I'll survive. Berserker and her weapon looked a little concerned, but they stopped talking about that. They continued on, eventually coming to the decision to seek Saber and her master and request an alliance tomorrow. Unknown to all three, even Berserker with her soul perception, the cloaked form of assassin watched them from atop a building before heading off in the direction of a hotel. Elsewhere, Mackenzie House. What were you thinking just dropping in the middle of Saber and Lancer like that? Waver yelled at Ryder as they laid about in their room. He was making the effort to try and keep his voice down as he yelled though. No use waking up both of the Mackenzies in the middle of the night. As a matter of fact, what were thinking just dropping us out of the air like that? Ryder also made the effort to tone it down. You fool, by yelling just under what would be considered a bellow. As a king, it would have been insulting to my fellow heroic spirits if I simply walked there. Besides, I needed them both alive and their undivided attention to make my offer. Did you honestly think they would listen? No. And now that you've revealed me, your master, to them all, they'll be coming after me. And that means, Waver's body shuddered in horror at the thought. He will come for revenge against me. You mean Lancer's master? The cowardly magus who hid during the battle? Ryder asked, to which Waver responded in confirmation. Yeah, Kenth Archibald El Meloy. He was my teacher at the clock tower. He was the guy that stole the catalyst I summoned you with from. He mocked my thesis about how the lower generation families could potentially become as great as the higher ones. So I joined the war, so I could show him he was wrong. Huh. So that's why you wanted the Grail? Fool, you've already proven it. Ryder exclaimed. Huh. Waver looked at him confused. Why would Ryder say that? As I said before, only one who is brave enough to join me on the field of battle, without any regard for his own life. Only someone like that is worthy of being my master. He sulked in the shadows like a coward while you still went with me, even though all you had to do was use a command seal to make me not bring you. Ryder then grinned. In fact, all you had to do to get back at him was simply bury the catalyst, but you went and summoned me. That is the mark of true bravery. Waver looked at Ryder in surprise. But he will still come here. Waver muttered, only for Ryder to flick him in the forehead. Then I will face him and his servant in battle. And once I have defeated them, I will defeat all of the masters and servants who would oppose us. Remember, boy, I am Iskandar, king of conquerors, and I will not be defeated by a mere coward. Waver didn't know why, but those words filled his frightened heart with hope. Anyway, Ryder said as he turned to the TV and began watching a military documentary. I believe we will face Avenger first. I wish to test my skills against a warrior who can survive a direct barrage of the same attack that killed Assassin and laugh about it. Then, we will move on to Lancer. Waver sighed, but he decided to go to the library first thing in the morning and find out information on this Alucard. First things first, though, he decided to go and get some rest. Elsewhere, penthouse room of some hotel. Avenger sneezed as he sat in a chair, drinking some wine. Someone must be talking about me. He wondered, then shook his head. After the battle between the servants, Avenger had returned to his base of operations, which was a penthouse suite. True, it wasn't technically his, but he had made the front desk man see things his way. There you go, sir. A regular 2-bedroom. The man at the desk said to Avenger. Hilarious. No, I want the penthouse. The man looked at him with a slightly worried face. I am sorry, sir. Mr. Chevy Chase currently has that room reserved. He didn't get any farther when Avenger pointed his finger at him. I said. Avenger spoke, his voice gaining and echoing to it. He continued to point at desk man, whose eyes turned red. You want to give me the penthouse? I want to give you the penthouse. He repeated in a trance, currently under Avenger's hypnotism. And you want to kick out Chevy Chase cause he's an asshole? Avenger continued, smiling. And I want to kick out Chevy Chase cause he's an asshole. The desk man repeated. Avenger smiled. How he loved to fuck with people's minds. Now, he had a whole penthouse suite to himself. Still, now was the time to begin preparing for his confrontations with the other servants, which basically boiled down to go out, figure out where they are, fight them a little bit, see what they can do, maybe die a few times, and then come back and figure out who to fight and which could potentially kill him. Maybe even have a drink with them first. Indeed, the whole reason Avenger was fighting in the Holy Grail War was simple. Just as he had in life, he wished to find an opponent, a human opponent, with sufficient willpower to destroy him despite his strength. Surely, among the heroes gathered by the Grail, there was at least one who indeed had the power. Not to mention, he was eager to see how his own power stacked against legendary heroes. He still got a crack out of the thought of the fact the Grail choosing him, the furthest thing from the definition of a hero, to this gathering. Well, I see you're rather comfy. A voice rang out. Avenger immediately pulled out his silver pistol, the .454 Casal, and fired it in the direction of the voice. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Watch where you're aiming. The figure stepped into view, and Avenger could see it was Assassin. What are you doing here? Avenger asked, his eyes narrowing. Well, I just wanted to stop by and maybe chat with you. Assassin began in a childish voice. Avenger simply began shooting at his feet, making him jump around as if he was dancing. Get to the point. Avenger growled out. Or do you want to keep dancing? He began to pull out his black pistol, the Jackal. Wait. Okay, how about I tell you where one of the masters are? Assassin asked quickly. Why? And how did you know where I was? Avenger looked at him closely. True, he had been intending to head out after finishing his wine, but this was a little too convenient, especially considering Assassin should by all rights be dead. Well, you look kind of bored, so I thought maybe you wanted someone to fight, and I was just passing through, minding my own business. The truth was that Assassin had immediately began tracking Avenger the moment he had left the docks. It hadn't been easy, but he was able to follow him here. Avenger said, putting down his pistols. He waited for Assassin to relax, then, faster than the eye could follow, raised his gun back up and shot Assassin through the head. No, as in it literally went through his head, as if he was never there. Avenger's eyes widened when that happened. Assassin then scratched the back of his head. Haha, so, do you still want to hear my offer? Avenger was silent, then shrugged. What did he have to lose? Why not? Behind his mask, Assassin smiled. This was going rather well. Elsewhere, Fuyuki Church. Kiri sat in the church alone silently, staring at the crucifix at the other end of the room as he reflected on the events of the dock battle. It had taken a surprising turn, with all, not 7 but 8, servants appearing and battling each other with the exception of his own. Each had their own destructive and unique abilities. Invisible wind swords, destructive shockwaves, lightning chariots, literal flaming fists, the equivalent of a Gatling gun with unlimited, overpowered ammunition, glowing blasts, spiritual energy from sides, and regenerating bodies were just scratching the surface. Despite himself, Kiri couldn't help but feel disappointed, for lack of a better word. He knew that his place under the church's protection was important, as well as the fact that Assassin couldn't reveal his survival, but he wanted to do more. He wanted to order Assassin to fight the masters to test his skills. He wanted to seek out Kiritsugu Amiya and find out what drove a man like the infamous Magus Killer to seek the Grail. Ah, Master, I see you are alone right now. A voice rang out. Kiri turned and realized that Assassin was walking towards him. Is something troubling you? Nothing, Assassin. I was simply mulling over the events of the battle, especially the part of the 8th servant. Kiri stood up from where he was sitting and began to walk towards his room in the church, Assassin following behind him. Yes, it was truly a surprise to see Avenger on the field, especially how he survived Archer's attack. I never would have believed until now there could be a servant who could regenerate from having so many weapons striking him in a matter of moments while laughing about it. Assassin admitted, I assume Tokiomi called you and freaked out over the communication device. Kiri replied with a simple yes as he flashed back to his conversation with Tokiomi Tosaka. So, Archer has returned safely? Kiri asked his master through the odd communicating device. Yes, but he is currently angry that I dared to stop him from confronting Avenger. Tokiomi explained as he stopped speaking for a moment. No doubt he was sipping from his wine glass, if Kiri had to guess. Did Assassin get a good look at him? Yes, he apparently dresses in a red overcoat and matching fedora hat with wide floppy brims. He wears orange sunglasses and has black hair. Not to mention that he doesn't have a master. What? That shouldn't be possible. Reay spoke up, having decided to add his input. As unbelievable as it sounds, Avenger has no master. He was apparently summoned around the time that Castor was and killed Castor's master. But while Castor has apparently been spending his time trying to find a new one, Avenger has literally made no such effort. And he was willing to stand up to Archer despite this. Without any concern to his well-being? This is not good, Reay. Perhaps we should put the Holy Grail War on hold and have the other masters and servants to work together and remove the greatest threat? Kiri asked. Unfortunately, we can't do that unless Avenger does something that threatens the secret of the war. Tokiomi responded. Very well then. Reay, Kiri, I bid you both good night. We will have to find a solution to this problem soon. Kiri finished the flashback and looked back at Assassin as they began to near his room. Avenger is the biggest problem among our enemies, but I want to discuss more about what you spoke about yesterday when you left. He opened the door as he spoke and entered the room, which contained a couch, wine cabinet, small table, and other small pieces of furniture. He stopped when he realized something else. It also held an occupant in the form of Archer. He was currently laying on said couch sipping some wine. He was wearing casual clothing, which consisted of a white, long-sleeved, V-neck t-shirt, dark brown pants, and white shoes. He was also wearing a necklace of yellow stones and two smaller ones as wristbands on his wrist. Archer, Kiri was surprised. Why would Tokiomi's servant be here, of all places? Assassin, if he was surprised, didn't show it. Once again, he began to play the fool. Ah, my king, I am honored you would grace us with your presence. Assassin bowed his head as he spoke in his funny voice. Enough, mongrel. Cease your charade and speak to me as you would to your master. Archer simply replied with a small glare. Assassin immediately dropped the act. Well, it's good to see that you figured that out. No fool could have escaped that attack without some plan, which would require more brains than you showed then. Archer, why are you here? Kiri asked. He didn't want this to move too far away from what he wanted to know. The wines stored here are far fewer in number than in Tokiomi's room, but they are of higher quality. I must say that he has some apprentice. What do you want? Kiri repeated. Archer raised an eyebrow. It would appear that there are others in this war aside from myself with an abundance of time on their hands. After all, a master under the protection of the church shouldn't have much need to wander about. You speak as if you were dissatisfied with your master, Gilgamesh. Did you come here to simply have an honest conversation with mine? Assassin spoke dryly. To answer your first statement, mongrel, Tokiomi summoned me to this world and maintains my form here. His greeting was worthy of one of my station, so I felt I had to respond. But I never would have imagined him to be such a dull and boring person. So, you are unhappy with him as your master. Kiri deduced. He was currently putting several of the bottles that Gilgamesh had drank back in the cabinet. He wishes to reach the vortex of the root. What a boring and tedious plan. Archer replied as he stared into his wine. As to the second, perhaps I did, Assassin. In fact, if I had to guess, the subject of said conversation was the very thing you two were about to begin discussing. Archer turned to stare at Kiri. Tell me, Kiri, what do you wish for the Grail? Kiri looked at him. I have no desire for the Grail. Assassin spoke as he leaned against a wall. I seriously doubt that. After all, the Grail chooses those masters it feels are most worthy of it, do they not? Kiri was silent. True, it was said that the omnipotent wish-granting artifact chose only those most worthy, but why him? He had no ideal or desire to be fulfilled. No ideal or desire? Archer spoke up, making Kiri realize he had spoken out loud. Then why not ask the Grail for something such as joy? Indeed, perhaps joy is what you need to fill up the emptiness in your heart. Assassin agreed. Ridiculous. Wish for joy, something so sinful. Assassin seemed to cock an eyebrow from behind his mask. Why make a connection between joy and sin? True, joy gained from evil means could be called sin, but it can be obtained from good deeds as well. Do you mean to tell us you have only found joy through sinful actions? Archer sipped from his glass. Joy is a quality I lack. I seek it, but I can never seem to find it. Kiri slowly stated. Why did he get the feeling the two servants were double-teaming him? You do interest me, Kiri Kodomine. Please, both of you be seated. Archer gestured to the chairs near the table. Both Kiri and Assassin walked forward and sat down. True joy might be thought of as a form of the soul. The question isn't whether it exists or not, but whether you know it. Assassin, you seem to strike me as a person who understands that. Assassin nodded. True. In order to understand what can bring you joy, you must first understand yourself. Tell us, Kiri, have you ever taken a moment to truly look at yourself, your true nature? Kiri looked at them both. In all honesty, he had on occasion done so, but he was always afraid of what he saw. It would appear that you have, but you simply can't come to terms with it. Archer deduced from staring at Kiri. You shouldn't fear it, Kiri Kodo mine, embrace it. Be yourself, not what others would have you to be. Assassin then stared at Kiri. Remember how I told you that we both have empty hearts, and we seek to fill them? The difference is that I know what will fill mine, while you do not. I know what you need to do. Why not begin by sharing in my form of entertainment? Archer stated as he poured each of them a glass of wine. I have no time to waste on pointless trivialities. Kiri responded coldly. Then why don't you do it between the tasks that Tokiomi gives you? Assassin asked. You have nothing better to do during the waiting periods. Archer handed them each their glass. See, Assassin agrees with me. Speaking of which, you have been tasked to keep an eye on the other servants, have you not? That question had been directed towards Assassin. Yes, I have. He then lifted his mask slightly to drink. If Archer was surprised by the scarring, he didn't show it. Then why not find out not only their plans, but their motivations for winning? Report it back to the both of us. Kiri raised an eyebrow. Why you want information like that? Archer drank from his glass. I enjoy watching humans. Perhaps one or two will keep me entertained for a while, compared to the dull Tokiomi. Very well, but it will take time. Kiri responded. No worries. I will wait as long as I need to. Archer placed his glass down before dissolving into gold dust. I look forward to our next discussion, Kiri, Assassin. Assassin placed his down as well. I can see that you need time to think about all of this. Do not worry. We can speak of this some other time. In fact, why don't we try and experiment to see if whether or not bringing suffering to others brings you joy? Kiri shot him a glance, surprise evident in it. What? Inside, he was concerned. How did Assassin? Don't try to fool me, master. I have already seen some of your life in your dreams, even if you have had yet to do the same with me. I have seen the trials of your life, and they are the reason I am even bringing this up. So do you wish to try? Kiri was silent. On one hand, he knew that by leaving the church, he risked being attacked and revealing to all that Assassin was still alive. However, the thought of potentially coming closer to the answer he sought was very persuasive. What did you have in mind? You desire to meet Kiritsugu Amiya and find out why he is fighting? I have been observing some of the other servants, and we might be able to use Avenger to our advantage in that regard. Outside the church, Assassin and Archer stood side by side as they look off into the distance. The latter turned to the former. I trust one can rely on you while I work with Kiri. No need to worry. I have every intention of helping my master realize his true desire. But why would you entrust such a task to me? As a lowly assassin, I would have thought you would see me as beneath you. Archer grinned. Like Kodo mine, you too interest me. You are no mere assassin, of that I am certain. Well, this is unlike you. I would have thought you to be much louder and arrogant, as you have been showing throughout the entire time I've seen you. Archer gave him a brief glare. Don't get sassy with me, assassin. I was simply playing to the crowd as it were. Same as you. I am more than capable of being perceptive and smart. I saw through Izanagi without any prior knowledge, did I not? Indeed, and now you start to refer to me as assassin instead of mongrel? Truly, this is a productive day. Regardless, I take it you have some idea of what you'll do next. Assassin turned towards him. Indeed, not only will it provide us the opportunity to observe Avenger's fighting style, but it will also serve to allow Kiri to accept his nature and take another servant out of the game. Really? Do tell. Assassin smiled behind the mask. It involves a certain mansion which holds the master of Saber. To be continued. Well, that was a bit of a doozy. Had to cut it here, cause I'm trying to run maybe 6,500 or so words per chapter, not counting the author notes. Don't worry, more action to come. Kiri is in for a doozy himself as the story goes on. One of my reviewers has started to notice I've been focusing far too much on Gil's arrogance and pride, so I decided to add that bit at the end to let everyone know this is still an intelligent and perceptive servant we have on our hands. Also, this Avenger will have some traits of both his canon self and his abridged self by Team 4-star. So, if he shows any signs of OOC, it's probably because he's using some of his abridged version. So then, next chapter, Avenger versus Saber. How will the King of Knights fare against the King of Vampires? Avenger. That was a rhetorical question, wasn't it? Saber. Do not underestimate me, Avenger. Avenger, whatever. Oh yes, I forgot to ask. Are you a virgin, my dear? Saber. What? Avenger. Well, I might be willing to turn you if you. Saber. Die, Avenger. Caster. Man, I still didn't get much screen time. This was practically all about Kiri. Don't worry, you'll have your moments of awesomeness, as does everyone else. Anyway, I wonder if anyone was surprised when I made Caster's master into Soli UI. So, Kenth's in will be a little different this time around. Here's Caster's skill sheet. Maybe this'll calm him down a little bit. Servant, Caster. Master, Soli UI Noadari Sophia Ryay. Identity, Natsu Drag Neil. Series, Fairy Tale. Sex, male. Strength, B. Endurance, C+. Agility, B. Mana, A+. Luck, C. Noble Phantasm, B+. Class skills. Item construction, the skill to manufacture magical items. D. Ability to create such items exists, but requires time and preparation to make. Magical resistance, grants protection against magical effects. Differently from the resistance effect that merely rejects prana, this ability cancels the spells altogether. Important to note that the term verse seen below refers to a set of 3 lines. Thus, a chant of 2 verses is equivalent to a 6-line incantation. D. Cancel single-action spells. Magic resistance of the same degree of an amulet that rejects magical energy. A. Cancels spells of A rank or below. In practice, the servant is untouchable to modern magi, so it would not be an exaggeration to title the servant a Magus Killer, only if said spells are of fire-based origin. Territory creation, the skill to build a special terrain that is advantageous to oneself as a Magus. B. Creation of a workshop becomes possible. Personal skills. Bravery, the ability to negate mental interference such as pressure, confusion, and fascination. Not usable under the effects of mad enhancement. A. Bonus effect of increasing melee damage. High-speed incantation, the capacity to recite spells at high speeds. C. As many of Caster's flashier moves have somewhat long names, he has developed a habit of reciting them really fast. Prana Burst, Flames, a version of Prana Burst that infuses weapons with prana that imparts a flame effect. B. Blazing flames become part of any weapon that the user grasps. In Caster's case, he simply surrounds his entire body in the flames. Stems from Caster's mastery of Fire Dragon Slayer magic. Otherwise, provides same effect as Prana Burst, rank B. Presence detection, the ability to detect other servants and local mana sources. C. Due to his impressive sense of smell and knowledge of magic, Caster is able to locate any servant. However, he can do so if he has caught the scent of the servant in question beforehand. Protection from fire, an increased defense against attacks of fire origin. Includes spells and physical attacks. Yes, flames can no longer even be felt by the user. At this level, fire-based attacks can even be eaten to restore prana and increase the user's own attacks. Stems from Caster's mastery of Fire Dragon Slayer magic. Noble Phantasm. Dragon Slayer magic, Fire B. Anti-unit, an ancient type of lost magic which allows its users to transform their physical bodies into a dragon. As a result, the user can transform their body with features of their respective element, utilizing both offensive and defensive styles. They can consume external sources of their respective natural element to replenish their own energy. A Dragon Slayer is immune to the effects of their own element and can consume external sources of their element to replenish their strength. However, a Dragon Slayer cannot consume the element that they produce themselves, and elements must be consumed through the mouth. In Caster's case, his is fire. As it is magic capable of killing dragons, it deals additional damage to those that have a dragon attribute. Dragon Slayer magic, Lightning Flame Dragon Mode. Anti-army, not a separate noble phantasm in its own right, but rather an enhanced version of his original Dragon Slayer magic. The combination of 2 elements that can be used in conjecture with each other. Places more strain on Caster's body and costs more prana to use, but increases his strength, endurance, and agility by 1 rank. It allows Natsu to deal both fire and lightning damage to the target, both burning and electrocuting the target. Scarf of Igneal. Yex. A treasured piece of clothing Natsu received from his foster father and teacher, Igneal the Fire Dragon. It provides prana for Natsu in case he doesn't have a master. However, it only provides enough to allow Caster to stay manifested in the world. It's unique in the fact he can actually bequeath the scarf to someone else, though it only keeps its abilities for those he grants it to. Flame of Rebuke. A. Not an offensive noble phantasm, but it serves as the key to using Natsu's ultimate noble phantasm. It is the physical manifestation of Natsu's feelings for his guild and his sorrow of being unable to save them. As it's not fire produced by his own prana, he is capable of eating it. Doing so allows Natsu to activate Dragon Force. Dragon Force. Yex. The final, most powerful state a Dragon Slayer can attain, granting them power comparable to that which a real dragon possesses, the power to utterly destroy everything. In Natsu's case, he gains reptilian scales and traits, such as further elongated and sharper canines physically. Power-wise, his Dragon Slayer magic is boosted to A, while his LFDM mode is boosted to A+. Increases strength and endurance by 1 rank and agility by 2. Can be combined with Lightning Flame Dragon mode to receive those power boosts as well. Cost comes at massive prana usage. Only can be used for 2 minutes normally. LFDM, only for 45 seconds. Gains a fire shroud in the shape of a dragon. Chapter 6. Swords, Guns, and Scythes. Einsburn Manor. Kiritsugu and Mia looked at Saber and Irisveal across the dining table with professional expressions on their faces, like usual. After all, the topic being discussed was important for their future strategy. First, let's review what we know about the other servants. Kiritsugu said as he stared at them. He noted that Saber had a bit of a queasy look on her face, while Irisveal looked normal. He decided to ignore it. 30 minutes earlier. It was a dark night in Fuyuki. The mountain was cool and quiet. The roads were dark and deserted. Everything on the mountainside was pure silence. Until a silver car came hurtling down the roads like it was possessed. Said car was being driven by Irisveal von Einsburn, while Saber was in the passenger seat trying to look calm and professional. Keyword being trying. See, I told you so. This car handles the turns really fast. Irisveal grinned like a schoolgirl as she turned the wheel around yet another turn. Saber was dividing her time between staring at the road in front of them and watching Irisveal drive. Well, I guess that's because you're a surprisingly good driver, Saber replied, slightly worried, before they hit a bump in the road and the car lurched, not in a good way. Saber gasped while Irisveal giggled. Saber was beginning to wonder if she shouldn't have let IRI drive in the first place. I know, you may not believe it, but I practice all the time. IRI seemed oblivious to her discomfort, shifting gears as she said it. Of all the toys Kiritsugu has brought me over the years, this is my absolute favorite. This is a toy? Saber asked, not even making the effort to hide the worry in her voice this time. She noticed that they were starting to reach where the road really started to bend around the mountain. More importantly, she noticed that IRI was speeding up. The speedometer read 130, and it was still climbing, and she didn't look like she was taking her foot off the accelerator anytime soon. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed by thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread dash. Saber mentally recited several passages of the holy book as she gripped the armrests of her seat. Yes, probably nothing, Kiritsugu decided. He placed photos of the servants who appeared at the warehouse area and photos of some of the masters down on the table. First, let's start with Lancer. He's extremely versatile with his bicento and possesses a massive level of strength. In fact, I'd have to say he's the strongest of all the servants gathered here. His noble phantasm appears to allow him to create shockwaves, both for offense and defense. However, I can't say for certain if it's a natural ability or tied into his weapon. He claimed his name was Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors of the seas. Saber spoke up. Perhaps he was a famous pirate in life. Mia shook her head. While he certainly looked the part, I've never heard of any pirate named Whitebeard. The closest I've ever heard to that name was Blackbeard. Regardless, we still don't know his master's identity, so we'll have to keep an eye out. Next up is Ryder. Kiritsugu brought out a picture of both the red-haired servant and his master. He has already revealed his identity as Iskandar, King of Conquerors, otherwise known as Alexander the Great. His master, Waver Velvet, will be the easiest to eliminate, but we still don't know exactly what Ryder is capable of. He rides a chariot that releases lightning, that much is certain. Then there's Castor. He brought up a blurry photo of the pink, spiky-haired teen. He appears to be adept at using fire-based magic for close-range fighting. He called it fire dragon magic. Saber clarified. Iri looked confused. Does that mean he learned it from a dragon? Kiritsugu looked at both of them. I don't know. Until we see more of it in action, we can't say for sure. What we do know is his strategy is unlike the Castor norm. We'll have to replan for dealing with him. His master is currently unknown. He then brought out 2 more pictures, that of Tokiomi Tosaka and his servant, Archer. We know that Tokiomi's servant is Archer, for all the good it'll do us. Tokiomi is currently staying behind the walls of his manor's bounded fields, and his servant is more than a match for the others. His noble phantasm appears to allow him to summon all manner of weapons and fire them at his opponents. Saber nodded. It's rather simple, but efficient. Kiritsugu nodded back. Indeed, but as Berserker proved, it's not insurmountable. He then brought out a picture of both said servant and a blurry, outdated photo of Kiri Matu. Berserker is an interesting case. Despite the fact that she is indeed of that class, she shows no sign of mental hindrance. Not to mention, I have no record of any famous scythe users who were heroes, much less female ones. Iri looked at them. During the fight, she called out the name of her scythe blast, Witch Hunter. Maybe that's her noble phantasm. Mia spoke up. Perhaps, but we looked up the name and came back with nothing. Kiritsugu brought their attention back to the table. Her master, Kiri Matu, unfortunately, we have no leads on. He doesn't live at the Matu residence, and he is no longer at his apartment. Tracking him will be difficult. Next up is Assassin. He placed down a picture of both the servant and Kiri Kodomine. Despite the fact we all saw him die by Archer's attack, he was there at the docks watching the fight. He also knew we were there in the shadows, but he didn't kill us. Somehow, he apparently faked his death, allowing Kiri to move under the protection of the church. Our only option is strike Kiri when he leaves the church or go hunting for Assassin ourselves. The second option isn't the safest, as we know next to nothing about Assassin's fighting style or even his abilities, aside from faking the dead. He then took a deep breath. Finally, Avenger, bringing out a picture of the red-clad man. He appears to be an expert marksman, as his dual-wielding twin handguns can attest to. He also has the ability to regenerate at an alarming rate, easily healing from the attack that killed Assassin within mere seconds. Supposedly, he doesn't even have a master. Iri and Saber looked at him in shock, while Mia remained stoic, as she already knew about it from Kiritsugu beforehand. How is that possible? Iri asked. A servant needs a master to survive. Perhaps, Kiritsugu replied, but it would seem that he has a way around that problem. As to his name, Alucard, when I originally looked it up, I didn't find anything, until I realized something. He then turned to Iri. What does Alucard spell when read backwards? Iri was silent as she processed that, then her eyes widened in recognition. It spells Dracula. Saber looked at them confused. Who? Mia answered. Dracula is the name of the most famous vampire in existence. The model for that legend was the real-life man known as Vlad III, Prince of Wallachia, also known as Vlad III Teeps or Vlad the Impaler. As his name suggests, he was well known for his tendency to impale his enemies. Kiritsugu nodded. It might be a bit of a stretch, as Vlad never used handguns, but it makes sense if you consider that he also claimed to be a vampire. If he truly is Vlad the Impaler, then with his vampiric powers enhanced by his summoning as a servant as well as the amount of people aware of his legend, then he might very well be the most powerful servant summoned into the Holy Grail War. Kiritsugu began to collect the photos and maps, signaling the discussion was over. Everyone else began to get up as well, until, ugh, Irisfield gasped as she collapsed. Saber held her to steady the homunculus. Irisfield, what's wrong? Saber asked worriedly. Kiritsugu walked over to his wife and held her hand gently. Irisfield's eyes blinked rapidly before they shut tight. Someone has breached the barriers surrounding the forest, she replied with a slightly pained voice. Saber lifted Iri up while Mia went to the window. Her eyes widened when she saw a figure. Get down, she yelled. Everyone obeyed, not a moment too soon. Gunshots echoed through the night as bullets pierced the wall and windows, impacting on the opposite wall. Kiritsugu drew his own sidearm and fired out the window, Mia joining him. The shot stopped and Saber got a good look at the figure. It was the red-clad Avenger, his smoking pistols still aiming at the mansion. Speak of the devil, Saber whispered, and he will appear. Avenger finished for her. You know it's rude to talk about someone behind their back. He then gestured toward Saber in a come and get me sign. Let's go? I want to see how my power stacks up against the strongest servant class. Saber turned her head towards Kiritsugu, who nodded. Get Irisfield out of here. I'll handle Avenger. She spoke with conviction. Even despite knowing he was potentially the most powerful servant, she refused to cower like a dog. At the very least, she could buy time for them to get away safely. Kiritsugu and Mia quickly raced out of the room with Iri, who looked back over her shoulder. Good luck, Saber. Saber nodded and jumped out of the window to meet Avenger, summoning her armor as she did. Outside, the vampiric servant simply waited for her to get within 50 feet, then smiled. Well, you've got spunk, girl, I'll give you that. Most servants would have run after seeing me just pop up like that. Why did you come here, and how did you find us? Saber demanded. Avenger continued to smile. Let's just say a little bird told me, or at least a servant did. Why I came here, on the hand, you'll just have to find out yourself. So saying, he whipped his pistols back up and prepared to fire. Saber tightened her grip on her sword, rushing forward as she did. Avenger fired, his shots careening towards Saber. She quickly applied Prana Burst to her legs, boosting her speed as she moved to dodge the bullets, deflecting several off her sword as she got closer. Once she was in range, she swung her wind sword, taking Avenger across the chest. He simply grinned as it bit into his flesh and cocked his left arm back, attempting to punch her in the chest at close range. Saber thanked Lancer mentally for doing the exact same thing during their match. Her experience in dealing with such an action then allowed her to avoid such a blow now. She ducked under the blow as it came at her and swung her sword down on the offending limb, cutting it off from the wrist down. She quickly moved back as Avenger swung his right hand with the silver gun, the Cassul .454, in it at her, quickly getting off 4 shots. She deflected 3, while the 4th struck her shoulder, denting the armor underneath it. Saber quickly attempted to aim for a decapitation strike, but Avenger had other plans. This time, he let his handless arm get impaled, diverting the blade from its original course, and swung his right fist. This time it connected with her face, and Saber was unprepared for the unnatural strength behind it. The blow sent her flying back a few feet, but she quickly recovered. Using Prana Burst, she closed the distance in a millisecond, cutting off his other arm and disarming him, literally and figuratively. Saber aimed once again for a beheading slice, and this time she succeeded. Avenger's head came flying off, and Saber, for good measure, stabbed his body through the heart. She looked down at his body, trying to convince herself it was over, but something held her back. Logic told her that he was dead, But another part of her, the more primal, instinctive part, was telling her that it wasn't over. She began to walk away, but then she heard something. An overpowering sense of dread bubbled up, telling her not to look back. By the time she did, she beheld, for the second time tonight, a gruesome sight. The cut and hole in Avenger's chest were sealing up as if they never happened, but that's not what disturbed her. What disturbed her was the fact that the parts of his body she had sliced off were reconnecting with it via some strange, shadow-like substance, as if he was a rag doll. Even though the head was being reattached, grinning that damnable smile. As the parts reconnected, it seemed like they became some sort of shadowy before emerging whole and hale. Within a few moments, Avenger stood before her as alive and whole as when they originally started. "You've done goofed," Avenger said simply. "How the hell did you?" Saber stated in shock. A small part of her told her she should have suspected it, having seen him regenerate from Archer's strike, but she had hoped that cutting off his head and stabbing him through the heart would stop him for good. Isn't that how vampires are supposed to die? Plus, it was just plain disturbing watching his head reattach. "Fuck you. That's how," Avenger grinned. "Anyways, you got steps 1 and 2 down, but you should have followed up on steps 3 through 10. Saber blinked. There was a procedure to follow? Still, that was a pretty good warm-up. But tell me something, Saber. At this point, the sense of pressure he had given off before started to get stronger. Are you ready for the real workout? Avenger's white-gloved hands were raised and came up to cover his face, blocking all but his eye. Releasing Control Restriction System Level 4, Level 3, and Level 2. Recognizing approval of Situation A according to the Cromwell Invocation. Commencing limited lifting of ability use restrictions until the enemy has been rendered silent. Suddenly, the sunglasses and fedora he had worn seemed to just disappear, leaving his head bare, and his hair started to grow longer, reaching down to his shoulders. His red eyes shone with excitement and bloodlust. Saber tightened her grip on her sword. It looks like his regenerative abilities even extend to lost body parts. I might have used Excalibur after all. She was afraid, however, that he could regenerate from that level of attack. Granted, it was her most powerful attack, not to mention qualifying as a holy attack, but if he could get up after that, she was well and truly, for lack of a better word, fucked. Assuming he could regenerate if there was nothing left of him, of course. Saber looked directly at Avenger, resolution in her gaze and a small smile on her lips. "We are truly fortunate, Vlad Teeps." Avenger's eyes widened slightly, but he continued to grin. "So, you and your master figured it out, huh? Oh well, it's not like I really cared anyways. So what's so fortunate? That I'm about to start fighting seriously?" Saber's smile grew cold and vicious. The wind began to howl, a sudden, strong gust that seemed to come from everywhere around them, and yet, somehow seemed to focus the majority of its impact on Avenger, who actually needed to brace himself to avoid being pushed back by the sudden gale. "Not that. Rather, we are fortunate that we are so far from prying eyes and others," Saber stated coldly. "I have no fear of hurting innocents when I scorch the very earth with my blade." Release the Wind King. If the wind had been a gale before, now it was more like a hurricane had fallen between them. A wall of wind, exploding from Saber's sword in a sudden burst of light and sound that even Avenger found it impossible to stand motionless against. His boots dug up small trenches in the dirt as he was pushed back several inches merely by the force of the wind. He smiled. "I knew you were holding back on me, Saber." He lifted his guns and pointed directly at her, assuming a solid stance. "Shall we dance?" Shadows seemed to start to cling to his body. From the center of the storm in Saber's hands, the outline of a golden blade began to shine. Her face was set in a glare of absolute confidence and determination. She spoke, and her voice was that of God passing down sentence on Satan. "Why not? This will be the last you will ever have, after all." Nearby, Kiritsugu, Mia, and Irisveal continued to make their way away from the battling servants. They knew that Saber likely wouldn't be able to defeat Avenger, but they had faith that she could hold her own at least till they had made it safely away. "How do you think Avenger found us here?" Irisveal asked Kiritsugu as they moved through the forest. Kiritsugu shrugged. "I don't know, honestly. He might have followed us, or maybe another servant told where we were." "For what purpose?" Mia asked. "Likely to see what he's capable of in a fight. Saber should prove to be a little harder to beat than they thought." However, Kiritsugu stopped when he heard a rustling sound in the trees. It was far too loud to be a small animal. He immediately aimed his handgun, which had a silencer on it, in the direction of the noise and fired. To his surprise, the bullets were deflected by something that sounded like metal. "Well, it appears you found me." A voice called out before the owner of it jumped down from the tree. It was Kiri Kodomine, the master of assassin and the last person Kiritsugu wanted to see tonight. "Kiri Kodomine," Kiritsugu said with no emotion, but inside, his mind was blazing. Why is he here? Was it Assassin who told Avenger where we were? He was worried. Kiri was the one enemy master who he truly feared, due in part to the fact that he couldn't predict him like the others and his bizarre personality. Regardless, it was obvious the time for their confrontation had come. Kiritsugu pulled the trigger without hesitation, sending 5 rounds towards Kiri, who had summoned 3 black keys in each hand Wolverine style and rushed forward. However, it appeared that the priest's robes had some form of armor in them, as he crossed his arms in front of his face and blocked the bullets without so much as flinching. He's fast, Kiritsugu thought as prepared himself for Kiri's strike, which consisted of him throwing the keys in his left hand. Timer Alter Double XL. This was Kiritsugu's personal usage of his family's magecraft. Despite the name, it doesn't truly alter time itself, but rather the user's perception of time. In this usage, it allows Kiritsugu to move faster than the human eye can see, speeding up his blood flow, hemoglobin metabolism, and muscle movement all at the same time. Using this brief burst of speed, he can use his own physical skills and reaction speed at a level far above human limitations, allowing for split-second evasion in front of an enemy. Its power of mobility made for one of his greatest defenses. It served him well now, as it allowed him to dodge Kiri's thrown keys. Mia quickly rushed forward with a combat knife, intending to catch Kiri where he was no longer armed, but he quickly switched one of his keys to his left hand and parried. Not to be outdone, Mia drew a second knife, and for the next 12 seconds, they danced the dance of death, slashing and parrying as necessary. Gotcha, Kiritsugu thought as he brought up his personal favorite weapon, the Thompson Contender. He aimed directly for Kiri's left leg and prepared to pull the trigger, intending to give Mia an opening. This was where he made a tactical error. You see, Kiri was a master in the Fourth Holy Grail War, and therefore, he had a servant. It would be ludicrous to assume that even a perfectly capable master like Kiri would be somewhere without his servant nearby, especially if he was fighting a powerful fellow master. A knife flew out from the trees and knocked the gun out of Kiritsugu's hand. Not to be outdone, he quickly brought his silencer handgun up, using Timer Alter XL to give himself a burst of speed. He quickly fired in the direction of the knife, but the shots simply passed through Assassin like he was a ghost. His fist, on the other hand, was certainly solid, as it sent Kiritsugu hurtling into a tree. He smashed into it with a crash, and he was certain he felt something break. True, Assassin may not lay claim to the same level of strength as Avenger, but Kiritsugu possessed neither a servant's endurance nor Saber's armor. Kiritsugu, Irisfield cried out. Mia lost focus for a moment when she heard her, but that was all the time Kiri needed for her to knock the knives out of her hand. He then grabbed Mia's arm from below, carrying it up while also pressing his side close to her waist, and simultaneously he delivered a blow to her heart with his left elbow and a strike from his left foot to her supporting leg, all in an instant to combine offense and defense. That attack, 6 grand opening, elbow up thrust, was one move in Kiri's personal fighting style, Bajiquan, a Chinese fighting style that takes the shortest route to the opponent without showing any initial movement to damage the inside of the body instead of the outside. Mia went down from the blow, which Kiri followed up with a stomp onto her chest. He then lifted one of his black keys, but was stopped by a metal falcon, of all things. He turned and realized that it was Irisfield who had done so. This was her magecraft, transmutation, which was the field that the Einsburn truly specialize in, to do things like manipulating the configuration of noble metals. Irisfield developed an application of this for combat purposes use, to pass prana through metal wires so to shape the threads accordingly with her mental images. The precision of the shapes and the fluidity at how she can change between them serves as a statement on how the Einsburn thaumaturgy excels in alchemy. Shape ist Leben, Irisfield shouted as the wire falcon shot forward again towards him. He quickly dodged the first lunge and watched as it circled around to strike him again. Madam, don't. He's a skilled executor, an expert at hunting mages. That won't stop him. Mia yelled out. Damn it. I have to help. Kiritsugu thought. Time Altka. He was stopped by Assassin's fist striking his chest. Don't. I want to see how this goes. The masked servant told him. Damn. Kiritsugu's eyes briefly flickered down to his command seals, mentally trying to decide if it was worth the effort to use one. Assassin noticed the moment, imperceptible as it was. Do you honestly think I would let you? Assassin simply asked. Even more importantly, do you honestly think Avenger will take it well if you interrupt his match? Kiritsugu looked at him with pure cold hate, but he knew deep down it was true. Avenger truly seemed to enjoy fighting. What would stop him if he chose to follow Saber here? There was no way they could hope to beat 2 servants at once, one of which potentially the most powerful servant in the war, and potentially the most dangerous master as well, even with Saber here. Still, they would have a better chance overall, especially if Avenger didn't follow, but Kiritsugu still didn't know what Assassin was capable of. He had researched the previous assassins of the Holy Grail Wars, all of them one of 19 individuals known as Hassanai Saber, the pseudonym shared by the leaders of the Hashishin, a medieval Islamic sect. The name of the sect is the etymological root of the word assassin, and the class name itself thus acts as the catalyst to summon the members of the organization. This assassin was not one of them. So who was to say he was limited by the assassin norm? He looked back towards where his wife was, deciding to bide his time until Assassin was distracted, or hopefully once Saber finished her fight with Avenger. The metal falcon raced towards him again, and Kiri punched it in the chest. To his surprise, the falcon then transformed once again into metal wire, completely binding Kiri's arms together. Despite this, Kiri raced towards Iri, intending to strike her down. Iri allowed herself a small smirk. Not so fast. She raised her arm upwards, and the wires on his arms thrust upwards as well, halting his charge. She quickly made a fist and swung her arm back down and to the left, sending him flying into a tree. The wire instantly wrapped itself around the tree the moment he struck it, effectively tying him to it. Well, that was unexpected. Assassin mused out loud. Mia, finish him. Iri yelled. Mia quickly grabbed her gun, and Assassin prepared to intercept her, but everyone stopped when they heard a solid thunk echo throughout the vicinity. Everyone turned just in time to watch Kiri, despite his hands bound to the tree, release another blow to the trunk of the tree, producing another solid thunk. You see, while it would seem that his hands are his main weapon, the level of Kiri's training makes his entire body a weapon. Being bound does not leave him helpless as long as he can plant both feet on the ground. Everything to the strength of his feet on the ground, the turning of his back, and the twisting of his shoulders attributes to releasing an instantaneous burst of power into his fists. The strength of the arms is insignificant in comparison to the power of the whole body to someone experienced with the phenomenon. It is possible to press a fist next to the target and strike only with the force coming from outside of the arm. With this explosive force technique, just having the back of his hands against the tree trunk allows him to utilize the full power of his body to strike. And with another solid thunk, the tree came crashing down. Kiri simply rubbed his hands as he looked at all of their expressions, his face still an emotionless mask. Mia recovered first, attempting to shoot him, but he simply covered the distance and kicked her in the face. Mia, Iri yelled, but then Kiri covered the distance and struck her in the face, sending her down. He then lifted her up by the neck and stared at her. Suddenly, he brought out one of his keys and stabbed her in the shoulder. She cried out as he dug it deeper, and slowly, a grin began to grow on his face. He couldn't believe it. All his life, he had never found joy or filled that hole of emptiness. So why, here and now, was he suddenly feeling good, happy even? Was this what he meant, that suffering would bring me joy? I know I shouldn't like it. I should be appalled. But it feels so wonderful. Kiri thought to himself as he removed the blade. He watched as Kiritsugu tried to rush forward, only to be stopped by Assassin. The look of hate on his face just made Kiri feel even better. You might as well get comfy, Amiya, Assassin said. I want to see if this test is all the proof my master needs. He noticed Mia attempting to get up, and quickly rushed over and kicked her over to where Kiritsugu was. Kiri then looked at Iri dead in the eyes. Then he let go of her neck, only to grab her face, his hand over her mouth. He withdrew 3 more keys, and, holding them Wolverine style, plunged them into her stomach. He watched her scream and cough up blood, it spilling over his hands and onto his sleeve. Stop it, Kiritsugu yelled, and Kiri, hearing the anger, hate, and begging in his voice, felt more joy than he ever had. He removed the blades and prepared to swing one of them down on Irisveel's neck, and all Kiritsugu and Mia could do was look on in horror while Assassin did in silent approval. Kiritsugu prepared to use one of his command seals, be damned to the consequences of whether Assassin saw him. Until something came flying out of the night and towards Kiri, who, on reflex, threw his key at it. The key pierced the flying object, which fell to the ground with a dying screech. Surprised, everyone turned their attention towards the direction the object had come from, where a buzzing noise could be heard. The source revealed itself as flying insects which looked like what you would get if you took crestworms and gave them wings and insect armor, plus an appetite for flesh. They were blade wing worms, which were just that, and capable of striping flesh like a school of piranhas. The source of these insects shambled forward, revealing himself to be Kiriya Matu, the master of Berserker. I believe the good man there told you to stop hurting his wife. Kiriya stated simply. It would be a shame if I had to force you to do so. Without a word, the worms flew towards Kiri, who jumped away. Assassin quickly moved to intercept Kiriya, but was stopped when the worms turned on him. Using that as a distraction, Kiritsugu managed to use Time Alter to grab Mia and Iri, taking them over to where Kiriya was. Kiritsugu stood next to Kiriya, panting slightly. Using Time Alter so much so fast was doing his body more harm than good. The fact that he already had something broken while using it really wasn't helping him out either. Why, would you? Kiritsugu asked, panting as he did. Kiriya looked at him and smiled briefly. Help a fellow master? Partly, it's because I want to form an alliance with you. As for the other part, he gestured at Iri. What I saw right then was a man whose wife was being tortured and nearly killed. I think that was reason enough. A flash of light briefly illuminated the forest, which was Assassin burning the worms to ashes. The two looked at each, then at the enemy. So, where's Berserker? Currently helping Saber against Avenger. So, is this a yes to our alliance? Kiritsugu considered this for a moment. Originally, he wouldn't have hesitated to summon Saber here, but now, armed with the knowledge that Berserker was aiding her, he decided to wait just a little longer. After all, Korea might very well end up dying here, thus taking another servant out of the game. Korea summoned out more of his blade worms, grunting in pain as he did, and Kiritsugu drew his Calico M950. Assassin and Kiri turned their attention to the two masters, Kiri drawing 4 more black keys and Assassin simply assuming a ready stance. There would be hell to pay when this was over. Back with Saber and Avenger. Saber swung her golden sword at Avenger, who parried with his own pistols and fired back. She quickly deflected and dodged the shots, grimacing as she did. Avenger was no fool. Once he had realized that she was obviously going to use her noble phantasm against him, he had immediately went on the offensive, doing everything in his power to keep her from getting the time she needed to concentrate and prepare the necessary amount of prana to release it. Thus, she had been forced to try and incapacitate Avenger, slicing off his hands, feet, arms, legs, and even his head. While it was true that her blade, released from invisible air, had done more damage to him than originally, it still wasn't enough to slow his regeneration down to the point where she could gather the required power. Coward! Saber yelled as she jumped away from his shots, trying to find another opening. Weren't you the one who wanted to see my full power? Maybe, but I never said I was just going to let you use it without some effort. Avenger retorted as he continued to fire. If you want a piece of me, you're going to have to work for it. They continued the pattern that had been set, striking, shooting, parrying, and dodging for a while longer. It was like watching some sort of maddening dance of death. The irony of that mental comparison was not lost on Saber. Finally, there was a change in the pattern. Avenger came rushing towards Saber, still firing as he did. Saber, unprepared for the sudden change in tactics, moved back, trying to keep some level of distance as she tried to analyze the situation for an opening. However, Avenger moved towards her even faster, intending to strike while she was still confused. Finally, realizing retreat was futile, Saber used Prana Burst to rocket towards him, swinging her sword back for a crushing blow. Avenger cocked his left arm back, keeping the fingers on his hand as straight as a blade before thrusting it towards Saber's heart. The two struck the other, and blood burst forth from their bodies. Saber's blow had come down and completely cut Avenger from his left collarbone down through to his right side, slicing through muscles, sinew, and bone. Avenger's blow, due to her strike coming first and her realizing where he was aiming, struck not her heart, but clean through her armor and her right shoulder. Saber bit her tongue to keep from crying out, but a little grunt did escape her. While it wasn't as severe as it would have been, Saber still knew the injury was bad, for 3 reasons. First, with her right arm out of commission, she couldn't use Excalibur. She could still fight, but her ability and strength would be hampered severely. Second, Avenger could heal far faster than she could, an ability she could only match if she had Avalon, her sheath. Third, his arm was still through her shoulder while he was regenerating, and due to the fact that she couldn't swing her sword in this position, he would be in the perfect place to strike her down. In other words, she was well and truly fucked. Sure enough, in about 10 seconds, Avenger had fully regenerated from that injury and was now staring at her with some level of respect in his eyes. Impressive, King of Knights. You truly are worthy of your legend. Here, his voice gained a bit of a sad tone. However, it would seem that you weren't the one. A pity. I would have thought it fitting someone so pure as yourself would be that person. He raised his right hand, bringing up the black gun, the jackal, to point between her eyes. But it ends here, King Arthur. He prepared to pull the trigger, and Saber stared at him without fear. The shot never came, however, because the hand holding the gun went flying away in a burst of blood. Before either servant could recover from their surprise, the arm that went through Saber's shoulder was cut off as well, and a kick to the chest sent Avenger flying away. The figure stood in front of Saber, and now she could tell who it was. It was not so mad servant, Berserker. That was a close one. Saber, are you alright? She asked without turning around. Saber stared at her, still surprised. I'll live, but why are you here? She removed Avenger's arm from her shoulder and, concentrating, began to divert as much prana as she could spare to repair her shoulder. Well, originally we were planning to come here in the morning and ask for an alliance, but I sensed fighting up here and recognized it as both you and Avenger. My master and I hauled but to get up here, and it looks like we were in the nick of time. My master's helping yours, if you're wondering where he is. What? Saber looked up at her. Don't worry, they're doing rather well. Berserker turned to look her, giving her a brief smile. So, what do you say to working together to beat him, Saber? Saber was silent. Normally, she would have preferred to fight on her own, but Avenger was far above her ability to handle alone. Besides, Berserker seemed rather keen on an alliance, and, from what she had seen of the other servants, she seemed the most likable. Plus, she had saved her from certain death. She allowed herself a small smile. It would be my honor. Well, let's get to it. Another voice, male, rang out. Saber stopped and looked at Berserker, surprised. That voice sounded like it came from her scythe. You might want to stand back and heal a little bit, Saber. Berserker continued, either not noticing or not bothering to acknowledge her surprised look. We can handle this for now. So saying, the sane, shouldn't even be in the same sentence. Berserker's servant rushed towards the vampire. By this point, Avenger had regenerated his parts and was now facing Berserker with a mad grin on his face. "This is the thanks I get for helping you out? That's rude," he stated as he fired at Berserker. She quickly dodged and parried with skill, despite the fact that her weapon of choice wasn't suited for this kind of work. To be frank, a scythe is truly an impractical weapon. Both the blade and the point face inward, making it impossible to hit an enemy from a distance. Further, traditional agricultural scythes have a somewhat curved shaft with handles mounted on the sides, further decreasing the range, and a blade set at an angle perpendicular to the ground. While scythes have been used as polearms before, they were often reforged by re-angling and/or reinforcing the blade into something more like a large blade on a stick. Most modern-day depictions of scythes have double edges or angle the blade further upward so that the sides can be swung in the same manner as an axe, with the added bonus of being able to cut an opponent in half after you've impaled them. The scythe is truly a weapon that is almost impossible to master. However, as Berserker was proving, if one could master the usage of a scythe, it would likely follow what she was doing. She continued to spin, swing, and slice with it, deflecting the bullets as she came closer to striking. Finally, she got within range and swung, taking Avenger across the chest and cutting off one of his arms. He simply grinned and swung his fist, connecting with her side and sending her back. She allowed herself to be sent back before stopping and holding her weapon in front of her. Avenger attempted to take advantage of this, but was stopped by Saber, who had once again jumped into the fray. In that brief time, she had been able to transfer enough of her prana to repairing the wound in her shoulder that she could use it, but it was still tender. Berserker nodded her head in gratitude, and, once again, she spoke two words, and like before, it sounded like two people speaking at the same time. Saber noticed, however, that the other voice was the one she heard from the scythe. "Let's go?" Soul resonance. Once again, her body began to glow light blue and her scythe began to transform as well. But this time, it was different. The energy seemed to be stronger, more violent, and the scythe was different. Instead of appearing as a crescent moon, the scythe had turned into a massive halberd-like blade. Saber and Avenger knew that this wasn't the same move she used against Archer. Saber jumped back from Avenger, keeping out of the direct line of sight between the two servants. "Do it now. Come on. Show me what you've got," Avenger yelled. He hadn't regenerated from the injuries in time to stop her from activating the technique, but he was confident he could survive it. Berserker rushed forward even faster than before, swinging her scythe behind her. Avenger attempted to shoot her, but she simply deflected the shots and even took two to her chest. Despite that, she continued forward, eventually coming straight up to him and prepared to deliver the next blow. "Demon Hunter," she roared as she brought the scythe down, completely cutting him in half horizontally. At first, Avenger simply grinned as he fell, once again knocking her away while he was at it. However, the grin faded when he realized a crucial fact. The wound, it's not healing. Sure enough, while he felt his powers kicking in, it was far slower than usual. He looked up at Berserker in shock. A demon hunting blade. How stupid of me. Granted, while he had been struck with holy weapons before, it had been a long time since something this potent had been used against him. Berserker grinned. "I thought so, demon," she thought as she yelled. "Saber now." Saber was already way ahead of her in that regard. However, she quickly began gathering as much prana as she could, and her shoulder had healed enough so that she could fight at full strength. Her blade began to glow brighter and brighter, looking as if all the light in the world had been forged into a blade. If Berserker's blade had been the moon, fascinating and brilliant, then Saber's was the sun, magnificent and radiant. This was the sword of promised victory, the holy sword that symbolized King Arthur and could be called the physical actualization of her dreams. Sacred, made from people's conceptions, a legend weaved out of hope. It was not a myth or inhuman work, but a crystal trained by the heart alone, making it reign as the strongest fantasy. It was the crystallization of the prayer named glory, and everything etched in the hearts of those who are scattered at the sword's radiance. The nostalgic, sorrowful, and hallowed dream of those who were placed on the bloody hell called a battlefield, of all warriors past, present, and future fully exposed to the fear of death and despair, and who still cling to a desire to be exalted. It could not be called beautiful, because of its appearance. The description of beautiful would only dirty it. This was the sword that surpassed all others, the holiest of blades. One considered worthy to wield, it could be called worthy to pass God's judgment. Ironic that it would now pass judgment on the one some called the devil. Whoa, Berserker and her weapon whispered. Not even Kishin Hunter could rival that in pure brilliance. They also remembered the tale of another, similar sword. A sword greater than any other, the precursor of the demon weapons, and liked to annoy the ever-loving crud out of people by calling them fools. Shit, I don't think I should get hit with that, Avenger thought. He quickly crossed his hands over his face once more, leaving only eye visible. Saber, with a dancer's grace, one foot slipped lightly back to firm her stance. Her arms, already raised, drew back. The The light of the sword built to a peak, becoming impossible to look upon, even for her. She stepped forward, preparing to bring it down. X. Release restraint level 1. Avenger yelled as he prepared himself for the blow. Berserker's eyes widened as he said that, and she could see one of the locks on his soul open up. There was only one more left. Excalibur. Saber finished as she brought the sword onto Avenger's torn halves. The pure power and light washed over his body, drenching him in its energy. His body spasmed, and he could feel the souls being used as it burned and destroyed his body. Nothing could compare to this. Being shot, stabbed, struck with magical and holy weapons. All of it paled in comparison to the sheer pain rolling through his body. All of those weapons, while they caused pain, it had been brief. This was never-ending, like the fire that consumed the sinful. He couldn't quite remember the last time he had screamed. 1 minute later. Eventually, the massive blast of light faded. Saber and Berserker looked down upon the ground where Avenger had been. Not even dust remained to mark his passing. Berserker looked at Saber. That was amazing. Saber simply nodded. Now that Avenger is dead, we can. Whoever said I was dead? A voice, Avenger's voice, rang out. It was quiet and filled with pain. The two servants looked about quickly to find the source of the voice, finally coming to a rest on a figure about 5 yards away. It was Avenger, but his attire had changed again. The coat he had worn before was gone. In its place, he was wearing a black leather jumper/coat with his white gloves still on. His hair had grown again, this time reaching down to his waist. However, what drew their attention wasn't so much what he was wearing as how he looked overall. To be frank, he looked like shit. While his left side had more or less regenerated as of this point, his right side looked like it had just went through a meat grinder and the remains were burned. They could still see the blood and some of his bones, and his flesh looked horrible. His left arm hadn't even fully regenerated yet. He grinned at their expressions, which looked pained and absolutely creepy, even more so as he was. Well, I have to admit I haven't felt that much pain in a long time. I think I'll withdraw for now. His body began to turn into that shadowy substance again. We'll see each other again sometime. The shadowy substance divided into a swarm of bats, which then flew away. The two servants watched as Avenger disappeared. Then Saber turned to Berserker. Are you alright? Those shots did take you at close range. Saber asked. Berserker simply shook her head and pointed to where the shot wounds were. Saber could see that the injuries, to her surprise, were already healing. She took note of the fact there was what appeared to be black blood in the wounds, filing it away for future reference. Don't worry about it, Berserker replied. Besides, I think we have bigger things to worry about. Berserker then pointed behind herself. Saber quickly realized what she meant. Our masters. They need us. Saber yelled. Follow me. I know where they are. Berserker yelled back as she raced through the forest. Saber quickly raced after her. She briefly thought as to why she was following an enemy. Berserker could just lead her astray and kill her. Saber shook her head. Berserker seemed to truly care for her master's well-being, and she could have just let her get shot by Avenger instead of rushing in to save her. Saber would simply have to trust her. Master, please hold on. They both thought as they hurried to where Berserker could sense Kiritsugu, Irisfeel, Mia, and Korea. They could only pray they were not too late. Cliffhanger. This chapter was starting to get a little long, so I split it in two. So, the battle between Avenger, Saber, and Berserker is over, but the show's not over yet. Kiritsugu and Korea face off against Kiri and Assassin. How will it end up? Avenger, spoilers. Kiri is going to get. Berserker, Maka Chop. Saber. They'll find out in the next chapter, so don't go spilling details. Thank you. Now then, the final servant skill sheet. Here's Avenger. Servant, Avenger. Master, none. Identity, Alucard Vlad Teeps 3, Dracula. Series, Helsing. Sex, male. Strength, B. Endurance, E. Agility, B. Mana, A+. Luck, C. Noble Phantasm, A. Class skills. Independent action, the ability to remain independent even when rejecting the prana supply from the master. At the higher ranks, it is also possible to remain for extended periods of time in this world without an established contract. It is both useful and troublesome depending on the disposition of the servant and the rank of independent action. Acting in autonomy from the master's prana supply, the master can concentrate their own prana on large spells, or the servant will be fine even in the case they cannot supply prana due to injury. The downside is that they can be harder to control and keep by their side, making the only true way to command them by utilizing command spells. A+, servant can remain in this world indefinitely even without a master. However, in order to activate his noble phantasm, it is necessary to first acquire an extra supply of prana from alternative sources, possible due to his massive supply of souls at his command. Presence concealment, the capacity to hide one's presence as a servant. It is a common skill to the assassin class. D. Suitable for spying. Riding, expertise to ride animals and vehicles. B. Most vehicles can be handled with above-average skill. However, cannot ride the likes of phantasm races such as monstrous beasts. Personal skills. Battle continuation, the strength of vitality for predicaments. Also, the ability to withdraw from combat and reach allied territory alive after being defeated. A. Makes possible to fight even with deadly injuries and can remain alive so long as one does not receive a decisive fatal wound. Combined with his noble phantasm Endless Lives, it's almost impossible to kill him. Clairvoyance connotes superior visual perception and dynamic occipital capture, such as to supplement the long-range aiming of projectile weapons. At higher ranks, it is possible that the bearers of this skill have acquired such abilities as precognition, future vision, and other forms of perception beyond standard eyesight, X-ray vision, and so forth. C. Capable of keeping track of fast-moving object within a range of 4 kilometers. Standard ability of a vampire. Eternal Arms Mastership prevents degradation of fighting skills when under the effect of mental hindrance. A+. Mastership of combat arts has reached the point of being said to be unrivaled in one's era. By complete merging of mind, body, and technique, it is possible to make use of full fighting skills even when under the influence of any sort of mental hindrance. Innocent Monster, an attribute possessed by servants whose history and existence have been distorted by the monstrous reputations they accrued across the course of their life and thereafter. As a consequence, the servant's abilities and appearance have been rendered to conform to the specifications of their legend. Incidentally, this personal skill cannot be removed. A. In Avenger's case, his status as a vampire was never a lie. Monstrous Strength, an ability possessed by monsters and beasts, temporary boost of the strength parameter by 1 rank for a time limit determined by the ranking of this skill. A+. At this point, one cannot even be called a beast or monster anymore, but rather a force of nature given form. Avenger's status as the king of vampires, the most powerful in his world, grants him this status, as well as the monster who opposes God. Protection of the Faith, a skill possessed only by those who have sacrificed themselves for a religious view. Despite being a form of divine protection, it is not a blessing from a higher existence. It is only the absoluteness of one's body and soul, which is born from faith. But if it is too high, it causes abnormalities in the personality. C. Avenger, being Vlad III or Vlad the Impaler, possesses this ability due to his brutally effective methods of protecting Christianity and the lands of Wallachia. Originally rank A+++, but he abandoned God and became a vampire to symbolize that choice. Shapeshifting refers to both borrowing bodies and appearance change, a method used by the millenary spirits of foxes and badgers of China that are put on par with Tamamonome. A+. The user becomes a perfect copy of whatever he desires. Avenger can transform himself or parts of himself into bats, insects, snakes, hellhounds, other human forms including a little girl, an amorphous mass of darkness, and many other forms. Alucard has 4 known human forms, each with different characteristics and weapons. He also states that his form means nothing and that he can take any form that he chooses. Noble Phantasm, .454 Kasul, and the Jackal, C+, anti-unit Avenger's signature weapons. They take the form of 2 oversized and overpowered handguns. The .454 Kasul is the silver gun often used in Avenger's left hand. It is a semi-automatic pistol that fires custom-made explosive .454 Kasul rounds, with the steel bullets bearing a core made from the melted silver Christian cross from Lancaster Cathedral. It is 10 inches in length, engraved on the slide, weighing approximately 6 kilograms unloaded, and bears a 6+ one-shot magazine of the .454 Kasul caliber that gave the gun its name. The Jackal is the black gun often used in his right hand, and with a length of 39 centimeters, 16 in, a weight of 16 kilograms, 35 pounds, and a black gunmetal construction, it is one of the most powerful hand weapons he uses. The words "Jesus Christ is in heaven now" are engraved upon it. It fires a huge, armor-piercing, 13mm bullet. The rounds are jacketed with a casing of blessed Macedonian silver and tipped with a hollow point, which contains an explosive charge of pre-blessed mercury, perfect for use against vampiric creatures. Vampire King, Endless Lives, Yex, the source of Avengers, immortality, and regeneration. He uses the souls of all the people he has ever drained of blood to death. Any damage dealt to his body is instead diverted to his reservoir of souls. Holy weapons do cause more damage and slow his regeneration more than any other types, but it is ultimately impossible to kill him with those alone. They are also the source of his prana. He has approximately 3.4 million souls at his beck and call. Sealed upon activation of Vampire King, Army of the Dead. Release states, Yex, due to his overwhelming power, Avenger's abilities were restricted in life so as to have better control over him. There are shown to be 6 levels of restriction and 6 corresponding states, with lower numbers meaning greater levels of power. In order to release his powers, he will often say what level of power he is releasing before engaging, likely to unnerve his opponents. An example of such is as follows. Releasing control art restriction systems, 3, 2, 1, approval of situation A recognized. Commencing the Cromwell invocation. Ability restrictions lifted for limited use until the enemy has been rendered silent. It is noticeable that Alucard's attire sometimes changes according to how much power he is using. As he charges up to engage in battle, first his sunglasses, then his fedora will disappear. To sum it up, the release dates are not just the markers of Alucard's growing powers. They also has an effect on his appearance and fighting methods as well. Up to level 1, Alucard usually takes his Count form. Even with his new personality, he still takes the form he once had as Count Dracula. It can be assumed that the vampire sees this form as the one which is fitting his monstrous being the most. In this state, he usually fights with his guns, using his bare hands only against human targets or just to finish his vampire victims by impaling them. Note that with each successive release, minus level 0, as it is his original form, his prana consumption increases. Level 5, Alucard's first level in his base form. His appearance here is the same as usual. This is the status of his base stats. Level 4, Alucard's next level. His sunglasses disappear at this point. UPS his strength to be. Level 3, Alucard's next level. His fedora disappear at this point. UPS his agility by 1 rank. Level 2, Alucard's next level. His hair grows to shoulder length. UPS his endurance by 1 rank and his mana to A+. Level 1, Alucard's second strongest form. His hair grows to waist length, and his clothing changes to his black jumper/coat. UPS his endurance by 2 ranks, his agility to A+, his strength to A+, and his mana to A++. Level 0, Alucard's final and most powerful form. His body becomes surrounded by dark crimson armor, his hair grows to knee length, and he grows a mustache. Most often uses a claymore sword in this form. UPS endurance to rank A allows him to use his most powerful noble phantasm, Vampire King, Army of the Dead, but seals his other noble phantasm Vampire King, Endless Lives. Vampire King, Army of the Dead, EX, Anti-Army Avengers Final Noble Phantasm, unlocked through activation of the level 0 release state. Allows Avenger to release all the souls he has ever consumed, surrounding him to form an army of millions. Numbers roughly in the 3.4 million range. The souls come in 2 types. One is similar to a ghoul, mindless and constantly moaning in pain, while the other is the soul manifesting exactly how it was when it was alive, personality, powers, and all. However, this comes at the price in that this is the only time Avenger can die without killing all of his souls one at a time. He still keeps a few inside for regeneration, but he is mortal. Author note. Yes, for anyone wondering, Excalibur did do a massive amount of damage to Avenger. In fact, far more damage than he ever received throughout the Hellsing canon, even during his final battle with Alexander Anderson. It's just that he has so many souls at his disposal that they took all of that, and he still has plenty to go. I have no intentions of making him completely invincible, though. Let it be known the final battle with Avenger will be epic. How? You'll have to wait and see. Also, this is the last chapter 1 was able to pretty much finish before I published chapter 4, so updates are going back to being sporadic until further notice. Anyways, keep reviewing, favoriting, and following. In fact, someone by the name of Prometheus117 recommended this FIC on TvTropes. I have to admit I'm impressed that anyone cared to actually do so thanks. Now, it is my goal to impress you guys enough so that it gets its own page on TvTropes. Thank you guys so much for your support. I hope you guys are also enjoying my choice of music on my profile. Chapter 7, Present Alliances and Past Dreams. In the woods near the Einsburn Manor. It was a beautiful night in Fuyuki City. The air was clear. The moon was full. A certain servant was dying to sink his teeth into something, or would be if he wasn't nearly blown to pieces. Unless one was to travel into the forest, in which case they would come into contact with a battle the likes of which one only sees in movies and epics. After all, it's not every day you see a battle where one side consists of a priest using blades like some beardless Wolverine or a certain ass-kicking, vampire-killing priest and a masked man who looked straight out of some anime, fighting 2 men, one of which is spiked hair using a machine gun one-handed like he was some sort of superhero, and the other who looked like a half-dead Two-Face surrounded by a horde of locusts with teeth. Funny that those descriptions weren't quite so far off. Kiritsugu continued to fire at Kiri, who was either throwing his black keys directly at him or crossing his arms in front of his face to protect himself from the shots. Kiritsugu responded by shooting or dodging the keys, or sparingly using time alter to dodge if he didn't have time to do so normally. Now, for anyone wondering, what was Kiri doing? He was using his worms to keep Assassin out of the fight, which basically boiled down to him sending his worms en masse in a suicidal charge against Assassin, to which Assassin responded with burning to ashes. It wasn't doing much, but it was keeping Assassin preoccupied while the other 2 masters fought, and that was all that Kiritsugu needed. The plan that the 2 masters had come up with boiled down to Kiritsugu and Kiri fighting while Kiri kept Assassin out of the fight for as long as possible. The plan was to hopefully hold out until Saber and Berserker were able to finish their fight with Avenger, and so far, about 30 seconds in, it was going rather well. Failing that, they had an alternate plan. far more risky, but it had the potential to take out Kiri out of the war permanently. But, as they continued with Plan A, it looked like they wouldn't have to worry about it. Until Kiri stopped and clutched his chest in pain, coincidentally around the same time that Berserker activated Demon Hunter. Assassin, realizing this was the chance he was waiting for, quickly burned the remaining insects to ash and threw a knife at Kiritsugu. Unable to dodge the knife fully, he used Time Alter to make it so that it only struck his right arm, not his neck. However, this provided the time Kiri needed to throw his knives, taking Kiritsugu through his left arm. His left arm now useless, he finally decided to call Saber over, regardless of whether she was done with her fight with Avenger. Kiri rushed forward to take advantage of his weakened opponent. An assassin was back to dealing with not only Kiri, who had recovered enough to start firing worms again, but also Mia, who had recovered thanks to Irisveal and was now shooting at him. Thankfully, his speed was more than enough to allow him to dodge. Yes, to Assassin and Kiri's surprise, Iri was back up again. Despite having been run through by the Black Keys but a minute or two ago, the wounds were completely gone, and, despite still looking pale, was now behind Kiri, healing him. Thankfully, unknown to both master and servant, it would appear that the special item Kiritsugu had given Iri was working to perfection. Regardless, Kiri was closing in on Kiritsugu, and Assassin had decided he had been letting this fight drag on long enough. He prepared to start using his patented technique, and Kiritsugu allowed his command seals to glow. Kemu, by the power of my command seal, I order you, Saber. Both were unfortunately, interrupted by a blast of light that illuminated the forest. Everyone hesitated for about 3 seconds as they gawked at the sudden blast, but it was Kiritsugu who recovered first. Allowing his command seals to fade, he managed to lift the calico and shoot at Kiri. Unfortunately, it was Kiri who recovered second. Once again, he guarded from the shots, but Kiritsugu, instead of taking advantage of this to rush him, raced quickly to the side, activating Time Alter quicken his reactions. Looks like it's almost time to use Plan B, he thought. I hope Kiri told Iri what to do. Assassin recovered third. Drawing 3 daggers, he hurled them at Kiri, Mia, and Iri, turning his attention to Kiritsugu. He noticed where he was going, and realized what he was aiming to grab. No, you don't, Assassin simply said as he prepared to rush forward to intercept him, but was interrupted when he saw something out of the corner of his vision. It was a metal falcon, the very same technique Iri used against Kiri, and it was coming straight for him. He simply allowed the attack to phase through his body, courtesy of Kemui. He turned his head, noticing several dead insects. It would appear that Kiri always kept some worms on as sacrificial shields. He noticed something odd. While Kiri, Mia, and Iri looked angry and surprised in their facial expressions at the fact that the attack passed right through him, the angry expression didn't quite reach the later two's eyes. But why on earth would they? His eyes widened. He turned his head and realized that the falcon had passed through him and was now heading towards Kiri. They intentionally aimed for him to distract him from the real target. True, he might not have avoided it in the way they had expected, but it still had the intended effect. Clever girls, he thought. He then turned to deal with Kiritsugu, who had grabbed the item he had reached toward. The item in question was his Thompson contender. He noticed Assassin coming towards him, knife in hand. Realizing he had no chance of dodging, he activated his command seals. By the power of my command seal, I order you, Saber, to come forth. His seals flared, one faded, and Saber appeared in front of him, deflecting Assassin's attack and responding with one of her own. Damn, Assassin thought as he parried with Saber. Looks like Saber and Berserker pushed back Avenger. Good, but I've let this fight drag on long enough. Time to end this. He then allowed the next swipe to pass through his body, taking advantage of Saber's momentary surprise to grab her and try and drag her into his alternate dimension. He actually did succeed in grabbing her and began to use his vortex to suck her in. Unfortunately, Saber reversed her grip on Excalibur the moment it passed through him and swung down on his right arm, cutting it off and breaking the link he needed in order to keep absorbing her. That instinct skill is really starting to piss me off, Assassin thought as he jumped back and started parrying again, this time with one arm. Even as he dealt with incoming fire from Mia and bladed worms from Kiri. He had to applaud their teamwork, especially since this was the first time Kiri had ever worked with the others. Meanwhile, Kiri turned his head in the direction of the falcon attack. This time, he didn't strike it with his fist, having learned his lesson. Instead, he turned his body to the side, allowing the falcon to pass by him. The moment it did, he hurled all 3 of the black keys in his right hand at Iri. And, while the bladed worms did stop too, the third made it through and struck her in the right shoulder, causing the wire falcon to fall from the air and onto the ground in a useless pile. Despite that, Iri, while obviously in pain from the key in her shoulder, actually smiled slightly. Kiri didn't realize why at first, but a sound solved that problem. The sound in question was coming from the former wire falcon. Inside of it, for that matter. Kiri turned in time to watch several bladed worms emerge and race towards him. It would appear that Iri had Kiri store some worms inside the falcon just for this moment. Unable to dodge, he crossed his left arm over his face, protecting it. The worms struck his left arm and side, and, despite the bulletproof robes, they actually started eating through it at a rapid pace to get at his flesh. Quickly, Kiri did the only thing he could in this situation, short of having assassins set him on fire. He activated the circuits in his body, but instead of transferring prana into a weapon, he prepared to release it through his body the moment he felt the worms attack his flesh, hoping the sudden burst of power could potentially kill them or at least knock them off. Kiritsugu allowed himself a small smirk. Not his usual thing, but he wasn't feeling very usual right now. Checkmate. He aimed and fired the Thompson contender straight at Kiri, the shot striking his left shoulder as he flooded his body with prana. The Thompson contender is a special weapon, even among Kiritsugu's other tools. At first glance, it's not much. To one unfamiliar with it, it would be a wonder why it's so special. The contender was developed in 1967 by American company Thompson/Center Arms. It is a break-open single-shot pistol meant for sport shooting. Simple, yet powerful, the weapon can, with little modification, be used to shoot various ammunition ranging from .22 LR to rifle bullets. It is 444 mm and 1700 G, with his modifications bringing the total weight to 2060 G. In addition, it is customized with a 14-inch rifle barrel made for hunting specifications and fitted 4.30-06 Springfield bullets, far more powerful than an average handgun bullet. For comparison, a .30-06 bullet is 10% stronger than a .308 Winchester rifle bullet. It was more than capable of penetrating bulletproof vests with ease. However, its true usage lies in the fact that it is Kiritsugu's Mystic Code, a support item used by Magi carries as a magical artifact. Unlike most codes, however, it is unique in the fact that it is not the pistol itself that is magical. That would be its ammunition. Origin bullets, containing part of Kiritsugu's soul, actualize his origin of severing and binding upon contact with the target, which can cripple living creatures that are fired upon. There are no wounds or bleeding upon the bullet making contact, but the targeted area or body part appears to be suffering from necrosis. While it seems to have healed properly on the surface, the nerves and capillaries will never regenerate properly, and the original function will be forever lost. While it would be bad for a living being to be hit by it, as a conceptual weapon, this bullet poses an even graver threat to Magi in particular. Origin bullets will immediately affect Magi upon coming in contact with their magecraft. The only practical way for Magi to defend against one is to discard all magecraft and defend purely by physical means, but he uses a particularly malicious method forcing the use of magecraft by making it impossible to physically block it. The bullets excel in penetration, and there is little outside of magecraft capable of blocking the specialized hunting rifle unless they are protected by the military-grade armor of an armored vehicle. Being forced to defend with magecraft, the impact of the origin within the bullet affects everything all the way down to the magic circuits of the practitioner. If omega circuits are thought of as a high-voltage cable, then the impact of the bullet could be thought of as a drop of water attaching itself to a thickly placed electrical circuit. Once a conductive liquid becomes attached, the short-circuiting current will destroy the circuit itself, resulting in permanent damage. The more intense the pressure used to gather densely packed prana for defense, the more active magic circuits will be functioning upon the moment of contact, and the more severe the destructive power of the bullet becomes. This severing aspect will cause prana stored within the circuits to ignore the paths within the body, flowing chaotically and destroying it in the process. Afterward, the circuits will be bound together again with the binding aspect, albeit in a chaotic and useless manner, thus rendering them permanently inoperable and destroying the target's magecraft abilities. Kiritsugu created this frightening ammunition by using his own body, from his first and second ribs on both sides being cut off, extracted from his body, ground into dust, condensed with a craft to preserve his soul, and sealed within 66 bullets as their core. Of those 66, he used 37 of them during his life before entering the Fourth Holy Grail War. Not a single one was wasted after completely destroying 37 Magi. Now, Kiri was number 38. The bullet struck Kiri in his left shoulder, penetrating his bulletproof frock, and he felt like someone decided to pour magma into his veins and nerves, rip them apart, and stitch them back together like some mad patchwork quilt. What? What is this? He screamed in his mind as he felt the pain, and the pain was indescribable. He felt his circuits surge with energy and through his body, but most severely through his left arm. He literally felt something in his arm destroy itself. He screamed, coughed up blood, and continued to do so. Despite the obvious damage, Kiri was fortunate compared to those other Magi. His circuits weren't completely different developed despite in his 3 years of training under Tokiomi, so the surge actually wasn't as damaging compared to what it would usually do to a normal magus. The surge did do some good though. The release of pure energy was far greater than what he was about to use, more than enough to kill every worm on his body. Still, It was little comfort to his fading mind, as he knew he wouldn't last long now. He activated his command seals, and even despite his pain-racked and fading mind, managed to give the following order. It took every last ounce of his fading will to not allow panic to flow through the link. By the power of my command seal, I order you, assassin, to get us out of here. Saber saw assassin stiffen, and, not even hesitating about it, swung directly down on his neck. However, assassin recovered, the sight of impeding death being a great motivator, allowing the blow to pass through him once more, and jumped away, throwing two knives, one at Kiritsugu and the other at Miya. Both dodged barely, and assassin used that second of surprise to race over to Kiri's prone form. His eyes widened as he used the Sharingan to see what was wrong with Kiri. Unbelievable. No wonder he immediately went for that gun the moment he had the chance. Assassin mused to himself even as he teleported his master away. He couldn't believe the level of damage just one shot from the contender had done to Kiri. That might even be effective against servants. He then turned to face the 4 humans and 1 servant. He could also hear another coming towards them. Berserker, if he had to guess. Well, this was an interesting night, he simply stated as he faced them all. Normally, it would be possible to face all of them in a fight and potentially win, even if Berserker arrived in time. However, that would require some of his flashier moves, and he didn't feel like giving them away so early on. Besides, his master was likely dying even as he thought on the subject, and that killing them was never the point. Not to mention, it would not sit well with his master if Kiritsugu died by anyone's hands but his own. Only a showdown with Kiritsugu at his best would give him the proper closure he needed. I hope to see you all again soon. Once again, he activated Kiryui, warping himself away. His location? The church, Kiri's room, to be precise. He would need medical attention. In fact, assassin mused as he lost sight of Saber, her master, and their allies. It might have been better if this happened so early on after all. It will give him more time to adjust to the item I need to give him. Back with Team Amiya? Yes, that's the name. Kiritsugu was silent as he simply watched assassin warp away. Against all odds, they had succeeded in surviving the night. But he didn't feel right. Assassin could have killed us all easily, even despite the tactical advantage. It's almost as if he didn't feel like winning. But why? He felt all the stress and tension from the fight, as well as the stress he had placed on his body, using time alter so much in physical pain, come rushing back to hit him full force, now that his adrenaline was turning off. Needless to say, he fell to his knees and had to fight to keep consciousness, unable to complete the thought. Iri quickly rushed to his side, the injury in her shoulder already having healed, and knelt beside him. Kirit she began, before he embraced her suddenly. Her eyes widened at the sudden action, but she did not fight him. Rather, she returned the hug. Are you all right? He whispered, worry clear in his voice. You're not injured, are you? I'm fine, Kiritsugu. I have Avalon, remember? You don't need to worry. She whispered back comfortingly, softly enough that no one could hear her save Kiritsugu. I know. It's just, he began, only to be silenced by Irisfield's next words. Enough. She spoke softly, yet also firmly. She knew what he was thinking. She knew all about his past life and how much he suffered. Despite all that, he kept on living, enduring the pain, still some part of him clinging to that impossible dream. That was one of the reasons she loved him. He never kept anything a secret from her. She then looked him in the eyes. I know, but don't worry. Even if I die, you can and will still strive to complete your dream. You will succeed. I know you will. Even so, even that dream wouldn't be worth it if you died. Kiritsugu spoke quietly, but Iri still heard him, blushing slightly as she did. She knew how important that dream was to him. To be willing to say that she was even more important. It's not that she ever doubted his love, she never did. She was just surprised that he would be willing to call his dream worthless, considering it was something he had strived for all his life. He then looked at her dead in the eyes. I will protect you for the rest of this war. I promise. Iri blushed even more when he said that. She knew it was an empty promise. She was the vessel for the Grail, after all. She wouldn't survive the end of the war, one way or another. But hearing him say that, hearing the determination in his voice, she felt a sense of happiness that she hadn't felt since Ilya was born. Saber watched the scene with a small smile on her face. When she had first met Kiritsugu, after he had summoned her, she had taken him for a cold and heartless man, incapable of love or true feelings. However, after seeing him smile and play with his daughter, she saw a side of the man she never would have thought existed. She saw a man who loved his wife and child with all of his heart. Seeing that side of him, here and now, was another reminder of the man underneath the mask, and reaffirmed her faith that what he wanted of the Grail was something worth dying for. Kiri watched the scene with a similar smile, if also tinged with some regret. Not for them. He was completely happy for Kiritsugu and Irisfield, and he found the scene rather sweet. Rather, he was thinking about Aoi and his feelings for her, wondering for a brief moment what might have happened had he married her. Perhaps, if he had, Sakura wouldn't have to suffer so. No, he shook his head. You made the right choice. If you didn't let her go, not only her, but Rin and Sakura both would be suffering. I'll win this war, I promise Sakura. Wishing things could have been different won't change them. Mia, for her part, watched the scene with mixed feelings. She was certainly grateful that Kiritsugu was alright. However, seeing the man she felt the closest thing to love so openly showing his own love to his wife still left a bitter taste in her mouth. However, she said nothing, simply choosing to watch them. A rustling sound brought everyone out of their private thoughts. Everyone aimed their weapon of choice, be it sword, knife, gun, wire falcon, or flesh-eating worms, directly in the direction of the sound, only to come face to face with a disheveled berserker. She simply stared at the armed company for a moment before dropping her scythe and raising her hands in surrender. Are we late? 10 minutes later. The masters of Saber and Berserker stared at each other from across the table, their servants nearby, ready to intervene if necessary. Iri and Mia were not in the room, but nearby, as per Kiritsugu's instructions. After that little scene in the forest, they had returned to the manor to the very same room that they had been in when Avenger had announced his presence. Saber noted to herself almost absently that Avenger and Assassin's master, Kiri, had a very similar voice. It was kind of hard to tell, though, since the only time she heard Kiri open his mouth was when he screamed as the origin bullet hit his body. Back to the matter at hand, Kiritsugu finally spoke. So then, Kiri Matu, you came here to seek an alliance with us, is that correct? Yes, we did. My servant and I decided it was the best choice. And why did you choose us, of all the other servants and their masters, to be your allies? You weren't the only choice, I willingly admit. Ryder and Castor were also on our list. Why not the others aside from them? Lancer, while my servant found him honorable enough, I do not trust his master. Avenger, while he did save Berserker at the docks, he did it only for his own amusement. No doubt that by attacking him tonight, I destroyed any chance of an alliance with him. Here, Kiri's face and tone grew hard. I will not ally with Tokiomi Tosaka or his servant, Archer, both for personal reasons and the fact that Archer tried to kill Berserker. Kiritsugu took note of the change in face and tone, but continued. An assassin? By declaring my willingness to make you my ally, I have no doubt earned his master's hatred. The fact that I am partially responsible for his current state doesn't exactly help my case either. Kiritsugu digested this information silently. Seeing his silence as some slight encouragement, Kiri continued with his reasoning. As to why we chose you over the other two, it was a simple reason. He gestured towards his servant. Berserker watched Saber's fighting style during her battle with Lancer. Since she is the servant that we know the most about in terms of fighting style, it would make it easier to fight alongside her. Berserker herself then spoke. I have worked in teams before quite often in life, so this isn't a problem for me. Besides, here she smiled slightly. Saber willingly admitted she wouldn't have minded an alliance. We worked rather well together against Avenger. Kiritsugu continued his silence, his mind running the different scenarios, playing with, analyzing, and discarding as need be. Berserker was without a doubt powerful, and her status as a sane Berserker wasn't something to sneeze at. Her skill with her weapon were superb, and it appeared that her attacks were particularly gauged to dealing with threats like Avenger, if what Saber had recounted to them said anything. Well, actually it would be more accurate to say what Saber told was more to Irisfield than him. They might be master and servant, but their personalities and methods clashed too much for them to speak at length to each other, aside from brief questions and answers. He finally looked up towards Kiri. What would you do if I said yes? If you said yes, the plan then was to find Ryder or Castor and extend an alliance to them as well. With someone as powerful as Avenger on the scene, few would be willing to back down from an alliance. Kiri smiled slightly. Even against someone like Avenger, 3 or even 4 servants is not a force to be dismissed. Kiri then looked Kiritsugu square in the eye, allowing the brief smile to fade and let the seriousness in his eyes speak for themselves. I was hoping to hold this alliance together at least until Avenger is defeated, but I'm honestly hoping to hold it together until our servants are the last remaining. So, you've heard our offer. Will you accept or refuse? Kiritsugu simply stared at Kiri. Berserker, her weapon, Saber, as well as Iri, and Mia, who were listening by the door, held their breaths as they waited for his answer, knowing whatever he decided would decide whether there would be bloodshed here and now. Kiri did not flinch or turn away from his gaze. Kiritsugu, for his part, continued to stare into Kiri's eyes, trying to find some hint of weakness or doubt in them. He found none. Very well. I agree to this alliance. Kiri let out the breath he had been inadvertently holding. He held out his hand, the hand not infested with crest worms, for a handshake. Kiritsugu slowly took it and shook firmly. Finally, a voice spoke out. A male voice spoke out loud. Are we going to be properly introduced, or what? Everybody turned their heads towards Berserker, who managed to look slightly embarrassed. Who was that? Iri asked, having just re-entered the room with Mia. Kiri sighed. Well, Berserker, you might as well show them. Berserker simply sighed in response. All right, come on out, soul. At first, everyone whose name didn't happen to be Kiri or Berserker were confused by that. until the scythe leaning on the wall next to Berserker glowed with a blue-white light and transformed into a white-haired teenager with red eyes. The teen simply stared at the obviously flabbergasted people in the room before simply crossing his arms behind his head. Yo, what's up? Fuyuki Church. Assassin arrived in Kiriai's room, carefully setting his master down on the couch. Kirai didn't look good. He was sweating all over, and his breathing was labored. The shot wound looked like a red, puffed-up scar. So, things didn't go like you planned? A voice rang out. Assassin turned, knife in hand, only to stop when he realized it was Archer, still in his casual wear. Was that so hard to figure out? Archer simply snorted. If the fact that you are currently missing one arm wasn't enough, I'm certain that the fact that young Kirai is likely dying should be. What happened? Assassin turned around as he answered, returning to Kirai's side. Saber's true master, Kiritsugu Amiya, happened. He has in his possession perhaps the most deadly weapon to magi in existence. One shot from that weapon did that. He gestured towards Kirai. It completely destroyed his left arm's functions. He will never be able to use it again. However, there's something far more distressing. Archer raised an eyebrow. How could it be any worse than the total loss of an arm? But he did say it was the most deadly weapon imaginable to magi. Archer stopped that thought right there. He had an idea what else had happened. Are you saying that his magic circuits? Yes, came the blunt answer. The shot completely fried all the circuits in his left arm. The majority of the circuits in his left side are in a complete state of disrepair. His right side circuits are damaged, but nowhere near as severely. Those might recover in time, but it is unlikely. He may never be able to cast magic again, at least not properly. Archer took note of the fact that Assassin didn't seem particularly upset as he spoke. He sounded like a doctor listing off what was wrong with his patient. But you obviously have a way around that. You wouldn't be so calm otherwise. Assassin nodded. Can't get anything past the King of Heroes himself, now can I? Yes, I have a plan to save him. How? Archer inquired. Assassin, in answer, lifted up his severed arm. Look closely. What do you see? Archer stared at the injury, realizing what Assassin was getting at when he noticed the blood. Or rather, what should have been blood. He saw a white substance, and his mind flashed back to when he had killed Assassin for the first time. Both blood and that white substance had surrounded his dying corpse. That's not a real arm, is it? He finally managed. I suppose it depends on your definition of real. If you're referring to whether this is the arm I was born with, then no, it's not real. However, if you're referring to whether this arm is alive, then yes, it is real. Assassin them made a vague gesture to his whole right side. My entire right side is entirely composed of this matter. I can replace it whenever I need to if it is damaged, thanks to my self-modification and surgical procedure skills. So, you intend to replace Kirai's left arm with that substance? Will his body even accept it? If possible, I will replace as much of his left side as I can, as well as his more damaged right side parts. My self-modification and surgical procedure skills are high enough that I can successfully perform the surgery on his body. Here, Assassin shrugged his shoulders. As to whether his body will accept it, it should. This matter is designed so that it can replicate human flesh. It will even be able to replace his destroyed magic circuits, allowing him to channel far more prana and control it even better than he ever could hope to before. Archer was silent as he digested this. What will you do about Reay and Tokiomi? Assassin raised an eyebrow. Me? Why not you? They will want to know about why Kirai is like this. My master will grow suspicious if he found out I was spending time with both of you. I will simply tell them that Kirai was adamant about joining me in my observations of the masters and servants. He was caught in the crossfire, that is all. Assassin then turned his attention to Kirai. Now, is there anything else before I must attend to my master? Yes. What happened at the manor? With Avenger? I will give a full account later, to both you, your master, and Reay. The short version, Avenger fought Saber, nearly killed her, Berserker arrived in time, and together they defeated, but not killed him. Likely, Berserker and her master have formed an alliance with Saber and her master. You don't seem too angry, Archer noticed. I would have expected more emotion. It all went according to plan. We learn more about Avenger, Saber, and Berserker. Kirai appears to be becoming a little more accepting to his nature. Now, I am about to grant Kirai power beyond his wildest dreams. What's to be angry about? A risky gamble it was. And a gamble that paid off. We can't afford to have any of the servants die, at least not until Avenger does. Speaking of which, my familiar watching the battle found out some things about Avenger's weaknesses. And Archer's eyes seemed to brighten. He seemed almost eager to hear the information, no doubt imagining how he would crush Avenger like an arrogant worm. It would appear that he is especially affected by holy weapons or weapons with anti-regeneration abilities. He was noticeably affected by one Berserker's noble phantasms, an upgraded version of the one she used at the docks, and took obvious damage from Saber's ultimate attack. And that was. Archer's tone indicated he knew what it was despite the question. Assassin smiled. The sword of promised victory, Excalibur. I see. I will prepare accordingly. With that, Archer began to fade away. Be sure to save him, Assassin. Not all of your power will be enough to save you if he dies before he realizes what lies in his heart. Assassin was silent as Archer finished fading away. Only then did he finally speak. Have no fear, King of Heroes, he said as he adjusted Kiri's position on the couch before taking out a scalp. When I am finished, Kiri will be more than a match for any other master in this war, and he will be more than ready to answer the question burning within him. There was much work to do. Penthouse Suite. Avenger slumped down in his chair as he slowly sipped from his glass. His mind was still on the battle that had happened in the forest. He looked down at his left hand. It still stung like several stakes had been driven into his skin every time he moved it. Honestly, the same could be said for his entire body. Well, he reasoned, you can't just take the full brunt of the power of the strongest holy sword in existence and hope to walk away completely unscathed. Not to mention, Berserker's attacks seemed to be designed for dealing with demonic creatures such as himself. That attack, Demon Hunter, was able to slow his regeneration like nothing else ever had. Had he not activated level 1, he would have lost even more souls to Excalibur's energy blast. Damn, it really has been a long time since I've been hurt that bad. Probably should hold off on hunting down the other servants till tomorrow, he said absent-mindedly to himself as he then turned his attention to the television screen. Maybe there's something interesting on tonight. He turned on the TV. The first thing that came up was a certain movie we have all heard about. You know, the one with 30-minute pauses between lines and the obscure sparkling in the sunlight. Boom. The television now had a gaping hole in it. Avenger placed the smoking jackal down on the table next to the chair before calling the front desk on the hotel phone. Front desk? Yes, I would like to ask for a replacement TV for my room. The old one isn't working for some reason. He then listened to the front desk for a moment. Oh, there's another television in the master bedroom? Thank you very much. He then traveled to the master bedroom, picked up the remote for that room, and turned the TV on again. This time, he liked what he saw. Adventure time. Come on, grab your friends. We'll go to very distant lands. Entertainment worth watching. Elsewhere, Dreamscape. Kenth Archibald L. Malloy felt his weightless body follow a young man with white hair onto a ship, a pirate ship for that matter. He felt the young man's desire to sail the seas, to seek adventure. He watched as the young man fought, drank, and sang along with his crewmates as they continued on their journey. But he also noted how he never seemed to be happy with any of the loot that they collected, as large and beautiful the amount it was. Am I seeing Lancer's past? Kenth wondered to himself. He remembered in one of the books he had studied for the Holy Grail War, the master would often be able to see into the past of their servant to better understand them. Well, I suppose the sooner I learn the better. He then turned his attention back to the young man, who was no doubt Lancer in his youth. Young Lancer was sitting by the rail of his ship, simply staring out to sea as his crewmates gawked over their latest captured treasure. Hey Newgate, one of the crew shouted. Why don't you join us in celebration? Young Lancer simply gave them a smile. Sorry, but I'm not really interested in treasure or things like that. That's weird. A pirate that's not interested in treasure. The crewman's statement and confusion was shared by Kenth. Didn't all pirates desire treasure or wealth? Just what is it that you want? Despite the fact it was the crewman who said it, Kenth unintentionally repeated it as well. Well, Newgate, another asked. Well, there's been something I've always wanted since I was a kid. Oh, so there is something. Let's hear it. Kenth unconsciously leaned forward to hear as well. Lancer, or rather Newgate, simply stared off into the distance again. A family. Kenth's eyes widened. That's what he desired? Not treasure or glory, but a family? Lancer's crewmates were just as surprised as him. What the hell? Guy haha. Kenth watched as Newgate grew older and stronger. He watched as he obtained the power of the Guragura no Mi, obtaining the power that now defined him as a servant. He watched as he unleashed its power against an entire fleet of marine warships, and he watched as they were completely destroyed by the ocean waves created by it. The man crossed the wild ocean known as the Grand Line, and he faced powers the likes of which Kenth could only dream of. He forged a crew, first of dozens, then hundreds. People stopped calling him by his real name. Instead by the he himself went by and the one the world government gave him. Whitebeard. He earned the respect and alliance of many a pirate and their crews, even the one who would eventually be called the Pirate King, Joel D. Rogers. Alas, even the Pirate King must die sometime. Kenth watched as Lancer met with the Pirate King for the last time. What did you say? You're going to die, Rogers? Oh, it's been a long run. Would you like to know how to get to Raftel, Whitebeard? To know the exact place where I buried my treasure, to claim the title of Pirate King. Kenth had the strangest feeling he knew what Lancer would respond with. Even if you did, I wouldn't go. I'm not really interested in things like that. He watched as Whitebeard continued to grow in strength and fame, even after Rogers' death, leading the world government to name him as one of the 4 strongest pirates of the acclaimed New World, the Yonko. He declared entire islands as his territory, daring any who would try to harm their people face him. But despite all that wealth, glory, power, and respect, he never stopped wanting a family. He saw his crew as his own children, and he treated as such, but not in a demeaning way. He cared for the health and well-being of each one, be he his second-in-command or a mere galley boy. And each member of his crew returned those feelings, willingly calling him their father, even if they were not connected by blood. Then came the day that he met a young man named Portgas D. Ace, the son of Joel D. Roger. Kenth watched as he recruited the boy by force, defeating him easily. Granted, Ace had just fought one of the 7 warlords of the seas, Jimbei, who was a loyal ally to Lancer, for 5 days, but it was with no effort that he still beat Ace. Kenth watched as young Ace made countless attempts on Lancer's life, only each time to fail and be launched away like some sort of ball. It was entertaining to watch, but it got a little old after a while. He wondered briefly why Lancer hadn't just killed Ace already. Even if all of his attempts failed miserably, he was still trying to kill him, after all. Regardless, Lancer still called Ace his son, just as he called every member of his crew that. Eventually, despite his age and countless attempts on his life, Lancer made Ace the commander of the 2nd Division. Kenth watched in disbelief as he did, and even more when Ace finally admitted his father was Roger, and Lancer's only response was one of slight amusement. Eventually, however, such peace and good times would end. Kenth watched as Lancer learned of the betrayal of one of his crew, Marshal D. Teach, and the death of Thatch, the 4th Division commander, by his hands. He watched as Ace left to bring Teach to justice, despite the fact that Lancer was apprehensive about it all. Another one of the Yonko eventually arrived to discuss the situation with Whitebeard, and Kenth noted that he was missing an arm. Lancer asked for the story behind it, only to be told he bet it on the New Age. The Yonko demanded that Lancer should pull back Ace before it was too late, believing that Teach, now going by the name of Blackbeard, was too much for him to handle alone. The negotiations eventually dissolved into a battle between the 2 emperors, splitting the clouds above them with its fury. Kenth watched as Lancer learned that Ace had been defeated by Blackbeard and captured by the Marines, saw the tranquil fury that lit across his features as he read that Ace was to be executed. Lancer ordered his entire crew, as well as all of his allies, to mobilize for the rescue operation, prepared for whatever the cost to save him. Would he truly go that far, just for the sake of one of his crew? His family? Kenth wondered to himself as he watched. He could count on one hand the number of people he knew who would willingly defy the law of the clock tower, and none as far as he knew would willingly go that far for the sake of one person. Lancer and his crew made it location of the execution, main fort, the island of the Marine headquarters. Opposing them were 100,000 elite Marine soldiers, the 3 Marine admirals, each easily worth 10,000 men in their own right, and 5 of the 7 warlords of the seas. Lancer's allies entered the execution grounds, ready to do battle with all of them, while Whitebeard and his commanders entered directly into the bay in the front of the execution stand, using a coating to travel underwater. "You just hang in there a little longer, Ace," Lancer roared. Kenth watched as Ace asked them why they would try to save him, despite the fact he left without orders on his own free will, that it was his own fault that he ended up like this. And he watched as Lancer denied it, claiming that he sent Ace after Blackbeard. He watched as Lancer used his powers to create 2 gigantic tidal waves to crash onto the Marine HQ, and the battle was truly joined. Sometime into the battle, eventually new allies arrived, in the form of a young pirate named Monkey D. Luffy, Ace's younger brother not by blood but by choice, and escapees from a place called Impel Down, the most secure prison of the Marines. They had arrived for a common goal, to rescue Ace. However, Kenth watched as powerful robots called Pacifista arrived to attack the pirates from behind, and the betrayal of another of Lancer's sons, Squard, who stabbed Lancer through the abdomen, going through his backside as well. Apparently, Squard believed that Lancer made a deal with Sengoku, the fleet admiral of the Marines, to spare Ace and the rest of the Whitebeard pirates' lives in exchange for the lives of the 43 new world captains. To his shock, Lancer did not strike down Squard, but rather embraced him, forgiving him and telling him even if he was a fool to believe that, he, Lancer, still loved him like a son. Unbelievable. He willingly forgave someone who was trying to kill him and actually did stab him. Kenth was growing even more amazed by what he was seeing. It was obvious that Lancer was far more than he appeared. Lancer then used his powers to destroy the walls of ice, which prevented the pirates from escaping and told the pirates to believe what they wanted. Kenth listened to Lancer as he reflected briefly on what one of the pirates said as he was stabbed. "You're pathetic, Whitebeard. You weren't this weak when you beat me." "Weak? Say what you will. But give me a break, brat. I'm only one man with one heart. Call me a demon, call me a monster, but I can't be the strongest forever. Is it not enough to raise one young life for the future? Those who would follow me, be ready to lose your lives." Lancer himself personally joined the battle at this point. He fought through the enemy, crushing them under his power and raced towards the plaza alongside his crew. Eventually, through trial, they finally reached the plaza. Kenth watched as Lancer was encased in ice by one of the admirals, only to shatter his prison apart. Later, he watched as Lancer engaged another admiral in combat, only to suddenly succumb to the effects of his old age for a moment. All the time the admiral, Akainu, needed to punch him in the chest with a literal fist made of magma. Doing the same, multiple Marine officers acted upon this chance to barrage him with attacks of their own. However, he sent them all away with a swing of his Bicento, claiming he could not die before he secured the future of his children and stood his ground while his crew's commanders, including Jinbe, took position behind him with swords raised, ready to guard their captain from behind. Eventually, he ordered his crew to support the young Monkey D. Luffy with all of their strength as he raced towards the plaza. He defended Luffy from the third admiral, Kazuru, taking several shots to the wound Akainu gave him. However, Luffy succeeded. Fire Fist Ace was free. As they made their escape, their goal completed, Kenth saw Squard beg everyone to escape while he and his crew held off Marines as an act of repentance, only to see Lancer chide him, explaining that it would be tragic for him to see one of his sons lose his life before him. Lancer gave his final orders to his crew, despite their protests otherwise, telling them to fall back to the new world safely, to leave him behind. "I am a remnant of my era," he roared as he released another shockwave upon Marineford. "I do not belong on any ship heading towards the new one. Father, it's the captain's order. Let's go, old man." Lancer grinned. "My journey has been long enough as it is. Let's settle things once and for all, Marines." Willing staying behind for the sake of his family. Truly, he was a man worthy to enter the throne of heroes. Kenth said to himself as he continued to watch, spellbound by the drama playing out before him. Alas, fate saw it fit to show that it was not a happy ending. Lancer continued to reduce Mainford to ruins, stopping any of the enemy's attempts to interfere with the pirates' escape. He then asked Ace, who blasted away several Marines who tried to get behind him, a question. "There's no need for words. Just answer one question for me, Ace. Was I a good father?" Of course, victory was theirs. They had succeeded in saving Ace, and they were almost free. Until running away the moment you grabbed Ace. What a bunch of cowards, the Whitebeard pirates. The captain as well, but it can't be helped. After all, Whitebeard is just a failure from the previous era. A voice rang out. It was Akainu, the Red Dog. Ace stopped when he heard that. "Take back what you just said. Whitebeard is a failure going on to his death. This suits a general of a bunch of scum. You idiot. Don't fall for that." Kenth almost yelled. He could see where this was going. "Don't you dare insult our savior." Ace roared, his fist surrounded in flames. The name of this era is called Whitebeard. Kenth watched as Ace fell for Akainu's obvious trick, striking him his fire fist, whereas the admiral responded with his lava fist. In the end, it was Akainu who triumphed by striking at Luffy, forcing Ace to take the blow himself in a sacrificial manner. They had failed. Fire Fist Ace was dead. Lancer struck Akainu, severely damaging the admiral, at the cost of losing practically half his head. He didn't even seem to notice, striking Akainu once again with an attack that split the island of Mainford itself in two, separating him from his crew and allies. It also revealed the man responsible for this entire war, Marshal D. Blackbeard Teach, had been watching the whole battle from the shadows. "Zehaha, long time no see. Sure glad I was able to make it in time to see you die, old man." Lancer struck Marine HQ once more, causing Blackbeard and his crew to lose their footing. "You are the only scum on this earth I would never call my son, Teach. You broke the one ironclad rule on my ship. You killed your own Nakama." Lancer snarled. "In 4th Commander Thatch's name, I will execute your traitorous life myself. I wouldn't have it any other way." Lancer and Blackbeard fought each other. Fought might have been a bit of a strong word though, Kenth briefly mused. More like curb stomp battle. In Lancer's favor, Blackbeard, realizing he was losing, ordered his pirates to attack, resulting in a point-blank barrage of blades and bullets into Lancer's body. Kenth's eyes widened as he watched them strike Lancer, no Whitebeard, and felt his heart sink. There was no way he would survive that. When the smoke cleared, to the surprise of all watching, Whitebeard still stood. Even more astoundingly, he proceeded to give a short speech, saying that Teach was not the one Roger was waiting for, that Roger and Ace's will would someday be inherited by others, a grand battle that would engulf the whole world would begin, and that when someone found that treasure, the whole world would be turned upside down. Send someone to find it. The day will surely come. One Piece is out there. Kenth heard the final thoughts of Whitebeard as he died. "Forgive me, my sons. I have been beaten by this despicable traitor and fool. I leave everything to you. You have my gratitude, my sons. How I wish I could stand by your sides in your trials. Farewell." Kenth watched as Edward Whitebeard Newgate died, and he watched as his body still refused to bend, even in death, and he saw, as his long cloak fell away from his body, that in all of his life as a pirate, he never once received a single wound of retreat. Kenth awoke in his bed, panting and sweating. He stayed there for a few moments, waiting for his heart to stop beating so loudly and so fast, reflecting on what he had seen, marveling at the life Lancer had led, and, even more so, that he was able to see it all in one night. It was not even daylight outside as of this point. "Unbelievable," was the only word Kenth could say as he processed it all. He then turned his head, hearing a noise outside. "Is that singing?" He opened the door and beheld the sight of Lancer and Caster, with no less than 7 bottles of wine surrounding them, drunk to high heaven and singing some sort of pirate song. They were still sober enough to keep it down, though. He didn't even bother to say anything. He only picked up one of the bottles, poured himself a glass, chugged it down, and went back to his room, still marveling at the sights he had seen. And he now knew what Lancer's wish was. His wish was to save his son, or, failing that, sail alongside his sons once more and to defeat that traitor. Make different servants. Assassin. A bright flash of light filled the room, almost knocking Kiri off his feet. When the light died, he got a good look at his servant. Immediately, he realized something was wrong. When he prepared the summoning circle, he used the shattered remains of the skull mask of Saber as a catalyst for the summoning. He wasn't entirely certain what to expect, but he knew from just a glance that this wasn't the old man of the mountain. The servant in front of him was male, with pale skin and dark purple spiky hair. His ears were covered by some sort of white, metal device, possibly a hearing aid. He wore a purple sleeveless vest which stopped slightly above his abdomen, and a skin-tight bodysuit underneath it. His arms and hands were covered by the bodysuit, and on his wrists were 2 golden bands. He wore slightly baggy purple cargo pants held by a brown belt that stopped slightly past his knees, showing that the bodysuit passed underneath there and all the way down to his feet. His feet were covered not by shoes, but by purple and yellow boots that looked almost like the feet of some robot. What held the attention, however, were 3 points. The first, his eyes, which were red, and seemed to convey some sense of emptiness about them. The second was his forehead. In the center of it was an inverted red triangle, a mark which Kiri believed had some purpose. The third was his long, red tattered scarf, which wound about the lower part of his face, preventing him from seeing his mouth. The servant was silent for a few moments as he stared at Kiri. Then he spoke. Codename, Assassin, he intoned in a monotone, robotic voice. Are you my master? Input response. What? Kiri asked, confused. Invalid input. Input response. Kiri took a moment to compose himself. He raised his left hand, allowing the command seals to be seen. I am. Response accepted. It would be wise for us to return to our base of operations. Assassin replied. Kiri was silent as he nodded, his mind racing. He may not be what I was expecting, but he is a servant, so there should be no problem. And so Assassin, known in life as Cyarnak, the Model P Mega Man of Shadows, and Kiri Kotomine entered the Fourth Holy Grail War. Ironic that the 2 beings who had no idea why they wanted the Grail would be chosen to be partners. Author note. Wow, that was a doozy of a chapter. Sorry if that flashback seemed a little long, but I feel that each servant deserves to have his or her past fleshed out, not just for the sake of backstory, but also to give those viewers who don't know about these servants reason to look them up and enjoy something new. Besides, it was Whitebeard. To do less would be insulting to his memory. Lancer, thank you. No prob. Anyway, I've begun the first set of OMACs for who could have gotten in as servants. 2 points for anyone who can say what series Assassin's from. Or rather, what sub-series. Funny enough, I was originally going to just make a FIC based on the Fifth Holy Grail War with video game characters, but then it hit me. How can I tell a proper story of the Fifth War if I don't start with Fourth War? So, through trial and error, I eventually decided to make a story of the Fourth War with anime and manga characters first. But don't worry, there will be a sequel, I assure all of you that. In fact, the majority of the characters have already been chosen. If enough people ask, I might give more details. Soul, no he won't. He'll just troll you. Shut up, Soul. I have half a mind to have you die. Soul, no you won't. You're right, I won't. I love this guy. Soul, by the way, X has been trying to figure out how to best involve Rin in all of this mess, and while he has some ideas, he's not sure if he can properly implement them, what with Yuryu gone and all that. So, he needs your help. If you have an idea on how Rin can get involved, send X a PM, not a review, on your idea. Avenger, some guidelines though. First off, it has to involve me. Second, though it's pretty much given, she has to live. Third, I need to give her an item of mine by the end, be it my sunglasses, fedora, or even my castle if you want to dream big. I want to see Yemiy's face when he gets the first hint this isn't quite the same Grail War as before. Soul, you won't live that long. Avenger, shut up. Soul, by the way, extra points to anyone who can spot the references made throughout the chapter. Avenger, like how myself and Kiri have the same voice actor, the great Crispin Freeman? Soul, thanks for giving it away. Anyway, keep reviewing, favoriting, and following everybody. Let me know what you thought. Heck, make a TvTropes page if you think it deserves one. Don't forget to send me those ideas via PM. I wouldn't be able to continue unless I have some ideas, so send them if you want to see an update soon. Fate, Zero Sanity. Chapter 8, A Bored Spirit and His Angry Companion. Author note. Hello everybody. This is X the Reaper, bringing you all the newest installment to Fate, Zero Sanity. Over 8,000 views. You guys really know how to make a guy happy. To recap, let's look at the current alliances. Team Amiya, Saber, Arturia Pendragon, Master, Kiritsugu Amiya. Berserker, Maka Alburn. Weapon, Soul Eater Evans. Master, Korea Matu. Team Kiri. Assassin, Tobi/Obito Uchiha. Master, Kiri Kodomine. Archer, Gilgamesh. Master, Tokiomi Tosaka. Team El Meloy. Lancer, Edward Whitebeard Newgate. Master, Kenth Archibald El Meloy. Caster, Natsu Dragneel. Master, Soliui Noadari Sophiari. Unaffiliated. Team Ryder. Avenger. Don't worry, hopefully by the end of this chapter or the next, the alliances will be permanent. Also, sorry this chapter might have been a bit slow in coming. I was hit with a sudden case of laziness, then I needed to figure out how to work in that scene I mentioned earlier, and then I had to write dialogue. Honestly, that's the hardest part, finding the right lines for the characters. But anyway, who to do the disclaimer? Yuryu, I'll be doing it this time. Avenger, didn't I eat you in the second chapter? Yuryu, yeah, but the powers that be allowed me to come back for the opening and ending of this chapter. Soul, you mean whim and boredom? Yuryu, yup, just get on with it. Yuryu, disclaimer, Fate/Stay Night, and all series mentioned in this story are the property of their respective owners. Also, thanks to the infamous man for inspiring the idea behind the FIC, Sentinel07 for inspiring X to write in the first place, and finally, to EVA Saigen for agreeing to help beta some of the chapters. X the Reaper owns nothing. Now, on to the meat of things. Things are going to get interesting here, with something, or should I say someone, no one will be expecting. In a place outside human comprehension. Angra Mainyu watched the Fourth Holy Grail War from his position inside the Holy Grail. He was, for lack of a better word, happy. In just the first 2 days of the war, there had been more action than what could ever had hoped to happen with the original combatants in the same amount of time. Damn, I do know how to pick them. You shouldn't think so highly of yourself, a voice spoke out behind him. I'll be more impressed when the first battle where a servant dies happens. Angra Mainyu turned his head to look at the figure behind him. It was male, but that was all one could tell about the figure. His entire body was surrounded by shadows, leaving only his glowing red eyes to be seen. He was not surprised at the figure's appearance. In this place, he too had lost his original form. It was impressive that his comrade still had his original physical form, even if it had no details to be seen. He himself couldn't even remember his original form, having to take others. Are you still angry that I didn't choose you to enter the war? Not to be rude, but your unique position wouldn't allow you to be summoned under normal circumstances, even as an Avenger-class servant. The shadowed figure snarled in reply, but he couldn't disagree. So what? I'm just bored is all. How do you deal with staying in this place? I don't. I've gone crazy while being in here. Then sane, then insane, and then... All right, I get it, the shadowy figure snapped. Still, this war could be a little more interesting. Really? How would you suggest I do that? I can't call up another servant now. Doing so could drain Fuyuki's ley lines even further. Did I ever say anything about summoning a servant? The figure responded. I have another idea. Angra Mainyu allowed an eyebrow to rise up. And what would you suggest? The shadowy figure smiled as he spoke quietly. When he was finished, Angra Mainyu was smiling as well. Or at least, he would if he had a mouth. I think I can do that. Random residential home, summoning place of Caster and Avenger. The once happy home where Yuryu Ryunosuke had committed his final murders was quarantined off from the public. It was a crime scene as police tried to figure out just what happened. They had found the headless corpses of that young child's parents, still the exact same position as they originally were. That was not the problem. The problem was trying to figure out what happened to Yuryu Ryunosuke himself. They had found his corpse, missing one of its hands and lying dead on the ground, his face twisted into a final, blissful smile. Originally, they would have put it down to whoever brought the kid to the station killed the serial killer and left his body there. Two things debunked that theory. The cause of death was identified as a loss of blood, but the autopsy showed he had been dead long before he should have lost enough from the missing hand. The second was the fact that there was very little blood surrounding his corpse, far too little to be all of his blood. The coroner had noted the holes in his neck, roughly around his jugular, but once again, there was no sign of his blood. For the night, the police had left the crime scene, taking Yuryu's body as well as that of his victims with them, intending to finish cleaning up tomorrow. No one was supposed to be there, and no one would come there. Thus, no one was there when the blood circle flared to life once more. But this time, it was far different. Normally, a burst of light, along with electricity, accompanied the activation of the circle and summoning of a servant. Not so here. Instead, a strange sort of black mud, for lack of a better term, flowed out from the circle and began to form a figure. The figure remained kneeling until the mud completed forming its physical form, then began to rise as its specific features began to form. The figure was large, smaller than Lancer's, but still larger than the average human. Its entire body was black, save for its face, covered by a white skull mask that partially resembled a hamster's face. In fact, the entire figure resembled a giant hamster, with gray, bird-like hands and feet. The most striking fact about it, though, was the gray tentacle-like limb that hung from its forehead like an anglerfish's lure. How long has it been since I saw the living world? The creature rumbled to itself as it got a good look at its surroundings. I feel pretty hungry now, though. The figure changed into spiritual form, leaving the place and intending to find some sort of nourishment. And so the instrument of Angra Mainyu and his colleagues' entertainment entered the Holy Grail War. Morning, Fuyuki City. Einsborn Manor, 8:30 a.m. Irisville von Einsborn was annoyed. In fact, one might go so far to say she was angry. Now, in order to understand that annoyance, it was a simple thing, really. Every morning, IRI was the first person up in the manor. Therefore, she had certain rights, such as she was the first person to use the bathroom, shower, and even make breakfast for the rest. Strangely, though, the only time the rest ate and the food seemed to disappear was when she wasn't looking. Regardless, the source of her displeasure this morning was the fact that someone was up before her and using her shower. Now, despite the fact that this was a rather large manor, equipped with several bathrooms and showers, this was her personal shower. She had used this shower from the very beginning of their stay here and had declared, in no uncertain terms, that she was the only one who could use it. Everyone else, 2 assassins and 1 servant, had respectfully and fearfully accepted her decision. Unfortunately, it would appear that she had forgotten to tell that to their new guests. She knocked on the door, attempting to catch the attention of whoever was in there. Hello. No response. She knocked again, harder this time. Hello? Could you please hurry up? She called out. Still, no response. This time, she banged on the door. Will you hurry up? She yelled in a moment of out-of-character acting, but she was really annoyed as of this point. She had been waiting for almost 30 minutes by now. Finally, the door opened. IRI was greeted to the sight of Berserker with a towel wrapped about her body, a smaller towel about her head, and a somewhat sheepish smile on her face. Haha, sorry, it's just I haven't used a shower for so long. I guess I got carried away, she mumbled apologetically. IRI composed herself, feeling a little guilty about yelling so loud. It's all right. I'm just not used to people being up before me and using my shower. This is your shower? Berserker asked, starting to realize just why IRI had been so mad. I'm so sorry. I didn't know it was yours, but I guess it would explain the shampoo. IRI smiled. It's all right. Just make sure you use the one 3 doors down, okay? Berserker nodded. Okay. With that, Berserker began to walk back to her room, which was located around the left corner, 6 doors down. IRI continued to smile to herself as she went into the bathroom herself, getting ready to take her shower. Well, at least she apologized. She said to herself as she grabbed 2 towels. Such a nice girl. I still can't believe she was summoned as Berserker. She stopped when she caught sight of her favorite shampoo bottle. It was empty. Berserker suddenly felt the instinctive urge to move faster towards her room. 2 hours later, Kiritsugu, Mia, IRI, Korea, Saber, Berserker, and Soul sat around the dining table, currently eating the breakfast IRI and Berserker had concocted, toast with cream cheese, over-easy eggs, and fried bacon, with a side of potato hash. It was unbelievably good, and for the 2 assassins and Saber, a godsend. They had started to run out of places to dispose of, properly ingest, IRI's cooking. No one had decided to comment, however, on the fact that both IRI and Berserker had black eyes for some reason. Even so, the mood around the table, while lessened dramatically from last night and the tasty food, was still somewhat tense between the formerly 2 teams. Logical, one would reason. Until just recently, they were enemies who were supposed to be trying to kill each other. Just one life-threatening battle together don't immediately make for fire-forged friends. The fact of last night's little reveal was to partly blame as well. Flashback, last night. So, a male voice spoke out loud. Are we going to be properly introduced, or what? Everybody turned their heads towards Berserker, who managed to look slightly embarrassed. Who was that? IRI asked, having just re-entered the room with Mia. Korea sighed. Well, Berserker, you might as well show them. Berserker simply sighed in response. All right, come on out, Soul. At first, everyone whose name didn't happen to be Korea or Berserker were confused by that, until the scythe leaning on the wall next to Berserker glowed with a blue-white light and transformed into a white-haired teenager with red eyes. The teen simply stared at the obviously flabbergasted people in the room before simply crossing his arms behind his head. Yo, what's up? The immediate reactions of everyone else were different. Saber immediately drew her sword and prepared to rush forward. Kiritsugu and Mia instinctively went for a hidden knife, and IRI simply stared in surprise at the teen. Berserker quickly raised her hands in a placating gesture. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Let's all just calm down, all right? Just who or what is that boy, Korea? Kiritsugu asked, his eyes not leaving Soul's. White hair, red eyes. Is he a homunculus? That, Korea replied, gesturing towards the white-haired teen, is Berserker's noble phantasm. Everyone, meet Soul Eater Evans. A noble phantasm that can turn into a human? Saber asked. How is that even possible? The white-haired teen, now identified as Soul, simply shrugged his shoulders. I was born with this power. It's as natural to me as breathing. IRI looked at him, surprised. Born? You're not a homunculus. It would appear she had the same thought as Kiritsugu. Berserker cocked an eyebrow. An artificial human? No, he was born the same way I was. That got Team Amiya's attention. Her noble phantasm was born with that power. And he was human? If he was a specially crafted homunculus, that they could understand. Just who was Berserker? Regardless, Kiri said, turning everyone's attention back to him. That was why I showed you Soul to you. Don't worry, he won't harm any of you as long as you don't harm either of us. He pointed to himself and Berserker. I only ask you respect him as I hope you will respect Berserker and myself. Kiritsugu was silent. Very well. He turned away. Mia, Iri, will you show Master Kiriya and his servants to their rooms, please? He then left the room, his destination unknown. Is he all right? Soul asked. He looks kind of stressed. Iri smiled slightly. Don't worry about him. He just has a lot on his mind. She then gestured towards the hall. Shall we? Kiriya nodded, and the group, with Mia and Saber watching them carefully from behind, went to see their new accommodations. Flashback end. Well, Kiriya began, hoping to start some sort of conversation. I suppose you have some sort of plan for the day. Kiritsugu looked up at him. Yes, I do. You said you wanted to try and extend an alliance with Ryder or Caster, isn't that right? He watched as Kiriya nodded before continuing. Well, I was hoping that you might go into town and do just that today. Against someone as strong as Avenger, we'll need every advantage we can get. He then turned to Iri. Iri, I want you to go with them and take Saber with you. Iri nodded. All right. And what will you and Mia do while we're doing just that? Soul asked. Sorry, but I'd like to know what my allies are planning. Kiriya, Berserker, and Saber gave him a bit of a disapproving look, not liking his tone and implication as he said that. However, Kiritsugu and Mia had to respect him for keeping in mind that their alliance wasn't ironclad law yet. He had every right to be suspicious. Kiritsugu sighed. No point in keeping it secret. We will be preparing to deal with one of the other masters in the war, one Kenth Archibald El Meloy. We know his location and are preparing for an assault on his base. Who is he the master of? Kiriya asked before having a brief coughing fit. Soul quickly started patting him on the back, while everyone waited for him to finish. Are you alright? Iri asked. Kiriya had told them the basis of his condition, the crest worms, but he had not gone into detail of exactly why he had willingly condemned his own future to join the Holy Grail War. Berserker's only words on the subject had been he was fighting to protect something important to him, but he wasn't ready to say just what it was just yet. Team Amiya could respect that. Cough. I'm fine. Please continue. As of this point, every servant's master has been accounted for with the exception of Caster and Lancer, Mia explained. As Caster did not have a master when we last encountered him, we can safely assume that Kenth's servant is Lancer. By doing this, we take one of the most powerful master and servant pairs out the war, Kiritsugu continued. However, we won't take any action just yet. Avenger is our main concern, and until he is dead, all other servants are secondary to that. By this time, everyone had finished breakfast. Kiritsugu left with Iri for a moment to speak with her about something. Mia picked up a newspaper and began reading it, and Kiriya left, slightly limping, to get his jacket, waving off Berserker's motions towards him. As for their servants, they went to the living room. Soul sat down in a chair, picked up the TV remote, and began flipping through channels, trying to find something good on. Berserker sat down beside him in another chair, then glanced behind herself to notice Saber was simply standing there. Hey, she called out. You know you can come over here and sit down. Saber looked at her for a brief moment, obviously judging the wisdom of the action to herself. Even now, call her paranoid if you will, she still wasn't entirely ready to commit to full trust. Berserker sighed. Look, if we're going to be partners for this war, we might as well learn to get along. Might as well start now. Saber was silent. Then, sighing herself, she went over to them and dragged another chair nearby over to sit in. Well, they did save my life, she thought to herself. The least I can do is relax in their company. Some say the best way to start a friendship, or at least a healthy relationship, is to simply not say anything. Just be able to sit in together in the same room and not disturb the other's quiet. The three servants did just that as Soul continued to flip through the channels. They simply relished the calming silence, none of them willing to speak and break the calm. They continued to watch the screen, occasionally stopping to watch a bit of an ad, then a cartoon, then a documentary. This continued for about 5 minutes, in which time Kiriya came back. He saw them and understood what was happening, so he didn't say anything. The four of them were then joined by Mia a minute later. The five simply watched the television, waiting for Kiritsugu and Iri to come back. 2 minutes later, they came back, both dressed for the outside. They too, after a moment of decision, joined the group, and for 2 more minutes, the group of 7 simply savored the peace and quiet. Then, Soul came onto something that broke that peace and quiet like glass. He stopped changing the channels, then flipped back to the channel he saw. It was the news channel. The mysterious string of murders, which had stopped for 2 days, has begun again as of last night. The murders in question have been 2 women and 5 children, abducted from their households and even off the streets. only to show up this morning dead. The murders appear to have been committed with what the reports say appears to be some sort of bladed weapon. Police have commented that there has been a strange symbol drawn on the ground and on the walls of the places where the victims were found, similar to what had appeared at the previous murders. Its purpose, as before, remains unclear at the moment. A renowned professor on criminal psychology has appeared to speak. All of them stopped listening as of this point when the mysterious symbol was shown. It was the summoning circle for servants. Tosaka Manor. This isn't good, Reay. Tokiomi spoke over the communication device, the slight change in his tone, the only indication of his worry. He had only been awake for the past hour, and now things were going wrong, very wrong. He had woken up after only several hours of sleep, having spent quite a bit of the night researching Avenger. Like Kiritsugu, he had come to the ultimate conclusion that Avenger was the great Vlad TvTropes, if not this world's version, then in alternative universes. After all, the throne of heroes wasn't limited by time, so what said that it was limited by universes? After several brief hours of sleep, he had awoken and ate breakfast, only to realize things weren't going the way he hoped they would. First, he had seen the TV and saw the news bulletin about the murders. When he had realized what the symbols were, he immediately contacted Reay to see if he knew anything about it. Turns out not only did Reay know about it, he also knew where that something had been summoned from. The very same place that Castor and Avenger had been. But it wasn't Avenger, because apparently the 8th servant had been elsewhere, according to Assassin. And, according to Archer, he had seen Castor enter some hotel, and he never left throughout the night. To make matters worse, when Tokiomi asked Reay to call Kiri over, Reay told him that Kiri was currently indisposed, as in undergoing surgery. When he demanded to know what had happened, Reay told him exactly what Assassin told him when he had discovered his son, unconscious and currently missing an arm, and his servant over him with a bloody scalpel. What happened here? Reay practically roared when he saw his son in his condition. Assassin turned to him and spoke in a calm voice that was so unlike him. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. My son is dying, and you want me to calm down, I said. Assassin stared directly at him, and his gaze, despite being behind the mask, was like a bucket of ice-cold water. Calm down. Reay obeyed, completely surprised by Assassin's tone and voice. This was nothing like the goofy servant he appeared to be. Your son wished to join me on my scouting mission. He was very insistent, and I agreed, as long as he could stay out of harm's way. Assassin began to explain. We encountered Avenger during the ending part. Unfortunately, Avenger was faster than either of us expected. Kiri was badly injured by a shot from one of his noble phantasms, completely mangling his left arm beyond repair, and he received multiple smaller injuries as well. Then what are you? Reay began, only for Assassin to stop him. I'm repairing him, for lack of a better word. His left arm was completely reduced to uselessness, so I got rid of it. Assassin noticed Reay's look. Don't worry, I have every intention of saving him. In fact, when I'm done, he will be 10 times the person he was before. Assassin turned back to his work. He will survive and rejoin the war, that much I assure you. And if Tokiomi asks about it, you may tell him the very same thing I told you. Please excuse me, but I have a master to save. Indeed, I am worried as well. Reay informed Tokiomi. Do you believe that Assassin will do as he promised? Tokiomi asked him. He had not been there to see the absolute confidence that Assassin had exuded, so naturally, he was at least somewhat skeptical of the claim, even if he was a servant. Reay's voice grew hard. He will, or I will force him to. I will not let my son die like that, Tosaka, and be damned if I will let even a servant get away with it if he does. His voice returned to its normal tone. What will we do? Assassin apparently claims the surgery will take at least another day to finish and before Kiri is stable enough that he can leave to continue to observe the others. Tokiomi simply sighed. Then we will simply have to keep our eyes on the lookout with what resources we have. No use in crying about what they didn't have at the moment. I expect you will inform me the moment Kiri is conscious? Yes. Then our business is concluded for now. Good day to you, Reay. Tokiomi then hung up, as it were, rubbing the bridge of his nose with his fingers. He then turned to leave, mentally deciding to pay a visit to both his wife and daughter soon. The fact that the servant, or whatever it was, had targeted only women and children left him partly worried for his family's safety. Still, he was rather certain of their well-being, being out of the city, but he couldn't help but shake a sense of dread from himself as he left the room. You're being a little too paranoid, Tokiomi. Aoi and Rin will be fine. Aoi knows better than to leave the safety of the house, and Rin is smart. She would never do something so reckless as go to the city at night with nothing in terms of backup, and Sakura. Here he paused for a moment. Now, it would have to be said that Tokiomi did love Sakura as much as he loved Rin. In fact, he had even seriously considered not giving her away several times, and he even had nightmares over the decision of whether to let her go or not twice. However, he knew that only one of them could inherit the Tosaka family crest, otherwise they would have to fight for it. True, the Edelfelt line could split their crest between two successors, but that was due to a sorcery trait called or scales unique to their family. How he wished they had that. She'll be fine. Nothing horrible will happen to her. Zoken promised that much, and I know how much Kiri cares for her. He was partly the reason I felt that I could give Sakura to the mat too, since she is rather fond of him. Thus reassured, he left the room. Fuyuki Library. Waver Velvet signed as he put down the book he was reading and returned his attention to the computer in front of him. He had woken up at around 8 a.m. and left the house with Ryder after having breakfast with his grandparents. He really did enjoy it, but he wished that Ryder didn't constantly go on about war, sports, and even politics at the table with his grandpa. Ah yes, Ryder was officially known to the Mackenzies as a friend of his from out of the country that was staying with them on important business. Not the best alibi, but it was the best he could come up with on a short notice. He had made instant friends with both of the Mackenzies, a fact that Waver had some feeling was due partly to his charisma skill. Speaking of Ryder, he was currently reading several books on other famous conquerors in another part of the library, as well as getting acquainted with that modern miracle known as the internet. He loved it, especially the games. Ryder was also currently wearing his casual wear, which consisted of an XL-sized white t-shirt with the logo of a video game called The Admiral's Great Tactics, imprinted on top of the world map, and a pair of large jeans and brown shoes. The t-shirt was ordered by Ryder himself from some magazine, and the pants and shoes were bought by Waver himself when they left today, since he had no intention of letting Ryder walk around without pants or undergarments, which is what he would have done otherwise. As for what Waver was doing, he had just finished reading over a book about Vlad TvTropes, having deduced that that was the identity of Avenger. The only thing he could glean from it in terms of weaknesses, however, was the fact that Avenger would likely be more affected by holy weaponry, given his vampire roots. He could also assume that he was vulnerable to the same weaknesses as dead apostles, sunlight, and crossing bodies of water. By his side as well were two books about King Arthur and Alexander the Great, as they were the only two servants that he knew the identities of. However, the only weakness he could find on King Arthur was potentially extra damage from weaponry or magic that was designed to kill dragons. Aside from that, nothing else. He still found it weird that historians could get something like the king's gender so wrong. As for why he had a book about his own servant when he could just ask him himself, well, wasn't a person allowed to look up information about their partner? He just didn't feel like asking Ryder about something like to his face, especially since he hadn't even seen any of memories yet in his dreams. Regardless, he turned his attention back to the computer screen. The books were useful, but the internet was even more so. It was here he managed to figure out that Avenger was Count Dracula. It was also on the computer he learned, much like the other masters, about the murders and the symbols that appeared this morning. It's not any of the servants, that much I know. The wounds on the bodies were apparently claw marks, and none of the servants have those. Waver thought to himself as he looked at the article. But what is it? All the other masters know about how the war is supposed to be secret, so who could still be throwing up the symbols so blatantly? Avenger, maybe? He's the only one who doesn't seem to care for the secrecy. Boy, Ryder said, surprising him. He hadn't realized just how long Ryder had been there. I think we might need to leave this place, he continued as he kept his voice down. Having been warned sternly by the librarian, if he continued to bellow, he would be forcibly removed from the premises. Waver turned, surprised as he began to collect the books he had grabbed, taking care to keep the one about Ryder out of sight. What? What? Because there's someone outside, and they appear to be waiting for us. Waver turned his head in the direction of Ryder's surprising stern gaze and saw several people he wasn't expecting. Saber and Berserker, alongside their masters, and some white-haired boy, were discreetly staring at them from outside. The library happened to have several tables and chairs outside, which the five were currently reclining on, sipping coffee or reading the newspaper. Waver briefly felt panic well up inside of him. Ryder, as if noticing the change, subtle as it was, spoke again. Do not worry, young master. Even from here, I feel no ill intent from them. Besides, neither Saber nor Berserker strike me as the type to start a fight in public. In broad daylight, at that. What do you think they want? I don't know, Ryder began, before briefly flashing a grin. But perhaps they have had second thoughts about my offer. He then turned to look directly at Waver. Either way, it's bad manners to simply leave a couple of good folk waiting on their guests. Hurry up, boy, so that we may see just what brings them out here. If they came to fight, then we'll just have to be ready for them. Waver signed at the tone of Ryder's voice, but he started to put the books up anyways. When Ryder talked like that, it was as if he was the leader and Waver the follower. What was worse was the fact it seemed to him that it was getting closer to the truth every day. Waver walked out of the library with Ryder, trying to hide his nervousness. He was grateful for his servant when he put his hand on his shoulder, giving him the courage to swallow his doubts as he stared at his fellow masters. The white-haired woman, Saber's master if he recalled correctly, smiled at him. Hello, Master Waver. Sorry if we frightened you, but I assure you that we are not here to fight. She held out her hand hesitantly in greeting, as if not entirely sure if she should. Waver slowly took her hand into his own and shook her hand. Hello? It's a pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Einsburn. Iris Veal von Einsburn. She then gestured to the hooded man who was sipping some coffee. And that's Korea Matu. The man introduced as Korea then held out his right hand and shook Waver's, keeping his hood up and taking care to prevent him from seeing the left side of his face. It's a pleasure to meet you, Master Waver. I am Berserker's master for this Holy Grail War. Despite the fact he looked rather sickly from Waver's point of view, his voice and grip were strong. It's a pleasure to meet you as well, Mr. Matu. Waver was puzzled by his behavior, but he let it go for now. He then turned to look at the other three. Saber and Berserker he recognized. But who was the white-haired boy? And you are? The white-haired boy turned towards him and shook his hand. Soul Eater Evans. As to why I'm here, let's not get ahead of ourselves just yet. Just say I came with Berserker and leave it at that. You haven't even heard why we're here yet, anyway. Did you both rethink my offer? I will happily provide compensation for the Grail if you did. Ryder asked cheerfully. IRI, Berserker, and Soul smiled slightly at that, though Korea and Saber maintained more neutral expressions. No, Ryder, but we did come here for a reason, Saber replied coolly. We wish that you and your master join us. As allies, not followers. Waver paused at that. Certainly, alliances weren't unheard of in the Holy Grail War. In fact, they were pretty much a given if you wanted to survive at least to near the end. Ryder's offer had been essentially a more one-sided version of this. Unfortunately, Ryder's overly forceful attitude had made Waver more or less think any hope of diplomacy between the other masters and them was thrown out the window. But if they did, it would certainly be a hard team to beat. He had seen Saber and Berserker in action, and Ryder's sheer mobility, coupled with Saber's skill and speed, as well as Berserker's power and somewhat unorthodox fighting style. Because how many people trained to fight someone using a scythe would make the three of them literally unbeatable against any close-range opponents. They could probably defeat Archer or even Avenger together. Oh hell, Ryder's voice smashed Waver out of his thoughts like a hammer. Are you really so confident, Saber, Berserker, that you could defeat me if it came down to it? Pretty confident in yourselves, aren't you? Wait, what? Waver resisted the urge to just snap his head around and look dumbstruck at Ryder, and the other two masters looked like they were trying to do the same. Did he just miss something important while he was spacing out? But he apparently didn't, because everyone was still in the position they were in earlier. Saber's eyes narrowed in confusion, while Berserker raised an eyebrow questioningly. Quickly, Waver attempted to salvage something before Ryder threw their one chance for an alliance out the window like he threw him into the chariot. What are you talking about, Ryder? Think about it for a moment, Master. His eyes narrowed just slightly. There can only be one winner in the end, so any alliances are only temporary unless you're willing to give the Grail to someone else. Therefore, if you're willing to make alliances, you're obviously confident that, if it came down to it, your servant can beat your allies. That actually made a lot of sense in retrospect. Waver turned back to IRI and Korea, who were staring at Ryder with some surprise and respect. I guess they don't call you the King of Conquerors for nothing, Soul said, breaking the silence. A lifetime, boy. My entire life was and is about conquering. Of course I know a thing or two about alliances. IRI cleared her throat. Well, the reason we wanted an alliance with you was to help us deal with Avenger. Waver and Ryder looked at her, their attention now fully caught. IRI was secretly smiling slightly to herself. Kiritsugo had taught her more than simply how to drive a car. He also taught her how a thing or two about getting people's attention. Saber then took up the tale. The reason we want to make this alliance is because we need help. We actually fought Avenger last night. She ignored their surprised looks. I fought him first, but he took every blow I hit him with that damnable smile. Even when I started cutting his limbs off. Really, Ryder's tone was clear he was interested. I cut off his head, and then I followed up with a thrust through his heart. Her voice was devoid of humor. He just casually said I completed steps 1 and 2 of the 10 required to kill him before reattaching the head and regenerating. Waver and Ryder immediately tried to imagine that. Despite the funny picture it painted, it was also serious. And then I joined her. Berserker began. And I hit him with an upgraded version of the attack I used at the docks to cut him in half, which he survived as well. Ryder's face began to get more serious, and Waver's got more worried. It was what she said next that sealed the seriousness of the situation. Then Saber hit directly him with her ultimate noble phantasm, which completely engulfed him. A minute later, he's back up, half dead from the looks of it, but still alive. That got their attention. They could take a guess at what her ultimate noble phantasm was, being the very symbol that everyone who ever heard her legend associated with her. The fact Avenger could survive something like that. Even Ryder was willing to start second-guessing his chances of beating him. That's why we need your help, Korea finished. We know we can't beat Avenger on our own. We need help. You did say you wished for an alliance at the docks. We're here to take you up on the offer. How long would you have our alliance stand? Ryder asked, a little more seriously than before. At the very least, we were hoping until Avenger has been defeated. If you wish to leave or stay after that's done, it's your choice. IRI replied. What do you say? Ryder shrugged. I'm not opposed to it, especially after hearing your account. He then grinned. But then again, I suppose it isn't up to me. What do you think, boy? Waver looked up at Ryder. Huh. His servant never asked him about things like this. Heck, he never seemed to respect him sometimes. But the moment a decision like this came around, he suddenly started treating him like a master? Why even bother? He was aware of the fact he sounded rather morose, but he couldn't help it. You're just going to do whatever you want anyway, aren't you? To his surprise, the large hand that descended on his shoulder didn't push him to the ground. Don't be like that, boy. Ryder's voice, usually so loud and boisterous, was now low and supporting. I am more experienced than you in almost every way, so I take the lead for you where you may falter. But I will accept your decision here, whatever it may be. Waver stared up at Ryder in surprise, the words actually succeeding in getting him perked up. Ryder was truly willing to listen to him, setting aside his own preferences for him. Even if it was only a small thing, he felt pride in it nonetheless. He then considered what he had been told, how he personally felt about them, and kept in mind what Ryder had said about alliances. He really did like Saber and Berserker's masters, and he felt like he could trust them. At least, he trusted them more than he trusted his teacher and anyone allied with him. I think we'll go with it. He then looked directly at them. But I don't think we'll be moving into wherever your base is all of a sudden. I don't want to let anyone else know I've joined another group already. Iri smiled at him before taking out a piece of paper and writing something on it. She then handed to him. That's the address, in case you need it. Kiri then gestured to the empty seats. Would you care to join us in celebration of this occasion? The mood between the two groups grew less tense as Waver and Ryder sat down. Waver smiled slightly as Soul handed him and Ryder a cup of coffee. Don't worry, I got 2 extra cups while you guys were talking. He then noticed the way they both looked at the cups. He sighed. I didn't spit in it if that's what you're worried about. Everyone got a chuckle out of that. Waver took a sip and looked at Iri and Korea. No, his allies. So, what do you guys know about the killings that have been happening again? Fuyuki docs. Fist meet by Sento as Castor and Lancer fought each other. Castor struck again with another Fire Dragon's iron fist, which Lancer blocked with his arm, grabbing Castor's own. Not to be deterred, Castor swung his leg upwards towards Lancer's face, who simply threw him into a bunch of crates. Lancer fired off a shockwave from his Bicento, which Castor responded to by quickly casting his next spell. Fire Dragon's Roar. Castor breathed in and fired off his signature attack, releasing a large quantity of flames directly into the shockwave. The two attacks collided with each other, canceling each other out. But neither combatants cared, with Castor rushing forward even before the dust kicked up by the attack settled. He lighted his entire body on fire and rammed Lancer with Fire Dragon's sword horn as Lancer struck back with a shockwave-enhanced fist, the two briefly straining against each other before Castor was sent flying back again. Lancer quickly fired off several more shockwaves, but Castor used his Prana Burst, Flame, to dodge and get behind him, striking Lancer in the back with a flaming kick. Lancer faltered for a moment, and Castor grinned as he followed it up with one of his more powerful techniques. Crimson Lotus, Fire Dragon's Fist. Castor rapidly struck with now flaming fists, creating several small explosions as they landed on Lancer, making him stumble forward. For a moment, it appeared that Castor had Lancer at last. Of course, in retrospect, he should have known better than to underestimate an old man who was several times his size and is superior in strength. Lancer stopped moving forward despite the attacks being rained on him. How many times do I have to tell you, boy? Lancer said as he turned around, no-selling several blows to the chest and punched Castor in his own chest, sending him rocketing across the dock. Not to look down on an old man. Castor disengaged himself from the newly wrecked crate slowly, trying to figure out how many times he had ended up like this today. He lost count at 22. Despite that though, he was still smiling like crazy. Sorry, I forgot after the 16th time. What's the score? I told you that after the 26th time, Lancer said in an annoyed voice, but he was still smiling as well. Currently, it's 43-3. In my favor. Alright, I'm going for 5 before today's done. Castor used Prana Burst again, racing forward. No, the two servants' masters didn't have a falling out, and they weren't fighting to kill. It was nothing but a friendly little bout, brought about by the desire of their masters to see what Castor was capable of and a way to build camaraderie between the two servants. What better way to build trust, after all, than a healthy sparring match? Also, they had seen the news broadcast, so the two servants had been rather eager in getting to blow off some steam to get pumped to hunt this new threat. Kenth and Soliui watched as the two went back at it, trading blows and Lancer, more often than not, blasting Castor away. Despite this, they knew Castor's failure to hurt Lancer wasn't an insult to his abilities. Rather, it was a testament to Lancer's abilities. Castor's refusal to give up was proof of his tenacious nature. Even so, Castor had shown power far beyond what they expected of a Castor-class servant. His abilities and skills were made him well-suited for close combat, and he could take far more damage than what most expected of a Castor. The fact he was only truly proficient in one main type of magic, fire magic, was originally cause for concern, but after seeing the multiple ways he implemented it against Lancer, they realized it was his main strength. Especially when he told them he could enhance it even further by eating more fire. and he also revealed that he had 2 noble phantasms that effectively doubled his available moveset. Kenth also knew the only reason Lancer was responding and countering so well to Castor's attacks was because of his experience dealing with Sun Ace's attacks. They were fundamentally the same thing. Well, Kenth, what do you think of him? Lancer, I mean. Solo Ui asked him as she continued to watch the two fight. She had grown close to the old servant, who often spoke to her about his adventures in life and the pride he had in his sons. She had actually come to see him as family, even more of a father to her than her own. I think he is a powerful servant and an amazing person. Solo Ui looked at him in surprise, her face not much different from the one that Waver had given Ryder not long before. She had expected him to say something along the lines of the first, but not the second. She never thought that Kenth could actually consider Lancer, a servant, to be a person instead of a tool. In fact, now that Solo Ui thought about it, Kenth had been changing. At the beginning of the war, he had been a bit of a, as Waver put it, a blonde, bigoted asshole. But after Lancer had been summoned, his personality had undergone some changes. He was now less quick to anger, and he actually seemed to have more respect for her than before. The air of superiority to others was still there, but it was far less pronounced. She briefly thought back to how he and Lancer had tried to make breakfast. It was a complete flop, but it was far more than what the man she had first met would have done. She realized, however, that the change was never so pronounced until today. When she had woken up that morning and saw Lancer and Castor on the ground in a drunken stupor, she was certain that Kenth was going to go off on a rant, if not at Lancer then at Castor. But when Kenth got up, he simply stared at them both before walking off to the kitchen. He came back with several cups of coffee, one of which he gave to Solo Ui without a word, then aroused Lancer and Castor from their drunken sleep and gave them theirs. He then went to the bathroom. His manner, Solo Ui, it could only describe it as subdued, something she never thought he was capable of. Kenth noticed the look, but none of what he just said was a lie. True, any time before last night, he would have considered Lancer to be a mere tool, a means to an end. Nothing more and nothing less. But after seeing those dreams, seeing Lancer's life and achievements, his final battle and death, Kenth just couldn't bring himself to call Lancer a simple tool anymore. To say that would be like claiming Christ was nothing more than mere human. Seeing the life of a man who lived it more fully than any 20 had been a bit of a wake-up call to him. It made actually consider exactly why he was fighting for the Grail and what he really wanted. He had joined originally because he wanted to use it to attain fame by fighting other masters of great skill, talent, and caliber, and the legendary heroes of the past that have been forth. But now, he felt like such a wish deserved to be something more than that. He had a feeling Lancer's charisma skill had something to do with it, but he didn't care. He turned his attention back to the mock battle, observing the injuries on both of them. Lancer had burn marks all over his body, especially on his arms where he blocked Castor's attack. The most severe burns were on his chest and back, where Castor had managed to hit him with his fire dragon's brilliant flame, but he was still as tall and proud as when they started. Castor was the one worst off though. His body was covered in bruises, and it looked like Lancer might have accidentally broke a rib or two. He was barely standing. Despite this, he still maintained his smile. All right, the score is now 58-4. He then assumed a ready stance. Let's finish this now, Lancer. Think you can take my best shot? Lancer grinned as well. Well then, let's find out. Come on, boy. Castor raced forward, using Prana Burst to build up his speed and strength. He came straight up to Lancer, igniting both of his arms with flames. Crimson Lotus. Lancer brought up the Bicento, preparing another shockwave. He could feel the power building up, but he just smiled. Quite a bit like Ace. Exploding. Kenth and Solo Ui's eyes widened as they felt the surge in Prana. It was at least 3 times as powerful as his dragon's roar. Flame Blade. Castor swiped his arms in a circular motion, unleashed long torrents of flame from them, which rocketed towards Lancer in a spiraling motion. Lancer brought his shockwave down directly on the attack, but it swallowed the shockwave without any sign of slowing down. Lancer's eyes widened and he just barely managed to set up another shockwave shield before the attack struck, engulfing him in its flame. Several smaller explosions occurred as the attack continued to strike before the entire mass of flame exploded. The anxious watchers waited as the smoke cleared to reveal Lancer. His entire body was covered in burns, and his coat was completely destroyed. From the grooves in the ground, they could tell the attack had actually forced Lancer back about 4 feet, which was impressive considering that he barely moved at all while the two had been sparring. And he was smiling. Well done, Castor. This win is yours. Castor pumped his fist. Yes. Kenth then turned to look at Solo Ui, who was smiling at Castor. And what do you think of Castor? Solo Ui looked back at him as she tried to formulate how to answer that. Finally, she decided to tell the truth. I like him. He's funny and easy to get along with. I'm happy to be his master. Kenth nodded. I can see that. Solo Ui. She noted how he said her name. It was with some sense of longing. What will you ask of the Grail if I die or don't get it? I don't know. This was a surprising question. Why would he care? Kenth then shook his head. Never mind. We should probably get going, don't you think? Dreamscape. Kiri Kotomine felt his weightless body float about in oblivion, pure nothingness in every direction. He couldn't feel his left arm, and his entire left side felt completely numb, as if someone had put it on painkillers. He also realized he couldn't see through his right eye. In a flash, it came back to him. The battle with Kiritsugu, the worms, the bullet, the pain. He remembered his final order to assassin. Where am I? Am I dead? Kiri thought to himself as he attempted to turn himself. It felt like moving through thick mud. Is this heaven? Or is it hell? He then looked every which way to be greeted by the same sight of nothingness. No, I don't believe I'm awake. He frowned. But I don't think this is the afterlife either. I wouldn't have expected it to be so boring. He then felt a shift in the air. His surroundings faded away, and he found himself above a young, spiky black-haired boy. He wore a long-sleeved blue uniform with metal plating on the part that reached the back of his hands, as well as a blue jacket with an orange collar and trimmings. The jacket was fastened to the rest of the outfit by 2 buttons on the collar and had some sort of crest on the back. He also wore a white belt, black sandals, a dark blue forehead protector, and a pair of goggles with orange lens connected to ear protectors. The boy in question was currently running towards some clearing, panting for breath. He looked worried, as if someone was about to try and kill him. Is that? Kiri watched as the boy finally arrived in the clearing, tripping and landing on his face. Did I make it? The boy managed to pant out. No, you're late, Abito. Another boy, with spiky silver hair and wearing a face mask said, looking down at him with exasperation. The boy was also wearing a black t-shirt with white stripes in the middle of the sleeves. On his arms, he wore black sleeves with metal arm protectors over them. He also had leather straps around his back and chest, and there was a small blade, a tanto, if Kiri had to guess, in a small holder out in the back. Like Abito, he was wearing a metal forehead protector. In the clearing, Kiri could also make out 2 other people. One was a girl, about the boy's age, with chin-length brown hair and brown eyes. She also had 2 rectangular, purple markings on each of her cheeks. She was wearing a long-sleeved black top and a light purple apron skirt, under which she wore black shorts. She also wore a metal forehead protector, along with a pair of sandals, red stockings that stopped at her thighs, and a small, red bracelet on her left wrist. The other was a man who appeared to be the leader. He had blue eyes and blonde, spiky hair, with jaw-length bangs framing either side of his face. He was wearing a metal forehead protector much like the others, a blue uniform under a green flak jacket, and blue sandals. What I'm seeing assassins, no, Abito's past. Kiri mused to himself. Well, it's not like I have much else to do. He would just have to wait until he woke up to question Assassin on what happened. Kiri relaxed as best as he could and decided to watch. He was very curious to see how his servant went from the boy he saw here to the man who he knew now. Nighttime, Fuyuki City. Avenger stood on top of a building, clad in his usual attire. This wasn't one of his usual excursions about the city. This time, he moved with purpose. Like so many of the other teams, he had seen the murders on the news. He knew that whatever it was wasn't one of the other servants. The injuries on the bodies, claw marks, couldn't have been caused by the others, despite the fact the bodies had shown the obvious signs of a servant eating their souls. No, something else was doing this, and he was going to get to the bottom of it. Besides, he thought to himself with a grin, maybe it will put up a decent fight. He heard sirens down below. No doubt the curfew that the police had imposed on the entire city. He scoffed slightly, as if the murderer would be even slowed down by something like that. Servant or not, this thing knew how to do its business. It would likely just break into some house and kill the people there if it couldn't find anyone on the streets. Good thing the little girl down below was up and about. The girl appeared to be about 7 or 8, with long black hair fashioned into twin tails tied with pigtails. She was wearing a white shirt with a red necktie, with a red skirt and long black socks. She also had aqua eyes. He had been surprised when he saw her, but she seemed to be here for some purpose, so he had been trailing her. He chuckled to himself. What? Did one of her friends go missing and she was trying to find her? True. He had seen the reports and guessed the killer liked women and kids best. She would do nicely as unknowing bait. Of course, he would save her if it came down to it. Then again, if she died, well, he'd be sure to put a few more holes in the killer for her. Come on, girl, let's see what you can do. Oh, make different servants. Berserker. Kiri looked at his servant, the worms inside of him crawling about in response to his confusion. When he performed the summoning, he had expected some sort of armored knight, which wasn't quite what he was looking at. The servant in question was indeed an armored knight, but he never would have expected him to be so young. The servant appeared to be in roughly his early 20s and was clad in heavy black armor with a number of points on it. On his shoulders were engraved with what appeared to be 2 clover-shaped symbols, which Kiri had to guess were some sort of decoration or symbol of allegiance. His hair was a white-gray/white blonde despite his youth, and his eyes were both red, though his right eye more so. What drew the attention of both Kiri and Zoken, however, was the sword he held in his left hand. The sword's pommel, grip, and lower half of the blade were seemingly constructed of pitch-black metal of the same color as his armor, while the sword guard was of a rusty red. The upper half of the sword, however, was a blood-red crystal fashioned into the shape of a blade. Somehow, it was even more intimidating than a pure, black blade, and Kiri and Zoken couldn't help but shudder from the feeling they got from both the blade and the servant. They felt like death. "I am the servant, Berserker," the man said in a low, cold voice. "I ask, of both of you, which is my master?" Kiri was silent for a moment longer, surprised at the fact that Berserker still had enough reason to speak clearly, then shambled forward. "I am." He then broke down in a coughing fit. Damn his failing health. Suddenly, Berserker was by his side, slowly patting him on the back. "Are you all right?" While his voice was still low, some of the coldness in it had vanished. "Well, Kiri," Zoken said, having recovered by this point, "it appears you did indeed summon a Berserker, an interesting case at that. Just remember, give me the Grail, and little Sakura is free to go with you." Zoken's mouth split into a sneer. "Though I don't expect much from a failure of a magus like you." The black-armored servant was silent, then slowly turned towards Zoken, his eyes slowly building with anger and disgust. "You dare treat this young man like a mere tool?" His voice was once again low, and a threateningly tone had entered it. Kiri realized what he was going to do the moment he saw the servant's muscles tense. But before he could do anything, a burst of crimson power erupted from his crystal sword and shot out straight towards Zoken. Before Zoken could even take the subconscious thought to react, the bolt struck him straight in the chest and promptly incinerated him. Only ash landed on the ground. The servant turned back to him, and the hatred was gone from them, to be replaced by pity. "Forgive for that, master. But I do believe we should be on our way." Kiri was still staring at Berserker in awe, then recomposed himself. He knew Zoken wasn't dead, but the sight of the old worm being burned to bits had lifted his mood quite a bit. He smiled at Berserker. "Yes, we should. Follow me, Berserker, or would you rather have me call you?" The black-armored servant smiled slightly in return. "You may call me Oswald." And so Kiri Matu and his servant Berserker, known in life as Oswald, the Shadow Knight, and the true king of Titania, entered the Fourth Holy Grail War. To this day, Sakura Matu still told her children and grandchildren about the tale of the princess who was rescued from the evil sorcerer by the two white-haired knights. One, who bore 3 red marks on his left hand, and the other, who wielded the red crystal blade. Author note: cliffhanger. Next time, the climactic or anticlimactic fight between Avenger and the mysterious killer. Soul. Well, that went well. That servant mentioned in the Omake is from the video game Odin Sphere, a personal favorite of X's. He'd like to recommend that you find it and play it. It came out for the PS2, if anyone wants to try it. It's a real good game with a very entrancing story. It's made by the same who made the Persona series, if I recall right, Altus. Yuryu. Back on topic. So now someone's killing people in my place. Man, that's kinda lame. But also kind of awesome. Well, you'll see who it is next time. Now, for anyone wondering, that person who appeared alongside Angra Mainyu is an important character. He will be appearing again. Soul. Unfortunately, you'll only find out who he really is in the sequel. That's where he takes the center stage. Feel free to guess who he really is. He isn't a character from the Fate series, but he is a canon character in another universe. I might drop hints every now and then on who is and his origins. Avenger. In fact, X kind of did in the previous chapter. You'll have to look closely though. Well, I think that's enough for one chapter. Keep reading, following, and favoriting. Tell me what you thought in reviews. Make a page on TvTropes if you think it deserves one. Chapter 9. Rin's Not-So-Little Adventure. Author note: hello everybody, this is X the Reaper, bringing you all the next installment of Fate. 0 Sanity. Over 9,400 views? You guys are awesome. Pretty fast update, huh? Well, I got off my but to make up for the last update slowness. Also, pretty late to say this, but happy Halloween everyone. Hope it was a good one. To recap, Avenger is hunting a new threat, and poor little Rin's in for the ride. Now, as a special treat, I'm allowing a special guest read the disclaimer. Give it up for Oswald. Oswald. Disclaimer: Fate/Stay Night and all series mentioned in this story are the property of their respective owners. Also, thanks to the infamous man for inspiring the idea behind the FIC, Sentinel07 for inspiring X to write in the first place, and finally, to EVA Saigen for agreeing to help beta some of the chapters. X the Reaper owns nothing, save the storyline. Soul, and even that's debatable. Mysterious figure, can we just get on with it? We now return you to our regularly scheduled program. Nighttime, Fuyuki City. Rin Tosaka squeezed past several trash cans in an alleyway with disgust from the smell stamped on her face. She came to the end of the alley and looked around the corner slowly. If she saw someone doing what she was right now, she would have laughed and said it was like watching some wannabe spy. Of course, she wasn't out here in the middle of the night, away from home and next to some god-awful smelling trash for kicks. She had a purpose. Her friend, Kodon, had been absent from school today. She might have been willing to write it off as her friend just not feeling well, but all the talk about the kidnapper and how classes were getting canceled left and right made her really worried and paranoid. The proverbial straw that broke the camel's back, however, had been the fact that one of the 5 children found dead today had been one of her classmates. A girl who had often come to her for help on her homework. Rin would not attend the funeral of one of her friends. So, tonight, she had sneaked out of bed earlier and went on a train directly to Fuyuki City. Thank God for the fact that security had been rather lax. How else could she, a 7-year-old girl, go to Fuyuki in the middle of the night without adult supervision? So, here she was, past curfew, sneaking past trash, avoiding the curfew cops, all to find her lost friend. Armed with only elementary magic skills and a magical compass from her father. This might not have been the best laid plan. What if she couldn't find Kodon? What if the kidnapper had already killed her? What if the killer got her next? Funny that only now was she considering the full ramifications of her actions. Still, for some reason, she couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. And it wasn't nerves. Quite literally, the feeling had started roughly around the time she had arrived in the current area 10 minutes before, and she couldn't shake it no matter what. Granted, it wasn't an oppressive feeling of being watched. In fact, it almost felt she was being watched by some curious angel, for lack of a better term. Of course, considering just who was really watching her though, it probably would be more accurate to say bored as F*** Ked demon. However, Rin, thankfully unaware of that little fact, took a deep breath, turned the corner, and started searching again. Meanwhile, unknown to her, the killer and that bored as F*** Ked demon were watching her very move. With the killer, the masked hamster monster / serial killer watched Rin as she turned the corner out of the alley and continued to walk. He couldn't believe his luck. He had decided to go out tonight for a brief look around for any potential meals. True, he had quite a few people he had managed to catch today, including several kids, but something, call it intuition, made him go out regardless. The girl was a magus, or at least one in training. He could tell by the feeling he sensed from her which told him she had some power, unlike that of a normal person. He had yet to eat a magic user, so he was especially eager. However, he could also sense something just outside of his range, watching. No doubt a servant. A real servant. As much as he hated to admit it, he wasn't a true servant, not yet at least. The best phrase for his current state would be pseudo-servant, a mere fake. He was certainly stronger than a human, but compared to the real deal, he was a pathetic wannabe. However, the Grail had made an exception for him. If he could kill another servant, he would be officially recognized as such, with all the power and privileges coming with it, and even would be given a chance to have his wish granted. He didn't have one yet, sure, but he was working on it. However, in order to take on a servant, he needed a sufficient supply of prana. He didn't have a master, and, unlike Avenger, he didn't have a suitable way to replace that. So, he had begun what he used to do in life, killing people and eating their souls. However, normal human souls only provided so much energy. A magus soul, even a young one such as hers, would provide so much more. The only problem was getting her to come with him without alerting the servant. He wanted to avoid a fight, at least unless it was on his turf and terms. He couldn't tell who it was, no doubt it had presence concealment, so it was most likely assassin. He had to thank the Grail though. It had given him an upgrade to his luring abilities as a show of good grace, so it wouldn't be too much of a problem. After all, he wasn't known as Grand Fisher, the hollow who evaded capture by some of the most ruthless hunters in the next world for 54 years, for nothing. With Rin continued on, occasionally looking over her shoulder and backtracking in order to make sure she wasn't being followed. She stopped for a moment when she heard sirens, flattening herself against a wall, but when she didn't see any police cars, she kept going. Actually, if it wasn't for the fact she still felt like she was being watched, she would actually say she was suffering from a case of boredom. Dang it, this isn't getting me anywhere. She whispered to herself in frustration, then calmed herself down. I need to think this through. However, any thoughts of her new plan were lost when she caught sight of a figure in front of her, about a block down. For a brief moment, she wondered exactly how she never noticed said figure, but that thought was gone as she got closer and realized that the girl, for Rin could tell from the streetlights it was a she, looked awfully familiar. It can't be. Rin thought to herself as she got a better look. The girl was roughly her height and looked to be slightly younger. She had short, black hair and was wearing clothing very similar to hers, but that wasn't what made Rin stop in disbelief. It was the fact that they both had the same hair color and, as the girl turned towards her and Rin got closer, eye color. What sealed it, however, was what was in the left side of the girl's hair. It was a simple pink ribbon fashioned into a bow. Nothing special, unless you were one of the few familiar with its history. Rin was one of those few. After all, how could she forget her own gift to her little sister? Sakura, Rin said softly to herself as she stared at her sister. What was she doing here? She shouldn't be out at night. What with a serial killer on the loose? She started to walk fast towards her sister, only to watch her sister stare at her in surprise and start to back away. What was going on? Wasn't she happy to see her? Why was she out here all alone? Sakura, wait. Rin yelled as she broke out in a run. What was wrong with her? Rin knew they hadn't exactly parted on the best of terms, not even being able to say goodbye, but that didn't explain why Sakura was moving away. She had so many questions burning in her, and, for a moment, she forgot about trying to find Kodon and the killer, instead focusing her efforts on trying to catch her sister, who turned and started to run herself. This little chase continued until Sakura ran into an open-spaced parking lot. It was rather spacious, with very little cars in it at this time of night. Meanwhile, hidden not too far away from where they were, Grand Fisher smiled as she got closer. Like shooting fish in a barrel. Unknown to Rin, that was not her sister. Rather, it was the very thing that granted Grand Fisher his title, the lure on his head. Much like how an anglerfish lures its prey with a light source, his preferred hunting tactic while alive had been to use his lure to bring potential prey close. Then while they were distracted, kill and eat their souls. He could transform his lure into whatever shape he desired, usually in the form of a little girl. However, while he could transform his lure to resemble anyone he wanted, one of his best tactics was to transform it into someone dear to the victim, preventing them for that crucial second from trying to strike him. Originally, in order to get something specific like that, he had to pierce his prey with the extensions inside his claws in order to search their memories. However, the Grail had upgraded his abilities so that he could actually get a mental picture of someone dear to a person just by looking at them and concentrating long enough. Granted, it got harder to use if the person had some form of mind protection, or, if they were a servant, he still had to get up to and stab them. Thanks to this ability, he had caught quite a few people, using his lure to impersonate their friends, siblings, parents, even their favorite pets, and lure them to him. Normally, he just drained them where he found them, or he took them back to his little base. He would have preferred to do the former, but considering that a servant was watching, he would likely just have to do the later. If it came down to it, better an area he knew than out in the open. Good thing that he could detach his lure from his body if he had to. No need for the servant to grab it and drag him out. That had actually happened to him once, and it was embarrassing as hell. So, he continued to draw Rin closer, waiting for the servant to make his move. It wasn't long in coming. With Avenger. Avenger watched as Rin was drawn in by the Sakura lure with a slight bit of an impressed feeling. This faker sure did know how to catch prey, but now he was growing bored from the inaction. And a bored Avenger was dangerous. You know what? Fuck it. Let's make a ruckus. He jumped down from where he was perched on top of the several-story building and landed right behind Rin as she entered the parking lot. He landed so silently, however, that Rin never noticed him until he tapped her shoulder. Boo. He swore that Rin jumped 4 feet before she turned around and looked at him. To her credit, she only showed fear for a moment before composing herself and staring at him with wariness and only the slightest hint of fear. It was like looking at Integra when he first met her. Who are you? She managed to get out, doing her best to maintain her calm. He grinned, but avoided showing his sharp canines. Who am I? I should be asking you the same question. And also questions like, shouldn't you be at home at this time of night? Or who are you following? He made sure to keep an eye on both Rin and on Sakura, who now had a look of irritation and anger on her face. Good. Let that little piece of sh*t get angry. Getting angry meant you made stupid mistakes. I jumped. Rin got out, surprised by his nonchalant attitude, before shaking her head and looking back at him, this time with some anger. Who I am is none of your business. Who are you? And are you the killer? The anger had made her fear fade like mist, and now she was staring at him without a hint of it. She was a little spitfire, that much he could tell. It really was like looking at his old master when he pissed her off. Well, I can't just give you my name, but I will say that I'm not the killer. That honor would have to go to. He stopped and his eyes widened slightly as Sakura came rushing towards them. Not sparing a second, he moved the girl slightly with his right hand and pulled his Kasol out with his left, aimed down the sights, and put 3 rounds in it, 1 in the head, heart, and neck. Sakura's upper half practically exploded from those 3 shots. Rin, unprepared for the gunshots, still had her hands over her ears from the second shot and looked towards her sister's body. For a moment, she only stared in shock, then searing hot anger, hate, and pain came over her. She turned towards Avenger and swung her fist at him, tears starting to stream from her eyes and a voiceless scream ripping from her throat. He caught the fist with his right hand, briefly surprised at the fact it had a whole lot more force than he expected from her, and simply watched her fail at him in vain. You bastard. She yelled as she continued to try and hit him. You killed Sakura. She briefly attempted to hit him another reinforced fist, or even just blast him with an uncontrolled burst of magic, but her anger was getting too much in the way of her concentration to do even that. His eyebrows quirked slightly at that. Where were kids learning such language these days? Really? He simply asked her. Then why is she disappearing like that? In the red haze of fury and sorrow that was her mind, she heard those words and briefly looked behind her, only to do a double take. Sakura's body was indeed disappearing into what looked like black smoke. What? She asked to no one in particular, simply dumbstruck by the sight. Yup, that was the killer. Avenger's voice cut through her confusion like a knife. Or rather, his lure. If you had followed that, you would have been caught just like the rest of those humans. She turned to look at Avenger, who still had his gun out and was scanning the perimeter. Though, it looks like that scared him off, so we should be all right. Really? A voice boomed out. Rin looked everywhere to try and find the source, but she couldn't. I don't think so. Avenger smiled. Well, did the coward finally grow a spine? He called out mockingly. Come on, let's see how well you fight. Suddenly, what looked to Rin's perspective like a giant masked hamster with chicken feet and a tentacle growing out of the top of its neck appeared out of nowhere and swung its claws towards Avenger. Avenger moved back slightly, using his right arm to stop the blow, only to widen his eyes when extensions appeared out of the claw and stabbed him in the chest. He had the brief feeling of something searching his mind until he wrenched himself free and shot it twice between the eye holes of the mask. The massive creature fell backwards and landed on its back, appearing dead from the looks of it. Avenger shot twice more just to be sure, then stopped as he felt the wounds in his chest close. Humph, running straight forward into the enemy? You're a brave creature, faker, if not very smart. He then turned towards Rin, who was staring at the false servant with shock, then turned to look at Avenger with confusion and no shortage of awe. Well then, now that's out of the way, he said as he placed the Casella away. How about we go and bring you home? He saw Rin's eyes widen in shock and quickly turned back around, just in time to see the claws come towards him again. He didn't even have time to dodge as the claws took his head off. Rin watched as her rescuer's head went flying away in a spray of blood, quite a bit of which landed on her. Before she could react, she felt the tentacle of the hamster monster wrap around her and lift her up. She looked straight at it, noticing the bullet holes starting to close up. She watched as it looked back down at Avenger's decapitated corpse. Word of advice: if an idea is stupid and it works, then it's not stupid. It spat on the corpse, and the name's Grand Fisher, dead man. It then turned its attention back to her, and it grinned. Well, she assumed it grinned. Kind of hard to tell with the mask. Well, now that's out of the way, I think I'll have a little snack. Grand Fisher opened his mouth, and Rin knew it was the end. Still, she'd be damned if she would get eaten by a hamster with chicken feet and not go down without a fight. Concentrating, Rin channeled mana into her arm and reinforced it. She then brought it down hard on Fisher's wrist, then again, then a third time. The fourth time, she heard something crack, and then she was thrown across the room and hit the ground. Groaning, she turned her head and saw Fisher nurse his wrist. It was too much to hope she broke it, more like she bruised it. Ah, so we have a feisty one, eh? Fisher then began to walk towards her, clenching his hands several times before revealing the claws. I guess I'll just cut you down to size. He suddenly stopped, and Rin was surprised up till a hole went through his chest. Fisher jumped away, and they both beheld a sight for sore eyes. Avenger was back up again, head clearly reattached, and pointing two guns towards Fisher. And he was grinning like a kid at the candy store. You done goofed. How the hell did you do that? Both Fisher and Rin managed to yell out at the same time. Avenger pointed at Fisher. Fuck you. That's how. He then turned towards Rin. You stay out of the way. Rin nodded and proceeded to hide behind a truck, peeking out from behind it. The two servants then stared at each other, both knowing that only one was walking out of here alive. Avenger was eager to tear something apart, especially after last night. Fisher realized his chance of becoming a real servant was right in front of his eyes. There was no preamble, no word or indication of the battle starting. Both combatants were just standing there, then they moved. Avenger stood like a stone wall where he was, firing both his Casal and Jackal at Fisher, only dodging when necessary. Fisher moved like lightning, dodging his attacks and countering with his limbs and fur, extending them outwards and attempting to impale Avenger. Both took shots and blows, but started to regenerate almost instantly. Avenger had taken almost 3 times as much damage as Fisher, yet he was still smiling. Come on, is this all you got? Avenger roared. He got Fisher's answer when a tentacle appeared out from each of the 8 holes in his mask underneath his eyes. They whipped towards Avenger, and while he shot 2, the others wrapped around him, trapping his arms, and started to squeeze with enough force to break an elephant in half. Fisher immediately impaled him again with his fur, and then started smashing him into the cars and walls of the parking lot. For extra measure, he then used his remaining 6 tentacles to wrap around Avenger's 4 limbs, torso, and head and pulled until he heard Avenger's body rip apart. Fisher then proceeded to smash his tattered body into the ground again and again and again. Fisher knew this was probably overkill, but after seeing Avenger survive complete decapitation, he wasn't taking any chances. Rin watched with morbid fascination and horror as the battle raged on, but shook herself out of it. She had to help somehow, or else Fisher would finish her off next. Come on, Rin, think of something. She stopped when she saw something gleam under a wrecked car. Not seeing any other options, she rushed towards it. When she got close and grabbed it with both hands, damn, it was heavy. She got a good look at what she was holding, and a glimmer of hope blossomed in her chest. This might do the trick. It was Avenger's .454 Casal, which he had dropped while being flung about like a rag doll. Then she stopped. Wait a minute, she thought as a frown crossed her face. I don't have any idea how to use this. To be fair, She was an 8-year-old girl raised by a traditional Magus family. Magi looked down on firearms, seeing them as taboo. Regardless, Rin knew she now had to figure out just how to operate the gun before Fisher turned his attention back on her. A quick glance up at a tearing sound showed Avenger being ripped apart, then back to figuring out the gun. After all, no one ever accused a Tosaka of being a quitter. All right, Rin, you know where the trigger is, so you know what to pull. Now, I think I read something about a safety feature on here. She hesitatingly pressed what she thought was the safety, but yelped when the magazine came out and clattered to the ground. Quickly, she picked it up and tried to fit it back in, but it wouldn't go. Cursing herself, she realized that she had tried to put the mag in backwards and corrected herself. All right, how about this one? This time, she got the safety, but realized she had actually put it back on when she gave the trigger a very experimental tug pointed away from her. She flicked it back off and turned to look at Fisher, who was now tenderizing Avenger's ripped-apart body. She then took cover behind a wrecked car, then lifted the cassol with both hands, since it was pretty heavy even when it wasn't loaded. She then timidly looked down the sights and started to line them up on Fisher, much like she had seen how it was supposed to be done on a TV show she had briefly seen when she had once walked into a store with her mother. She could still hear the words. Now, once you've spotted your target, aim down the sights until the sight at the end is lined up between the two in the front, with the sight at the end located on the part of your target you're shooting for. Those words came back to Rin as she aimed squarely for Grand Fisher's back, thanking God for the fact he still hadn't noticed what she was doing and was still standing still. Before pulling the trigger, however, she first decided to reinforce her arms to make sure she wouldn't get thrown back by the recoil. Having made all final precautions, she took a deep breath, whispered a brief prayer to God, concentrated, and pulled the trigger. Now, to understand what happens next, it must be remembered what Rin was preparing to fire wasn't any ordinary gun. It was a noble phantasm, which meant it was far more powerful than any normal human handgun could hope to be. It wasn't a normal gun, even when it wasn't a noble phantasm when Avenger was alive. The .454 Cassol was a semi-automatic pistol custom made for Avenger's use. The 10-inch long barrel had been designed to help with the heavy recoil that occurred with each shot, due to the custom-made explosive .45 for Cassol rounds, each only slightly smaller than an AA battery. In fact, the gun was practically impossible for normal people to use with its kickback, even if you used both hands. As such, it shouldn't have come as a surprise that when Rin pulled the trigger, the kickback was forceful enough to jerk her arms upwards, causing her to almost lose her grip on the gun and, despite the reinforcement, actually breaking her left wrist. To be fair, her reinforcement still wasn't perfect. In fact, it was actually better she had grabbed the Cassol. If it had been the Jackal, it would have been almost impossible for her to just try and lift the 16 kilograms gun, and the knockback probably would mangle both of her hands permanently, reinforcement or not. The bullet, however, flew true and struck Fisher in the back of the head. She had actually been aiming for the center mass, but beggars can't be choosers. Fisher, unprepared for the attack, having focused all his energy in beating Avenger to a bloody smear on the ground, stumbled forward from the shot, the tentacles binding Avenger loosening slightly. He turned, seeing Rin still holding the Cassol's smoking barrel in her right hand and her left hanging limply at her side. It was obvious she was in pain, yet she refused to cry out, simply staring resolutely at him. Fisher felt the injury start to heal, noticing absent-mindedly that it was healing slower than the other shots, and decided to just go ahead and kill her. Before he could do so, however, he suddenly felt like blades pierced his back. Turning his head, he and Rin watched in amazement and no shortage of horror as Avenger's body seemed to reconstruct itself from the mess of blood and shadows that Fisher had reduced him to. That very same mess had fashioned itself into the blades that Fisher found impaling his body in several areas. "Not bad, Faker," Avenger said with that damnable smile. "I'll give you a B for effort and an A for determination. You didn't hesitate to completely and utterly hit me with every you had the moment you had a chance." He then turned his gaze towards Rin. "I'll give you an A overall. It's not often you find someone willing to fight back against something more than capable of killing you, especially one so young." His gaze then lighted on the Cassol in her hands. He was honestly impressed one so young had figured out how to use it, and surprised she had been able to actually fire it without completely mangling one or both hands. His opinion of her was growing by leaps and bounds. The fact that she had on a strong, resolute face despite the pain she was in was just icing on the cake. He turned his gaze back to Fisher, pushing aside his thoughts for the moment. "Now then, how about we finish this?" He then cocked his arm back, straightening his arm and hands like a blade, and thrust forward. But Grand Fisher wasn't through yet. As Avenger's arm thrust towards him, he rushed away, feeling the shadow blades leave his body and his wounds starting to heal. Even as the last of the blades exited his body with a quenching noise, he moved his lure between himself and Avenger and willed it to transform. It did so, and Avenger's eyes widened, and he stopped when he got a good look. Fisher grinned to himself. Knew searching his memories was a good idea. The figure was a tall woman with light dark skin, blue eyes, and long blonde hair. She was wearing a dark blue blazer along with blue trousers, a white button shirt, black shoes, and a red bow tie, along with a pair of round glasses. It was a figure that Avenger knew well. After all, how do you forget one of the few people who ever commanded your respect and was your own master? Sir Integra. Avenger spoke out in shock, then his eyes hardened. He knew it wasn't her. It was nothing but a mere illusion. He swung the jackal up, which he had actually managed to hold on to during his beating, and shot the blasphemous copy through the head. Integra's head exploded and began to dissolve, and Avenger actually breathed a sigh of relief when he didn't feel any regret at doing so. He looked back towards Fisher, and his eyes narrowed. He never liked people who played mind games, and he was going to make him regret all this mind-fucking. He lifted up the jackal and didn't even bother to joke. He was going to end this now. Fisher cursed under his breath. He was hoping that his lure would hold him for a little longer, but he didn't have a choice. He had to release now. He watched as Avenger lifted the black gun. Then he reached a hand up towards his mask and wrenched it off. Rin watched in amazement as Fisher started to transform. His body grew bigger and more humanoid, now easily towering over Avenger in size. His fur continued to cover his body with the exception of his arms, which were bare and looked like he bench-pressed trucks with. A new white mask had appeared, covering the upper and lower parts of his face, leaving his eyes, nose, and some of the mouth visible. The massive hole in his chest was still there, having grown in size to match his new body. What caught the eye, however, was the massive Japanese sword on his back. It had to be the size of a two-story house. Are you surprised? Fisher asked Avenger in a booming voice. I'm impressed you forced me to show it so early, but now it's over. In my Aaronkar form, I'm easily 4 times stronger than I was before. I'll crush you both like bugs. He then seemed to give off an immense pressure that would have sent Rin to her knees if she wasn't already. Avenger was silent as he stared at Fisher's new form, seemingly unaffected by the pressure being given off, then just started to chuckle before breaking out in full-blown laughter. Rin and Fisher looked at him like he was just insane. What's so funny? Rin yelled out, still nursing her broken wrist. She didn't know any healing spells, and given her luck trying to learn them, she would probably just make it worse. I don't see how any of this is funny. Ha 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 ha. Ah, it's just so funny. Avenger managed to finally get out. That you actually thought that this was the extent of my own power. So saying, a sense of pressure that completely eclipsed Fisher's seemed to come from him, forcing Rin to catch her breath and made even Fisher take a step back in shock. Avenger then raised his gloved hands and brought them up to cover his face, blocking all but his eye. Releasing Control Restriction System Level 5, Level 4, Level 3, Level 2, and Level 1, recognizing approval of Situation A according to the Cromwell invocation. Commencing limited lifting of ability use restrictions until the enemy has been rendered silent. Suddenly, the sunglasses and fedora he had worn seemed to just disappear, leaving his head bare, and his hair started to grow longer, reaching down to his waist. His clothing also changed into a black jumper/coat. His red eyes shone with excitement and bloodlust. Einsburn Manor. Berserker opened her eyes and looked directly at the rest of Team Amiya, including Ryder and Waver. It's Avenger. The rest widened their eyes, but then nodded their heads. After they had established their alliance, Ryder and Waver had decided to see their potential base of operations in case the Mackenzie's place became too dangerous for them to stay without endangering the old couple. Once they had arrived, Kiritsugu had stayed upstairs, not yet ready to reveal that he was Saber's true master yet. Everyone had a quick supper before IRI revealed to them what the plan would be. Using her presence detection skill, Berserker would stay on alert in order to sense where Avenger was. Once they had a location, Saber, Ryder, and Berserker would head into town and finish him off. Granted, they were just testing it out tonight too as a demonstration, but now was as good a time as any. IRI, Korea, and Waver turned towards their servants. Saber, Berserker, Ryder, are you ready? They all asked. Of course. Ready. Did you even need to ask? Soul then smiled. Let's go then. Parking lot. Let's go then. So saying, Avenger disappeared in flash. He reappeared right in front of Fisher, his gun raised, and fired. The shots tore into his body, but before Fisher could react, Avenger had disappeared again, only to reappear behind him and do the same thing. Fisher roared as he felt the shots connect. Even though his endurance increased with his transformation, almost half of the shots that hit him tore through his protective fur coating and into his body. While his transformation had advantages, its greatest weakness was the fact that he sacrificed his regenerative abilities for the greater power. This time, he waited for Avenger to disappear, then hit him head-on at full power with his fist when he reappeared. Fisher grinned as he felt the blow connect, actually tearing Avenger in half. Then his eyes widened when he saw Avenger just smile. He just didn't realize why until what appeared to be 4 black dogs emerged from Avenger's blood and raced towards him. In panic, he swung again, killing one dog while the others sank their teeth into his left arm. He tried to pull away, and they pulled the other. With a sickening crunch and tearing sound, Fisher watched his arm rip out of its socket, bellowing in pain as it separated. He grabbed the sword on his back with his remaining arm and swung. thanking the fact the lot was big enough to do so, killing the remaining dogs. I'm getting real sick of this shit. Fisher roared as he looked down at his stump of an arm, able to tell that it was going to take a long time to regenerate that. You and me both, buddy. Avenger's voice boomed. Fisher looked about for Avenger frantically, trying to keep him in his sights. Too slow, eyes widening. He looked down and saw Avenger grab his right leg in a vice grip. With a sickening rip, it came off. Damn you! Fisher roared as he felt even more pain, falling to the ground unbalanced. But in his anger, all he saw was the black-haired servant, grinning like a madman. He would kill him for this insult. The blade came down and carved Avenger in half, the force of the blow so strong that it was completely stuck in the ground. Avenger's body began to heal itself almost instantly, still grinning like a psycho. Come on, is that really all you got? Fisher let go of the sword and roared, his body growing even bigger, horns jutting out of his shoulders. Now he positively towered over his opponent, and he looked none too pleased at him. I never thought I would use this here so early, but I'm through. I'll crush with all of my power. Be damned if any of the other servants sense us. Fisher cocked back his remaining arm, putting all the power he had behind it. He would utterly obliterate Avenger with his next blow, or die trying. Avenger smiled, cocking back his own arm. Finally, you're ready to kill me. All right then, come on. I want to hear you squeal like a pig. The two smashed their fists together, the shockwave of air blasting outwards and literally sending several cars flying away from the force. Rin was only spared because she was holding onto a streetlight in the lot. She couldn't look away. Any fear she might have felt was completely blown away by the sheer amazement she felt from watching the battle. Something inside of her, call it instinct, also told her that if she showed any fear, they would instantly turn on here and rend her to pieces. However, only one could win this battle of strength and endurance. The two strained against each other, but Avenger's arm was the one that ripped apart first. Ripped apart, as in the first one to rip apart the enemy's arm. Grah, damn you to hell. Grand Fisher roared as he reeled back in pain. I am Grand Fisher. Who the hell do you think you are? Suddenly, Avenger appeared right in front of him. Who am I? Avenger asked as he lifted the massive Aaron car up with both hands. I've been killing men and monsters before you were even born. I've eaten things that would make you look like a pussy at your strongest and on your best day. He brought Grand Fisher right to his face. I'm the Avenger Alucard, motherfucker. He then threw Fisher to the ground, his arm transforming into a massive hellhound. We're gonna play fetch. Rin watched in growing horror as the hellhound rushed forward and grabbed Fisher in its jaws, biting deep into his body. And you're the frisbee. With that, the hellhound ripped Grand Fisher apart into bloody chunks and starting eating them. Messily, Rin couldn't take her eyes off the display, and yet, she dared not show any fear. She watched as Avenger walked over to where Fisher's head and neck were on the ground, and then watched as he picked it up. For the girl's peace of mind, I'm obligated to conduct a thorough investigation of you to find your base. He smiled. A shame for you, my way of investigation isn't exactly orthodox. He opened his mouth and sank his teeth into Fisher's neck, drinking his blood, and all the blood which had been spilled began to be drawn into Avenger's body. After he was done, what little that remained of Fisher dissolved into black smoke. He then turned his gaze towards Rin, whose eyes widened when it stared into hers. However, she steeled her resolve and, despite her still throbbing wrist, refused to cry out or show fear. Instead, she kept her grip on the castle, not even allowing her hand to shake. It took all of her willpower to do so, though. He walked straight to her, not saying anything, even the normal grin on his face missing. Somehow, that just made him even more creepy. He stopped right in front of her, simply looking straight at her, then down at his gun in her right hand and her slightly throbbing left. Then, he did something that she completely left her speechless. He knelt down in front of her, his arm crossed over his chest, and his head bowed low. Well done, girl. Rin was completely speechless. What? He looked up at her. If you had shown even a hint of hesitation or fear, I wouldn't have hesitated to kill you and preserve the war's secret. But not only did you willingly stay here and not show fear, you even had the guts to fire my weapon and not cry out when it obviously broke your wrist. He then stood up. I can count on one hand the number of humans I've met in the past 500 years of my life that showed that much courage and stubbornness. Suddenly, he grabbed her by the back of her shirt and tucked her under his arm. Where are you taking me? Put me down. He grinned. Well, don't you want to find your friend or whoever it is you're out searching for? That shut Rin up. I know where they are, so do you want to come or not? Rin was silent for a moment, then simply nodded. After all, there really wasn't any reason to refuse. Avenger did save her, in the end. Speaking of which, Rin. What? My name isn't girl, it's Rin. And why would you help me? I happen to be in a good mood right now, so why not? Rin shut up at that. Again, unknown to both of them, a black raven had been watching the entire thing. Turning around, it flew off. Its destination? Fuyuki Church. Looks like Reay would be pulling his hair out and might be calling in an old associate to help clean this mess up. With Saber, Berserker, and Ryder. The three servants and their masters arrived at the parking lot, where Berserker had sensed Avenger's energy. Each had arrived in a different way. Berserker and Kiri had arrived on Soul, who had transformed into his flying form. When Kiri had first looked at him, it immediately reminded him of a witch's broomstick, with the exception of the massive spiky, yet fluffy wings on the end. When he questioned Soul about that, his response was that Berserker wouldn't let him have completely spiky wings, and he refused to form fluffy ones. So, they had a compromise. Regardless, using that, they had been able to make to the manor that night and help fight Avenger, Assassin, and Kiri, so he wasn't complaining. Saber and Iri had arrived along with Ryder and Waver on their chariot. Apparently, Kiritsugu was working on getting a faster mode of transportation for Saber, but it wouldn't be ready for a while longer. Ryder whistled when he got a good look at the parking lot. It was completely trashed, craters all over, and as well as a massive gash in the ground, as if something had cut it with a blade. Cars and trucks in the parking lot had been overturned, and some completely wrecked. Wonder who Avenger was fighting. I don't know, Berserker replied as she looked around. I feel traces of whatever else he was fighting here, but they're not like any of the other servants. Maybe it was Mysterious Killer? Saber asked. That would be the logical choice, Berserker agreed. But his spiritual energy is completely gone. Considering that Avenger was here, it either means that the killer escaped or died fighting him. That leaves me with another question. Soul said, how the hell does the Grail War keep quiet with all this destruction? Well, the Church and the Magus Association often work together on things like this, Waver said. They'll probably try to pass this off as some sort of random terrorist attack or something. Maybe. It's a better idea than, say, gas leaks or a movie about giant robots duking it out in Fuyuki. Kiri turned and looked at Soul. That is kinda ridiculous. Like something out of a video game or bad fiction. Berserker, can you sense Avenger's energy now? Iri asked, turning everyone's attention back to the matter at hand. She shook her head. I'm sorry, no. He must be making the extra effort to conceal his presence now. Saber just sighed. Well, I guess we just go back. Everyone nodded. Grand Fisher's former base. Kodon, Rin yelled as she finally spotted her friend, chained against the wall of some old apartment. Apparently, the now-deceased Grand Fisher knew the value of slums and derelict bilings. Alongside her, several more child, and even 2 women could be seen in similar positions. Rin, her friend asked slowly, her eyes filled with disbelief. Rin Tosaka, what are you doing here? I'm here to rescue you. Thank God you're all right. Finally, some of the tension that was in her started to dissipate at the sight of Kodon alive, if a little worse for wear. Move back, Avenger ordered. Rin did so, and Avenger shot the locks on each of the prisoners, freeing them without hurting them. Come on, let's get out of here. Everyone immediately complied, several rushing for the exit. Soon, only Kodon was left, staring at both Rin and Avenger. Thank you, Rin. And you too, sir. Bowing her head, she quickly rushed towards the exit as well. There was a brief silence as Rin stared at Avenger, then she smiled. Thank you, Avenger, for saving me and helping me find my friend. She then held out the Kassul towards Avenger grip first, having to strain quite a bit in order to lift it with one hand. Avenger took hold of the weapon. Then, to the surprise of Rin, a small burst of light engulfed the weapon. He handed it back to her, and Rin's eyes widened. The Kassul had changed. It was now slightly smaller, and it was much lighter, to the point that Rin didn't need to strain too heavily to lift it with one hand. Still, it looked like it had changed to fit her now, instead of Avenger. Keep it, Avenger said. You've more than proved yourself with it tonight. I'd recommend practicing with it when you're potentially 11. That should be old enough so that you won't strain yourself too badly. Then the gun flashed, turning into a plain white cross, about the size of the palm of her hand with a silver chain to go about her neck. When you're really ready, it will turn back. You'll also eventually be able to turn it to and from that form with ease. Suddenly, they heard sirens outside. Apparently, a random cruiser had spotted the prisoners as they got out. Police were now surrounding the apartment. Goodbye, Rin Tosaka. It was a pleasure to meet you. Become a magus the likes of which have never been seen before. With that, Avenger disappeared into the shadows, leaving Rin alone. Rin was silent as she stared at the spot Avenger disappeared. Then, as she turned to leave the room, one thought went through her mind as she clutched the cross to her chest. Thank you, Avenger. I wouldn't disappoint you. Then she gasped briefly as she accidentally hit her left hand against the door frame, aggravating her wrist injury. Damn door. Author note. And that's that. Hope that battle was everything you guys hoped for. And I hope I stayed true to canon when I described some of their abilities. Oswald. Also, for anyone hoping, X will not be doing a skill sheet for Grand Fisher. His reasoning being that he wasn't even a true servant yet, so he didn't have any sheet worth mentioning. Soul. He's too lazy, in other words. Hey, Avenger. Oh yeah, that remark that Kiri made? About giant robots duking it out in Fuyuki being something out of a video game or bad fiction. No offense was intended against the infamous man and fate. 0 cents. Even if it was kind of ridiculous. Oswald. It was a story practically running on rule of cool at that point. Of course it would be ridiculous. Anyway, I think I'll let some of the next chapter be known here. Reay will contact a mysterious person from the church, and that person may or may not have more impact on the story as things go on, kind of like the second resident of the Holy Grail. Soul. No one has guessed who he is yet, though. I mean, we were pretty specific about where that hint to his identity was in Chapter 6. Regardless, Oswald, Soul, and Avenger will now be appearing in each author note, so be ready to see more of each. Avenger. Why am I the only one referred to by class? Oswald. Because you're the only one who has an official class. Soul is Maka's, aka Berserker's, weapon, and I'm not even in this story yet. Soul yet? None of your business. Anyway, everyone, keep reading, following, and favoriting. Leave reviews, and tell me what you liked about it. I mean, I'm not picky, but I really do want to hear why you like it so much. Also, feel free to listen to the music links on my profile, and make a page on TvTropes if you feel like it. Soul. They're not going to do that last part, you know. Shut up. A guy can dream, can't he? Chapter 10, The Fallout. Author note. Welcome everybody to the next installment of Fate, Zero Sanity. Over 11,000 views. Woohoo. We broke the 10,000 mark. Now, with Rin's adventure, which was the only part one wasn't entirely certain I could write well and would help set up some of the events of the sequel, out of the way, I can get back to the main event. Soul. After this chapter. Yeah, well, as Soul stated, the true battling will, hopefully, begin in the next 2 chapters. Until then, we still need the most important part of any Fate Zero story. Oswald. The Grail Dialogue, or, as some know it, the King's Banquet. Indeed, where the servants will gather together as in canon and speak about their dreams and reasons for joining. Finally, we'll know exactly why someone like Assassin is fighting here. Soul. However, that's not this. Rather, this will be dealing with the fallout of Avenger versus Grand Fisher, and add in an element that will take this FIC into a bold, new territory. Even X doesn't know the full ramifications of this decision. Anyway, in memory of his horrific end, Grand Fisher will be reading the disclaimer. Fisher, you guys brought me back from the dead to read some legal bullcrap? Avenger, do it or I eat you again. Fisher, fine. Disclaimer, Fate/Stay Night and all series mentioned in this story are the property of their respective owners. Also, thanks to the infamous man for inspiring the idea behind the FIC, Sentinel07 for inspiring X to write in the first place, and finally, to EVA Saigen for agreeing to help beta some of the chapters. X the Reaper owns nothing. I hope you all enjoy the chapter. Roll the film. In a place outside of human comprehension, let's just call it Grail Space from now on. Angra Mainyu and his companion watched in silence as Grand Fisher was eliminated by Avenger. By the time it was over, there was only one thing that could be said. Holy shit. For once, I'm not disagreeing with you. Angra Mainyu turned to his fellow resident. Well, it was entertaining, without a doubt. Shame it was so short. The figure shrugged. Doesn't matter, I guess. I have a feeling that the Reay fighting will start up soon anyways. We just have to be patient. I could summon another one. Nah. Even if they don't take near as much energy, any more of your pseudo-servants created with your current storage of energy would just be cannon fodder to the real deal. Besides, any more could make those higher-ups completely end the war. Angra Mainyu simply shrugged. If you say so. Reaper. Nighttime, Einsburn Manor. Kiri Matu sighed as he slumped into a chair in front of the television in the living room. He slowly lifted the remote control, feeling a brief ting of pain from his arm as he did so, and started flipping through the channels randomly. After returning from the site of the battle between Avenger and the mysterious servant, Waver and Ryder had said their farewells and returned to their residence. The remainder of Team Amiya were passing the time in different ways. Kiritsugu was currently staring at a map he had placed on the coffee table, no doubt noting the locations of the masters and battlefields where the servants had already fought. In fact, he was probably trying to divine where the next battlefield would be and the best place to be positioned. Seeing his serious face, Kiri sometimes thought that the man had no emotions, that he was simply a cold, methodical killer. Then he would see how whenever Kiritsugu glanced towards his wife, those stone-cold eyes thawed slightly, and he saw the man beneath the mask. He could respect such a man, especially after he learned about his daughter, Ilya. Mio was reading a book in a corner of the room, though Kiri was willing to hazard a guess that she was also watching Kiri and his servant. She was always on alert, even when there were no enemies in sight. Then again, he himself was no stranger to paranoia. Saber and Berserker were currently speaking to each other about their pasts, telling of their proudest accomplishments and their comrades. However, Kiri felt that this was personal business, something that had to be spoken of with their consent, and decided to tune them out. IRI and Soul were having a surprisingly deep conversation on the subject of music, a conversation that both parties were quite enjoying. A quick glance over revealed that IRI was attempting to convince Soul to play a piece on the piano within the living room, while Soul was scratching the back of his head furiously and trying to convince her that his playing wasn't at all that good for listening. Kiri briefly chuckled. The boy was a natural, as far as he could tell. During their time out in the city with Waver and Ryder, they had entered a music store, and Soul had played a bit on the piano when he thought everyone had already left. However, Kiri and Saber had lingered a bit behind and were able to hear some of it. The song was dark and mysterious, but it seemed to fit him. It was easily as good as some other pianists he had heard. He could easily make some money and a name by playing, that much I can say. Kiri's good mood, however, dissipated when he got on the news channel, just in time for the latest report. This just in, local law enforcement have found what appears to be the location of the killer's hideout. A random swept of the vicinity, and seeing several people whose descriptions match that of several people who went missing today were what tipped them off. The hostages have been secured, but there has only been one confirmed casualty. Kiri stopped as he saw the picture of the girl appear on the screen. It can't be. 8-year-old Rin Tosaka, daughter of one of Fuyuki's most respected families, was found with a broken wrist, but was otherwise unharmed. She has currently been taken to Fuyuki Hospital. Kiri literally bounded out of his chair and turned towards Soul and Berserker, already noticing that they were finishing their conversations and turning towards him with expressions both concentration and slight worry. It would appear they had been paying attention to the news while they were speaking. Before Kiri could get in a word, Soul cracked his neck and simply said, "Ready to go when you are." Berserker nodded as well. Kiri couldn't help but smile a little bit. They knew how much Rin meant to him from their conversations while on the streets. Not for the first time, he was glad that they had been summoned as his servants. He doubted his original one would have been so understanding. He turned towards Kiritsugu, who looked up towards him. "Just try to avoid fighting Tosaka. The last thing we need is a fight with plenty of witnesses." Kiri nodded reluctantly. As much as he wanted to fight Tokiomi, such things would have to wait. Plus, he knew Berserker would stand little chance against Archer alone. Soul transformed into his scythe form, and Maka grabbed him. The three then made their way to the door. "Good luck," Saber called out. "Be careful," Irisfield added. As one, they nodded and quickly left. Fuyuki Church. Ryay Kotomine sighed as Assassin reported to him what his familiar had spotted. He honestly didn't know whether to be happy or stressed. On one hand, the mysterious killer had been revealed as some sort of pseudo-servant and was now dead, so no more need to fear for the war's secrecy. On the other hand, his death had caused a massive amount of collateral damage that people were going to notice by morning. It was going to be a pain in the ass cleaning up the parking lot, developing a cover story, hypnotizing people into believing the cover story, calling both the Magus Association and the church to assist, and deal with the fallout from the higher-ups of both organizations. Still, it was nothing compared to what he had to deal with during the Third Holy Grail War. Explosions, several hundred deaths, servants that shouldn't have existed. The fallout from that had been sufficient to turn his brown hair silver at a young age. Ryay looked up at the servant. "Thank you, Assassin. You may go back to helping Kiri." Assassin nodded, noticing the look on his face and deciding he needed some good news. "Do not worry, father. Your son will survive, I promise you that. He should be conscious by morning, if that is any consolidation." Ryay allowed himself a small smile. "It means a great deal, Assassin." Assassin nodded once more and disappeared. Ryay watched him go, then reached into a cabinet and poured himself a glass of wine. He then picked up the telephone on his desk, preparing to call the church to send members to aid in the cover-up. Members of the Assembly of the Eighth Sacrament should do nicely. Ryay thought to himself as he prepared to dial the necessary number. But something held him back. He began to seriously think about how the war had been going, instead of writing off the events as inconsequential. He thought about how his son's catalyst, which should have summoned Hasanai Saber, summoned the orange-masked figure. He thought about how no matter how hard he tried, Tokiomi and himself couldn't find any evidence of the existence of Assassin, Lancer, Berserker, or Caster in history or legend. He thought about the fact that the Avenger-class servant, which was an irregular class meant solely as a container for the Persian god of darkness, had been summoned again and without a master, bringing the number of fighters in the Holy Grail War up to 8. Finally, he thought about the fact that a pseudo-servant had appeared, despite that should have completely been impossible. This war is nothing like any of the other that came before it, he concluded to himself finally. But what does it mean? Is the war being manipulated by some other power? Something that no one expected. He paused. Then, with a trembling hand, he reached into the drawer of his desk and pulled out an old slip of paper with a phone number scrawled on it. A memory came back to him. A memory that he hadn't bothered revisiting in 60 years, since the end of the Third Holy Grail War. Ryay stood in front of the cross within the church, staring at it in silent compilation. He briefly thought back to the events of the past 3 weeks. The nightmare that was the Third Holy War had finally ended. Never before had the rules of the war been bended so much. The Einsburns, tried of losing out on reclaiming the third magic, subverted the usual system in an attempt to summon the Zoroastrian god, Angra Mainyu. He was summoned as Avenger, replacing the Berserker class, but was a weak servant without any true abilities. The Edelfelt family had 2 masters, each with the same Saber-class servant due to their unique sorcery trait. During the course of the war, there were battles over the Lesser Grail with the Imperial Army and the Nazis as well, due to the war occurring on the eve of World War II, and the fighting unfolded in the Imperial capital. Avenger was lost early during the conflict, While upholding the Saber class reputation, at least one of the Edelfelt sisters made it to the end. They were ultimately defeated by the Tosaka, and, while the fate of the younger sister was unknown, the older sister ran away from the country, promising never to come back. In the end, it mattered not. The Lesser Grail was destroyed during the final battle before the victor could be decided, so the ritual became meaningless and failed. The Tosaka family had failed to claim the Holy Grail. Reay himself had seen far more bloodshed than any man of 20 should have. He watched as the servants were forced to deal with both the Imperial Army and the Nazi, slaying countless soldiers and taking many innocent lives in the crossfire. The pressure of attempting to keep the Grail War secret in the midst of the chaos, even with the Church and Magus Association helping, was nearly impossible. However, there was one bright spot. Divine intervention, if you will. The Greater Grail itself had recognized the danger, and went so far as to summon a new servant class to watch over the war. The ruler class servant, whose loyalty resided with the Holy Grail only, had one purpose: to protect the concept of the Holy Grail War itself. The ruler had allied with Reay and aided in controlling the chaos. Ruler had ordered the servants, using command seals granted to him by the Holy Grail, to stop fighting each other and deal with both the Nazis and the Imperial Army first. The two armies, two of the most powerful and deadly fighting forces on Earth, didn't stand a chance against the 9 servants, who proved just how above they were compared to mere humans. In a mere 3 days, they had reduced both armies to but 1% of their original number of 3,000 Nazis and 9,000 Imperial soldiers. Ruler had even used the command seals to enhance the servants' powers to deal with them faster. After that, Ruler had served as the guardian of the location of the Grail summoning place, being personally responsible for the deaths of one of the Sabers as well as the assassin. Despite the fact that he never revealed his name or even his face to Reay, he had become a trusted ally, someone who would ensure the Grail War reached a conclusion. Ironic that that very same servant was the very reason that the Lesser Grail was destroyed. Ruler, possessed by some madness or hidden order of the Grail, destroyed it in full view of the Tosaka and remaining Edelfelt sister, claiming it was a foul device never to be used by man. The exact why was never known, as Ruler was apparently destroyed in the backlash of the Grail's destruction, dying with a smile on his face. The backlash also consumed the building that the Grail had been located in flame. Reay, who had been within the building hoping to see the Tosaka's triumph, had thought he was going to die. Reay shook his head. He would have died on that day as well, had not a mysterious man saved him. The man had been wearing some form of gray coat and white suit, complete with a gray fedora. He had been middle-aged, maybe 30 years old, but it didn't stop him from carrying Reay out of the burning building caused by the Grail's destruction like he weighed nothing. Preparing to leave? A familiar voice called out, knocking him out of his thoughts. Ah, speak of the devil. Reay turned towards the man, who had just entered the church. He still looked the exact same as that day, the only difference in that his hat was off, and his facial features and head could be seen. He was a tall man, and he looked about, as Reay had figured, in his 30s. He had wavy, dark brown hair, which ended at the base of his neck, unkempt, and parted down the middle. His eyes were a blue-gray, and he also had a faded goatee. He carried himself with a bit of a bored look and somewhat lazy expression, but his eyes were alert. Yes, Reay responded, not quite knowing why he was being so cordial with this stranger, even if he did save his life. I am due to return to England on a plane within the next 2 hours. I see. The stranger continued. His voice, while having a slightly bored tone, was conversational enough. Did you enjoy your time here? Nearly dying, notwithstanding. Indeed. It was a nice change of pace. Reay then ventured with his own question. Why are you here? The man shrugged. Here? Well, I'd like to say I was just curious to seeing how the man I saved from that building was doing, which is true. I mean, it's only been, what, a week? He was silent as Reay nodded. I'd also like to say I was here to pay my respects to all the people who most certainly have died in the past 3 weeks, which is also true. Reay was starting to become a little concerned. Could this man? But I think the real reason I'm here is the fact I wanted to meet in person one of the men involved in this little Holy Grail War. Reay remembered how the man had then revealed he knew all about the secret war, including the existence of the servants and several of the masters. He had nearly panicked, wondering who this man was, until he revealed he had no intention of telling anyone about it. The man had revealed his name to be Raymond Stark, a member of a secret organization whose existence was a closely held secret. It was known as Ordinus Sancti Gladius, or the Order of the Holy Sword, one of the highest-ranking organizations in the world. Its duty was to eliminate supernatural threats, such as vampires, and prevent the public from finding out about such supernatural threats and the existence of magic. Ordinus Sancti Gladius, however, was different in this respect from other organizations like the Church or, on occasion, the Magus Association, who shared the same mission for a simple reason. They willingly employed those very same supernatural threats to deal with the problem. The organization consisted, as far as Reay was allowed to know, of 3 high-level dead apostles, a century-old werewolf, several half-human hybrids, homunculi, and even a baby dragon as the unofficial mascot. When asked by Reay what he was, he simply shrugged and said he was something a little different from those. He did mention that he once knew Abraham Lincoln and General George S. Patton. They were both good drinking buddies, even if he never got them in the same bar together with him. He also mentioned punching Jimmy Carter in the face once, saying he was an asshole. Regardless, the church had saw it fit to hire Sancti Gladius for a mission. As a result, Gladius had sent Stark to Fuyuki to find out just what the hell had been going on with the war. As to why they were chosen, there was no group with a higher level of recommendation for situations like these out there, and they were willing to do most things for the right price, or even occasionally no price. Plus, seeing no choice, Reay had willingly complied, telling him of all the events that had occurred. After he had finished, Stark told him he was never to speak of meeting him to anyone, and also told him he was lucky that he had not been ordered to tie up any loose ends. Before he left, however, Stark gave him that piece of paper, telling him to call that number if something like this came up again. Reay now glanced at the number he had never thought he would ever called. Even now, thinking back on the encounter, he was still unsure. That man, Raymond Stark, had managed to unnerve him in a strange way. It was almost like he exhibited a sense of pressure that seemed to press down on people. He knew better than to call Tokiomi, who was no doubt heading to the hospital his daughter Rin had been taken for her injuries. The man had apparently been informed by his wife who had seen the news on television, which Reay hadn't tuned into that night. He knew Tokiomi needed time alone. Kiri was still recovering, and he didn't trust Archer or Assassin with such information. No, the decision would have to be Reay's alone. And he knew the safety of the innocent citizens of Fuyuki and the secrecy of the war and magic had to be preserved above all else. He lifted the phone and punched in the number. He waited as the call was forwarded, then swallowed as he heard someone speak. "Hello," a woman said over the line. "Yes, this is Reay Kodomine, supervisor of the Fourth Holy Grail War." Reay paused as he took a breath. "I wish to speak with the head of Ordinus Sancti Gladius." Fuyuki Hospital. Tokiomi Tosaka stood next to the door to his daughter's room, waiting for his wife Aoi to finish speaking with Rin first. While he certainly wanted to go inside and see with his own eyes that Rin was alright, he knew his wife needed it more than he did right now. For now, he was content to wait. He had been preparing to leave the estate about 10 minutes ago in order to fulfill his earlier promise to visit both of them to ensure their safety. He actually had one foot out the door before he received a call from his wife. Apparently, she had seen the news broadcast and called as soon as she saw it. He had wasted no time in leaving for the hospital, only stopping long enough to pick up Aoi at the train station. What was the secret to their quick arrival? A little hypnotism and $200 to a competent driver. Tokiomi was a proponent of using magic and money in combination when needed. He found it to be one of the most effective persuasive arguments in existence. He was brought out of his thoughts as the door opened and Aoi stepped out. He noticed that she seemed all right, no tears, so Rin was likely fine. Still, he felt obligated to ask, "How is she?" Aoi looked up at him. "The doctors say, aside from the broken wrist and some bruises, she's perfectly fine," she said as she briefly smiled. "She's a little tired though." He nodded, then entered the room himself, shutting the door behind him. He then took a good look at Rin, who was currently lying in the hospital bed, fighting to stay awake. She was wearing a white hospital gown, and her left hand and wrist were currently wrapped in a cast. He did, however, notice something that his wife had not, or at least didn't mention. The item in question was a silver cross that she was wearing around her neck. Her free hand was currently gripping it in a vice, as if it was something precious to her. He knew he never gave her something like that. A gift from a classmate? Regardless, he decided he was silent long enough. He briefly coughed into hand. "Rin," he whispered, "are you awake?" She opened her eyes fully and looked at him. "Father." He smiled. "What? Did you think only your mother would be visiting?" He watched as she giggled a little at that. "I guess not. What's wrong?" Tokiomi knew this question would be brought up and took a deep breath. "Rin, tell me the truth. Why were you out of the house? Your mother said you went to bed almost 3 hours ago." Rin didn't look her father in the eyes as she answered. I wanted to find my friend Kodon. She was missing at school today, and I thought." She trailed off. "You thought the killer had caught her." He watched as she nodded. "So, you went into the city hoping you could find her." She nodded again. "Then what happened?" She fidgeted a little in bed before answering. "Well, the killer found and almost caught me." "Almost?" Rin nodded. "Someone saved me." Tokiomi stopped when he heard that. If what he had deduced was correct, the killer was likely a servant. The only thing that could beat a servant was another servant. "Who?" "I don't know," Rin said a little too quickly. He never said his name. He knew Rin was probably leaving something out, but he didn't have the heart to try and force her to tell, not after everything she had been through tonight. "Well, after he saved you, what did he do?" "He fought the killer, and he..." She trailed off again, and he noticed she seemed to be remembering what had happened to him. From the look on her face, it probably wasn't pleasant. "Took care of him," he offered. She seemed rather glad for the phrasing. Yes, he did." "Then what?" Rin continued, this time with less reluctance. Well, he found out where the man had been keeping everyone, so he brought me along. We found Kodon and everyone else, and we freed them. After that, he disappeared. How did you manage to break your wrist? Oh well, when the killer grabbed me and the man arrived, he threw me to the ground. I landed on my wrist and broke it. Rin stuttered out. Tokiomi raised an eyebrow at the way she answered. He knew there was more to it than that, but he let it go. He then mulled over the potential servants the man who saved her could have been. Rin had said it was a man, so Berserker and Saber were out of the question. He then looked back up. What did the man and the killer look like? Rin looked slightly confused, but answered. Well, the man had black hair and wore a red coat and hat. He didn't look like he was from Japan. The killer, he was wearing a white skull mask, so I couldn't tell. White mask. None of the servants have that. But black hair, red clothes. That could only be Avenger. But why? Avenger hadn't struck Tokiomi as the type of person who left witnesses, or even helped people at all. He simply sighed to himself, then looked back at Rin, who was staring at him expectantly, but with a hint of worry. She knew what was coming next. Rin, be honest with me. Why didn't you just tell me about this earlier, instead of rushing off on your own? He tried to keep some of the more negative tones out of the statement, though a little bit leaked through. She wouldn't meet his gaze. Well, I just wanted to help my friend Kodon, and well. She trailed off in nervousness. Rin, look at me. She looked back up slowly as he continued in as soft and kind voice as possible. I'm not mad at you. I'm simply concerned for your safety. I don't want to see you get hurt like this again. All right. He watched her expression and body language carefully. While her expression of awkwardness hadn't changed, he could see her body language was more relaxed. Yes, father. He reached over and rubbed her head playfully. I have to go. See you in the morning. She nodded as he turned around. He was still curious about the cross, but he decided it could wait until he saw her next. He opened the door and stepped outside, turning to face Aoi. Well, I suppose we just have to. He stopped as he noticed that she hadn't turned towards him. She was still staring down the hall. Her eyes widened in both surprise and fear. He turned in the direction she was staring, only to stop himself when he saw what she did. Two pairs of eyes stared into the other. One pair, a deep azure, and the other, one brown and one milky white. However, they shared one common thing. They were the eyes of two men who would damn their souls to hell to obtain what they wanted. And now, those two men stared at each other in surprise, even though both knew in retrospect that they should have expected the other. Matu stood in the hall with Berserker and Soul behind him, simply staring at both Tokiomi and Aoi. The tension was so thick you could cut it with a rusty dagger. Berserker, surprisingly, was the one who summed it up best. Well shit. Dreamscape. Kiri continued to watch Assassin's life, gaining a deeper understanding of his servant. He had found himself quite immersed with it. Assassin grew up not knowing who his parents were, leaving him alone and forced to fend for himself. Due to this, he dreamed of becoming the leader of his ninja village of Kanahigakure, the Hokage, so that the people of the village would acknowledge his existence. To this end, he enrolled in the Shinobi Academy. This had led to a somewhat humorous scene of him arriving late to the enrollment ceremony, but luckily for him, that girl from before, Rin Noera, handed him his orientation documents. Kiri skimmed over the next bit, pausing to watch Assassin graduate at the age of 9. Then again as he was placed on a team with Rin, the silver-haired boy from before by the name of Kakashi Hitaki, and their leader, Minato Namikaze, the tall, blonde-haired man. Fast forward a bit further, he watched as they took part in the so-called Chunin exams, only to watch Assassin fail 3 times. The first time being late to the second part of the exam due to stopping to help an elderly woman. The second time attempting to impress Rin by using his clan's special fire-style justu, only to choke on the piece of candy that the old woman had given him and get his ass handed to him by some guy with massive eyebrows. And the final time failing to the same guy in the final part of the exam despite training extensively in the period between. Said person was beaten by Kakashi and he became a Chunin. However, Assassin did achieve the rank later at the age of 11. Is this truly the man who would become my servant? Kiri couldn't help but think to himself as he watched this. However, he could see the similarities between the two of them. Both of them desired to or had desired to find some purpose to their lives and pursued it with fervor. As such, he could understand Assassin's desire to become Hokage, even if he didn't fully grasp the deeper, more emotional desire. Despite the similarities, though, he knew that Assassin, at least at this point, had found more of meaning to his life than he himself ever did. Shaking his head, Kiri continued to watch. Skipping forward a bit, he realized he was coming to an important part of Assassin's life. If the way the memories seemed to gain even more detail and realism compared to the sometimes hazy and confusing earlier bits was any indication. Kiri watched as the Third Shinobi World War, which had begun due to a decline in the national power of the so-called 5 great countries, the lands of earth, lightning, wind, water, and fire, which was the country that Assassin hailed from, broke out. Skirmishes with smaller nations along the Five's borders broke out constantly. The prolonged war gradually spread its fires far and wide, until at last it developed into the full-scale Third Shinobi World War conflict. This war turned into an unprecedented war of attrition, tormenting all nations with a shortage of war potential. During this time, Kakashi was placed in charge of Team Minato for a mission to destroy the Canopy Bridge, which would hinder Iwagakure, the hidden village of the Land of Earth, from using Kusagakure, a minor ninja village, as a relief point. Before beginning the mission, Minato and Rin gave gifts to Kakashi, a kunai and a medical kit, to celebrate his promotion to Jonin. As for Obito, "I've got nothing to give you. Not a thing." Kakashi's response was a nonchalant shrug. "Well, that's all right. You just give me some garbage anyways," he said as he looked at him with a disinterested stare. "Better nothing than a useless burden." That elicited an amusing response. "What I don't see is how the heck a guy like you gets to be Jonin." Kiri watched somewhat amusedly as the two continued to argue, but paid closer attention when Obito mentioned awakening his Sharingan, the Kekkai Genkai of his clan, the Uchiha. He briefly wondered if that was the meaning behind his eyes, or at least one of them. Regardless, he continued to watch in silence as the team began their mission. He watched as Kakashi used some special ninjutsu, which he had learned was essentially the equivalent of magic in their world, though it was obviously different in several ways, called Chidori, which he used against an enemy Iwagakure ninja who they encountered. However, he noticed that it essentially granted Kakashi tunnel vision, which made it somewhat impractical in combat, as was proven during the battle when he was struck in the shoulder. Either way, Kiri watched as their leader Minato finished the enemy ninja off, broke apart yet another argument between Obito and Kakashi, and they continued on their way. That night, Kiri watched as Minato told Obito about Kakashi's father, Tsukumo, who was known far and wide as the White Fang of Konoha. Despite his fame, he had killed himself after the village had looked down on him for rescuing his teammates rather than completing his mission, thus causing Kakashi to adopt his strict attitude and adherence to the rules of being a shinobi, which dictated that one should never allow emotion to interfere with the completion of a mission. "Obito, please understand, even if just a little," Minato finished as he stared at Kakashi's sleeping form. "Kakashi means well." The next morning, Minato separated from the rest of the team, leaving for the front lines. The remaining three continued on their way, with Obito taking his teacher's advice to heart and actually accepting Kakashi as the leader. However, as Kiri quickly saw, that decision would be called into question. The team was ambushed by two more Iwagakure ninja, who managed to, despite the efforts of the both boys, kidnap Rin. Obito immediately attempted to follow after them. Kakashi elected to abandon Rin, believing it was more important to finish the mission before concerning themselves with her safety. Obito, as Kiri knew and confirmed he would be, was less than pleased. "Every time we were wounded, Rin saved our lives with her medical ninjutsu. Without her, we would have been dead long ago." Of course, it was her job. Even Kiri knew that was the wrong thing to say. Obito socked Kakashi right in the face with his left fist, which sent the receiver to the ground. Saw that one coming. Kiri thought to himself, "You know, I've decided. I don't like you. Whether you like me or not, I am the leader." Kakashi responded as he got back up. "You still have to listen to my orders." He then looked Obito straight in the eyes. A shinobi needs tools suitable to the mission at hand. Emotion is just a useless burden. Obito was silent as he stared at Kakashi. "Do you really mean that? Do you honestly think that way?" He was just able to get that much out without his voice cracking. Kakashi was silent for a long moment. Kiri watched, surprising even himself with how deeply interested he was in this conversation. "Yes, I do." Kiri watched as Obito turned away in anger and disgust. "Fine, you and I wouldn't be able to ever agree anyway. I'm going to save Rin." "You don't understand." Kakashi yelled after him. "Don't you know what happens to those who break the rules?" Kiri watched, knowing instinctively that what Obito said next would be crucial to how this would ultimately end. "I know, and that's what made the White Fang a true hero." Kakashi was stunned, and Kiri watched with slightly narrowed eyes as he listened raptly to his servant's next words. "Those who break the rules are trash, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash. If I'm going to be called trash either way, I'd rather break the rules. And if that somehow makes me anything less than a real shinobi." Obito turned to look Kakashi right in the eyes. "Then I'll crush all of the so-called real shinobi." With that, the two went their separate ways. Kiri knew he was fast coming on that crucial moment in his servant's life, the moment that would make him the man he was now. I wonder, did he fail in the end? To save her? Either way, Kiri continued to watch as Obito finally found the hideout of the two enemy ninja. However, as he came up with a plan of attack, one of them, the one who managed to kidnap Rin, got behind him using some sort of camouflage jutsu. Blood was spilled, but it wasn't Obito's. It was the enemy's, and the blade belonged to Kakashi, who had made his entrance in a dramatic fashion. "Why am I not surprised?" Kiri briefly asked himself. Kakashi." Obito managed to stutter out. "Why?" His teammate gave him a brief glance. "Look, I can't leave this up to a crybaby ninja like you, can I?" Kiri blinked. He really isn't a good liar, is he?" However, Luck would quickly go against them as Kakashi then intercepted an attack that would have been otherwise fatal against Obito, but lost his left eye in the process. However, Obito, in order to save him, awakened his Sharingan for the first time, allowing him to see through the enemy's camouflage and kill him. When Kiri got a good look at it, he realized it was indeed Obito's right eye, only with 2 tomo instead of 3. Kakashi bandaged up his eye, and he and Obito approached the cave to save the weakening Rin from Kako, the remaining Iwagakure ninja. Using their skills and teamwork, and Obito's new Sharingan, they struck Kako in the shoulder and saved Rin. However, the enemy refused to let them escape, and proceeded to use a special Jutsu to collapse the entire cave. Kiri watched as the 3 young ninja attempted to escape, but realized that Kakashi wasn't used to his new blind spot, and instinctively knew what would happen next. He looked up at the falling rocks, and chose one. It will that one. True to his prediction, said rock was directly in Kakashi's blind spot, and it was coming down straight on it. Obito realized it too, and rushed to his teammate's aid. 3 things happened at once. Kakashi looked up, noticing too late the falling boulder. Obito pushed Kakashi out of the way of said boulder. Said boulder came crashing down on Obito in his place, completely crushing his entire right side. Kiri winced, bringing his right arm to his own left side, which was currently throbbing. He knew firsthand how much that must have hurt. Kakashi and Rin knelt beside their fallen comrade, though Kiri could tell they knew they couldn't save him. Kakashi began to break down and cry, claiming that none of this would have happened had he just listened earlier, that he wasn't worthy to be a leader. Despite this, Obito was smiling. Kakashi, Obito croaked out, blood leaking from his mouth as he spoke. I'd completely forgotten. I was the only one who didn't give you a gift. Kiri watched as Obito told Rin to remove his left eye, which had escaped damage from the fall, and offered it, along with its Sharingan, to Kakashi, claiming it to be a final gift and late present to his promotion to Jonin. He watched as Obito gave Kakashi his final farewells, telling him that, no matter what anyone else thought, he was a great ninja. I'm about to die, but I'll become your eye and see the future with you. Kiri watched as the transplant was successful, and Kakashi used his new eye to help him finish off Kako. However, more Iwagakure ninja arrived and caused a further cave-in, forcing Kakashi and Rin to abandon Obito to his fate. However, as Kiri saw, Obito's only thoughts were the fact they were able to escape. I could finally bond with Kakashi. He continued to think as the rocks closed around him. In the end, I couldn't tell Rin how I felt about her. I wish we could have gone on together longer. The rocks completely crushed him in, and Kiri knew oblivion. Kiri gasped as he awoke, instantly realizing he still couldn't feel his left side or see through his right eye. He briefly panicked, still reeling from what he felt was his servant's death. Do not fear, a voice said softly. You are safe, Master Kiri. The voice, which Kiri recognized as Assassin's, was like an ice-cold bucket of water on his head. He forced himself to calm down and began to reevaluate his position. He realized that he was in his room, so Assassin had at least succeeded in getting them away. He realized he was currently strapped down on a metal table which he had never seen before, so he assumed that Assassin had brought it in. His next realization was that, aside from bandages completely covering his body and the majority of face apart from his right half, he was completely naked. Assassin, he croaked, realizing just how parched he was from the way his voice cracked. What happened? Assassin walked forward, carrying a cup of water that he placed slowly into Kiri's right hand. Kiri was happy to see that his right arm still worked properly, as he was able to lift the cup up to his mouth without any help. Well, after you passed out, I carried you back here. Your entire left side was completely destroyed internally from the bullet wound you received from Amiya. Assassin continued in a professional tone. In order to save your life, I was forced to take some necessary measures. Kiri knew what he meant by that. So, you're telling me that the reason I can't feel my left side, Assassin nodded, is a direct result of the surgery I had to perform to save your life. I have reconstructed your entire left side out of the very same substance that makes up my own right side. He made a vague gesture towards his side, then to Kiri. Your body is still adapting to the effects of the surgery, so it won't be until morning that you can actually start to feel again. Kiri nodded, but was still confused. Is this how he survived the cave-in? It seems impossible, but he's nowhere near the age he was when it happened. But who could have done it? Out loud, he asked, but what about my? As for your left eye, Assassin said, this time with a hint of apprehension in his voice. I am planted with one of my mystic eyes. Seeing Kiri's right eye widened in shock, he elaborated. Normally, this would be impossible, being able to effectively graft parts of a servant to a human. However, thanks to the fact that over half of your body is now comprised of literally servant material, which I grew to be able to bond with other creatures, you can use the power of my mystic eyes and even some of my techniques, though they will be a simple imitation of the real thing. Your own magical skills will be enhanced, due to the implantation, to the level of a master magus if you train properly. Kiri was flabbergasted. His servant had quite literally granted him power the likes of which, if properly cultivated, few in this world would be able to match. But why? Why would Assassin go out his way to grant him this? Simply repairing his body, he could understand, but implanting his mystic eyes? Assassin noticed the look and simply chuckled. You can't believe it, can you? Why did I do it? You're no doubt wondering. He once again removed his mask, and Kiri stared into his face, now realizing that the scars on the left half of his face were no doubt from the cave-in. It's because I see potential in you, Kiri Kodo mine. I want to see what your wish for the Grail would be, and I want you to see who you really are. For too long have I seen people deny their true nature to the bitter end, and I was one such person. He placed the mask back on. I want you to be true to your nature. After all, these eyes have been said to be able to see the truth. He turned away. Also, the fact that this will more than even the playing field against Kiritsugu should be reason enough, even if you don't agree with my other reasons. Kiri was silent as Assassin walked away, then found it in himself to ask. Assassin, he called out. What happened after the cave-in at Canopy Bridge? Assassin stopped and didn't answer for over a minute. Finally, he briefly looked back. I lived, and then I was sentenced to hell. He then turned away and exited the room. So, he did survive, Kiri thought to himself as he began to feel unconsciousness take him again. He was feeling an unusual urge of curiosity as he thought about what he had seen in the memories, what he would see next, and the new slew of powers that awaited his attention of mastering. But what did he mean by being sentenced to hell? Fuyuki Hospital. Kiri and Tokiomi stared at each from across the hallway like rival wolves over a kill. Their stares, however, each held different emotions. Tokiomi's eyes were filled with surprise at Kiri's condition, as well as confusion. He had been under the impression that the Matu had decided to drop out of this Grail War and wait for the next one, since there were apparently none with sufficient skill to fight effectively in time for the current. From Kiri's presence here and the mark on his hand, however, he had obviously jumped through hoops in order to get ready in time. All of which, if the way he looked was any indication, had taken a severe toll on his body. But why? Tokiomi thought he would be watching over Sakura, so why was he in the war? Regardless, he didn't allow his confusion to show. I barely recognized you, Kiri Matu. He spoke out at last, taking advantage of the fact there were no one else in the hall to overhear them. I thought you had turned your back on magecraft, but to think you would obviously go to such lengths to obtain the Grail. Kiri's eyes, on the other hand, were slowly filling with anger and loathing. This man, this Magus, was the reason Sakura was suffering even now in the Matu's worm chamber. This man was the reason he had thrown away everything, including the chance to keep living, in order to save her. If it weren't for the combination of the facts that they were in a public hospital with witnesses, that Aoi and Rin were there, that Berserker and Soul had already had a bit of a talk with him about this, and the knowledge that Tokiomi could utterly crush him in a fight, Kiri would have brought out his bladed worms right then and attacked. He settled for his own retort. Well, if it isn't the great Tokiomi Tosaka, he replied with just a hint of mockery. I really shouldn't have been surprised to see you here, though I hoped you would have been gone already. Aoi, who had been shocked at Kiri's appearance, finally found her voice. Kiri? Is that really you? Kiri glanced towards her, allowing the hate he felt to briefly fade away as he stared. God, it may have been only a year since he last saw her, but he still found himself briefly spellbounded by the love of his life. Hey, yeah, it's been a while, Aoi. He tried to make it sound like a joke, but it didn't quite fit the mood. I take it you're here for Rin. Tokiomi said, getting right back to the point. Kiri looked back at him, his previous good cheer evaporating. Yes, I am. I think I'm allowed that right. Behind him, Berserker and Soul tensed, both ready to protect Kiri and get him out of there if everything went to hell. Tokiomi, however, to the surprise of everyone else, turned to look at Aoi. Aoi, please head back to the mansion. I promise to return with Rin before too long. Aoi looked at Tokiomi, then towards Kiri, and finally to Berserker. Finally, she nodded and began to walk away. Everyone could tell she didn't like it though. Tokiomi watched her go, then turned towards Kiri. If you wish to speak with Rin, I won't stop you. Kiri was surprised. He was just going to let him into the same room as his daughter? He had expected more of a challenge, maybe a threat. Tokiomi noticed his confusion. Whatever your feelings towards me, I know you would never harm Rin. She means too much to you. That should be insurance enough. He then moved away from the door, even keeping his hands right where they could see them. However, there is something I want you to do afterwards. Kiri looked towards him, not even bothering to hide the hate in his gaze. And what would a person who gave away his own daughter to a monster want from me? He didn't even bother to hide the contemptuous tone anymore, not since Aoi was gone. The red-suited Magus narrowed his eyes dangerously at that, but kept his tone civil. I simply wish to speak with you, he said as he gestured towards Berserker and Soul. Normally, he wouldn't have allowed that curiosity to get the better of him if they met under any other circumstances and would have just killed him. But here, he knew this was potentially the only time he would get to satisfy it. Kiri stared at Tokiomi as he placed a hand on the doorknob, mentally debating whether to accept. Once again, he thanked Berserker and Soul silently about talking to him about this beforehand. A Korea? Soul asked while in flight mode. Berserker and Korea were currently riding on him as they flew towards Fuyuki. Korea was gripping Berserker tightly to make sure he wouldn't fall off. Thank God for the fact she was far stronger than she looked. Mind if I ask you something? Yeah. I know that Rin really means a lot to you, and I completely understand the fact that you want to see her, but what are you going to do if Tokiomi's there too? Soul asked. I mean, he probably won't attack us out in the open, but what are you going to do if you see him? Korea looked down at him. What do you mean? Berserker looked over her shoulder. I think he means he's afraid you're going to lose at the moment you see him and try to attack, regardless of what Kiritsuga said. Korea was silent as he digested that. He wouldn't deny his first instinct would be to attack Tokiomi the moment he saw him, but he knew better than to jeopardize Rin's safety. Don't worry, I won't. Berserker didn't look completely convinced, and Soul, you couldn't tell with Soul in scythe form unless you saw his eye, which was currently unviewable. But they didn't question him about it. Well, Soul began again. Do you know why Tokiomi gave Sakura away? As I may have said before, Magi families traditionally raise only one child as an heir, Korea replied. Since I had already abandoned the Matu, thus taking away the only one with any true magical potential left, Tokiomi no doubt decided it was the perfect way to make sure both Rin and Sakura received training. As if you could call that training, Berserker added with disgust. Shouldn't Tokiomi had known about how the Matu train their Magi? I don't know, Korea had to admit. Zokin is a master at keeping secrets, especially about things like that. Even so, I would have expected Tokiomi to have at least an idea of what the training was. Are you going to tell him? Berserker asked, the way she said it obvious that it had been on her mind for quite some time. I mean, if he knew about what it was in full, he might have a change of heart. No, he wouldn't, Korea replied. Tokiomi values his children being important more than them being happy. Korea, Soul began. I know that you hate Tokiomi for what he did to Sakura, but I think you're being a little harsh on the guy. And what would you have me do? We're not saying you should forgive him, or not even you shouldn't act angrily around him, Berserker responded. We're just saying that you should at least be willing to hear why he did it. Do you know what Sun Tzu, the famous Chinese general who wrote The Art of War, said once? Korea shook his head. He said, if you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the results of 100 battles. If you do not know your enemies but do know yourself, you will win one and lose one. If you do not know your enemies nor yourself, you will be imperiled in every single battle. Basically, she's saying you can't fully understand your own side if you won't take a moment to understand the others, Soul supplied helpfully. Just in case that went over your head. It did for me the first time she said it. Just because you don't bother to read. Berserker grumbled. Korea chuckled. I get it, I get it. He then turned his head to the side. All right, the hospital just over there. All of this flowed through Korea's mind as he stared at Tokiomi. They were right, in the end, and he did want to know exactly why Tokiomi gave Sakura away. Fine. Tokiomi simply nodded. I'll be waiting. Korea prepared to turn the knob, only for Soul to grab his arm. We'll stay out here and keep an eye out, Soul whispered quietly. You'll want some alone time with Rin, and we'll make sure he doesn't try anything funny. Korea gave a nod, turned towards the door, took a deep breath, and entered the room. Make different servants. Lancer. Kenth Archibald L. Meloy looked at his servant with a confused scowl on his face, while his fiancée, Soli Ui, was watching with a hand over her mouth and surprise in her eyes. He couldn't blame her, honestly. His original catalyst, a remnant of the cape that the legendary Alexander the Great had worn, had been stolen from him. He had, however, taken precautions in the event that one of his many rivals at the clock tower would steal it. His backup catalyst, the remnants of the mystical swords Moral Tack and Beagle Tack, would allow him to summon D'Armuid Ue Dobn, or D'Armuid of the Love Spot. He performed the ritual perfectly. The catalyst was the real deal. So why did he not summon D'Armuid, but for lack of a better word, hippie? The servant was tall, roughly Keneth's height, and male. He was broad-shouldered, and his attire consisted of a full-length black coat with a hood and a waist-high slit going up the back, similar to a duster. It had a large silver zipper that fastened at the top and zipped down to seal the coat. The coat also had silver drawstrings for the hood decorated with a large silver bead hanging from the end and a silver chain ornament adorned with 4 large cylindrical silver beads that fastened to a loop on either side of the collarbone region. As to why Kenth called him a hippie, it had to be said that his hairstyle certainly befitted one. His black hair was styled into distinctive dreadlocks, with one of these dreads being used to tie most of the others into a sort of ponytail, while 4 thinner dreads dangled in front of his face, 2 on each side. He also had bushy eyebrows and very thick sideburns, the latter of which hooked around his cheeks, parallel to his violet eyes. He also had an earring through each ear. His arms were currently folded behind his back, and eyes held a calculating look to them. They were the eyes of someone used to command and exploiting the weaknesses of others. Kenth knew that he would need watching. It's obvious from your expressions that I am not who you were expecting. The servant spoke with a slight English accent. However, I assure you both that I am indeed the Lancer-class servant. Which of you is my master? Kenth recovered from his surprise. I am, he said with some anger. Tell me, what happened to Diarmuid? Kenth, Soleui spoke, reprimanding him. I know he may not be Diarmuid, but he is obviously a servant. Show some respect. She then turned towards Lancer, a small smile on her face. Forgive him, but he's had a stressful day. I am Soleui, and I will be providing you with additional prana for the war. The black-haired man slightly grinned. Apology accepted. He noticed that Kenth was about to say something else, and quickly cut him off. However, if you insist, I will show that I am superior to this Diarmuid in every way. Kenth raised an eyebrow. And how will you do that? The figure simply held his hands out. Tell me, how many lances could Diarmuid use at once? Kenth, not knowing where this was going, answered. 2. Why? Suddenly, in a burst of wind, 6 lances appeared around his body. They each appeared identical to each other, with the shaft being periwinkle in the center and purple on the ends, separated by golden bands. One end of the lances was shaped like the upper part of a cross and was purple, while the blade was shaped like the lower part of the cross and upper part of some sort of dragon head. Well, I certainly have the advantage in quantity, would you say? And so, Kenth Archibald El Malloy, alongside Lancer, known in life as Zaldin, the Whirlwind Lancer and number 3 of Organization 13, entered the Fourth Holy Grail War. Even those supposedly without hearts, figuratively or otherwise, are vulnerable to its desires. Author note. Well, that was something I bet no one was expecting. Yes, Ordinus Sancti Gladius will be making more appearances later, in both this FIC and the sequel. Oswald. Yes, that man who Reay spoke of will appear again, and if he sounded similar to a certain character in a certain not-named anime, then that's because he said certain character from a certain not-named anime. I mean, his name should be enough indication. Kudos to whoever can say who it is. Soul. Now, if you're wondering how the heck he's here and not as a servant, all will be revealed in time. Avenger. For now, let's just say a wizard did it. Or rather, Zelrich the wizard marshal did it. Yup, that's all I'm going to say about it for now. I hope I got that bit with Tokiomi and Rin done right. I want to get the point across that he really does love her, but he's very disappointed in her actions. I used my own experiences with my dad as a basis. Kiri now has Sharingan. As for whether Assassin gave him the other Rinnegan, well, you'll just have to wait. And no, he won't be busting out any ultra-powerful ninjutsu anytime soon. That's for the sequel. As for the subject of those pseudo-servants, they won't be making any more appearances in this FIC. They might appear in the sequel though. Soul. If you're wondering exactly what they are, they're basically servants created by using the corrupted mud of the Grail to manifest physically, rather than properly summoned using a circle and into one of the 7 specifically prepared classes of the war. Oswald. Due to the fact they use the corrupted mud to manifest, they have no need of a master to serve as an anchor to the physical world. As such, they can survive as long as the Grail does, unless they receive sufficient damage. Still means they can die, like Grand Fisher did. Also, due to this, they are not classified as any of the 7, or rather, 8 classes of servants. Avenger. Due to this, however, they lack many of the advantages that servants have, namely in the form of noble phantasms or skills. That's why Grand Fisher didn't have a skill sheet. Also, if anyone is curious as to why Tokiomi is willing to speak with Kiri in this FIC, while he was completely willing to kill him in canon, keep in mind that they are currently in a hospital with plenty of witnesses, Rin's nearby, and Kiri has Berserker with him. Totally different circumstances than in canon. Plus, I noticed that it's just as much Kiri's fault as Tokiomi's in canon for failing to understand the full situation when they confronted each other due to his hatred blinding him. Maybe things will end up differently this time around, thanks to Berserker's talking to. Well, that's all the time I have for now. Maybe I can get another chapter in for Thanksgiving. Keep reviewing, favoriting, and following, people. Seriously, tell me what you thought in your reviews, I want to know. Soul, he's that desperate. Chapter 11. Invitations. Morning, Mackenzie residence. Waver awoke to a bright, sunny morning. He stretched out his body and turned his head to stare out the window, watching some birds fly past by. He idly listened to the bird song, then breathed in the luxurious smell of toast and eggs being cooked over the stove, no doubt by the Mackenizes. It was the textbook definition of the perfect morning. That image was shattered the moment he heard a massive snore emanate from the occupant of the other bed in the room. He turned to stare at Ryder, who was sprawled out on his bed, snoring so loud that if someone were to walk in the room, they would have sworn that someone was revving a chainsaw on wood. Wonder how I slept through that. Waver wondered to himself as he got up and quickly dressed. He briefly looked at his servant again, then left the room. Waver headed down towards the kitchen, where both of the Mackenzies, Glenn and Martha, were up and about. Glenn was sitting at the table, reading a newspaper, and Martha was frying the eggs that he had smelled. Both looked up as they saw him. Glenn broke out in a smile. Rise and shine, sleepyhead. It's almost 11 o'clock. Martha had a similar expression as she looked up from frying breakfast. Good morning, Waver. Did you sleep well? Waver couldn't help letting a smile bright up his face. They might not be his biological grandparents, but the Mackenzies had both grown on him in the time he had lived with them. Morning, Grandpa, Grandma. Is that eggs I smell? He asked as he slid into his seat at the table. Eggs, toast, and there are even some leftover miso soup and fish from last night. Martha replied as she turned back to the cooking. We're having a mix of both Western and traditional breakfast today. I know it's a bit much for just breakfast, but we all know how much your friend Alexander loves to eat, so I decided to play it safe. Waver's sweat dropped at that. Ryder had eaten almost 3 servings last night. He was honestly surprised that he hadn't tried to eat them out of house and home. Why yeah, he loves to eat all right, Waver replied as he rubbed the back of his head. I bet no one else has to deal with such a hungry servant. Einsburn Manor. Saber suddenly sneezed as she sat at the dining table, currently on her 4th serving of breakfast. Berserker, who had finished alongside everyone else save Sol as of this point, and only because he got up late, looked over at her in surprise. Gesundheit. Thank you. Back with the Mackenzies. Did you hear Waver? Glenn asked, bringing Waver out of his thoughts. Last night, the victims of the serial killer were found, alive. Really? Waver realized the news must have come on after he got back and fell asleep last night. Yes, but it's a shame they didn't find the killer too. Martha added, still in the kitchen. Waver grimaced to himself. If the killer had indeed been at that trash parking lot, it was likely he wasn't coming back. So how's Alex? Still asleep? Oh yeah? He wakes up whenever he feels like it. It's rude to talk about someone from behind their back, don't you think? Ryder's voice boomed out from upstairs. Everyone turned to stare at the servant as he walked down the stairs, completely dressed in his casual wear. Glenn smiled. Morning, Alexander. A fine morning, isn't it? Ryder beamed a massive grin back. Aye. It's one of those mornings that makes one feel blessed to be alive, is it not? But on to other matters, he said as he sat down at his place. Am I too late for breakfast? Martha had turned to the men, holding the pan with the fried eggs. No, I'd say you're just in time. The breakfast was simple, but it was tasty and filled with conversation. Ryder, as Waver had learned quickly over the past days, was a man who believed that breakfast was something to be engaged with enthusiasm. Waver found himself watching with something several times approaching wonder as the conversation between Ryder and Glenn went from local customs of both Japan and Greece, to alcohol, to travel, to Canada, to historical battles, to medical practices, to other foreign countries, and finally somehow ending up on sports. The conversation continued long after breakfast was finished, and everyone, even Waver at several points, added something to it. It wasn't until Ryder glanced at the clock in the room did he finally end it. Well, Mr. and Mrs. Mackenzie. Martha shook her head. Alex, how many times must we tell you? You're a friend, so it's Glenn and Martha to you. Well then, Glenn, Martha, I thank you for the magnificent breakfast and fascinating conversation. But Waver and I must be off. Come on, boy. So saying, he grabbed Waver by the back of his sweater and lifted him up. Heading into town, Glenn asked, Indeed, there's something I want to do before the day is finished, and I need Waver to help me. Now, if you will excuse us, we'll be going. Ryder said with a nod of the head as he took Waver with him out the door. Bye. Hopefully we'll see you tonight. Help me. Waver mouthed. Why was everyone he knew always so pushy or insane? Have fun. Glenn called out. Be safe. Martha added. That's right. Waver reminded himself. Because when you're a magus, crazy people are in the job description. Dreamscape. Sola Ui watched with spellbound eyes as she saw the life of her servant, Castor. True. Kenth had mentioned that when a master forms a contract with a servant, the master will begin to see visions of her servant's former life. This was to ensure that the master had a deeper understanding of their servant, and therefore be better able to work with them in both combat and in simple interactions. However, as Sola Ui was quickly learning, there's a difference between just hearing about something and actually experiencing it. The first thing she saw of Castor's life was when he was a baby. She watched with complete amazement and disbelief as he was raised by a dragon, of all things, who taught him how to talk, write, and his own signature form of magic, the Fire Dragon Slayer magic. She also watched as the dragon, Igneal, gave Castor the white scarf which he wore about his neck at all times. So that's why that scarf is so important to him. Sola Ui realized as she watched Castor smiled and jumped about in joy, while Igneal simply watched with a smile across his draconian features. Her mind briefly flashed back to how he once told her that it was his most precious worldly possession. Now she understood why. However, eventually, she watched as he woke up one day, and Igneal was gone. The date, as she eventually found out alongside with Castor, was July 7th, X777. She watched as Castor began his journey to find him, discovering his motion sickness and inability to function while on a moving vehicle in the process, and eventually met an old man by the name of Makarov Dreyer, who was a guild master and convinced him to join his wizard guild. Whoa, it's ginormous. Castor exclaimed as he stared at the building in front of him with wonder. So this is a guild of magicians? Makarov smiled by Castor's side. For a moment, Sola Ui was briefly reminded of Lancer's own smile to her when they first met. Yes, this is fairy tale. Castor looked at Makarov, confused. Fairy tale. Do fairies really have tails? Do they even exist? No one can say for certain. Makarov explained. Like them, this place is an eternal mystery, a never-ending adventure. That's the real meaning behind the name. Castor eventually began to form deep bonds with the guild's members. Two in particular stood out to Soli Ui. The first was with Gray Fullbuster, a young boy around Castor's age who used ice magic. Gray put on some clothes, and who had a strange habit of stripping unconsciously. Ah crap, what a pain in the ass. Soli Ui watched as both of them went rolling across the floor, fighting each other. Did you just call me a pain in the ass, you flaming piece of shit? A massive pain in the ass, you perverted punk. The term vitriolic best buds would be appropriate to describe their relationship. The second was with Urza Scarlet, a girl who was roughly their age and used requip magic, which allowed her to summon new armor and weaponry. Natsu, I see you and Gray are getting along. Soli Ui watched as Castor and Gray suddenly had their left arms over each other's shoulders and shaking their right hands in a buddy fashion. Hey Urza. W weird B being GG good to each other, like always. And was completely capable of beating both of them up without breaking a sweat. Quirks aside, Soli Ui could see that Castor truly enjoyed both their company, forming a close, sibling-like rivalry with both of them. She watched as he grew up in the guild, seeing its members as his new family. She watched with amusement and a warm feeling when he found an egg, which he believed was a dragon's, in the forest east of Magnolia, the town where Fairy Tale was located, and decided to take care of it and make it hatch. She watched as he and another girl in the guild, Lisanna Strauss, built a shabby straw house in the park to keep the egg warm, becoming very close in the process. When the egg finally hatched, a blue cat with wings came out, which Castor named Happy, due to the fact that the guild's atmosphere seemed to change after his birth. She watched as Lisanna went on a mission with both her siblings, Elfman and Mira Jane, to hunt a creature called the Beast, and she watched with sadness when Castor learned that she was accidentally killed by Elfman when he attempted to use his magic to take over and transform into the creature. However, she saw that Castor did forgive him, even though her death impacted him greatly. She continued to watch as Castor grew older, and watched as he met a young woman named Lucy Hartfilia, a traveling celestial spirit mage, in Harjan Town. Through a set of circumstances involving a meal, an imposter claiming to be from Fairy Tale, literally crashing a boat party, destroying a major part of the town's port, and involving enforcers from the Magic Council, aka typical Natsu mission, he eventually convinced Lucy to join Fairy Tale. Soli Ui watched with some surprise as Castor and Happy infiltrated Lucy's new accommodations, scared the heck out of her, and decided to form a temporary team with the urging of one of her celestial spirits, Plu. The group, which Soli Ui decided to dub Team Natsu for future reference, went on its first official mission, which was to infiltrate a mansion and steal a book. After a set of convoluted circumstances involving a corrupt politician, a bunch of ugly maids, and a pair of mercenaries who bit off more than they could chew, they did succeed in recovering the book, though they did not receive pay, due to the fact the job stated they were supposed to destroy the book, which they didn't do. After that, Soli Ui watched with barely contained laughter as Castor and Gray got into another fight, only for Urza to arrive back from her own mission and scare the ever-loving crud out of both of them. That really never gets old, does it? Soli Ui rhetorically asked herself as she tried to restrain her laughter. However, what followed was no laughing matter, as Urza revealed she needed both of their help in her next mission, to defeat the Dark Wizard Guild Eisenwald, and recover the magic flute lullaby, which had the ability to kill all who heard its song being played, with the exception of the player. Eisenwald intended to use it too, as they later learned, to kill the guild masters, which were at a meeting. Lucy joined them as a meditator between Castor and Gray, which Soli didn't see the reason why, since Urza was completely capable of doing so herself, but she also saw how well she worked with Castor in their last mission, so she could see why otherwise. Castor agreed, but on the condition that Urza would fight him when they returned, to which she agreed. Eventually, Castor faced the leader of the guild, Aragorn the Reaper, in battle, his fire versus his enemy's wind, and ultimately overpowered and broke through his enemy's wind armor, defeating him. Even then, they had to face Lullaby itself, which somehow possessed the ability to transform into a giant demon. However, it proved little match against Castor, Gray, and Urza fighting together. Soli Ui found herself staring in awe as the three worked seamlessly to defeat the giant, and then found herself resisting a facepalm as they succeeded in destroying the guild master's meeting house in the process and ran away the moment they realized they had done so. I wonder how much Fairy Tale racks up in terms of property damage yearly. Soli Ui found herself wondering. The weekly costs alone seemed to be the equivalent of what the association spends on research in a single year. Regardless, Soli Ui watched with suspense as Castor and Urza began their battle, as per their deal, when they made it back. Before it could get serious though, Urza was arrested by the Magic Council for property damage, among other things. After Castor failed to rescue her, by trying to claim he was the real Urza of all things. They were both put in jail. Luckily, it was only a formality, so they were released the next day. In the ensuing rematch, he was quickly defeated with a hammer to the face. Soleyua, I could really only think one phrase to sum up her feelings. That was anticlimactic. Regardless, she continued to watch as Castor broke into Lucy's apartment again and convinced her to go on an S-class mission to a place called the Cursed Island. Gray ended up coming along, unconsciously, after he failed to stop them both and bring them back to the guild. Turned out that the island's population was cursed to be demons, and the only way to be freed was to apparently destroy the moon. Okay, that's just crazy. Of course, as Soleyua saw, it was far from the least crazy thing happening. The events that followed could be best described in the following terms. They fought a giant mouse, found a ruined temple, a frozen demon inside said temple, and a group of mages attempting to revive said demon, known as Deliora. So their leader, who happened to be an ice mage and former acquaintance of Gray, named Lion Vastia, could kill it. Then Castor got frozen, and after he got free, Castor proceeded to defeat two of the enemy mages, one who looked like a dog and the other with some huge eyebrows. Soleyua, I briefly wondered if there was any limit to how people looked in Castor's world. For all she knew, there could be someone who looked like a cat, or even made out of building blocks there. Regardless, she watched as later Castor proceeded to fight Lion when their fight was interrupted by Gray, who told him he would fight Lion. Gray then decided to use the powerful ice spell Ice Shell, the very same technique used to imprison Deliora by their teacher, to kill Lion, which would result in his own death. Of course, Castor would have none of it. Full. Cue punch to the face. Don't just barge in out of nowhere to start rambling about responsibility and all. This is my show. A brief fight with a guy in a tiki mask, unsealing of an already dead demon, and learning that the island's population was never cursed into being demons, but simply forgot they were later, Team Natsu returned home victorious. A shame that things weren't so well on the home front. She watched in shock at, upon their return to Fairy Tail, the team found the guild in shambles, with massive metal protrusions sticking out of it from every angle. They learned that the attack was from their rival guild, Phantom Lord, but when Castor attempted to convince Master Makarov to fight back, he was met with a response he wasn't expecting. Well, calm down. It's not something to make a fuss about. I don't see why they'd even bother to attack an empty guild. Huh. Apparently, the attack happened in the middle of the night. No one was hurt. So, let's leave them be. Makarov finished with finality, or as much finality as one can give while drunk. Soleyua couldn't believe it herself. If such an attack had happened on a Magus house in her world, it would be considered as insulting as a direct slap to the face. The attacked would likely spend all their resources to hunt down the aggressors and extract vengeance on them personally. Of course, as she quickly learned, warfare between legal guilds was forbidden by the council, so it was out of their hands regardless. At least, it would have been, had what happened the next day not been done. Soleyua watched with equal parts shock, fear, and anger at the sight of the next attack by Phantom Lord, though this time it wasn't on the guild hall. It was on 3 of its members, who had been grievously injured, nailed, practically crucified, to a tree in the park, with one of them branded with the Phantom Lord's guild mark. She couldn't believe people could stoop so low as to do something like that, all just to force someone else to go to war. Makarov agreed with that sentiment, if his response was any indication. Wrecking our shoddy bar I could bear with, he began, gripping his wooden cane in a vice grip and shaking with unadulterated anger. But no parent can remain silent after seeing their children's blood. The cane finally snapped in his grip. This means war. And with those words, the war between Fairy Tail and Phantom Lord began. Soleyua watched with amazement as Castor quite literally smashed down the Phantom Lord's wall, sparking the true battle. As Makarov left to deal with Jose Porla, the leader of Phantom Lord, the guild's own Iron Dragon Slayer, and the one responsible for both attacking the guild and its members, Gajil Red Fox, joined the battle. Castor engaged his fellow in a somewhat equal battle, which they were forced to stop when Makarov lost his magical power and the guild was forced to retreat. However, Castor overheard that Lucy had been captured by the enemy, so he grabbed one of the enemy's members, who he began to grill for information via his own unique brand of interrogation. Tell me, where's Lucy? I don't know, who is that? That was the wrong thing to say. UWH. Hot. Hoot. Speak up. If my friend is hurt, I might burn you to a crisp. The enemy then proceeded to spill his guts as to where Phantom Lord's headquarters was, saying she was probably there. He arrived just in the nick of time to catch Lucy, who had jumped out of the tower to escape the enemy, and they headed back to the guild. Of course, Phantom Lord followed them back, and used the massive magic-powered Jupiter cannon to try and destroy the guild. Soleyua watched in amazement as Urza intercepted the blast with her adamantine armor and managed to completely nullify the blast, despite the armor's destruction and her own injuries, saving the guild. After learning that they only had 15 minutes before the cannon recharged, Castor charged inside to destroy it, confronting one of Phantom Lord's elites, Totemaru, who had the ability to control fire. However, after a grueling battle, Castor succeeded in overpowering his enemy's control, destroying the cannon. And when his enemy attempted to strike him down when his motion sickness started up, Gray and Elfman saved him. Eventually, they split up, deciding to stop the enemy before they could begin the next stage of their attack. Castor then encountered the Arya, the mage who had injured their master, and nearly lost his own magical power if not for the timely intervention of an injured Urza, who was still able to swiftly defeat Arya despite him releasing his full power. Afterwards, Castor learned that Lucy had once again been captured, and ultimately saved her from being impaled by one of Gajil's knives. Ui watched with suspense as the two dragon slayers, mages taught by dragons themselves, battled each other for supremacy. And she had the decency to blush when they pretty much threw all their upper clothing off, for no obvious practical reason other than to show they were getting serious. However, while they were even at first, Gajil gained the upper hand by eating the metal plating on the ground to restore his strength, thanks to the dragon slayer's ability to consume their own element. Hey, that's not fair. How come you get to eat? Unfairness of the situation aside, Ui watched with clenched fists as Castor was smashed into the walls and ground by the rejuvenated Gajil. She watched with tears as Castor was forced to watch his guild be destroyed, all while his enemy laughed. Yet, despite it all, he refused to give in, even after he was barely able to stand. Your sorry guild's in shambles. Gajil began before he started to pummel Castor again. Let it go. It's over. But he wouldn't. Back on your knees, salamander. Gajil roared angrily as he struck again and again. After I rip you a new one, get ready to meet your maker. The Iron Dragon Slayer, having decided to stop playing, transformed his arm into a long, jagged steel blade. It's been fun, salamander. He roared as he thrust straight for Castor's heart. However, Lucy, who was still on the sidelines, used one of her celestial spirits, Sagittarius, to destroy the machinery in the room to make fire for Castor to eat, though they were delayed due to Sagittarius misinterpreting the request as to whether he could make fire by shooting arrows. Regardless, Ui watched with renewed hope as Castor ate said flames and was rejuvenated. The battle began again, only this time, it was far from a contest. It was a total curb stomp battle in Castor's favor. The few times Gajil got a shot off, it either missed or Castor flat out deflected it. Levi, Jet, Droy, the old fart, Lucy, all my friends, and Fairy Tale. Castor growled out as he began to pummel Gajil. How dare you lay your filthy hands on them with that stupid grin on your face? He cocked his arm back, and Ui recognized the move from the sparring battle he had with Lancer. I'm paying you back, along with some added interest. Crimson Lotus, Fire Dragon's Fist. And with that, Castor completely obliterated his enemy, along with a good portion of the Phantom Lord headquarters. Afterwards, Makarov returned and defeated Jose, ending the enemy once and for all. However, before he left, Ui watched as Castor had a surprisingly cordial conversation with Gajil, learning that, like Castor, he had learned his magic from a dragon, who had disappeared the same day Igneel did. Eventually, adventure called again. Castor was involved in aiding Urza with dealing with her past as former friends from her childhood kidnapped her, intending to use her as a sacrifice to resurrect a dark spirit known as Zeruf, who had apparently possessed someone dear to her during her days as a slave. His comrades, along with one former enemy, the water mage Juvia, formerly a Phantom Lord, freed and aided Urza in raiding the former prison she called home. The battles were long and hard, and Castor ended up fighting a cat lady and a man who looked like he was made of blocks. I briefly had a sense of deja vu, and was even eaten by a guy with an owl head and jetpack. Now that's just embarrassing, getting eaten alive by a giant owl man. Ui couldn't help but think. Please tell me he didn't go out like that. That's practically the opposite of a heroic death. Her fears were unfounded when Gray beat, said Owlman, and freed him, though he was unconscious. Afterwards, Castor awoke upon the back of Simon, one of Urza's childhood friends and the only one who knew about what was really happening. Though they were briefly sidetracked due to Castor's apparent need to find Owlman and beat him up so that he wouldn't have to listen to Gray's teasing, Simon eventually managed to get him back on track, asking him to help Urza defeat Jalal, the man behind it all. I don't wanna. Simon and Ui had the same look of, you've got to be King, kidding me right now, on their faces. Why would he refuse? He's Urza's enemy, so I say Urza should defeat him. This isn't something I should just go barging in on. Ui couldn't believe it. While she was touched, he was thinking about the honor of his comrade. Did he really have to do it at a time like this? This isn't a simple matter of strength or magical power. Urza still hopes she can somehow save Jalal. She doesn't have it in her to actually hate him. Ui understood. She knew that it was likely that Urza wouldn't be attempting to strike a truly lethal blow to him, and would likely try to make him see reason. Someone like Jalal, from what she could tell, would likely take advantage of those emotions. Simon also revealed his concerns that, with the Magic Council intending to fire the Aetherion, essentially the equivalent of a magical nuke, on the tower to prevent Zeruf's revival, Urza would likely attempt to take Jalal down with her. With that bit of information, Castor changed his mind instantly. Why didn't you say that in the first place? Where the hell did Urza go? However, when the ether ion struck, the magical energy was absorbed by the tower, turning it into a massive crystal structure. Soli Ui watched as Castor arrived and saved Urza at the last second from being absorbed into the tower. Come on, we need to get back and take some missions. If we don't, Lucy won't make the rent. That comment, which was just so random for the situation, caused Soli Ui to start chuckling, despite the seriousness. Castor then proceeded to knock Urza out before turning his attention to Jalal, who watched with a bemused expression. You're even more irrational than I've heard. Did you enjoy striking one of your own nakama, who couldn't even move? Urza, she was crying and saying depressing things in a shaky voice. Castor responded quietly with clenched fists. This isn't the Urza I know. Urza should be strong, mean, and scary. Soli Ui watched as Castor released his flames once more to do battle. When she wakes up, I hope she'll be the Urza I knew. That's what I'll fight for. Jalal's only response was to raise his hand in a come-get-me gesture. Interesting. Then let me see the power of a Dragon Slayer. Soli Ui watched as, while at first, Castor appeared stronger than his enemy, Jalal proceeded to use his own magic, outmaneuvering and outwitting Castor with super speed before unleashing a powerful spell. Let the 7 lights of heaven judge you. 7-star sword, Grand Chariot. Soli Ui watched in fear as she saw Castor's collapsed body. Was this how he died? This magic is comparable to an actual meteor. I'm impressed you're still in one piece, Jalal commented before turning his attention to his surroundings. On the other hand, I might have went a little overboard. The R system can't afford to sustain much more damage in order to function. Even now, magical energy is leaking out. However, to Soli Ui relief, Castor managed to get back up, then smashed his fist into the ground, destroying more of the tower. Well, too bad for you that mages from fairy tales specialize in property damage. I see, Soli Ui realized. He doesn't need to win. He just needs to make sure he can't use the tower. Castor resumed his battle with Jalal, destroying more of the tower in the process, forcing him to use a spell he claimed would finish him off. Soli Ui watched as Urza woke up and jumped in front of Castor, making a gamble that Jalal wouldn't destroy his precious sacrifice. Unfortunately, at this point, he was perfectly willing to not let even that stop him. Heavenly Body Magic, Altyrus. The spell was launched at both Castor and Urza, but it was not them that took the attack. It was Simon, who jumped in front of them and took the full brunt of the attack head-on with his own body. Soli Ui watched, with hand over her mouth and tears in her eyes, as Urza and Simon had their last conversation. Why? Why didn't you escape with the others? Simon simply gave a sad smile. Don't cry. I would happily give my life for you. Realizing he was fading, Urza tried to comfort him, trying to make him last as long as possible. Don't talk anymore. Try to save your energy and just stay with me. You were always so gentle, Simon coughed out, with tears in his eyes and blood running down from his face. So gentle. Simon, Urza simply said in return, tears in her eyes and shaking. And with that, Simon passed away, and Soli Ui, for some strange reason, heard the one thing no one else did from him. I always loved you. She watched in sadness and anger as Urza cried over Simon, while Jalal mocked his sacrifice, calling it the definition of dying in vain. And she felt a strong sense of satisfaction when Castor just socked him in the face. Shut up. Castor then proceeded to eat the Ethereum-infused crystal, called Lacrima, and began to go wild. Hacking up some of the crystal, his body racked with the negative side effects of attempting to absorb the number of different properties within the crystal. Soli Ui once again wondered if this was how he died, but he managed to stabilize the Ethereum's energy, transforming into an entire new form. His body seemed to gain almost scale-like growths, and his teeth had elongated into sharper canines. Not only that, but his magical power took a literal physical form, shaping itself into the form of, fittingly, a dragon made of flame. This was the power of the Dragon Force. Soli Ui briefly wondered if this was one of the 2 aces Castor mentioned he had up his sleeve. Regardless, Castor proceeded to completely dominate Jalal, smashing about like a ragdoll before smashing him down through the tower, breaking every floor they passed. You made Urza cry. Castor roared as they continued their descent. I won't let you get away with that. I made a promise to Simon. If you harm her again, I'll kill you. However, Jalal, as Soli Ui saw, was not one to give up any more than Castor was. Your threats don't scare me. He then proceeded to use the same high-speed magic he used earlier to try and escape, but Castor was even faster. They once again ended up at the top of the tower, where Jalal managed to kick Castor away. I wouldn't lose to you, he roared as he continued to climb higher. I will create a land of freedom. I know because in my darkest hour, Lord Zeref called out to me. He said he could make all my dreams come true. He continued to rant as he fired more magical projectiles at Castor, who managed to dodge. I am the only one who can hear Lord Zeref's voice. I am the chosen one, the one who will, alongside Zeref, create a nation of true freedom. Solely I couldn't believe it. He was willing to do all this, become the antithesis of everything he once believed in, just so he could create a free world. A noble goal, to be sure, but one that couldn't be achieved the way he intended. Castor agreed with that. So you're just going to steal the freedom of everyone else? If that's what must be done to save the world, so be it. Jalal, in the midst of his madness, then attempted to cast one of the most powerful spells in his arsenal, Abyss Break, which would destroy the tower and kill everyone. However, he hesitated, clutching his side where Solely, it could only guess, was from an earlier injury from Urza, which interrupted the casting. Castor, seeing his chance, took it. You'll never be free, not as you're possessed by that damned spirit. Why are you letting him manipulate you? He roared as he rocketed upwards where Jalal was, his magic power taking the form of a dragon in flight. You can do it, Jalal, he roared as he cocked his fist back. Free yourself. And with that final punch, Castor defeated Jalal, sending him crashing back down into the depths of the tower, destroying it. Solely awoke from slumber, realizing she was panting, and placed a hand over her heart. It was beating like a drum, so loud that she was briefly afraid that someone else would hear it before her reason came back. She took a moment to calm down, then began to think about what she had seen. That was certainly Castor's life. She finally managed to think after going over everything she had seen. It was mind-boggling. He was only 16 or 17, yet he had seen and done more in his life than Solely could ever hope to do. In that moment after defeating Jalal, seeing him stand there strong and unbending, Solely saw Castor for the first time, not as a goofy teen with a knack for trouble and love of fighting, but as a warrior who would fight to the death to protect those he loved. She could truly now say that she was beyond honored and proud to be Castor's master. But still, how did he dash? Heya! Solely quickly ran to the door, hearing the scream outside, and wrenched it open. She was greeted to the sight of Castor being thrown across the room by Lancer, only to crash into the wall. Luckily, he didn't go through it, though he left a sizable imprint in it. Oh hey, Solely, Castor greeted her from his position in the wall. We were just fooling around. Nothing to worry about. He was simply testing my abilities to sense danger with a surprise attack, Lancer called out. I can safely say that they still work. Solely simply sighed. Even if he did do things which were completely stupid or reckless. Solely? Castor asked, now making an effort to look anywhere but her. What? Don't you think you should put some clothes on? It would appear in her rush, she had forgotten she was only wearing her night clothes, which consisted of a see-through gown, under which she was, thankfully, wearing a bra and underwear. She quickly rushed back into her room to change into something more conservative, thanking God that Kenth hadn't chosen to come out of his room at that moment. Fuyuki Streets. Ryder dragged Waver into the marketplace, searching for something that he claimed was for what he planned tonight. He had been surprisingly secretive about what exactly he intended to do, but Waver immediately noted how he seemed to go directly for where there were several casks of wine. What are we going to do with wine? Waver exasperatedly asked Ryder after he stopped to observe the 6th barrel today. Are we throwing a party or something? Ryder looked back with a grin. Impressive, master. Wait, what? Waver thought to himself. He had seriously been joking when he said that. Ryder, however, had not. Tonight, we will hold a banquet for our fellow servants. All will be invited, even assassin or Avenger if they so desire. You idiot. Waver practically exploded. Why would we do something like that? That's like practically asking for the enemy to come and kill us. Don't be such a pessimist, master. We have Saber and Berserker on our side, do we not? Ryder asked, the grin never leaving his face. Surely, between the three of us, we can handle anything the others can fire at us. Considering one of those in question's speciality is firing stuff at us, that's a bad analogy to make. Waver responded as Ryder finally purchased a barrel. How are you going to convince Archer, Assassin, Castor, Lancer, and Avenger to come anyways? How else? We'll ask them. Waver was seriously considering the possibility that his servant had suffered severe head injuries when he was alive. No sane person would come up with a plan like that. Do you honestly think we'll find them wandering around the streets today? It would take a miracle to find them all. Did someone call for a miracle? A voice boomed out before the black-suited, sunglass-wearing form of Avenger appeared in front of them. Luckily, no one was looking directly at them, so no one questioned his appearance. Well, the miracle has answered. He finished with a brief bow. Why does the world just seem to love knocking me on my ass? Waver briefly wondered. Well, Avenger, Ryder said in greeting, as if they were the best of friends. I didn't think it was so easy to find you. I take it you overheard our conversation. Avenger smiled. Yes, I did. And I say you can count me in. It's been a while since I had a good drink with someone else. In fact, I'll even help you with it. Waver shuddered to think of the type of help Avenger would provide. No, it's all right. We have everything we need. You don't need to do anything to help. But I insist, Avenger replied, almost pleading. At the very least, let me provide accommodations. He then brought out a card with an address, which he placed into Ryder's hand. Waver got a quick look at it and nearly fainted. The address on it was practically the finest restaurant in all of Fuyuki. Tell the rest of the servants to arrive here at 10 p.m. I will have everything ready by then. Avenger said before giving his trademark grin. Hope to see you soon. With that, Avenger walked off. Waver looked at Ryder, who had a look consideration on his face. Please say no, please say no, please say no. Well then, Master, we should get to work finding Archer, Assassin, Caster, and Lancer, shouldn't we? God damn it. Waver could tell this was going to be a long day. Fuyuki Church. A drinking party? Reay asked. With Kiri still out, Reay had taken up the role of temporary master to Assassin until such time as Kiri could resume his duties. Tokiomi and Assassin had agreed to the arrangement. Said servant nodded. It would appear that Ryder desires to learn more about his fellow servants and what they would wish of the Grail. Who told you about this? Archer. He already received an invitation from Ryder earlier in town and saw it fit to tell me about it. Is he going? Indeed. Are you going? Assassin seemed to smirk behind his mask. Yes. Seeing Reay's expression and prepared outburst, Assassin elaborated. Your son's stable enough that I can afford to leave him alone. Before you make a case detailing that no one should know I'm still alive, 4, potentially 5, of the other servants already know of my survival. At this point, it's hardly worth keeping up the charade of my death any longer. Reay's protest died as quickly as it had came. Assassin raised 2 points that were very true in retrospect. Besides, even if the other servants knew Assassin was actually alive, no one had actually seen him fight save Saber, and he had been holding back quite a bit during that fight. The majority of his powers were still unknown, so he had an advantage. Yes, it made more sense to let everyone know he was still alive and now a veritable wild card among the servants. But back to the matter at hand. Exactly when and where is this party taking place? Assassin brought out a small card. At 10 p.m. at this location. Reay took a look and did a double take, his reaction unknowingly identical to Waver's. How on earth does Ryder intend to have it at? I assume he has a plan. I wouldn't worry about it. Reay looked up at Assassin with an incredulous expression, but shook his head. Sometimes, even after he had dropped the clown act, Assassin seemed to love doing things that made no sense. That aside, why do you of all people want to go? Assassin was silent, then simply shrugged as he turned to leave. Partly, I too am curious as to why the other servants are fighting for the Grail, what wish they would risk everything for, and partly because I can. Meanwhile, Kiri was up and about, slowly working on his rehabilitation. He needed to get used to the feel of his repaired body if he wanted to be ready to fight Kiritsugu again. It was tough, since he had to take care and not overstrain himself. Otherwise the material, still rather weak, would break apart. However, he refused to let that interfere. I will not lose the next time we meet, Kiritsugu Amiya. Kiri promised himself. Meanwhile, not too far away, Archer watched with interest and a smile on his face. I see Assassin hasn't talked to him about what he desires of the Grail yet. Oh well, it appears that he at least has a goal to work towards. That's a good start. Fuyuki Hyatt Hotel. A drinking party? Kenth asked Avenger as he and Solioi stood behind a battle-ready Lancer and Caster, waiting for the order to attack or just for Avenger to make the first move. The vampiric servant stood in front of the window in which he had gained entry to the apartment. Luckily, the enchantments that Kenth had placed around the area, enhanced by Caster's own power, alerted them to his presence before he arrived, so they were all geared for a battle. At least, they would have been if it wasn't for the invitation Avenger threw at them in the form of a paper airplane. The servant grinned. Yes, the servant Ryder asked me to extend invitations to any servants I found. They and their masters are free to come. Will the party have alcohol? Lancer asked, ignoring Kenth's, don't encourage him. I wouldn't have bothered extending the invitation if it didn't. Avenger noticed the looks of doubt, simply shrugging. It's entirely your choice if you will attend. Either way, my work here is done. He placed a hand on his hat as a gesture of farewell. I look forward to seeing all of you tonight. Wait, Caster began, but Avenger jumped off the edge, disappearing from sight. They ran towards the edge, only to see to their shock Avenger running down the side of the building. See ya. Whoop, 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 whoop. Caster was the first to break the silence. So do we go? Kenth was silent, then looked at Lancer. I can't speak for the other two, but you may go if you want, Lancer. Lancer briefly had a look of surprise at how willing he was to let him go, but nodded his head in thanks. Caster looked at Solioi, getting down on his knees. Please, Master, can I go? Solioi laughed at the sight, especially after seeing his past earlier. All right, but I'm coming too then. I won't be. The three turned to look at Kenth, questioning looks on their faces. Such a practice doesn't suit me. I won't be changing my mind. Are you sure, Master? Lancer asked carefully, choosing his words so that he would avoid stoking the flames of Kenth's arrogance. Leaving you behind would be like painting a bullseye on your back for other masters. Don't worry. Behind these magical protections, I'll be safe from anything short of a servant attack. Even then, the enchantments should warn me in time to escape. The three weren't so sure, but nodded their heads in understanding. Solioi and Caster walked away, no doubt to find a map to figure out the exact directions to the location of the party. Lancer was about to join them, but was stopped when he heard Kenth's voice. Lancer, please help Caster protect Soli Ui. He turned back to stare at Kenth's face, taking a moment to notice how different his master had become in the days he had known him. As you wish, master. He then decided to take a gamble. You know, if you showed this side of you more often, maybe people wouldn't think you walked around with a stick up your ass all the time. He ducked to avoid the shot of Mercury from Volumen Hydradrum. Know your place, Lancer. You may be a heroic spirit, but don't think for a moment you can mock me and get away with it. Lancer couldn't help but laugh, and after a moment, while it was faint even to his ears, he heard his master join in. Nighttime, Einsburn Manor. Things at the manor were rather quiet. Kiritsugu and Mia had left earlier that day, apparently to pick up that special vehicle Kiritsugu had ordered for Saber. They were just going to pick it up and tinker with it a little bit, and had told everyone else they wouldn't be back until the next morning. The fact that Kiritsugu was willing to leave Iri alone with another master and his servant with only Saber to protect her was either proof in that he trusted Korea enough not to stab them in the back, or that he had enough confidence that Saber could handle Berserker and her weapon. Regardless, the remaining tenants were off doing their own thing. Korea and Sol sat side by side as they stared at the television in the living room. They had just finished watching the news channel, which had gone into detail about the wrecked parking lot, with evidence, according to the police, pointing towards terrorists who got into a fight with the local Yakuza. What were they using explosives? And did they just drag their wounded and dead off the field? They were currently watching a show where people took popular myths from pop culture and tried to prove or disprove them. They were currently trying to prove whether or not it was possible that drinking brandy in cold weather could actually help you survive. Sol noticed Korea's quiet mood, which hadn't changed since they got back from the hospital last night. Still thinking about the conversation you had with Tokiomi? Yeah, Korea responded. It had been a bit of an eye-opener for him. It turned out that Tokiomi had actually had doubts about giving up Sakura, and had even considered whether he should break tradition and keep her anyways. The reason he gave her to Zoken was because the Matu didn't have an heir, so he considered it a godsend. Korea was surprised that Tokiomi was actually conflicted about his choice, which was a far cry from his belief that he valued his daughter's importance more than their happiness. However, the detail that caught Korea's attention the most was the fact the main reason that Tokiomi gave Sakura to Zoken was because he hoped Korea would take care of and keep her safe. Tokiomi didn't know that Zoken had lied when he said that Korea was there. That fact made it clear to Korea that he was as much at fault for Sakura's current condition as Tokiomi. He had failed to keep that trust, so caught up in destroying any ties he had to the Matu, he allowed a child of the woman he loved to suffer. The fact was sobering, to say in the least. Hey, Sol began, noticing Korea's expression. You couldn't have known, neither of you could have. Even so, I failed her when she needed me most. And you're making up for it now. Sol interrupted, not in the mood to hear any angst. You can't change the past. You need to see what you did wrong, and use those lessons to make sure you don't make the same mistakes in the future. Korea stared at Sol, still sometimes unable to come to terms with the fact he was a heroic spirit, not some teenager. But he knew Sol was right. He couldn't change what had already happened. He could only keep moving forward and try to fix his mistakes. For example, next time you see that worm bastard, you can have Maka and me kill him for real, Sol said, smiling his trademark grin. Now that we know how he's alive, we know the perfect technique to kill him. Then you can use the grail to wish yourself a new body, and you can live with Sakura. Korea chuckled at that. Not bad at all. Then, he added with a teasing tone, you and Berserker could use your wish to be alive again. And then you two could get married and live with us. Sol, who had been drinking a soda while he spoke, almost spewed it out onto the furniture. Almost because IRI would kill him if he did, then resurrect his corpse to clean up the mess. What? Where'd you get that idea? They say that the first sign two people are in love is if they fervently deny any claims that they are. We aren't together. Whatever you say, but when you're ready to talk, I'm here. Meanwhile, Berserker suddenly sneezed before looking at Saber with a sheepish expression on her face. If Saber was surprised, she didn't show it. Gesundheit. Thank you. Saber and Berserker were outside on the balcony, enjoying the view of the moon and the feeling of the night air. The two, while at first enemies, had come to respect each other as allies. While neither had ever said or admitted to such, it was possible to tell by observing their body language, particularly Saber's. Her movements, once so guarded, were now relaxed, and her eyes, once filled with suspicion, were now calm. The same could be observed, though they were slightly more subtle, in the changes in Berserker's body language. True, they weren't quite to the point of friends yet, but they at least trusted each other enough not to stab the other in the back at the best opportunity. So Saber, Berserker began, starting up a conversation out of curiosity. What do you think of Kiritsugu as your master? Saber glanced at her before looking back at the moon. I'm not entirely certain what to make of him. We have never interacted much our original meeting, but that is potentially for the best. Why do you say that? Berserker had noticed that there seemed to be some tension between the two of them, but she never took the time to think about it. Our methods to combat are as different as day and night. As you might have guessed from our talks, I prefer my battles to be direct and fair, based on the codes of chivalry I was raised upon and upheld throughout my life. There are those who would take advantage of such a mindset. Indeed, but it is how I have fought and the way I know best. Kiritsugu, however, Saber said before turning her attention back to Berserker. He prefers to strike from the shadows, searching for that point of greatest weakness. He will not hesitate to strike a downed opponent, and he will use any advantage he can to win a battle. Berserker raised an eyebrow. I see what you mean. Heck, he sounds like he would make an unbeatable assassin. Saber actually chuckled a little at the thought. Yes, he would have been a great assassin indeed. But that is aside the point. The point is that our methods and ideologies clash far too much for us to work together effectively. That's why I prefer the company of Irisveal instead. What does he want to wish on the Grail? Berserker asked. I mean, my master wants to use it to save someone important to him. But what makes the Grail so important to a guy like him? Saber looked at Berserker, mentally debating as to whether to tell her or not. That was a very personal question, but didn't they, as allies, deserve to know exactly what herself and her master wanted? Before she could answer, however, a familiar voice beat her to it. He desires the Grail to fulfill a dream that he once believed in. Irisveal said as she walked out onto the balcony with them. He desires world peace, to create a utopia for humanity. Berserker looked at her with surprise clear on her face. Out of everything she expected for the answer to be, that one had never come up. I noticed the look. Forgive me. I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but I can tell from your face that you didn't expect his wish to be that. Sorry. Berserker apologized, rubbing the back of her head. I just never thought that a guy like Kiritsugu Amiya actually cared about something like that. Most people do have that reaction, but it is true. Iri smiled. To make Kiritsugu's wish a reality, that is my dream as well. Berserker then looked at Saber, a bit of understanding forming in her eyes. So, you respect his wish, just not the methods he takes to reach it? Saber nodded. As some say, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. I simply can't condone the actions he will take to obtain it. Berserker was silent, then opened her mouth to speak. Hey Saber, can I ask you a question? You just did, but go ahead. Iri giggled slightly, while Berserker simply raised an eyebrow at Saber's attempt at humor. Still, she pressed on. Why do you want the Grail? Saber's face seemed to flinch when she asked and was silent for several moments. Berserker considered whether or not that was a smart way to phrase the question. If you don't want it, that's fine, Berserker said, putting her hands in front of her in placating gesture. If it's not my place to ask, you can just forget I ever did. No, Saber interrupted, cutting off her apology. You have every right to hear why your allies want the Grail. You wish to know what makes the Grail important to me. She waited for Berserker's nod before continuing. I wish for my homeland's salvation. Using the omnipotent wish-granting device, I will avert Britain's destruction. Berserker knew the destruction Saber was referring to was the betrayal of both Lancelot and her son Mordred, which resulted in the destruction of Camelot. But, how would you do that? The fall of my country was my fault. Berserker, Saber answered, her voice layered with regret. I was its leader, and under my leadership, it fell into ruin. I believe that to be a king, you must never allow emotion to interfere with your duties. I never understood the hearts of my people, and because of that, the seeds of doubt were sowed long before they were reaped during the betrayal. With the power of the Grail, I can certainly prevent that. Well, would you use it to warn your past self? Berserker could see her potentially doing that, though she realized how weird that would be, seeing and speaking with another you, who was, and yet not the same. Saber shook her head. No, even if I did travel back to that time, there is no guarantee that my past self would believe my words. They would likely be seen as an illusion, or perhaps a trick by an enemy. I know because that's exactly how I would react in such a situation. Even then, there's no evidence to suggest that simple words would make enough of a difference, at least not in time. Well, how would you do it? I would return to the moment that I chose to pull the sword from the stone, Caliban, and stop myself. I would redo my life so that another would become king in my place. So what you're saying is that you would get rid of what made you a hero in the first place. Berserker summarized. Yes, Saber bowed her head, as if she was deep in thought. Why? Saber looked up, noticing the unreadable look on Berserker's face. Does that bother you? She asked, her body seeming to shift into a defensive stance, as if she was ready to fight her if she disagreed. Berserker immediately spoke to placate her. No. I mean, it's just, well, I see what you're getting at. You want your people, your knights and loyal subjects, to have a chance at a better life. You want to make a world where they don't have to suffer like they did when Camelot fell. I completely understand that. Your people mean a lot to you, and you're completely willing to sacrifice anything for their sakes, even your own legend. Saber felt her previous tension fade away. However, she knew Berserker wasn't done. But, Berserker continued, reassured by Saber's prompting. But, do you really think only the leaders should do the sacrificing? Shouldn't those that follow be willing to bear the weight of sacrifices as well? What do you mean? Iri, forgotten by both of them, asked. If the leader is the only one who gives things up and the followers only take, eventually, it will get to the point where the leader has nothing left to give. Berserker responded, to be a leader, you must be willing to sacrifice things, yes. But how can you lead those who aren't willing to make those exact same decisions? How can you truly lead those who won't, if it was their choice, if they had the chance, make the same sacrifices? Saber opened her mouth to speak, but Berserker interrupted her. What I just said probably sounds like something someone who never knew the burdens of kingship would say. I understand that, Saber, I really do. I really don't have any right to criticize your choice. Berserker then looked Saber in the eyes. But remember, we're both heroes. We both became heroes because we wanted to protect the people important to us. If we regret the life we lived, the struggles we faced for the sake of those important to us, how can we truly honor their sacrifices? Berserker, my knights and I fought for the preservation of our kingdom, a kingdom which fell into civil war because of me and me alone. I want them to have a chance to live a full life, not to die senselessly because of a mistake that was no one's fault but my own. Saber looked down at her hands as she said that, and Berserker wondered for a moment if she was seeing the blood of her only child on them. How can you be a leader if you fail to protect the ones you lead? Berserker was silent, but before she could open her mouth to answer, she felt a presence barreling towards the manor. Luckily, it was familiar and friendly. It looks like Ryder has returned, and I think he's heading towards the main hall. Saber looked at her for a moment, as if waiting for her to answer her question, then followed Iri back into the manor to greet Ryder. Berserker stood there for a moment longer, then followed after them herself, internally deciding to answer Saber's final question as soon as she could. It might have been a good thing then, since where they were going would be a perfect opportunity to do so. Make different servants. Caster. Yuryu Ryunosuke looked down at his hand as he grimaced. It felt like it was on fire. He watched as 3 scythe-like red-crimson markings appeared on it. The circle which he had drawn out of blood then began to glow before billowing out smoke. When the smoke cleared, Yuryu beheld a figure. The figure was a man who appeared to be in the middle ages of his life. He was fairly tall, broad-shouldered, and wore a long, white robe and sandals. He had long, golden blonde hair which was free of any bands keeping it in place, but stayed clear of his forehead, with 2 loose strands falling over his brow and a full Donegal-style beard on his square jaw. If one looked at him from a distance, they would swear he was some prophet out of biblical lore. The eyes, however, ruined the image. They were a wine red, and the expression in them was that of a person who cared nothing for human life. They were the eyes of someone who saw humans as some people saw insects, insignificant and meaningless. Those eyes were now turned on Yuryu. I am servant caster. I ask of you, are you my master? Yuryu was silent for a moment, then responded with, well, my name's Yuryu Ryunosuke. I'm currently unemployed, and my hobbies are stabbing and murder. I especially like kids, and occasionally young women. The man who called himself Caster narrowed his eyes slightly, then got a good look at his surroundings, taking note of the condition of the room, the bodies, and the little boy tied up like an animal to the slaughter. Yuryu started to grow a little nervous from the figure's silence. Oh, hey, demon, do you want a snack? I've got a nice tasty kid for you here. He gestured to the hog-tied boy in question, who by this point was overcoming his shock and trying to squirm free. Caster was silent, then walked over to the boy and knelt down to stare him in the eyes. The boy looked back, hoping to see some form of compassion, mercy, anything that implied that he was going to help him. But there was no sign of anything like that. Without a word, Caster lifted his hand and placed it on the boy's head. For a moment, nothing happened, at least as far as Yuryu could see. Without warning, red electricity sparked up from his hand, and the boy began to scream and thrash with a renewed frenzy, to no avail. Yuryu watched in morbid fascination as the boy's screams became louder and louder, his thrashing wilder and wilder, before becoming stilled. His eyes, once full of life and fear, were now the glassy eyes of death. Caster dropped the boy's lifeless husk, then looked down at his hand, muttering something. Not much, but with my current supply, I shouldn't need to worry. Of course, Yuryu paid no attention to Caster's mutterings, so amazed by the display of killing in front of him. He had never seen anyone die like that before. That was so cool. Yuryu yelled excitedly, grabbing Caster's robe like some hyperactive kid. How did you do that? That was amazing. Could you do it again? Please. Caster looked at Yuryu, his face briefly twisting into disgust before returning to its neutral state. If you so insist, master. Suddenly, he felt a brief pain from his marked hand, only just registering the fact it was gone before another flash of electricity happened, and he found himself impaled from all sides by stone spikes, which had sprouted up out of the floor. As he felt his life slip away, Yuryu looked at Caster, who now held his missing hand, and muttered his final words. This is so cool. Caster stared at the now dead body of his former master, not even bothering to absorb his soul and add it to his own. Such trash didn't deserve the opportunity to be part of something far greater than themselves. Disgusting. And with that, Caster, known in life as Father, the first homunculus, entered the Fourth Holy Grail War. Once again, godhood was in the palm of his hand, and he would let no one take it from him again. Author note. And that's the cliffhanger. Avenger. Huh. You all thought we were going to get to the actual banquet this chapter, didn't you? Soul, don't worry. The discussion between the servants will happen next chapter. Yeah, but I decided to go ahead and get the philosophy and ideologies running ahead of time. Now Berserker knows why Saber is fighting and is trying to find the answer to her last question. Will she succeed in getting through to her? Oswald, perhaps. Also, for anyone waiting on Ordinus Sancti Gladius' next appearance, it will happen next chapter. Also, sorry if Castor's flashback seemed too long and detailed, but don't worry. The next time we have a flashback involving Castor, which will be the last one, it will cover the remaining bit with his past and his death, so you will all know exactly where on the canon fairy tale timeline this Natsu comes from. Until then, I have an important message to make. As of the moment of this writing, this story has gained 106 faves, 90 follows, and 112 reviews. This story has been online for 3 months and 26 days, and it has gained more popularity than I ever thought it would. Avenger, even if no one has made a TvTropes page on it yet. Shut up. Anyways, I just want to say thank you. You guys, every time I see a new fave, a new follow, a new review in my mail, I get the sudden urge to keep writing, to get the next chapter in as soon as I can, to bring every single one of you the next installment in a FIC I never thought anyone would really like. You guys give me the inspiration to work my butt off every day after a draining time at school, every weekend and holiday when I could just goof off and do my own thing. Thank you. I promise you all I will do my best to grant every of you who has stayed with me this long a worthy show and a fitting climax. Remember, keep reviewing, favoriting, and following. Remember to tell me what you thought in reviews. And, just for old time's sake, I'll ask again. If you think this FIC deserves a TvTropes page, don't hesitate to make one. Until next time, this is X the Reaper. Soul Eater Evans. Avenger, the fuck-mothering vampire Alucard. Oswald, and Oswald the Shadow Knight. All, signing off. Chapter 12. Banquets and Meetings. Einsburn Manor. When Saber, Iri, Berserker, Kiri, and Soul ran into the main hall to meet up with Ryder, the first thought on everyone's mind was why he and Waver had come here without warning them beforehand. The manor had a perfectly workable telephone, and Iri had even gone so far as to leave the number on the card she had given Waver yesterday. The only reasons any of them could think up was that it was either A, they had important information too dangerous to talk about over the phone, or B, they just forgot or didn't care to. Saber and Iri were hoping for option A, while Team Berserker were betting on option B. The second thought on everyone's mind by the time they got to the main hall was, why did Ryder blow a hole in the wall with that bull chariot when there's a perfectly good door right there for the exact same purpose? Waver, apparently, had the exact same thoughts. Wouldn't the door have been easier? Waver asked exhaustedly, too tired from the day's events to even try and raise his voice. Ryder looked down at him with a thoughtful expression. Perhaps, but with the news we bring, simply knocking and opening a door wouldn't have sufficed. Such glorious news demands more of an entrance. So you needed to blow a hole in the wall? Soul called out. Must be some big news. Ryder turned towards the assembled servants and their masters, the grin on his face never leaving. Greetings, Soul. As to you both as well, Saber, Berserker. Ryder, what are you doing here? Saber asked, the moment of vulnerability she had when talking to Berserker having passed, reverting to her more stoic personality. Did you discover the location of one of the other masters? Ryder chuckled slightly. Are you always so to the point, Saber? No, not exactly. He then leaned down, grabbing something out of sight from the rest of the group before lifting it up. Is that a wine casket? Kiri asked. Very perceptive, Master Kiri. He then gestured towards them. I've come to extend an invitation. I'm hosting a banquet with the other servants, and I was hoping you would all be so kind as to join us. He then threw a wad of paper at them, which Berserker caught and unwadded, showing the group an address. Kiri looked at it with equal parts surprise and confusion. Isn't that the most expensive restaurant in all of Fuyuki? Iri finished, sharing his look, then looking at Ryder. You're having a party there? Ryder nodded, then spread his arms out. Why not? We are heroic spirits, legends given physical form once again. If we will drink, why not drink in luxury? What say you all? Who else will be there? Berserker asked. Ryder was silent, then scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. Honestly, I'm not entirely certain. I know for certain that 2 others will be, and they said they would speak to the others. If everything goes as planned, all 8 of us will be there. So let me get this straight. Soul replied as he started to count off his fingers. You want us to attend a drinking party? Yes. At the most expensive restaurant in Fuyuki City. Correct. Along with the other 5 servants. Indeed. Who together could probably kill all of us at once. Bingo bango. Bringing our masters along, who are considerably more vulnerable to attack than us. Well, no plan is perfect. All for the purpose of what exactly? A simple ideological discussion over some good drink. The hall was completely silent for the next 32 seconds, Waver knew because he took the time to count before Saber broke it. That has to be the most. The restaurant, 11 p.m. Too damn lazy to figure out a name or use an existing one. Foolish idea I've ever heard. Saber finished for the third time. And yet, Soul replied. Here we are. The group of 7 stood in front of the location of the banquet, pausing a moment to admire the look. It was a surprisingly plain-looking establishment, but it seemed to give off an air of class and au courant that the other places they had placed lacked. Still, you'd think they'd come up with a cleverer name. Kiri spoke up, briefly wondering exactly who names their restaurant the restaurant. Someone too damn lazy to give their workplace a proper name. Berserker responded without missing a beat. That was my own reaction, Ryder admitted. But I think it adds class to the establishment. Well. Avenger's voice boomed out. You all made it. The group turned their heads to notice Avenger, wearing his black suit and orange sunglasses, walking towards them with his trademark smile on his face. Saber and Soul looked about ready to pull their respective blades out, but stopped when Ryder walked forward and greeted the Dark Servant. Good evening, Avenger. I take it your efforts were successful. Indeed. It was little bother to convince the staff to give us the first-class accommodations, and to speak to both Caster and Lancer was child's play. In fact, Avenger continued as he made a gesture behind them. There they are, right behind you all. True to Avenger's words, upon turning, they were greeted with the sight of Lancer, Caster, and Soliui staring at them all. Both servants, much like Saber, were wearing casual clothing. Lancer's choice of clothing consisted of a short-sleeved black t-shirt with a pirate symbol on both sides covering the scars on his chest, blue jeans, and brown shoes, while still wearing his black bandana around his head. Considering his size, it was a miracle that they had found clothing big enough to fit him, and IRI had a feeling they might have used magic to make it fit. Not that it mattered even then, since his size made him stick out like a sore thumb in a crowd. Caster, on the hand, was wearing clothing that, even with his spiky pink hair making him stick out in a crowd, made him more inconspicuous than his fellow. His attire consisted of a red leather jacket with a white trim located on the sides of his collar and its suspender area, as well as white arm straps located on the area of his biceps. His jacket also had a belt strap where a white belt was left hanging. In addition, the wrist areas of his sleeves were endowed with fiery designs. He also wore blue navy pants and brown shoes. Completing the look, he was wearing his white scarf around his neck and a pair of maroon goggles on his forehead. He wouldn't have looked out of place on a motorcycle. Kiri and IRI also noticed the way both servants immediately, yet subtly, formed a protective stance around Soliui, which was proof that she was one of their masters, Casters most likely. IRI placed a hand on Saber's shoulder, Kiri doing the same to Soul. Remember, this is a truce situation. The two were silent, but slowly relaxed their guards, as did the other two. Caster, with the threat of attack having taken a break, grinned and waved. Hey guys, how's it hanging? Berserker responded with a smile of her own. Can't complain. She then gestured towards Soliui. I see you have a new master. Caster scratched the back of his head, still grinning. Yeah, I was lucky. Welcome Lancer, Caster. Ryder called out, then raised an eyebrow. But I only see one master. Lancer, what happened to yours? Lancer gave Ryder a nod in greeting, then answered. He couldn't come. This gathering wasn't in his taste, so I came alone. So, their masters have formed an alliance. Saber thought to herself as they continued to speak. They will be a formidable team together, combining Caster's magic with Lancer's brute strength, especially if Caster's magic is indeed suited for killing dragons. As much as this conversation truly is entertaining, Avenger spoke up, turning everyone's attention back to him. We should get inside. It's rude to keep the others waiting. He then held the door open, gesturing inside. The group of 10, 4 masters, 5 servants, and 1 weapon, walked inside, with Avenger closing the door behind them under the watchful gaze of Saber. Come on, is that really necessary? Avenger asked. I feel like you're going to try and rape me, the way you're watching. Saber's eyes narrowed at that, but she answered in a civil tone. I trust every other servant here, even Caster and Lancer, more than I do you. Are you still sore about the whole murdering bit? Sheesh, wasn't that 2 days ago? Besides, that nuke attack hurt me way more than I hurt you. Saber watched him for a moment longer, ignoring the equal parts sarcastic and trolling tone of his voice, before walking away. Sheesh, she's got an even bigger stick up her ass than Integra did. Avenger muttered before calling out. Man, with an attitude like that, I'd swear you need to get laid. He quickly ducked to avoid the butcher knife thrown by a red-faced Saber, but not fast enough to avoid the huge, hardcover book thrown by an angry berserker. Somewhere in North America. Inside a military compound located in the middle of the wilderness, several figures stood in what could best be described as the compound's meeting room. Here, the 6 most powerful members of the group, known as Ordinus Sancti Gladius, gathered to listen to the words of their leader. Each was as different from the other as day and night. Not including Stark, who was among their number. The warriors all came from different backgrounds, training, history, and even times. The first was a tall man with white hair somewhat parted with his bangs brushed down and brown eyes. He wore a long, red, two-tailed coat with an upturned collar and short sleeves with black cuffs, though the coat lacked coattails and was rather plain overall. Underneath that, he wore a black, long-sleeved shirt, long reddish-black pants, and both black gloves and boots. His body seemed to give off a faint aura of shadow, almost like smoke. Upon his back, he carried a massive broadsword with a heavy, double-edged blade, notched on both sides near the tip. The pommel was a single spike, the grip was plain, but the guard skeletal, with a skull design on each side leading to the rib cage from which the blade emerged. On one side of the blade, the skull was that of a human, while the other used a horned demon's skull. Completing the picture, holstered at his side was a holy scripture of the church fashioned in the form of a shotgun. He appeared young and healthy, in his earlier 20s, but that vanished once one stared into his eyes, seeing anger and experience of one far older in mind. The next was another tall man, but that was where the physical similarities ended. He appeared roughly in his 40s, and he was lean with broad shoulders, had short, spiky blonde hair, green eyes, a heavy-set squared jaw, and constant stubble, as well as a large, wedge-shaped scar on his left cheek. He wore round glasses, a large gray cassock which had a white trim with blue interior, gray pants, black boots, a black shirt with a blue trim, white gloves, and a silver cross about his neck. Upon his gloves, there were inscriptions written across the crosses drawn on the back, with the right hand saying, "Jesus Christ is in heaven," while the left said, "Iscariot section 13. He carried, located in holsters on each side of the underside of his coat, twin Austrian sword bayonets, with custom hand grips for an easier hold. His eyes, while in battle were filled with bloodlust and madness, held the look of a calm and collected man, the kind of priest who would and did take care of children in his spare time. Much like in Hans, his eyes held the experience and knowledge of one far older than his appearance. The third was another blonde, glasses-wearing man, but once again, that was where the similarities ended. He was younger, appearing in his early 20s, and his blonde hair was long and fashioned into a ponytail. He had blue eyes and wore square-framed glasses and a skin-tight, black bodysuit, over which he wore a long-sleeved red jacket and beige cargo pants along with red shoes. About his forehead, he wore a simple white headband, just wide enough to cover it. It also featured two tiny pins on either side, with the first being a tiny version of some sort of logo, a golden ticket with a pink/red letter G in the center. The second pin resembled an emerald green saber, slightly reminiscent of the sword at his side. His eyes were kind and calm, but held an inner strength which spoke of steel within the man. At his side, he carried a green-hilted uchigatana, a short form of a katana capable of being used with one hand. Curiously, floating next to him, roughly the size of a closed fist, was a hexagonal-shaped metallic device, shaped to resemble a face of sorts. It was patterned red, white, and black, with a long white ridge jutting underneath its chin. Set in the center of the formation was a bright, green gemstone, paired together with a smaller set on either side, appearing not unlike a pair of eyes. The next was a man who appeared roughly in his early 40s and was an average-looking guy. He stood just over 6 feet, easily rivaling the white-haired man's height. He had sandy blonde hair groomed short, a lean, average build, a few days of stubble with some gray in there, a hard jaw, and his eyes were an odd shade of blue. He wore a beat-up leather jacket, under which he wore a plain brown shirt, blue pants, and brown combat boots. While his appearance didn't scream extraordinary, he held an air of confidence and old-school toughness about him. The air of a guy that, if jumped in an alley by a couple of thugs, could walk out without a scratch and carrying the thugs' valuables with him while they bled out on the ground. Much like the white-haired man and the priest, his eyes held much more experience than his appearance let on, and if one looked at them when he was angry, they would see them turn gold. At his side, he carried a holstered pistol and 2 combat knives, and in his mouth was a cigarette he puffed without a care in the world. The last was the most unusual one, even among beings such as themselves. He had the look, even more than the others, of a warrior, for the large, broad-shouldered, more bare than a man, could have no other calling. Dark, untrimmed hair fell over sturdy face, decorated by a trim black beard. He wore a dusty cloak about his person, and underneath it and the gray clothes he wore could be seen powerful muscles. His sharp eyes seemed to glitter at times like the purest of crystal, and they held the look of the ultimate predator. By his side, a sword made of what appeared to be pure crystal, yet as sharp as any steel blade and emblazoned with mystic runes, hung proudly. Strangely, if one looked at him at a certain angle, they would see not a cloak and gray clothes, but armor that seemed to be forged of the very crystal that his sword was made of. Even stranger, they would have sworn, if they looked closely in that moment, that said armor was attached to his very skin. All, however, owed their lives and very existences to the man they called their leader. He was tall, not as much as some of the others, but still a respectable height. He wore a pinstriped black suit with a red dress shirt, black tie, and matching black shoes, and he looked, to quote some women who saw him, damn fine in it. He had the appearance of a young man, roughly in his early 20s, Despite his white-gray/white blonde hair, and his eyes were two different colors, his left was an emerald green while his right was a golden brown. Despite his youth, he had earned his right as the leader of the organization. For he had defeated all 6 of the surrounding warriors in single combat to earn that right and their loyalty. Well, Edgar, the white-haired man asked, you mind telling us why you ordered this little social gathering, completely ignoring the fact that I was currently in the middle of some recreation activity? Oh, give it a rest and Hans, the cigarette man said with an Alabama accent. As entertaining as watching you slaughter a dozen dead apostles at once is, there are more important things to do than recreational killing. Shut up, you mangy mutt. Or what? Cigarette man asked with a slight grin. You're gonna fight me? I'd kick your ass into next week. Could you guys stop with the arguing? The red-clad man asked. I know both your kind have a history, but you've been working together for 18 years. Lighten up. No use, Gyro. The priest spoke up, his voice thick with a Scottish accent. It's just their way of showing their weird version of friendship. The man now identified as Gyro sighed. I guess. He then looked over at the Scottish priest. By the way, Father, how's the orphanage doing? Need help keeping the child abusers and lowlifes away? Father chuckled. Nah, it's doing well. The children really do miss your stories, though. The cloaked man and Stark were silent. One because he had nothing to say about the situation, and the other because he was dead asleep. If you're both quite done, their leader, Edgar, spoke, his quiet and slightly scratchy voice catching everyone's attention. I'll explain. After Enhance and Cigarette Man stopped their bickering, Edgar stood up and began. I've called you all here today to discuss an important subject. Yesterday, I received a call from one Reay Kodomine, the supervisor of the Fourth Holy Grail War and previous supervisor of the Third. He called us using the phone number that Stark gave him at the end of the Third War. He paused, as if noticing that Stark was still asleep for the first time. Sighing, he pressed a button on the phone next to his chair. Yes. A young woman's voice rang out. Lynn, could you come in here for a minute? I need your help with something, and bring the reports too, if you could. The voice was silent. Is it Stark? More silence. Fine, I'll be down in a sec. The line went dead. Enhance, Father, and Cigarette Man began to chuckle to themselves out of pity for the sleeping man, while Gyro simply sighed, and the cloaked man continued to be silent. We'll continue this after Lynn wakes Stark up, Edgar said, trying to ignore the sudden, awkward silence that had settled on them. Do we really need to do so? Cloaked Man finally asked. Everyone ignored the sibilant hiss of the man's voice, knowing it was a natural occurrence with him. It's not like it would kill us to let him sleep through this. That is true, Logan, Edgar responded. However, I don't feel like repeating myself if he asks about it later. Besides, he added with a perfectly straight face. I noticed that Lynn's been down lately, and nothing gets her back on her feet than a few minutes of just beating Stark to a pulp. Logan shrugged. As you wish. The restaurant. The inside of the restaurant, as the masters and servants saw, was far more appealing than the outside suggested. The entire inside was completely spotless and gleamed, as if it was brand new and cleaned constantly. All the tables save one had an identical setup. Each covered in a stainless white tablecloth, had 3 seats, a plate and the proper utensils wrapped in a napkin at each seat, and a beautiful vase filled with flowers to complete the picture. The exception was a single large table set in the center of the room, which lacked any such vase. Calm, easy listening music drifted out from hidden speakers, creating a peaceful atmosphere that had all of them, even if it was only slightly, relaxing their guards. But there was something missing. Where are the customers? Ui asked, finally realizing the missing element. There was not a soul in sight, despite the fact that it should have had at least some people inside. Avenger looked hurt. What? Did you really think, in making this place the meeting ground for 8 servants to have a quiet drink, I would involve innocent people in affairs so far-fetched that their little... Everyone simply stared at him in silence. Okay, maybe I did think about it. More silence. More than once. The group simply looked away and kept walking. Eventually, they made their way to the large table, which was large enough to seat 9 people, signified by the 9 chairs that surrounded it. Caster, Ryder, and Soul took their seats first, while Saber, Berserker, and Lancer waited until Avenger finally shrugged and sat down before doing the same. However, no one sat in the seats that were right next to Avenger. Starting from the seat nearest to Avenger's left, the order was Lancer, Caster, Saber, Berserker, Soul, and Ryder. Kiri, Waver, and Ui sat down in chairs they removed from nearby tables and sat near their respective servants. Where's Assassin and Archer? Caster asked curiously, glancing about. None of them had seen hide or hair of the masked and arrogant servants the entire night. Oh, they're probably on their way, Avenger quipped almost absent-mindedly. Probably got stopped by Goldie looking at himself in a mirror or demanding some hound to bow its head to him. Everyone just ignored him or decided to pay attention to something else, finding it was better to not to attempt to make sense of anything he said. It was easier on their sanity. Are you ignoring me? Ryder sighed and smashed the top of the wine casket he brought with him open, proceeding to dip the wine ladle that he also brought with him into it and taste the wine. He sighed again, this time in appreciation. Regardless, I think it's time we began. Shall we? He asked as he began to use the ladle to fill the wine glasses around the table and pass them to each of the servants. Lancer and Castor smiled and nodded their thanks before downing their glasses. Saber observed the rest with wary eyes as she took her offered glass and took a dignified sip. Maka and Sol looked down at theirs with some trepidation before shrugging and taking careful sips each. Avenger watched them all, the last two in particular, with interest as he downed his own glass. What? Never drank before in your life? He asked in amusement as he watched them recoil slightly at the taste. Sol looked at him angrily. Forgive us if the drinking age where we come from is 21, he said, looking down at his glass and carefully taking another sip. You could get arrested for underage drinking. Castor looked over in surprise. Really? Where I come from, the legal drinking age is 15. He replied as he drank his second glass. No wonder he can drink a whole bottle and a half before getting drunk, Soliua thought to herself as she remembered watching several of Castor's drinking games with Lancer. She was truly glad that Lancer paid for the drink himself. Lancer smiled. That's nothing. I had my first drink when I was 10, he declared proudly as he downed his fourth glass. It was one of the best days of my life. Ryder laughed. I knew I sensed a kindred spirit in you. He chuckled out as he refilled his third glass. He then turned to stare at Avenger, who was looking down at his empty glass with a disappointed look on his face. What's wrong, Avenger? You don't like it? This was among the finest I could find at the city marketplace this afternoon. It's not bad, but I think it could be better, Avenger simply said before clapping his hands twice. To the surprise of everyone else, a waiter rushed out of the kitchen and bowed his head. Yes, my king. What do you require? He asked in dull, monotone voice. It didn't take a genius to figure out he was under some sort of hypnosis spell. Give us 7, no, 8 bottles of your finest wine, and bring them with ice. As you wish, my lord. The waiter bowed his head once more before returning to the kitchen. Everyone stared at Avenger in silence, who simply smiled. Saber finally voiced what everyone was thinking. Was he? Yup. See this, Artie? Avenger asked her. Simple hypnosis, and I can make them say or do whatever the hell I want. Observe. He then clapped his hands again, and another member of the restaurant staff arrived. You, pointing to the woman, go and order me a 70-inch plasma screen TV. Really? Berserker asked sarcastically, knowing that those weren't even around at this point, as she saw that the current time period was the 90s. Plasma screen TVs wouldn't even be available for actual usage by public for about another 2 years, and even longer for 70-inchers. In fact, make sure it has Netflix also. I don't care if you have to wait for the next 10 years, get it done. He continued as if he didn't hear her, writing an address down as he did so, and giving it to her. When you do, I want it delivered to this location. Until then, you will go about your normal life until such time as you can fulfill these orders. Dismissed. The waitress then bowed her head and left. How did you do that? Castor asked with an incredulous expression, having watched the display with some disgust at the obvious manipulation, yet amazement how quickly he had done so. Fuck you, that's how. Avenger replied with a smile. For a moment, it looked like Castor was contemplating how Avenger would look with a burned face and hair, but then the waiter returned with the bottles. Avenger took one of the bottles and smiled. Ah yes, what better way to have a banquet than with Amontillado wine? He asked as he poured everyone a new glass, having to open another bottle in order to do so. Berserker raised an eyebrow at the choice. Amontillado? As in the very same wine used in the cask of Amontillado used by the murderer to lure the unsuspecting victim to a gruesome end. Berserker asked as she took her glass, sipping slightly. She briefly thanked God for the fact that servants couldn't get drunk unless they drank copious amounts of alcohol, enough to make a normal drinker pass out. Sheesh, Berserker, not everything is a metaphor for disaster, Castor said as he downed his glass, actually liking this wine better than the first one. Loosen up a little. He received his answer in the form of a hardcover book to the noggin. Soul sighed as he watched Castor lay there with a dent in his head, feeling pity well up for him. Saber, after sipping from her new glass, slowly guided Berserker back to her seat, taking care to stay on the far side of her book arm. Lancer chuckled as he drank another glass. I must say, this wine is better than yours, Ryder, no offense. Ryder sighed in defeat and appreciation. I willingly concede the point. This wine is truly the superior. He then stared out among the other 6. But now, I believe it would be best to begin speaking of our individual wishes. Why do you care so much about what our wishes are anyways, Ryder? Soul asked, bringing forth the question on everyone's mind. What does it matter to you what we would do with the Grail? Ryder drank again from his glass before replying. The Holy Grail is said to be fated for the hands of the one most worthy to possess it, Soul. The great battle that is taking place here and now in Fuyuki is supposed to determine who that person really is. If this war is merely a means to decide that fact, there's hardly any need for bloodshed. In fact, he continued as he and Lancer refilled their glasses, if the heroic spirits can decide on their rankings, then the matter can simply settle itself. So, you wish to compare our ranks against your own? Avenger asked with amusement as he continued to drink. That's the purpose of our little gathering? Indeed. You might be willing to consider this a Grail dialogue, rather than a Grail war, and the matter of who among us is most suited to claim the Holy Grail will become clear as we continue to drink our fill and converse. A Grail dialogue? I think that's quite enough nonsense for one night. Everyone turned their heads towards the entrance to behold the familiar sight of golden dust forming the figure of Archer, clad in his own casual clothing. Despite the apparent lack of armor, the sheer sense of presence he emitted was, in its own way, protection, seeming to weigh down on the masters in the room, and his abilities ensured he was never without some form of weapon. Even so, Ryder still greeted him warmly and with a wave. Welcome, Archer. I see you saw it fit to join us in our gathering. Archer began to walk towards the table, taking the time to observe his surroundings. Well, I must admit this place seems to be rather adequate for a meeting of people of our stature, so I suppose it's not a total waste of my time. I'm hurt, Avenger replied. I go through all this trouble to prepare the meeting place, even provide finer wine than what Ryder brought, and all I get is insults, books to the face, and failing praise. What's a guy got to do to earn some respect around here? Where's Assassin? Castor asked, ignoring Avenger's complaints and noticing that the masked servant was still nowhere in sight. I thought his master and yours were allied. Did he not want to come? Archer turned to him with an amused smirk. Why don't you ask him yourself? Castor was confused until he felt a blade near the back of his neck. Right behind you. Castor turned and saw Assassin with a knife near his neck. How had he not noticed? Was Assassin's presence concealment truly that effective, or was he just that used to quick surprise attacks from nowhere? Assassin then ducked to avoid a punch from Lancer, but not fast enough to avoid a sword swipe from Saber. The blade sent the knife away, but phased through his fingers once again. Assassin looked them as he jumped over the table and landed near the chair between Avenger and Ryder. Oh, why so serious? It's not like I would have killed him. I trust you as much as I would trust a literal god of madness. Saber replied with a glare. Assassin chuckled. So touchy. Still sore about trying to kill you? He asked. Enough, Assassin. Archer commanded, tired of this little game. We didn't come here to start a fight, so stop it. Only Saber could see Assassin roll his eye from behind the mask, but he sat down regardless. Ryder then cleared his throat. Well, since you're both here, why don't you join us then? He then picked up the 2 remaining glasses and filled them with the Amontillado wine. Here, start with some drink. The 2 took their glasses and Assassin drank first, fully removing his mask and revealing his half-scarred face to the rest. Some, particularly the masters, stared at him in shock at the condition of his face, but others, such as Avenger, simply looked at it as if such a sight was an everyday occurrence. Over his left eye, however, he wore an eye patch, which everyone had a feeling held a secret, but they didn't comment on it. He nodded his head. One of the finest wines I have tasted in years. Archer's response wasn't quite so complimenting. Not bad, I suppose, if we were simply gathered for a brief drink. Did you really think we could discern a hierarchy of heroic spirits over this? He asked as he placed his glass down on the table where the final unemptied seat was, between Lancer and Avenger. This is the finest wine in the entire restaurant. What more do you want? Sol asked. You are pitifully ignorant of true drink. Of course you would say that. Stupid mongrel. Archer stated as a glowing portal appeared above his opened right hand. Before anyone could make a move towards their weapons, he flipped his hand over, and a large golden vessel appeared and dropped onto the center of the table. The brief sloshing of liquid was proof enough as to what its purpose was. Oh, Ryder, Lancer, and Avenger said as they gazed upon it. Archer smiled. Now taste, all of you, and acknowledge your folly, he stated proudly as he opened another portal and threw 9 golden goblets down next to the pitcher. This is the beverage of true kings. Ryder picked up each of the goblets, filled them with the wine, and passed them to each of the servants. As one, they raised their goblets up in a toast of sorts, then drank. Everyone's eyes save Archer, even Saber's and Assassin's, widened with surprise. The taste was otherworldly, as if one was drinking a liquidized version of all of their favorite foods and drinks at once. Things that shouldn't have tasted good together, yet somehow did. For each, it was different, almost as if the wine adjusted itself to the tastes of the drinker. Ah, magnificent, Ryder proclaimed with a grin as he finished. I have tasted many fine wines in my time, but this is beyond anything else, Lancer declared as he stared at his cup in contentment. Unreal, Berserker said as she looked at the pitcher in disbelief. You weren't exaggerating when you said this was the beverage of kings, Sol admitted. That was amazing, Castor added. Saber and Assassin simply stared at their cups with surprise, but it was obvious their line of thinking was the same as the others. Now this is a drink of gods. Avenger finished with a smile. Looks like I lost this round. Archer smiled as he swirled his own drink. Be it swords or wine, my treasury holds only the finest. This alone should indicate which among us is the greatest. Huh. Lancer laughed slightly as he lifted the pitcher to refill his glass. Archer, your wine is indeed worthy of the finest vessel in all of history. However, The Holy Grail is no mere drinking cup. We must first hear what wish you would have the Grail grant before we can decide on who is the greatest. Watch your tone, Lancer. Already we are disregarding the sacred rules of this war by gathering together in peace, rather than battle. Assassin stated as he sipped from his cup. Archer swirled his wine. Besides all that, the Grail already belongs to me. All of this world's treasures trace their origin, with only a few exceptions, to my treasury. What exceptions are there? Berserker asked. You already know of one, mongrel. I believe you caught a glimpse of it when Saber burned Avenger to a crisp. Hey, does he mean Excalibur? Iri briefly wondered to herself as she watched. If that was the case, they wouldn't have to worry about Archer pulling out at least one anti-fortress noble phantasm. If all the treasures of this world truly once belong in your vault, then I suppose that means you once held the Holy Grail, and you could identify it by sight, Ryder guessed. Not quite. The amount of wealth in my vault long ago surpassed my knowledge, but that the Grail is a treasure also means that it belongs to me. Any who would take is nothing but a common thief. Your words are no different from the rants of Avenger, Saber stated as she once again sipped her wine. It would appear he isn't the only servant who's completely mad. Ryder, Soul, and Castor laughed at that, while Avenger looked at her with an annoyed expression. I know I'm crazy and revel in it. There's a difference between that and someone unaware of it. Now, Assassin chastised. Let's not go that far. So Archer, Berserker stated as she ignored the rest and stared at him. Are you suggesting that if we desire the Grail we need your permission? Indeed. However, there is no reason for me to reward lowly mongrels of your ilk. Hey, Castor yelled angrily. Are you being stingy? Fool. My magnanimity is limited to my vassals and most loyal subjects, as it should be. Of course, here, he looked up from his drink and stared at everyone about the table. If any of you were to swear fealty to me, I could lend a Grail or two, whenever you had the need. Sorry, but that is totally out of the question where I'm concerned, Lancer stated as he put his cup down. But tell us, Archer, surely you have no special interest in the Grail itself, do you? Of course not. But I must render my judgment on those who would dare to steal treasure from me. It's simply a matter of principles. I do hope you understand that. Humph. Well, it's the job of a pirate to steal treasure from kings, Lancer replied. But now you've made me curious. On what morals and reasonings are these principles made? It is the law, my law, which I set down as the rightful king of this world. Lancer raised an eyebrow. Perhaps. However, I believe you must realize that Castor, Berserker, her weapon, Avenger, and myself are not native to this world. As such, we owe no true loyalty to this world's laws, simply following them out of a sense of obligation. It is our own place to decide what is right or wrong. Right and wrong are irrelevant. If you break the law, be you outsider or native, I will punish you. It's that simple. Archer then sipped from his cup again. But now you've raised my curiosity, Lancer. What wish on the Grail is important enough to you that you would be willing to defy me, the one true king? Lancer was silent for a moment before quaffing down the last of his wine and clearing his throat. In life, I held the title of one of the 4 emperors of the seas. Together with 3 others who held that title, we formed the Yonko, which was one of the 3 main powers of my world. I was the equal of a king, if not more so. My territories were my lands, their inhabitants were my people, and my crew were my warriors. An attack on my territories was treated with the same level of threat as an attack on a king's lands, and I responded as any king would. None could stand against us. Not even the world government, the justice of my world, would dare a direct attack. All listened to Lancer's tale, not only to his words, but the way he said them. The way he spoke of his crew's smiling faces, the way he spoke of the people in his territories, the way he smiled when he called his crew his sons. He said it all with the pride of a king who never regretted any of it. In the end, a traitor and fool betrayed us, killed one of own comrades, and surrendered another to the Marines. In the battles that followed to save him, my son died, and I, injured to the point of death, fell at the traitor and his crew's hands, simply because he couldn't muster the strength to kill me as I stood almost dead. My wish is to save my son from death, or, failing that, to sail alongside my remaining crew and slay that fool who caused it all. Now that is a wish worthy of the Grail, Ryder said as he patted his fellow's hand. I would have been honored to have sailed alongside you in another life. Lancer smiled, then turned towards Castor. So then, Castor, what wish would you ask of the Grail? Castor looked at them all and rubbed the back of his head. Compared to yours, it might seem a little small, but I want to use the Grail and save my friends. What happened to them? Sol asked. Castor's face hardened as he remembered. Where I come from, dragons are the most powerful creatures on the planet. I was raised by one, and he taught me the magic needed to kill one. But, Saber asked. Castor sighed. I fought Acnologia, known as the Dragon King, the most powerful of his kind. He took over the world and killed everyone who could pose even a potential threat to him. In order to save my friends and allies from death, I stayed behind and fought him alone. I lost, having put all my power in a final attack which, while it left a scar across his face and chest that would never heal, wasn't enough to finish him. I'm going to use the Grail to save them all from their fates. Solo Yui was silent as she listened to him. She had seen his determination to win in her dreams, and knew he would fight to the bitter end in order to do so. The fact that he had fought an enemy that was able to kill him despite all that was rather frightening. A noble goal, Assassin stated, and one worth fighting for. Castor nodded his thanks, then looked at Avenger. So tall, dark, and scary. What are you going to do with the Grail? Avenger smiled, but this time, it wasn't one of his trademark rape faces. It was a genuine smile. My wish is nowhere near as selfless and noble as yours, but I know that it will come true, one way or another. Really? And what makes you so sure about that? Ryder asked, curiosity aroused. Avenger drank once again from his cup, then looked at them all. My greatest wish has been with me my whole life. The one thing I desire, more than anything else, is to find an opponent, a human opponent, with sufficient strength and will to destroy me despite all my power. Saber was confused. You want to die? Indeed, but by the hands of a human. Only a man can kill a monster. And before me, here, he spread his arms out wide, are 7 of humanity's greatest warriors and heroes, no matter how loosely the definition used is. Surely, there must be one among you able to end me. Here, he shrugged. Failing that, I will simply use the Grail to bring me such an enemy. Then look no further, Avenger. Archer stated with a slight smirk upon his lips. I will take great pleasure in fulfilling your wish myself. Avenger looked at him with a sad face, signaling he was back to being ridiculous. Are you still sore about my mocking? Well then, Ryder stated, turning towards those who hadn't spoken yet, and chose one. Berserker, what do you and your partner Soul wish on the Grail? Berserker briefly looked at Soul, who nodded in return. She looked back at them and gave her answer. We originally had a different wish than what we want now, but we decided this one is far more important. Really? What is it? Castor asked as tapped the side of his goblet. We will use our wish to restore our master's body to its original state. The silence following was so thick that you could cut it with a knife. All of the servants and masters save Saber, who simply smiled slightly at the memory of her own reaction to that statement, stared at the mad servant and her partner in disbelief. Their response was a simple smile. He deserves his chance at life far more than we do. He still has something to fight for, and we won't let him waste it that chance. Kiri was silent as he listened, and he felt tears starting to form up in his working eye. To think, they were willing to give up their wish, all simply to make sure he would be able to save and be with Sakura, to watch her grow up. Once again, he felt blessed that his servant had been them. He couldn't see it being anyone else. Now, he had another reason to survive this war. Not just for Sakura, but for them as well. Iri patted Kiri on the back silently as she saw a single tear streak down his face. Saber nodded her head at the servant and weapon pair. She herself had been surprised at Berserker when she had told her the truth, but understood that Kiri needed it far more than they did, and that it was their choice, not hers. I am beyond honored to stand by you as an ally, Berserker, Soul. Ryder nodded. As am I. Such loyalty and friendship is truly commendable. Soul then looked over at Assassin. Well, your turn, Assassin. What do you want with the Grail? The unmasked servant simply stared into his glass for a moment before looking up to face the gathered servants. My wish is to simply redo my life. Everyone, once again, stared with an expression of confusion and disbelief. Noticing their looks, Assassin decided to elaborate. My life has been nothing but betrayal and darkness. I lost the woman I loved, became the antithesis of everything I once stood for, aided a madman in his plot for world domination, betrayed and killed those who I once called friend, ally, and teacher, and ultimately died realizing and regretting what I had done. Even now, I don't know whether or not they succeeded in defeating that madman. So, you want to erase all of it from happening? Berserker asked. Assassin nodded. In a manner of speaking. When the woman I loved died, the event that pushed me down my path of darkness, I had a choice. Return to my village and live my life, rejoin my comrades, and even become the leader of my village, as I had promised her. Or, I could return to that madman who saved my life at an earlier point and help him make a world where I could see her again. I chose the later. Using the power of the Grail, I would use it to convince my past self to accept the former choice. Doing so would prevent that madman from ever succeeding in his ambition. I desire to save my world from myself, at the cost of your own current existence. Avenger finished. A price I will accept. My world is better off without the man which I would eventually become. Ironically, it took the son of my teacher and mentor, the very same boy I nearly killed, was responsible for the deaths of his parents, the reason he grew up hated and alone, and the spitting image of the boy I once was, to finally help me realize that I could never truly bring myself to throw away everything I once believed in. Willingly erasing yourself from existence to save your world from your own evil, Lancer finished, then stared at him with a new level of respect. There are few who would do such a thing. Assassin turned to stare at Ryder. Well, King of Conquerors, what wish on the Grail is so important to you? Ryder grinned slightly as he brought his cup to his lips. Nothing as noble or selfless as the wishes I've heard so far. He finished the last of his wine, then spoke. Reincarnation. Everyone stared at him in confusion, but it was Waver who put it in words. What? He grabbed Ryder by the shoulder and started to shake him. Hey, wasn't your wish supposed to be world conquest and all that? A brief slap from Ryder sent him flying back in his seat. 5 points. Avenger cried out. Idiot. As if I would leave the conquesting to a mere cup, Ryder stated as he put his hand back down. Indeed, it is my wish to conquer the world, but that is my dream to make come true. The wish I would ask of the Grail is simply the first step towards that goal. Archer raised an eyebrow. Mongrel, you would dare to fight me over my treasure for such a trivial wish? The others had goals I could at least see as worth considering, yet you have the most selfish of all of them. Even though the Grail's magic lends us form in this world, ultimately, we remain servants, Ryder stated as he looked down at his hand. I wish to live, as flesh and blood once more in this world I have been summoned into. And then, here, he lifted the golden pitcher and refilled Lancer, Caster, and his own chalices. With nothing but my body, I will defy both heaven and earth. He then passed the chalices back and lifted his own to drink. Such is the path of my conquest, he finished proudly. A man among men, Avenger stated as he lifted his own cup in a toast of sorts. I will take great joy in fighting you myself. Archer lifted his own. And I in killing you. Ryder laughed. Don't get cocky, either of you. I have every intention of looting your treasury and toasting over your remains, so get ready. That is hardly fitting of how a true king should behave. Everyone turned their attention towards Saber. Really? Assassin asked, then spread his arms in a what do you have to say about it gesture. Then by all means, King of Britain, tell these false kings what you would have of the Grail, if you should win it. Everyone waited for Saber's words, only Soul noticing that Berserker seemed to lower her eyes and look away. He wondered for a brief moment if those two had talked about it at some previous point. Saber herself was silent for a moment longer, then placed her cup down. I wish for my homeland's salvation. With the power of the Grail, I will avert Britain's fate of destruction. A tall order, Assassin stated. And exactly how would you go about doing this? In much the same way you intend to with your world, Assassin. Using the Grail's power, I will return to the point in time that I chose to draw the sword from the stone and become king, and I will stop myself. I will ensure that another becomes king in my place. So, what you're saying is that you would be rid of the event that made you a hero in the first place, Ryder summarized, unknowingly repeating what Berserker had said but an hour or so before. And, just so we're clear, it was during your time this country you call Britain was conquered and fell? When it was under your rule? Yes, and that is why I cannot allow it, why I regret it. It's why I want to change it, because it was my fault it happened, no others. Archer began to chuckle to himself, before busting out in full-blown laughter. Saber turned towards him, her eyes narrowed in anger. What exactly about all this do you find so funny, Archer? You call yourself a king and praised by all as such, Archer said between laughs. And yet you feel regret? How could I not laugh? It's such nonsense. This is no laughing matter, Archer, Avenger said, surprising everyone with his unusually serious voice. This is far from something that should be laughed about, even in a comedy. He turned back towards Saber. Saber, surely you don't mean that you would erase the marks that you yourself left on history? Saber, while surprised at the turn in Avenger's voice and mannerisms, didn't waver. I do, and what of it? My beloved country, to which I devoted my whole life, was destroyed. How is my sadness about that strange? She stood up from her seat. You showed no such shock when Assassin spoke of his wish. While both of your wishes are similar, intending to change fate itself, the difference is that Assassin seeks to stop a great evil that he himself could have ended had he made a single different choice, and that his choice brought far more suffering than it did good, Avenger replied calmly. You seek to stop your own reign, in which I see nothing inherently wrong with save with how it ended. Saber narrowed her eyes. For their country's prosperity, a true king should be willing to make any sacrifice, no matter the cost. You are wrong, Ryder stated, his own mannerisms and voice having turned serious. It is not the king who must devote himself to the people. It is the people who must devote themselves to the king. You have reversed the concept. Saber looked at Ryder in shock, and she wasn't the only one. Caster, Berserker, and Soul also had similar looks on their faces as they looked at Ryder. Archer, Lancer, and Avenger, on the other hand, had looks that could best be described as agreeing with Ryder. Assassin's face was carefully neutral. What? Saber asked, her voice gaining its own edge. Those are the words of a brutal tyrant. Precisely, Avenger responded, then gestured to himself, Ryder, Lancer, Archer, and her. We are heroes because we are tyrants. However, if a king regrets his rule or the manner in which it came to an end, then that king is nothing but a fool, worse than the tyrants you disdain. Are you telling us you have no regrets as to how your rule came to an end, Avenger? Berserker asked, coming to Saber's aid. Any of you? Ryder, your rule ended in all your heirs slain, your empire torn apart by civil war, and served as the basis upon which other tyrants such as Caesar and Napoleon based their conquests. And Lancer, your life ended with the betrayal of your loyal men by one of their own, and no doubt eventually lost your territories to that traitor. You're really willing to tell us all neither you have any regrets about it at all? None whatsoever, Berserker, Ryder replied, his gaze turning towards her. Not if it came about by my actions alone and the considerable sacrifices of my many retainers. Its destruction was inevitable, as is the fate of all kingdoms. I will mourn it, even shed tears over it, but never regret it. My own rule, Lancer began, may have ended with my death, and no doubt that traitor did take my territories for himself. But the only thing I regret truly is that I couldn't save my son from his betrayal. Even so, I would never regret the life I lived, for to do so would be to spit in the face of all who fought and died alongside me. And you, Avenger? Sol asked, turning towards the suited servant. What thoughts do you have to share about your kingdom's end? I may not know the whole story about you, but what I do know is that you were the prince of Wallachia, and you fought the Turks to the bitter end in the name of God. Yet, you were ultimately betrayed by your people in your darkest hour. Humph. Indeed, I once believed in God, and once I ruled Wallachia, but both mean nothing to me now. I do not regret any of the actions I took during the war or my reign, for all of it was in the name of my country. I believe that words alone were not enough, that one must accomplish deeds in order to attract God's attention. I never asked God for favors, but instead did many great and terrible things. I became famous and feared for punishing evildoers and those who opposed my methods in my own lands and abroad, for waging a war against the Muslims in hopes of bringing down the New Jerusalem, and for sacrificing my troops and my people to achieve my own goals. I believe that, if I and my men put forth great enough effort and sacrificed enough, that God himself would intervene on our behalf. You must have been deeply devout, Castor interrupted, if you could do all that without regretting it. Yes, but it never happened. My own people feared and betrayed me, and when I lost my war, I blamed God for all my failures. I drank up the blood of my homeland and became what you see before you, deciding if God had abandoned me, I would abandon him in turn. He looked Saber in the eye. While I will do regret my decision to accept immortality as a monster, I will never regret the way I governed my people. The destruction of our kingdoms and rule, Saber, Ryder said as Avenger finished, were our faults, and ours alone. As I said, it is the fate of kingdoms to die, and it wouldn't matter even if you changed events, it would fall all the same. The destruction of my kingdom was my doing, yes, but I would rather have my knights have a chance to live a full life, not to die senselessly because of my mistakes. How can you be a leader if you fail to protect the ones you lead? Ryder, a just rule and just laws are the supreme duties any ruler must follow. Saber countered, only for Ryder to shake his head. So, you mean to tell me the king of knights is a slave to what is right? I am. Kings must be martyrs to their ideals. Like hell they should. Everyone turned their heads towards the speaker, who was, to the surprise of everyone, Castor. He turned his head towards Saber. I really get what you're saying about wanting your knights, your friends, to have a better life, but I don't believe in that martyring bullshit. If you become a martyr to your ideals, why would anyone want to follow you down your path and suffer the same fate? Who can truly appreciate that path, and who dreams of such an ending? Saber began, but Castor wasn't done. A leader shouldn't die for their ideals. They should boast about them, fight for them, teach them, live them, and show others how to live by them also. Then, if that leader dies, they can grieve, weep, and avenge him, but they can carry on those dreams and do the same for others. That's what my guild always did. Our leaders always taught our members what it meant to be one of fairy tale, and when the time came to finally step down, they would choose one who understood those ideals, so that the next generation would understand them as well. Castor stared at Saber with a determined expression. You can't help people by dying for your ideals, because there won't be anyone to teach them how to live by the ideals you set. Assassin spoke up finally. You were an amazing king, Saber, and I have no doubts that in life you were something akin to the purest of saints. But, and answer me truthfully when I ask this, do you know what became of those you saved in the end? What do you mean by that? Sol asked. Ryder spoke, answering his question. He means that while she may have indeed saved her people once, what did they do once she was gone? Did they continue onwards, or did they simply give up? He turned back towards Saber. The righteousness and ideals you embodied in life may have indeed saved them once, Saber, but that is all. While you did save them, you never truly lead them. You never showed them all what a king should really be. But you abandoned your people when they lost their way. Ryder interrupted her, his voice steadily growing stronger and stronger with emotion. And then, alone and untroubled by that fact, you went on to follow your own petty little ideals to the end. Saber's body began to shake, though whether out of sadness, indignation, disbelief, or something else entirely was beyond them. You are no king. You spent your life enraptured by the false idea of a humble king who only serves others, Ryder finished as his anger began to end. You're just a little girl. Saber stood there, anguish clear on her face. I. She whispered, more to herself than anyone else. I. Suddenly, Soul and Castor smashed their fists onto the table, their fists having transformed into a blade and wreathed in flames respectively. That's enough, Ryder. Soul said, his voice dangerously low. While Castor said nothing, his eyes bore a similar message. There was silence once again, only to be broken by something no one expected. Laughter. Archer chuckled to himself, and Saber immediately whipped around to glare at him. What are you laughing about, Archer? She all but spat out. Oh, nothing. I simply felt that your anguished face was a lovely sight, he replied, ignoring the way Saber's face contorted in anger. It was the spitting image of the virgins that showered me with flower petals in my bed. He smiled at her, but it was more akin to the grins that Avenger gave than a true smile. A woman after my own heart. Bastard. Saber yelled as she drew invisible air. Berserker, Soul, and Castor looked for a moment as if they would join her, but then Archer stood up and snapped his fingers, causing the golden pitcher and cups to disappear back to his treasury. It would appear that our banquet is at an end, Ryder stated as he too stood up, alongside the rest of the servants. But before we leave, this is our banquet's final question. Waiting until he had everyone's attention, he continued. Must the king, or any leader for that matter, always stand alone? No, Berserker said. Soul added. Castor shook his head. Of course not, Lancer echoed. Even the greatest king needs strong allies, Avenger finished. A king must always stand alone, Saber replied. Archer nodded, as did Assassin. Ryder stared at the last three. It would appear I will have to show you three just how wrong you really are, but now is not the time nor the place. I suppose that will have to do for today. He then grabbed Waver. Come boy. Saber looked at Ryder's retreating form. Wait, Ryder. I have not finished. You may keep silent. Tonight was for a gathering of servants. However, he turned back towards her. While our alliance still holds, I no longer recognize you as a king, Saber. He opened the door, then turned back once more. Little girl, you must wake from your sad dream and see the truth, before you someday lose even that modicum of pride you have as a heroic spirit. The dream of a king you spoke of earlier is a curse and a burden which blinds and cripples you. He and Waver then left, summoning his chariot, and flew off. You shouldn't listen to that fool, Saber, Archer said as he began to walk away, Assassin following him. You are correct. Follow the path you believe in. Your agonizing pain and terrible sorrow as you bear a burden of kingship that is too heavy a weight for any is quite a splendid and marvelous sight. He stopped to turn about. Keep at it, King of Knights. It is possible you may prove worthy of still more of my magnificent love. Archer laughed as he vanished into golden dust. Assassin stared after him for a moment longer, then turned to stare at her. Was your reigns and truly so horrible as to erase it from existence? Was it not worth the loyalty of those who followed you, even the ones who stood by you in those last hours of betrayal to the bitter end? Before Saber could answer, he placed his mask once again on and warped away using his eyes' powers. Lancer and Castor took their leave as well, solely UI following them. Castor, however, stopped long enough to say one final thing. I see why you would want to save them, and I would probably do the same in your place, but do you really think they would want you to do it? What if they would rather die in service to you than live on in the service of someone far less capable? With that, Castor left with his allies. Avenger clapped his hands, then gave the order to clean up the mess to the staff. He turned towards Saber and simply nodded his head before leaving the place. Only then did Berserker place a hand on Saber's shoulder. Are you all right? Saber was silent for a long moment, then spoke, turning towards Berserker. I remember now, about a knight who left Camelot, claiming that the king didn't understand how others felt. I wonder, was that sentiment shared by all of sat alongside me at the round table? Soul placed a hand on Saber's opposite shoulder. We can't speak for them. What I do know is that neither of us would have anyone else as an ally in this war. We will never abandon you, I promise. Saber was silent for a long moment, then allowed 2 tears to fall from her eyes as she suddenly embraced them both. Iri and Korea smiled as Berserker and Soul looked at each other with slightly embarrassed looks before returning the hug. Thank you, Saber whispered. What are friends for? Berserker responded. Ordinus Sancti Gladius headquarters. A scream that echoed throughout the farthest corners of the base was in some way, shape, or form sensed by everyone. The sensations that were felt by the occupants varied. Every male, no matter how powerful or fearless, felt a short yet sudden sense of dread, though some hid it better than others, and a very strong sense of sympathy. Again, some hid it better than others. While some females felt similar sensations, others felt satisfaction and a sense of justice. One particular female rubbed her foot with her hand as if she had kicked something extremely durable. Said kicked object was currently holding the area that had received the brunt of the blow in agony. Mentally thanking whatever god was out there, he always wore a metal plating over that particular spot. Did you really have to kick me somewhere sensitive, Lynn? Stark whispered as he slowly stood up, feeling the pain in his lower region fade away. Every person in the room with the exception of Edgar had an expression of pity for Stark, but that still didn't stop Enhance, Cigarette Man, and Gyro from chuckling at his expense. The now-named offender at least had the decency to look embarrassed. She was a young woman, not unattractive in any sense of the word, but nothing to sing about either. She had short, light green hair arranged in a rather basic manner, nothing fancy, light pink eyes, and was somewhat lacking in, assets. She was wearing a secretary's outfit, which was mainly white with some black thrown in, and plain white shoes. Nothing really stood out about her appearance aside from her improbable hair and eye colors, save for a deep red, flame tattoo over her left eye. Sorry, she mumbled. The boss just said to wake you up quickly, and that's the fastest way to do it. Stark turned to Edgar. Was that really necessary, sir? Their leader simply shrugged. It got you up, helped Lynn with her boredom, and got a laugh out of over half of the rest of the room. I consider it win, he turned to Lynn. You may leave, but first, please hand me those reports I asked for. Lynn reached under her arms and removed a folder, placing it in Edgar's hand. Extra copy? Already in the safe. Backups. 3 of each entry, all with different encryption keys. Who helped? The doctor, as well as Simmons. He allowed a small smile to break through the mask he wore. Good job. She smiled in return as she walked out. I aim to please, sir. After she left and Stark sat back down, the mood became serious once again. As I was saying, Reay Kodomine contacted us through the phone number Stark gave him after the Third War. Apparently, he's worried that something's gone wrong with the current war. Oh, come on. Enhance replied with a nonchalant shrug. What could possibly be worse than the clusterfuck we call the Third War, and bad enough he was willing to call us? Vamp's got a point, Cigarette Man admitted. People aren't supposed to call us personally unless it's bad, and we have different views on what bad is compared to the rest of the world. Edgar looked down at the folder in his hands, opening it. Well, Earl, let's start with the fact that the Avenger class was summoned again. I thought the Avenger class was meant to be simply a container for Angra Mainyu, the Persian god of darkness, Father replied. He was meant to be the ace in the hole for the Einsburn, until it turned out he was easily the weakest of all of them. Indeed, he was, Father, but it doesn't change the fact that a new Avenger is running around this war, Edgar said as he began to pass the reports around, starting with Logan. Even more disturbingly, he had no need of any master. Bullshit, Earl responded. All servants need a master to provide prana. There's only one exception to that rule, and even he only figured it out after the war he was in was over. If you think that SSS bullshit, you should wait until you hear this, Logan said as he looked over one report as he passed the rest to Stark. Apparently, there are no records at all of the existence of the Lancer, Caster, Berserker, or Assassin-class servants in any sort of history or folklore on this planet. Really? Gyro queried as he read one of the reports, rubbing his eyes and holding it out so that the floating rock could see it. Well, who do we know? According to this, Stark replied as he started to read. The Saber class is King Arthur, who just so happens to be a woman. Seriously? Earl asked. You've seen more unbelievable stuff than that, Earl, like a guy somehow getting impregnated by an alien. Enhance replied with a raised eyebrow. Is the fact that one of Britain's greatest legends, the once and future king, was actually a woman really so surprising? Hey, I'm all for equal rights. Anyways, Stark continued. The Archer class is none other than the legendary Gilgamesh himself. As in ruler of Babylon, the first hero, 2/3 god, and seeker of immortality. Gyro asked, that Gilgamesh? The one and only. Ryder's Alexander the Great, the king of conquerors. And Avengers. Here, he trailed off, looking towards Father. What? I just want to make sure you don't fly into a blood rage when you hear this. Just say the damn name already. Count Dracula. Everyone was silent after those words were spoken, as if waiting to see what Father's reaction would be. The result was not what they expected. Why are you so worried about that? Father asked with a confused look. I know that the Dracula of this world isn't a vampire, so why so worried? Stark simply and very slowly picked up the page he was on, turned it into a paper airplane, and threw it at Father. He caught it and opened it back up, staring at the picture on the page and reading the text. Now the result was as they expected. He dies. Father roared as he stood up and rushed towards the door, only stopping because Earl and Logan grabbed him and kept him from leaving. Let go, damn you. I have a score to settle with that one. Hey Stark, Earl yelled as they dragged him away from the door. If you're done sitting around, we could use a hand. Gyro and Stark sighed while Edgar simply put a hand on his head as if warding off a headache. Well, at least we haven't broken anything yet. Q table being flipped over and smashing apart on the ground. Fuck you, fate. Yes, just a standard meeting at headquarters. Omake, different servants. Avenger. Yuryu, missing a hand and half conscious, watched another figure emerge from the circle. The figure in question was clad in futuristic steel-colored armor with a yellow trim. The armor looked like something out of some video game, thick metal plating covering the figure's entire body and head, making it impossible to tell what he, at least, Yuryu assumed it was a man, looked like underneath. The plating especially covered the man's chest, arms, hip, legs, calves, feet, and hands, and at times it seemed to shimmer as if there was an unseen barrier. Holstered at the figure's side was a silver-gray, futuristic pistol, and on his back was a black rifle with blue scope on it, also rather futuristic-looking. In all, he could easily be mistaken for some sort of military-designed robot. Yurio briefly wondered if this guy was from space or some such place. Well, the figure finally spoke, confirming it was indeed male and human. "This is one real shithole we were summoned in, huh, church?" "Yeah, tell me about it." Another male's voice spoke out, seemingly coming from the soldier's helmet. "It looks like something that old O'Malley would dream up." The armored figure looked down, glancing at Yurio, then at the stump of a hand, and finally out the open door. He moved towards the window and managed to catch a glimpse of Castor disappearing into the night with something in his arms. "Looks like whoever this guy summoned managed to save someone from this mess, and took the guy's command seals while he was at it," he said as he moved away from the window and looked back down at Yurio. He then unholstered his sidearm and aimed it directly between Yurio's eyes. If Yurio could see the soldier's own, he would have seen two orbs filled with contempt and no mercy. "Normally, I would say no hard feelings and that the only reason I'm doing this is because the rules state there can't be witnesses," he said without a hint of sadness or regret. "Sadly, these aren't normal circumstances, and I really hate serial killers." He then shot Yurio right between the eyes. 10 minutes later, he stepped out of the building, right before pressing a detonator and blowing the whole house up. A ghostly figure, looking like a miniature version of him wearing sapphire armor, appeared next to him. "Funny, you claimed you hate serial killers, yet you're the one who has one of the biggest kill records of the group, second only to Caboose." "Shut up, church." "Fuck you too, Washington." And so Avenger, known in life as Agent Washington, former freelancer and holder of the Epsilon AI, and his companion, known in life as Leonard L. Church, the Alpha AI, entered the Fourth Holy Grail War. It was forever remembered from that point on as the worst Grail War ever, of all time. Author note. And so ends the Grail dialogue. Was it everything you guys dreamed it would be? Oswald, Ordinus Sancti Gladius will finish their hectic meeting as of the next chapter. Until then, who can guess who the members of the group are? Avenger. They'll know who at least one of them is. I hope everyone liked how I did the conversations between the servants, especially near the end. As for Saber hugging Soul and Berserker, well, if you were just told off by everyone that your wish was foolish and you were unworthy of your status of king, I think you would be a little emotional too. Add in the fact that just after this your two allies willingly state that despite that they would have you as an ally before anyone else, well, that will often cause people to do things they normally wouldn't. Soul, the question now is, can they keep that promise? Anyways, everybody, keep reviewing, favoriting, and following people. Seriously, tell me what you thought in your reviews, I want to know. Since my Christmas break is up, I might be able to get chapters out faster, but no promises. X the Reaper, signing off for now. Chapter 13, Calm Before the Storm. Author note. Hello everybody, this is X the Reaper, bringing you the next installment of Fate, Zero Sanity. Over 18,000 views. Christmas must have come early, and I didn't know it. Now that the banquet is out of the way, I can get back to the actual fighting scenes. We're entering the later half of the story as of this point. Well, to answer the question on some people's mind, one of the OSG's members is indeed Alexander Anderson from Helsing. However, the white-haired sword and shotgun-toting man is not Dante from Devil May Cry, though it is close. Want to know who he is? Read this chapter. Now, I would like to address some things I read in the reviews for the previous chapter, specifically the revelation that this Toby is the reformed one, that Berserker's wish is kind of small compared to the others, and the bashing of Saber. As to whether Toby is the reformed version or not, let me ask you something. If you intended to use the Grail for more evil purposes than noble, would you really say that to 7 other servants gathered around you at a table? Did I ever say that a servant couldn't lie at one of these gatherings? Don't worry, the truth will become clear before Assassin dies anyways. As for Berserker's wish, they always struck me as the kind of people who would willingly give up their chance if it meant saving a friend. Besides, once I show Berserker's past, you'll know what wish they had originally, before they decided that Korea needed it more than they did. It didn't feel right to talk about their past circumstances when I haven't even included a flashback yet. Also, as to the bashing of Saber, keep in mind the personalities of the servants summoned. Most of them believed in standing by their comrades, getting to know them, not staying distant. Considering that some were willing to see both sides of the coin, such as Castor and Assassin, I think I did rather well, especially when compared to some fics where all the servants basically badmouth Saber's dream without considering her side. Avenger, we're not naming names. Anyways, the disclaimer is here. Disclaimer, please refer to any one of the previous chapters 1 to 11 for the full disclaimer. If the moment comes when I have to add someone to it, I will post the new disclaimer upon the corresponding chapter. Soul, let's get this over with. Oswald, enjoy. We hope you consider this an early Christmas gift. Ordinus Sancti Gladius Headquarters, OSG Headquarters. After a brief disturbance with Father that resulted in several tables being flipped and a bayonet lodged inside Earl's hand, The group eventually calmed down long enough to get back to the matter at hand. Father looked about sheepishly at the damage, then turned to look at Earl, who was in the middle of ripping said bayonet out of his palm, letting the blood freely drip out onto the ground and smoke rise from the blade. Sorry about that. Father felt rather stupid saying those words, knowing what effect his blades had on creatures like Earl. No worries, old friend, Earl replied cheerfully as he slowly flexed his hand, watching the injury slowly, but surely, close up, leaving no trace of the blade wound. Got me pretty good, though. Wounds like that usually heal 3 times as fast. What did you expect? Father asked, some of his previous good cheer returning. I designed those blades to be especially effective against vampires and werewolves. We're all monsters in our own way, Anderson, Logan replied. No need to name specifics. Can we just get on with it? Enhance asked as he propped his feet back up on one of the unflipped tables. I'd like to finish this little gathering. Well, Stark said as he looked back down at his report. We just went over the identities of the 4 servants we do know the identities of. Now we need to discuss the 4 we don't know. Edgar threw Gyro a small chip, then made a motion towards the floating rock right next to him. Gyro sighed and turned towards it. Hey Church, Gyro said, causing the rock to look at him. We need you for slideshow duty again. Oh, come on, the rock replied, annoyance clear in its tone. While a floating, talking rock would be a surprising occurrence in a room filled with normal people, these 7 were far from the definition of normal. You know how much I hate doing that. I feel like I'm going to go blind one day from all the images you shoot through my eyes. Church, you're an AI, Earl deadpanned. You don't have eyes to blind. You guys are a bunch of assholes. We could always bring in another slideshow projector, Stark replied helpfully. Of course, you always said that you were superior to any old hunk of junk. You guys are still assholes, Church grumbled, but allowed Gyro to insert the chip into his back. A few moments later, beams of light shot out of his eyes, displaying the images of Lancer, Caster, Berserker, and Assassin onto the far wall. According to Reay, Edgar continued. He and Tokiomi couldn't find any information on these 4 servants, no matter how hard they tried. So, I had our good doctor and Simmons search the databases, as well as having Logan search several of our older books. We found nothing, Logan added. Gyro smiled slightly. I would have thought that Simmons wouldn't stop unless he found something, especially if the order came down from the sergeant. Correct, but even he had to admit defeat, Edgar replied. So, I had David and Jen enlist the aid of our old friend Zelrich and his unique skills. Anderson sighed. What did that crazy-as-hell old mage want in return? Edgar smiled slightly. He asked for our help in searching a new alternative dimension. Gyro, you're going on that mission, along with the sergeant, Richard, Dexter, and Stark. Crap, Gyro and Stark said at the same time. They still remembered what happened the last time they took those 3 on a mission to an alternative dimension that had ended in a firefight where, while they did win, could have completely been avoided if the sergeant hadn't attempted to kill every blue-armored soldier in the base. An old habit, as he called it. Anyways, Edgar continued. Thanks to Zelrich, we found the info on all 4 of them. Lancer's identity is that of an Edward Whitebeard Newgate, formerly one of the 4 emperors of the seas, basically the elite of the elite pirate crop. He's strong enough to make Enhance look like a pussy and can cause earthquakes and tsunamis by just punching the air and ground. So, he's kind of like an older pirate version of Chuck Norris, is what you're saying. Earl summed up. If Chuck Norris took steroids, then yes. Edgar responded without missing a beat. Back to the matter at hand. Caster we identified as one Natsu Dragneel, a fire dragon slayer and a member of a wizard guild known as Fairy Tale. Dragon Slayer, huh? Enhance looked over at Logan. Better watch out, old-timer. Looks like we have someone who can actually kill you in this war. Logan's body flickered, once again showing the crystal armor he actually wore and was fused to his very skin, his hands gauntlet with the very same armor. If one took notice at his head, they would see, in place of the head that was originally there, an enclosed helm with an intricate crest of a dragon's maw upon it. Within the helm, eyes like the crystal that made up the armor shined brightly and a deep red, and the very skin of the face within was the same color as the armor. For a face, only a slit of a lipless mouth and 2 slits for a nose were the only other noteworthy features. The dragon's crest, however, drew one's attention. It was the very spitting image of a dragon's face, and often gave the appearance that it was about to rip your face off. Apt, considering that the crest was Logan's true face. The armor that he wore was in actuality his dragon scale, attached to his very skin. The face within the helm, as well as the very human guise he normally wore, was nothing but a product of his considerable magical might. He, in truth, was a dragon. This, armored knight, was the closest that Logan could come to a human form. Further magic to maintain the illusion of a human being was one he was apt at, but would on occasion fail if he suffered sufficient physical injury or his emotions were running high enough. He is a slayer in name only, Logan replied before restoring his disguise. Even then, I would not fall so easily. I would expect nothing less of a dragon king. Edgar replied with another small smile. this one of pride. Berserker was identified as one Maka Albern, a Scythemeister of the DWMA, Death Weaponmeister Academy. Her weapon is known as Soul Eater Evans, a death scythe, a weapon which has consumed 99 evil souls and a witch's soul. DWMA? That brings back memories, Stark mused out loud, remembering a mission that took him there back in the day. He became good friends with a young man known as Frankenstein, even if he never got used to his habit of dissecting people. Any relation to a spirit Albern? She's his daughter, apparently. Stark's eyebrows rose in surprise. He got married? Ah, they grow up so fast. Spirit had been only Maka's apparent age in the picture when he had arrived and left, serving as Stein's morality chain against madness and also constantly flirting with other girls. It was an honest surprise to hear he was married. He and his wife divorced after he was caught cheating on her. He still tries his best to keep a positive relationship with his daughter though, and he still legitimately loves both of them. Okay, that sounds more like him. Also, Stein got married also to another death scythe, Marie Mjolnir, and they had a child. Stark's eyebrows went even higher. Stein never struck me as the fatherly type. I should send congrats and flowers. Moving on though, Edgar made a dismissive gesture as indication that this particular conversation was over. Finally, we have Assassin, who we identified as one Obito Uchiha, a former ninja of Konohagakure and the leader of a criminal organization known as the Akatsuki. Those black cloaked assholes with the red clouds. Enhance asked, to which Edgar nodded. I hate those guys. Tried to do experiments on me during one mission to that dimension. Good thing Earl and I were there as your backup, Anderson replied with a smile. Otherwise, they would have dissected your dead apostle ass. Enhance, eyes narrowing, started to go for his sword while Anderson made a movement towards his bayonets. Suddenly, a wall of energy appeared between the two of them. Both turned and saw Logan with one hand outstretched towards them. Try it, and you'll both have to fight me, he growled in perfect English. And we all know that I am, bar our leader and Stark, the most powerful fighter in this room. You're no fun, Anderson growled, but he pulled his hands away regardless, as did Enhance. Anyways, Edgar continued, no doubt wanting to finish this meeting. What we know is that the Grail is only supposed to summon heroes from this dimension, not from other ones, to fight in the war with the exception of the second, and that was only because the rules still weren't completely defined as they needed to be, allowing for exceptions to arise. So you think Reay may not have been bullshitting when he said that things weren't quite right with the war? Church guessed as he turned the images off and had Gyro remove the chip. Edgar nodded. Correct. Unfortunately, we are forbidden from taking direct action until such time as either the Church or the Magus Association approves of it. He noticed Earl about to voice his objections. I know you hate working for the government and obeying its obstructive regulations, Earl, as do all of us. But the fact remains obeying them is the only reason we haven't been shut down and all of us arrested and experimented on. Not that it stopped some people from trying, he grumbled. And they can stick it where the sun never shines. It's how we work and how it'll remain until such time as we need to change it. Edgar then pointed at both Anderson and Earl. However, once we do get permission, you two are getting on the first and fastest plane to Fuyuki. Why not the teleporter? Church asked. We tested that, didn't we? Church, we threw rocks into it, Enhance replied. So? They came out the other end, didn't they? Earl raised his hand, lifting a finger every time he came to a new point. First off, rocks aren't people. Second, I'd sooner trust a traitor before I willing walk into anything the sergeant made, at least when it hasn't been cleared by the good doctor. Third, yes, the rocks did. Except they were smoking and covered in black stuff. That's what this is about. You're afraid of a little black stuff? Enough already, Edgar shouted. Everyone turned towards him, shocked at his outburst. Usually, he was much more composed than this. It would appear that news of this changing war had affected him far more than he would admit. Still, Stark thought to himself, knowing what the others didn't or simply not as well, having been with Edgar near the very beginning. He has perfectly good reasons to be affected by this, more so than the rest of us. We can't use the teleporter for the simple reason of we haven't tested what happens to a human-sized object sent through it, much less a living being. Edgar began, his voice returning to its normal tone. Not to mention we can't even completely control where we end up without another teleporter at the other end. We'll simply make do with the next fastest mode of transportation, save high-speed movement. He then stood up, beginning to gather up the contents of the folder. Something's not right about this war, that much I agree with, and I'm talking even more strange than servants that shouldn't exist arriving to compete. I've got a hunch that things are deeper than just that. He then looked up at all of them. Gyro, Stark, get the sergeant, Richard, and Dexter suited up for your excursion to this new dimension, after you've finished your respective duties. Right. After I finish cleaning the bathrooms. Anderson, Earl, you're to remain at the base on standby until I convince the assholes in the upper circles to send us out. Fine. Maybe I'll train some of the new recruits. I'll get the beer. Logan, Enhance, you two are heading to the association and church respectively. I'm gonna need someone to help them make up their minds faster. As you wish. I needed some action anyways. Church, I need you to help the good doctor with anything she needs. She's going to have a lot on her plate. Don't need to tell me twice. Edgar looked at all of them, allowing a brief smile to play upon his face again. Quirks and arguments aside, they were the closest thing he had left in this world to a family, and he loved the members of his organization as if they were his own sons and daughters. Good luck to all of you. Fuyuki City, midnight, Fuyuki Hyatt Hotel. Kenth Archibald L. Malloy sat in his chair in his bedroom, attempting to read a book he had brought along with him. It was an old favorite of his, but one he never got around to finishing. It was a collection of short stories about a Puritan in the 16th century by the name of Solomon Kane, who wandered the earth with no true purpose but to vanquish evil in all its forms. He had first picked it up as a teenager, yet never found the time to actually read and enjoy it. Ironic, I would finally find time to read it in the middle of what could potentially at any point become a life or death situation. He thought to himself as he continued to flip the pages. He had brought it with him on a whim, just threw it absent-mindedly into his luggage. Of course, there was another reason he was flipping through the pages. Before he had picked up the book, he had been devising a new strategy of attack for the war. He eventually came to the decision to attack Tosaka Manor, as Lancer's abilities would allow him to negate the majority of Archer's assaults, at least until they could get him into melee range, at which point he would be easy pickings. True, apparently Assassin was also allied with Archer, but Kenth was confident Caster could hold his own at least until Archer was out of the picture. Eventually, he turned to thinking about what he would do with his wish on the Holy Grail. And, to his frustration, he was no closer to figuring it out than he was when he first decided that his wish should be more than simply about fame and glory. In the middle of his frustrations, his eyes had wandered to the book, and he distantly recalled a passage in it that might have held the answer he sought. So, he began to read, partly to find the passage, and partly because he just wanted an escape from his darker thoughts. He never sought to analyze his motives, and he never wavered, once his mind was made up. Though he always acted on impulse, he firmly believed that all his actions were governed by cold and logical reasonings. He was a man born out of his time, a strange blending of Puritan and Cavalier, with a touch of the ancient philosopher and more than a touch of the pagan, though the last assertion would have shocked him unspeakably. An atavist of the days of blind chivalry he was, a knight-errant in the somber clothes of the fanatic. A hunger in his soul drove him on, an urge to right all wrongs, protect all weaker things, avenge all crimes against right and justice. Wayward and restless as the wind, he was consistent in only one respect. He was true to his ideals of justice and right. Such was Solomon Kane. I don't believe that was quite it, he muttered to himself as he flipped the page. Become a protector of justice and right. That's fine and all for heroes in books, but in real life, only a fool who knows nothing of how the world works or is simply suicidal would take such a path. More page-turning yielded no results, his search apparently at a dead end. With a snarl of anger, he almost threw the book back into its luggage, but hesitated before taking a deep breath and putting it back slowly and respectfully. Once again, he thought back to what he saw in Lancer's dreams. Despite the fact he could have had anything the world had to offer, money, women, riches, fame, glory, he chose instead to have a family. While he had everything else, that was all he ever truly wanted, and he ultimately succeeded. Unfortunately, his dreams hadn't given him the reasonings as to why Lancer chose to want that instead of all the others. Perhaps if he understood that, maybe he could come closer to deciding what he wanted of the Grail. All right then, Kenth thought, satisfied he had been able to come to a decision. I'll just ask him when he comes back. Then his thoughts took more of a sour turn. Unless he's too drunk to get an actual answer out of, I'll just ask him tomorrow. Nodding to himself, he began to prepare to go to bed, until his eyes took notice of a rather thick packet of papers which, until he disturbed it by placing his book away, was lying underneath one of his coats. Reaching in and picking it out, he recognized it as his student Waver's thesis on Magus bloodlines and the potential of lower Magus families to equal the higher ones. Now how did you get in here? He muttered to himself. He had left this particular piece back at the clock tower. Had Soliyui taken it along out of curiosity and simply put it in his luggage? For a moment, he contemplated just throwing it away, or even better, just burn it to ashes here and now. When he had first set his eyes upon this paper, he had stopped reading after the first page and simply chalked it up to a fool's ramblings. Waver had been one of his, admittingly, best students, and it was disheartening to see him so blatantly disregard his teachings that the older and farther back a Magus's family runs, the more powerful the potential of the Magus. His thesis on how bloodlines did not matter, that, if one understands the spells, he could be as great as any of the higher generation families, while it certainly had merit, went completely against what was taught for years, generations even, among Magi. In a sense, he willingly admitted, Kenth could only blame himself. It was his own failure as a lecturer that he had not managed to correct his former students' delusions, thus no doubt giving Waver the motivation to steal his original relic and enter this war. He would do better for his future students, and Waver's death would not be in vain, if it came to that. Still, Kenth thought as he picked up the paper and, despite himself, began to read the rest of it as he walked towards his bed. The least I could do for him is finish reading his theory. He absent-mindedly noted the sound of the door opening before hearing Castor loudly proclaim their return, but by that point he was already in his bed and engrossed in his reading. At the same time, Tosaka Manor. Tokiomi Tosaka sat down in his study, not even bothering to touch the glass of wine next to him. His mind was busy with multiple different scenarios of how to proceed with the Grail War, which were complicated by personal thoughts that refused to leave him no matter how hard he tried. Names of people he knew danced through his mind. His conversation with Kiri revealing the truth about Sakura still refusing to leave him. For a whole day, he had attempted to go about his business as normal, but it never left him alone. It reared its ugly head especially when he was with or near Aoi and Rin, as if it was a demon that refused to let him forget what he had done. Kiri, that name, the name of a man who abandoned the path of a magus, his very birthright, a decision that Tokiomi despised him for. He was a traitor to Magi, and an enemy in this war to be eliminated. Yet, in the end, he was more of a father to Sakura and, perhaps, to Rin than he himself ever was. Sakura, the name of his daughter, a daughter who no longer considered him her father. His daughter, who he had given to a soul that had no care for her well-being. His child, who, no doubt, felt pure hatred and anger towards him for abandoning her. And, in all honesty, he knew she was right. A young girl who had been tortured, violated, and he, who should have known, should have understood just who he was giving her to, had allowed it to happen. Zoken, a name that caused him to feel anger the likes of which he had not felt in years. The name of the foul worm who had been the cause of Sakura's sufferings, the reason Kiri had returned to the path and entered the war, and the one responsible for the turmoil which now coursed through his mind. However, none of his inner turmoil showed on the outside. He was never what some would call an expressive man, always maintaining a mask of calm and collectedness. That was not to say there weren't hints, cracks in the mask, if one looked closely. Occasionally, his hands would twitch involuntarily, his eyes betray the conflicting emotions within. No more, he silently thought to himself as once again it began to play in his mind, remembering what accusations that Kiri had leveled at him, accusations that only bore fruit when he had used his animal familiars to spy on the Matu Manor. They had been eliminated, consumed by some unknown force, but not before one, an insect familiar, had shown him what went on within the household, what Sakura's training consisted of. Enough of this, he again thought, dispelling those thoughts before they turned to the familiar disgust and revulsion he had first felt when he saw what happened. I have let this atrocity stand long enough. Zoken dared to think he could do what he wanted with his daughter? He dared to believe he wouldn't find out about this. It was true, Tokiomi admitted. He would rather have his children be important than be happy, but he would never willing allow such a thing to happen to them. Tomorrow, Tokiomi swore, his mind made up. He cared not if this could potentially cost him his chance for the Grail. He would teach that treacherous worm to pull the wool over his eyes. I will settle my score with you tomorrow, Zoken Matu, and I will teach you what it means to betray a magus trust. Dreamscape. Kiri Matu looked about in confusion, not recognizing where he was. The last thing he remembered was returning to the Einsburn Manor alongside the others after the banquet, then heading to his room to get some sleep. Yet, he wasn't certain what he was experiencing right now could be called a dream. This isn't a dream, he thought to himself as he continued to look around. This feels more like a memory? If that was the case, it would explain the location. Kiri found himself looking over a younger version of Berserker, maybe 4 or 5, sitting next to a young, red-headed man who Kiri guessed was her father, who was reading a book to her. Both of them were smiling and appeared to be having a great time, and near them was another woman who looked like an older version of Berserker, which Kiri guessed was her mother, smiling at the sight. While it was a simple, yet touching scene, Kiri wasn't quite certain exactly how this played into an important point in Berserker's life. He got his answer as he continued to watch, putting the memories on fast forward, so to speak. He saw that her father, whose name was Spirit, was a weapon much like Soul, and her mother was his second Meister partner, after an incident with his first. Eventually, she succeeded in making Spirit a death scythe, one of the most powerful weapons in existence, and they eventually married and had Berserker. However, Spirit had a habit of cheating on his wife, constantly in fact. Apparently, Berserker could remember every instance in which he did so. This ultimately resulted in her parents' divorce, with her mother leaving both of them, and cementing her dislike for her father. Of course, as he saw, this action drove Berserker to vow to create her own death scythe, just like her mother and even stronger than her father. Kiri himself was both angered and disgusted with Spirit's conduct, seeing it as no better than Tokiomi giving Sakura away to Zoken. Of course, he was willing to give Spirit the benefit of the doubt, especially after he saw that Spirit was at least regretful of what he had done and continued to try and earn back his daughter's affections, despite spectacularly and comedically failing constantly. He watched as Berserker first enrolled into Shibuzen and how she originally met Soul, and, since he was a scythe just like her father, and she was a scythemeister, they agreed to be partners. Before they did, however, Sol decided to do a little something with the piano. "I'm going to start playing," Sol stated as he sat down on the seat. "You listen and think of it as my self-introduction. This is the kind of person I am." "Ooh, okay." The song he proceeded to play was creepy, dark, and rather mysterious, but Berserker, as well as Kiri when he heard it, liked it. From that point on, they were partners, gathering the souls necessary to turn him into a death scythe. Eventually, they gathered all 99 evil human souls, but they had problems collecting the witch soul required, which involved Sol crashing in on said witch, whose name was Blair, while she was in a bathtub naked. He looked away when that happened, getting smothered in her breasts. Again, he looked away. Both Berserker and him getting blasted away by magical pumpkins. However, the fourth time they fought her, they eventually killed her, after a clever effort by Sol to fool her into thinking he would betray Berserker and become her weapon instead. Unfortunately, it turned out that Blair was not a witch, but rather a cat with an impressive amount of magical power. And because he ate a cat's soul, not a witch's. "If you slip this up, all 99 souls that you have already collected will be confiscated." The cheerful voice of Shinigami-sama, headmaster of Shibuzen, echoed throughout Berserker's head, yet was still heard by Kiri. They had to start all over again. In fact, turns out that cats literally do have 9 lives, or at least 9 souls, so Blair came back and started to live with them. Kiri watched in amusement and some pity as Berserker walked in on Sol, who was currently being smothered by a barely clothed Blair, and took a whopping chop from a hardcover book to the head. He watched as Berserker and Sol formed close friendships with another Meisterweapon pair. Black Asterisk Star, the hyperactive, egotistical, arrogant, spiky blue-haired ninja whose concept of stealth and assassination involved dropping right in the middle of a room and loudly proclaim his awesomeness and intent to surpass God. Tsubaki Nakatsukisa, his polar opposite, was a tall, attractive, well-endowed, long black-haired young woman with a magnanimous, polite, and gentle personality, who had the ability to transform into multiple ninja weapons, as well as, eventually, a black-bladed katana. Later, after a life-threatening test which involved them meeting and thoroughly getting thrashed by Dr. Frankenstein, Spirit's original partner, they met and got to know Death the Kid, the son of Shinigami-sama, who had 3 white stripes on the left side of his black hair, as well as an unhealthy obsession with symmetry, as well as his weapon partners, Liz and Patty Thompson, who had the ability to transform into twin pistols, satisfying his OCD. Liz was the older and more responsible sibling, while Patty was the younger and crazier one. Together, the 7 of them formed a strange, yet strong fellowship, and they had many adventures together, fighting and defeating evil. Until, did you know? My blood is black. Kiri watched while, on a mission to Italy, Berserker and Sol fought Krona, a pink-haired boy, or girl. He couldn't tell, and there was evidence to show it could be either one, who had literal black blood and a strange, sentient being inside of him called Ragnarok. The black blood was powerful, making him completely resistant to all of Sol's strikes, and it was impossible for them to even block, due to Ragnarok vibrating his sword form to be able to damage Sol even as a scythe. It was only the intervention of Spirit and Dr. Stein that they survived the battle. But they didn't come out completely unscathed. Before Stein and Spirit could arrive, they were cornered, and in order to save Berserker's life. "Maka, block it now." "But Sol, if I do that, you'll..." Sol intercepted a diagonal slash across his chest, going from his left shoulder to his right waist. Only later did they learn that this allowed the black blood that made up Ragnarok's form to infect Sol, which ended up apparently manifesting in the form of a little red ogre, tempting him with the promise of power in exchange for his sanity. Is that the reason they were summoned as the Berserker class? Kiri wondered to himself. It would explain why that Krona kid was so unhinged. Of course, they would all see Krona again soon. During the Shibuzen commemoration party, Kiri watched as Berserker tried to get Sol to open up a bit more about his problems with little effect. He watched in amusement as she tried to convince Sol to dance, and almost full-blown laughter when Spirit asked her to dance, and Sol persuaded her. Of course, such amusement would come to an end as Krona's mother, the witch Medusa, proceeded to trap everyone inside the celebration room in order to awake the Kishin, a being of practically godlike power and the end result of a being who consumed an unimaginable amount of souls, sealed underneath the school. She had posed as the school nurse beforehand, and as such had the whole thing planned out. Luckily, one of the teachers, the zombie Sid, was able to send Berserker and Sol, along with their friends and Dr. Stein, out before they could be sealed in. Spirit joined them later on, and Kiri got a crack out of hearing Berserker claim that his wavelength deeply disturbed her. Regardless, Kiri watched as the group minus Spirit and Stein avoided being attacked by Medusa and pushed on ahead, leaving the 2 remaining behind to fight her. Kid managed to blaze right past Krona, but when Black Asterisk Star tried to fight him, as per Stein's instructions, Berserker disobeyed and had him go on in order to avenge Sol's previous defeat. However, while she was far more confident than the first battle, Even scoring some impressive blows with her fists and legs, Krona was still stronger than her, especially when he started to use his blood as a weapon, creating blades out of it. Even when Berserker went all out with Witch Hunter, the move she used during the dock battle against Archer, Krona blocked and dispelled it with his bare arm. "This time it's my turn," he yelled as he surrounded Ragnarok in a similar shroud of energy, save it was a dark purple. Screech Gamma. Berserker and Soul were no match for him. Kiri watched as Soul and the little ogre inside of him had an argument on whether or not to use the black blood, which was only stopped when Maka joined them inside his inner world, dressed in a black dress with black gloves, black ribbons in her pigtails, and black lace heels. Kiri watched in amusement as Soul started to grab her face, believing she was an illusion made by the ogre, but another Maka chop to the head fixed that problem. It turned out they could talk like that due to their souls resonating. The two eventually began to dance in the room, and Berserker revealed her intentions to use the black blood to not only stand a chance against Krona, but also better understand Krona's soul wavelength if she fell into the exact same madness. Soul reluctantly agreed, promising he would bring her back no matter how deep she sank into it. The moment was ruined slightly when she accidentally stepped on his foot with her heel, but the sight of both of them with their heads so close, holding hands, and Berserker's blushing, was able to make Kiri shake his head. "I swear, those two have a thing for each other. They act like an old married couple," he chuckled to himself. "Why can't they just confess their feelings?" Either way, by giving into the black blood, Berserker was able to hold her own against Krona, despite having some interesting mannerisms. She fought like she was completely drunk, and her constant giggling wasn't helping matters. "My blood is black. It's so pretty." If it wasn't for the fact she gained an immunity against slash and crush attacks, as well as superior strength, she would have been dead several times over. She even eventually tried to eat Krona's head. Regardless, she was able to eventually reach Krona inside the madness. After Soul pulled her back out, she managed to ultimately beat Krona by hugging him and asking to be his friend. Well, they say to forgive your enemies and make them your friends, so why not? However, despite the fact they were able to turn Krona to their side, as well as apparently killing Medusa, the first Kishin, Azura, was still revived. What's more, despite the efforts of even Shinigami-sama, who managed to leave the trap set earlier and confront Azura, they were unable to stop him from escaping. But that was not the end. With the revival of the Kishin, other old forces began to gather. Arachne, the Spider Witch, Medusa's older sister, and original creator of the demon weapons, returned to the world, awakened by the madness wavelength released by the Kishin. She formed a group called Arachnophobia, dedicated to destroying Shibuzen and taking its place as a world power. In order to combat this threat, the 17s began to grow stronger, both individually and as a team. Shinigami-sama also recalled all available death scythes, 3 in total, to Death City in order to aid in dealing with the growing threat, as well as locate Azura. Things began to fall apart, despite their efforts to the contrary. Medusa, who did not die during the battle with Stein but instead possessed the body of a little girl, manipulated Krona into helping her by serving as her spy, and eventually mysteriously disappeared. During the battle for Bru, one of the most powerful relics made by Iban, the greatest mind of all time, while Berserker and company were victorious in battling one of Arachne's top agents, Mosquito, they were unable to retrieve Bru from him, nor were they able to save Dr. Stein from falling into madness. One of the death scythes, Justin Law, betrayed Shibuzen, killing one of its finest users of soul perception and framing Stein for it, forcing him to leave alongside another death scythe, Marie Mjolnir, to clear his name. Finally, as icing to top the cake, it turned out that one of Shibuzen's students, by the name of Kim Deal, was actually a witch and, due to a misunderstanding, left the school with her weapon Jackie to join Arachnophobia. However, they were bright spots in the darkness. Kiri watched as Berserker and Soul faced a literal personification of madness, the clown. What is it with clowns being portrayed as evil and psycho? I mean, they're creepy as hell, but not evil. And, while Berserker fell to the madness for a time, they broke free of it and mastered the next phase in the scythe technique. Demon Hunter, the very same move used against Avenger. Using it, they completely annihilated the clown. Eventually, to the surprise of everyone, Medusa returned to the school and surrendered voluntarily. Her reasoning was there was simply no other way she could convince Shinigami-sama to listen to her offer otherwise without trying to kill her. They eventually made a deal. In exchange for the real Bru which she stole, her own freedom, and the total command of the operation, Medusa would give Shibuzen all the information it would need to launch a direct assault on the enemy's headquarters. Kiri watched as Berserker and Soul were part of the infiltration team chosen to accompany Medusa into the fortress. Along the way, when Berserker questioned her as to where Krona was, Medusa revealed to her that one of the reasons she was fighting was because he was taken by Arachne to be used as some sort of sacrifice. Soul, however, and by extension Kiri, didn't buy it. "I don't know what you were saying to Medusa, but don't believe her too much." "Yeah, she's starting to trust her, isn't she?" Kiri asked himself rhetorically before sighing. Of course she is. That's going to come back and bite her later. He hoped it wouldn't, but he couldn't shake the feeling. Eventually, they, with the usage of disguises provided by one of Medusa's agents, successfully entered Baba Yaga's castle, Arachnophobia's home base. At this point, they split into groups, intending to shut down the magical locks to Arachne's inner sanctum. Berserker and Soul went with Medusa, going straight for the sanctum to confront Arachne. Though it took time, the locks were destroyed and they entered. Within the bounds of the sanctum, they faced the Spider Witch, who had shed her body and became a literal incarnation of madness, taking the form of a giant spider with her human upper body. Medusa was quickly defeated by her mental attack, and Berserker and Soul began their own battle with her new form. Despite her efforts, all of Berserker's attacks just seemed to flow through her enemy's form, due to no longer having a physical body. Eventually, they noticed Arachne trying to overwhelm everyone in the castle's vicinity with madness, but Berserker was spared thanks to her anti-demon wavelength, the very same thing that prevented the black blood from permanently infecting her during the battle with Krona. Using it, they managed to stop her efforts by taking advantage of the network of spider threads Arachne spanned to spread the madness into everyone's heads by playing Soul's piano. They even managed to spread it to Arachne, forcing her to cut the network. Kiri watched as the two then proceeded to use Soul Resonance, activating the Demon Hunter and, due to playing the piano, the Black Blood. However, unlike before, Soul managed to maintain control, the blood forming as a dress very similar to the one she wore in the Black Room, which is what Kiri decided to call Soul's piano room. Once again, Berserker and Arachne went at it, this time clearly in the former's favor, so much so that Kiri thought it was rather anticlimactic. The armor protected her from the witch's strikes, and Demon Hunter was able to damage the enemy significantly. Arachne even downright admitted it, right before getting bisected by Berserker's final attack. This defeat is nobody's fault but my own. I abandoned too much of my offensive power when I rid myself of my body. That is all. I'm stronger than you. Take that, was Berserker's only response as she brought Soul down, finishing Arachne in a massive explosion and leaving her soul behind. Kiri watched as Berserker took a moment to reflect on the ramifications of she and Soul had done. They just brought down the leader of Arachnophobia and ended the war. She quickly snapped out of it and began to search for Krona, only to discover something worse. When she turned her attention to the prone form of Medusa, what she sensed was a normal soul, not a witch's. Behind her, the once lifeless body of Arachne stood up, possessed by the Snake Witch and even reshaping itself to resemble her old form. The witch wasted no time in her betrayal, only to be stopped by the intervention of Death Scythe Tezcatlipoca and his Monkey Meister, Enrique, who warned her and that Shibuyan forces were closing in. Before she escaped, however, Berserker demanded to know what happened to Krona. Give it up. The Krona you know no longer exists, she said as her mouth twisted into a smile that wouldn't be out of place on the very creature she was themed with. I have no intention of surrendering my child to you. She then made her escape, leaving Berserker to punch the ground in anger and lament over making the mistake to trust her while Soul comforted her. It's official. Medusa is now on my list of the most hated individuals ever, second only just to Zokin, Kiri thought to himself in anger, even though he knew he should have seen that coming. Even more depressing, they learned afterwards that Kid was trapped inside a magical tome called the Book of Iban by a man called Noah, in addition to Brew, which he had brought along with him during the battle. But again, there were bright spots in the darkness. Black Asterisk Star, who had left the school briefly to get out of a funk that had hit him, returned during the battle to defeat and ultimately kill Mifune, the most powerful human samurai in existence, and was entrusted with watching over the young witch Angela, who he had sworn to protect, as well as being the only reason he was with Arachnophobia in the first place. Kim Deal returned to the school with Jackie thanks to the efforts of the rest of her team and apparently began a relationship with one of them, Oxford. Wait, Oxford? Sounds like the University of Oxford to me. In addition to that, Angela was also allowed to stay at Shibuyan as well. Dr. Stein and Marie finally returned to the school, where he welcomed back happily by everyone, due to finding the evidence to the earlier murder and the identity of said murderer being Justin Law. The big part, however, was when Berserker and Soul finally collected, again, the required 99 evil human souls. Their return, as well as Soul's consumption of Arachne's soul, were used to commemorate the formation of a new elite unit, Spartoi. Kiri watched as Berserker and Soul began to learn to master the latest new abilities, including the flight ability that they had used several times already in the war. Using it, they defeated a young man by the name of Gopher, who turned out to be an agent of Noah, the man who imprisoned Kid. Eventually, Spartoi found the lead they needed to reach Kid, entering the Book of Iban and delving into its chapters to reach him. Kiri practically fell down laughing when he saw what happened to the Spartoi when they reached the first chapter, Lust, where they had their genders swapped, their new appearances being the physical manifestations of everything they found appealing in the opposite sex. Berserker looked like Soul in a suit, and without his hair styled with hair gel, and Soul looked like Maka wearing a fluffy hairband and clothes similar to Berserker's Spartoy outfit, but more along the lines of a dress. And he said he would never be interested in a flat-chested woman like Berserker. Kiri thought as he managed to get his laughter under control. Once again, I think those two really should get together. Regardless, they continued onward, but Berserker and Soul were eventually separated from the rest and ended up in the third chapter, Envy, where they finally returned to their original forms, showing they weren't very lustful. As the transformation back to normal was slower the more lustful you are, Kiri eventually learned that Tsubaki of all people was the most lustful of the group, and her gender swap form had at least partially resembled Black Asterisk Star. There, they confronted the manifestations of their own envy individually. Berserker was faced with her inner feelings of not being worthy of being Soul's partner and not being able to understand him, which ultimately caused her to break down in tears. Kiri watched it all in sadness, wishing for a moment he could reach out and put a comforting hand on her shoulder. Of course, as it turned out, that was for Soul to do, having just went through his own experience by seeing an illusion of his brother Wes, who questioned him on his decision to partner with Berserker, asking him if her inability to discern good music with bad was the reason he had become her weapon, him answering with a shout of no. Back in the present, Soul asked her if anything was wrong, to which she put on a strong face and pretended everything was fine. Later on, in the 6th chapter, Sloth, Berserker had a crisis of faith in her own abilities, and it nearly killed her and Soul when Jericho, an 800-year-old weapon that was formerly one of Arachne's top soldiers now in league with Noah, arrived to get revenge for Arachne's defeat. However, after watching Soul fight in her place, nearly get killed by taking a chainsaw to the chest, and seeing him still get up in order to protect her, Berserker snapped out of her funk, mentally cursing herself for losing faith because of a damn illusion. Now that's the Berserker I know. Once again, they fought, this time with better results, but Jericho was still on the winning end of the battle. They managed to win by using Soul's new ability to influence and trap Soul wavelengths, using his piano and Berserker's soul perception to lock onto the enemy's wavelength. Jericho stopped, and Berserker cut him in half. Then, a now female Jericho appeared behind Berserker when they were leaving and cut deeply into her back with her. Kiri really couldn't tell which as of this point. He decided simply to refer to Jericho as a he like he did with Krona to avoid a headache. Chainsaw blades. Jericho then revealed what they had killed was really his old body that he had turned into a golem because it was no good and it was worn out caused he messed around with it too much. The new body he now has was developed from an embryo to its adult stage by Brew with all of his old memories intact. I'm not happy about becoming a girl, but this was my only choice. What? Did you really think you won when I exploded? There's no way a real person would explode like that, is there? But Arachne exploded when she died. But Arachne exploded when she died. Berserker managed to get out as she laid on the ground. Well then, Jericho said with a smile that would have made Avenger proud as he revved up his chainsaws, are you going to blow up as you die? The resulting battle could essentially be summed up as Jericho beating the ever-loving shit out of Berserker while spouting lines that made no sense. Seriously, Kiri could actually replace chainsaw with penis, and it would make just as much sense. Even so, that instability was working to his advantage, as his 800 years worth of bloodlust was allowing him to cut through every attack Berserker threw at him, plus made it impossible for Soul to use his piano against him, eventually wounding Berserker to the point she couldn't stand or even lift her arms to defend herself. However, as the fight went on, Jericho's soul began to rupture from all that bloodlust, which made sense as a soul wasn't meant to hold that much in the first place. Berserker began to taunt Jericho, making him angrier and putting more pressure on his soul by telling him to go sit down and rest, as there are many chairs and beds in the Sloth chapter, and the moment Jericho shouted at Maka the sentence, "You piss me off," was the final nail in the coffin as his soul exploded from the pressure, leaving the enchanter's now lifeless body slumped down with a disturbing smile on his face. Haha, he exploded after all, was Berserker's only comment on the matter as she and Soul began to leave again with her on the later's back. Kiri briefly wondered to himself if something similar would eventually happen to Zoken, the old worm's soul, body, or heart just give out and explode. He would pay to see that. Eventually, they escaped the book and rescued Kid, who, alongside Black Asterisk Star, had learned to use their own madness to enhance their abilities. Using these new powers, they finished off Noah, but Gopher escaped with the Book of Iban and Berserker was too injured to stop him. Later on, Berserker and Soul, along with Kim, Jackie, and Dr. Stein, traveled to Moscow, where Krona had appeared and imprisoned the Death Scythe of Moscow, Zarpushka, and his Meister, Pfeiffer, in spheres of black blood. However, when they tried to cut them open with Demon Hunter, the black blood inside of Soul reacted and made him insane. The resulting battle between Soul and Stein using Jackie as a weapon was actually rather even, due to the black blood enhancing not only the sharpness of his blades, but also creating music capable of driving people to insanity, and not because it was horrible. Luckily, he got back control soon enough, and Berserker's response, funny enough, was to Maka chop him with her hand and start punching and kicking him, claiming it was payback for pulling her hair while crazy. It's kind of funny that they can have such funny moments when they were just moments ago in a battle for their sanity. After this, in a similar attack which happened in Ukraine, Shinigami-sama added Krona to the list of people to hunt down and ordered Spartoi to execute him. When Berserker attempted to locate him using soul perception, she came across Azura's whereabouts, up on the moon itself. After another failed effort to find Krona, she met up with her father, who had used a public announcer to call her there. Since he was to be part of the expedition to the moon, and since there was an expected high death count, he wanted to meet up with her one last time. So, do you want something from me? No, actually, her father stated as he reached into his coat to grab something. I wanted to give you something before going to the moon. A will. Kiri couldn't help but think, remembering that apparently everyone who was going to the moon had been told to write one just in case. To the surprise of both Berserker and Kiri, it was actually a ring, her mother's wedding ring at that, which she had sent back after the divorce. Back then, Spirit had been young and broke, so he had bought it off the street from an old lady. Apparently, the ring has a charm written on the backside of it that the lady said could purify madness and misfortune. Your mother's strong enough not to fall prey to madness, so she probably doesn't need it. She probably knew we would be surrounded by madness by now, and because of you, she sent the ring back. Thanks, she said as she put it on. Spirit went on to say about when her mother was pregnant, he actually hoped it would be a boy. When Berserker asked why, he replied that a girl like her father would have inexhaustible source of worries. Are you kidding me? Berserker asked annoyed, but Kiri actually thought there was some truth to that statement. But I'm glad it was you, Maka, he continued, before, to the surprise of both Berserker and Kiri, hugged her. You grew and became so strong. Okay, I take back what I once thought earlier. That man is definitely more honorable than Tokiomi in my eyes. Spirit went on to say while he was a bad father, Krona was a poor child that was raised by Medusa, that he and Stein should have stopped him back when they first met at the Santa Maria Novara's church in Italy. That proved to be the key to finding Krona. As it turned out, he was there the whole time, waiting for Berserker. However, he would not come back to Shibuya, due to the fact he had just killed his mother, Medusa, and was afraid he'd do the same to others. As he began to leave, he went off on a little rant about how he was incompatible with the order of the world, and that he would, as per Medusa's final wish, obtain the Kishin and wrap the world in madness. But even then, Berserker refused to give up trying to save him. She even went so far as to abandon her Spartoi uniform alongside Soul, Black Star, and Tsubaki, and change back into their regular clothes, deciding that helping Krona was more important than following Spartoi's orders. The four then began their ascent to the moon, which apparently was, in this world, in the lower atmosphere of the Earth, since they obviously didn't need equipment to breathe oxygen. Regardless of the physics involved, the four eventually made it to the moon, where they proceeded to aid in the extermination of the clown. Seriously, what is it with clowns being chaotic and evil? Army born from the madness of the Kishin, which became especially easy when an alliance of witches came to help and prevented them from regenerating using that very same madness. Afterwards, the majority of the invasion force left, leaving only Berserker, Soul, Black Star, and Tsubaki, as well as accidentally Spirit. Kid had accidentally been sent back down to Earth again, and he had to fly back up. They confronted Krona, who had successfully absorbed Azura into himself and received a massive power boost, to the point he was able to prevent either weapons from resonancing with their meisters, and proceeded to beat Black Star down without any effort. However, Maka then performed resonance with her father, and they were able to free Soul and Tsubaki, as well as cut through Krona's defenses. However, when Krona had a mental breakdown, Azura took back control, absorbing him instead. Luckily, Kid arrived at this point, and Berserker and Black Star managed to realign their wavelengths with their weapon partners. The resulting battle was the greatest they ever fought. Even when Kid came into his full Shinigami powers, connecting the 3 white lines in his hair, and Soul used Chain Soul Resonance to give everyone a power boost, they were just holding their own against Azura, who seemed to just put out enough power to match what they threw at him. Of course, it slightly made sense when they learned that Azura was actually another son of Shinigami-sama, which made him Kid's older brother. Then again, knowledge of that familial bond didn't make them stop fighting any less. Black Star even ate an energy blast and shot it back out of his mouth at one point. Is that guy even human? Kiri couldn't help but think. I'd pity the person who'd fight him in a Grail War. Eventually, Berserker donned the black blood dress once again, and after Kid and Black Star hold the Kishin back, she used the Black Blood's power to literally enter Azura and speak to Krona. Once inside, they found Krona, who they managed to convince him he was doing the wrong thing. Krona, touched both by Berserker's selflessness and feeling he finally did have someone who actually cared about him, decided to use Brew, which had been inside the Book of Iban and absorbed alongside the Kishin, long story, to help him seal Azura once again with the Mad Blood. Berserker and Soul escaped back to the outside, using the final form of Hunter technique, Kishin Hunter, to make Azura bleed. Krona then used the power of the black blood to seal Azura and himself away for all eternity, using the entire moon as the sealing grounds. They had won the day, but Azura, unwilling to let them escape without sacrifice, fired a final blast of raw power straight at both Berserker and Soul. Unable to dodge or react in time, Soul returned to human form and blocked the final shot with his own body in a manner eerily reminiscent of the first battle with Krona so long ago. Unlike that time, however, they were facing the full power of a true Kishin. The shot tore through Soul's chest and Berserker's as well, bypassing the Black Blood's defensive armor with its sheer strength. Kiri watched in horror as they fell to the ground so far below, and even after Kid managed to grab them and get them to the ground safely, it was clear there was no saving either of them. Soul was already dead, having died with a smile on his face believing he had saved Berserker, and Berserker herself holding Soul's hand with her right one, the very same one she put her mother's ring on, and holding her crying father's hand with her left hand. "Maka, please don't go. Maka-chan, please, don't go." Her father sobbed as he held her. "Papa, I don't hate you. I'm so sorry." Kiri watched as her gaze turned to Soul, tears welling in her eyes as her consciousness faded. The black blood was the only reason she hadn't died immediately after being shot, and the only reason she was still holding on. Soul, I'm so sorry. I couldn't keep my promise to protect you." And in that moment, Kiri watched as Berserker remembered every event up to that point, the good and the bad, but especially the moments with Soul. As Berserker faded from this life, she made her final wish. To live again alongside her family and friends, but especially alongside Soul, the person she called partner, friend, and, deep down, perhaps hoped to someday call something deeper than any of those titles. Before he awoke, Kiri recalled again the words they had spoken at the banquet, and realized just how much the fact they had chosen to use their wish on him really meant. When he awoke, he was not ashamed when he did with tears streaming down his face. Penthouse Suite. Avenger was silent as he looked at a small map of Fuyuki, mentally deciding who he would fight next. He had already knocked Saber and Berserker off the list, and while he thought about hunting down Ryder, something inside of him, call it intuition or just plain whim, told him to save him for last. So now, he was down to choosing between Archer and Assassin or Lancer and Caster. He picked out a coin, then flipped it, allowing it to land on the map and roll until it landed at one of the two locations where he knew the servants were. He smiled when he saw it land. "All right, first thing tomorrow night then," he stated with a smile before moving on to watch some television and more funny shows. Behind him, the Tosaka Manor laid on the map, clearly marked by the coin. Things are about to get interesting. Author note. Well, that was a doozy. Tokiomi's on the warpath. Will he succeed in rescuing his daughter, or will events conspire against him? Oswald. And now, we have a potential three-way battle going on between practically everyone but Team Amiya. Who will live? Who will die? Avenger. Or will anyone die? Soul. Anyways, hope this flashback detailing Maka's, and, by extension, my own, past was sufficient for viewers. Oswald. Also, if you didn't quite get who Enhance was, he is actually a character from the Nasaverse. Go to the Type Moon wiki and type in Enhance, and you'll find all you need to know. Avenger. In other news, we thought about giving you guys a Christmas-themed omake, but we couldn't figure out a good theme, so we left it out. Soul. Also, the chapters are going to start getting a little shorter from here on out, considering the lack of omax to write and extra bits of information to add. This one was supposed to be the start of said shorter chapters, but the flashback took longer than we thought. Anyways, I hope you guys have a fantastic Christmas, or whatever holiday you celebrate on this month. Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, whatever. I wish you all happy holidays. Chapter 14. A Father's Anger. Daytime, Fuyuki Church. Kiri Kotomine grunted as he felt a brief pang of shock flow through his artificial arm. Ignoring it, he swung again, slower this time as he struck a wooden practice dummy, and felt the audible crack as his new fist impacted against the unforgiving substance. Good, he thought to himself as he took a moment to examine his fist, noting that while the knuckle area was slightly deformed, it was already starting to mold back into its proper shape. It looks like my endurance training is paying off. Kiri was training his new replacement parts, already attempting to make them stronger and getting used to them. Assassin had admitted that while with time his new parts would eventually be as strong, potentially stronger than his old ones, that would only come to pass if he trained daily and the material took time to harden. So Kiri, fresh from his recovery and motivated by the need to face Kiritsugu Amiya again, began to train, knowing he would stand little chance if his new body gave out during battle. He performed push-ups, sit-ups, handstands, as well as martial arts involving both the hands and feet. He also performed several magus exercises, drawing into his body's prana reserves and channeling throughout his body to improve his performance. To his surprise, his new parts were reacting rather well to all of the training, every hour seemingly improving how much force they could withstand. His prana channeling was already even better than it ever had been with his old body. When he asked Assassin about it, he admitted that the substance used for Kiri's body was different, more advanced and refined than the one originally used for his own body. He willingly admitted at the rate he was going, Kiri would be ready to get back in the field to hunt masters by tomorrow easily. Good to see you up and about. A familiar voice rang out. It would have been truly sad to see you reduced to nothing but a cripple for the remainder of the war. Kiri turned and noticed Archer, in casual wear, leaning against the far wall as if he had been there from the very beginning. You seem to be in high spirits today, Archer. And yes, Assassin did his duty well, turning what should have been a total loss on its head and salvaging a victory. Indeed, were it not for the stitching and the bandages about your head, I would have sworn you were never shot in the first place. Why are you here, Archer? Kiri asked, not exactly eager to continue this line of conversation. He could still sometimes feel the pain of the bullet striking him whenever he thought about it too long. Archer shrugged. I simply wanted to see how you were doing. Speaking of which, did you find out anything about yourself when you attacked Saber and her master? Did you feel anything when you stabbed the Lady Einsburn in the stomach? How do you know about that? Assassin told me about it, as well as what he learned about the other masters. He replied flippantly, noting the brief look that flashed across his face. Don't be surprised. Assassin has kept me well informed. How he managed to spy on all the other masters while still tending to your injuries is beyond me, however. But back to the matter at hand, how did it feel? Did you feel a sense of happiness and joy, some feeling of completion? Kiri was silent for a long moment as he reflected on that event. I will not deny I felt something resembling joy when I fought that battle. But why is that so important along with the information on the other masters? It wasn't so much the information itself I desired, rather who it based from. When Assassin provided me the information on the other masters, claiming he had gathered everything you had ordered him to, what caught my eye is that he provided particularly impressive amount on the subject of Berserker's master, Kiri Matu, going into rather detailed depths of his background and wish. His circumstances were the most complicated, and thus required more searching and detail. Perhaps, but compared to his, the other four were rather plain, seeking glory or some desire for world peace. This Korea, his investigation was the most thorough of all of them. You abandoned your normal methods of simply dismissing him out of hand, and had Assassin spend time further learning about him. You ignored both the futility of such an action, as well as the waste of effort, and thus found some enjoyment in the exercise of learning about him. Enjoyment? His life has been nothing but an endless string of suffering and pain. How could anyone find joy in observing such a thing? Yet, you also found enjoyment out torturing the Lady Einsburn, Archer countered. It is obvious to me you find joy in the suffering of others, whether by your own hand or simply as an observer of it. This was all the proof I needed. Those are the words of a godless sinner. Kiri yelled in anger. You may find some pleasure in another's pain, but that is an evil that must be purged. He took a breath before continuing, calming himself but speaking with no less conviction. I am a man of the cloth. I have sworn to follow the path of pure faith. Archer's expression never once changed beyond mild amusement, aside from a brief chuckle. So, you have identified joy itself as a sin? I'm amazed how far you have twisted it. As I might have said before, joy itself is never a sin, no more than it is a blessing. Either way, you cannot deny that others' suffering brings you joy, but that's not what I wanted to speak about in detail. And that is, Kiri seized the line like a drowning man. He wanted to get off this topic as fast as possible. Your wish. Noting his expression at the sudden change, Archer shrugged. You may live under the assumption that you have no true desire for the Grail, and that you were chosen simply to aid Tokiomi and Reay obtain it, but the Grail doesn't choose its masters lightly, and that is a rather flimsy reason to do so. What would you have me do? Use the Grail to reveal my heart's desire? If I did so, chose to pursue it for my own selfish purposes, I would be betraying my father and mentor. Then you would do well to master both your new abilities as well as learn exactly what Assassin is capable of, if you hope to confront me. In fact, here Archer paused, then thought better of whatever he was about to say. No, I won't say it. Archer once again began to dissolve into golden dust, but far slower this time, as if he intended to make an impression. Everything you decide from here on out is up to you. Do it all exactly as you desire. That is the meaning of pleasure, which leads to the experience of joy, which in turn will lead you to happiness. Only head remained by this point. Your path is clear, Kiri Kodo mine, so clear that there is no more need to hesitate. And with that, he was gone. Einsburn Manor. Sol sat down on the couch in the living room of the manor, sighing to himself as he turned on the TV. Today, so far, was turning out to be a rather slow day. Aside from some reconnaissance duty scheduled for the afternoon and the idea of going out at night to hunt for the rest of the servants, there wasn't much to do. The closest thing they had gotten to excitement was when Kiritsugu and Mia had returned with Saber's new vehicle. All the members of Team Amiya stood in front of the manor, facing Kiritsugu and Mia. The two had just returned from their trip, having picked up Saber's special vehicle. Everyone was rather curious as to what exactly it was. I think it's some sort of motorcycle, Sol thought to himself, noting the general shape under the tarp which covered it. But what kind of motorcycle would be capable of handling a servant for combat? Without a word, Kiritsugu lifted the tarp which had been covering the vehicle, revealing it to them all. It was, as Sol predicted, a motorcycle, but a motorcycle unlike anything normal humans would ride. This is a modified Yamaha VMAX, the most powerful motorcycle in the modern world, Kiritsugu began to explain. The original V4 1,200 cubic centimeters, 140 horsepower engine that could already work near its limits was strengthened again into a V4 1,400 cubic centimeters engine. The acceleration system is completely reinforced to give it an output equal to 250 horsepower. The structure of the V-style propelling mechanism and its four-cylinder design allows it to immediately start to work as a two-cylinder design when the limit of engine rotation is reached and allows it to increase the amount of air sucked in to achieve an ultimate acceleration. That's impressive, Sol admitted. Having owned his own motorcycle, he could appreciate the figures. But how is that even possible for normal people to ride? It's not, Mir responded. It can no longer function properly as a two-wheeled design because of the various extreme reinforcements. The wheels have too much torque, and they can't generate enough friction with the road and only keep on turning. The front wheel jumps up whenever the brakes are applied, creating enough force to throw off the driver immediately. Kiritsugu then had the group move behind the vehicle to show the steering wheel, pointing to a button on it. Its deepest hidden secret and most powerful trump card lies in this. It causes a valve inside the interior of the engine to switch to automatic mode and fill with oxide fuel. The nitrous oxide expands under the high temperature of 300 degrees Celsius and reaches the boundaries of its limits to increase the VMAX's acceleration rapidly by twofold. A normal human would die attempting to use this vehicle even at half power, which makes it perfect for someone like Saber, IRI summarized, to which Kiritsugu nodded. Saber, as a servant, exists far beyond ordinary humans, so she is more than capable of using this to its full potential. Her riding skill is a rank, which allows her to ride anything that isn't a phantasmal beast and divine beast rank creature with above-average skill, including vehicles. In order to maximize Saber's riding skill and the reinforced abilities of a servant, something two-wheeled is necessary, as four-wheeled vehicles, while controllable, are too constraining with the driver placed into a seat while constricted by safety belts. Sol had to admit he was jealous. Why did Saber get the cool stuff? He was happy for her, sure, but why couldn't he and Berserker get stuff like that from Korea? Because I'm flat broke. Sol remembered Korea's saying. Zokin's not just going to let me take a couple thousand in cash and buy you guys a new vehicle. Maybe when it's your birthday. Oh well, Sol thought to himself, dismissing those earlier thoughts and turning on the TV. Berserker's with Korea for some reason or another, so I guess I've got some free time until the afternoon. Excuse me, Sol? A voice spoke out, distracting him from his thoughts. Turning around, he saw Saber, who was walking towards him. Forgive me if I interrupted you with something. Oh hey, Saber. I wasn't doing anything, but I didn't expect to see you around here right now. I thought you'd be trying out your new ride. Sol replied, moving over slightly to make room for her. Saber, noticing the gesture, nodded her head and sat down next to him. Sol had to admit he was surprised. Ever since last night, Saber had been surprisingly open towards Berserker and himself. Nothing too major, a nod of the head here, a stray smile there, an accepting of an invitation to sit down somewhere in there. But it was an improvement towards her original attitude of simply being silent and somewhat distant when she talked, only occasionally offering a simple smirk. He supposed she just wasn't used to people going out and calling her a friend, being a king and all. I was, Saber admitted, but I've run into a bit of a problem. While it's true I do have a rank riding skill, which allows me to completely understand the controls of all ridden equipment both known and unknown to me, and while riding a motorcycle is very similar to a mount, it still doesn't change the fact that I have zero experience with such a machine. So, you want someone with said experience to watch you? Sol asked. Saber nodded. It would be nice if someone who actually knows how to properly use one gave me pointers. You may be able to spot flaws in my technique I can improve upon. Of course, if it's not too much of a bother. Sol was silent, then turned the TV off, having lost interest in it a while ago. Okay, but on one condition. Saber looked at him, slightly confused. And that is? Sol flashed his trademark grin. I get to take it for a spin. Saber looked at him as if he was crazy for a moment, then sighed. If you insist, she stopped, noticing the grin getting wider. After you help me. Still, Sol just barely caught the almost microscopic smile on her face. Sol saw that smile again, only now blown up to normal proportions. Hey Saber, could you slow down a little? Unfortunately, he himself wasn't feeling like smiling. They were both on the Yamcha, Saber driving, and Sol hanging on the back to watch her progress. According to the speedometer, they were going at about 65 miles per hour. On an open road, such speeds might not have been of much concern. They, however, were practicing in an abandoned parking lot near the manor, filled with rubble, overgrown grass, and wrecked vehicles. Sometimes, Seoul really hated the lengths that they had to go through to keep the war secret. Why? Saber asked, not bothering to turn around and look at him. If I'm to use this in combat, I'll have to learn to. How do you say? Turn on a dime. That doesn't mean you need to go so fast in a place you can't even go several meters without needing to change directions. Exactly. What better place to practice weaving through traffic? This isn't worth one spin on this baby, he grumbled to himself. This time, she did turn to look at him, still wearing that smile. How about 3? Matu Estate. Tokiomi stood in front of the door to the estate and calmly knocked on the door. Silence greeted him. He knocked a second time. Silence came to greet him again. He knocked a third time. Silence came up to him and gave him a big, fat greeting. On the 4th try, he blew the door apart while casting a silencing spell, having reached the end of his already thinning patience. The sight that greeted him was that of annoyed Zoken Matu, whose stance indicated he was in the middle of attempting to open said door. You could have used the doorbell which was just installed, Zoken quipped dryly. You would have caught my attention instantly. I did not notice it, but I wouldn't have thought that the head of the Matu would go so far as to greet a guest himself. Tokiomi replied, keeping his anger in check and voice civil. There would time for that later. I would have thought you would have had one of your servants, or even your family answer it. Zoken chuckled. You know I don't keep servants here, Tokiomi Tosaka. As to my family, my good-for-nothing nephew Byakuya is currently passed out in his room from too much drink, and his son, Shinji, was sent by him to study abroad. As such, it falls to me to be responsible for answering the door in the morning, at least until Byakuya wakes. He then looked into Tokiomi's eyes and seemed to tense, as if he could divine some of what was going on behind them. But I feel you didn't come here to speak about them. Indeed. Did Zoken see beyond his mask? Good. He didn't feel like beating around the bush for this anyways. You wish to know how her studies have gone? Zoken asked, turning to the side and gesturing to come in. You know very well that the basics for the Matu training are the same for any Magus family. True enough, Tokiomi replied as he began to walk in, allowing Zoken out of his sight. But what I want to speak about is a little deeper than that. He couldn't see his face, but Tokiomi seemed to know that Zoken's eyes narrowed at that. And what would that be? Tokiomi was silent for a moment, then decided to play the old man along. Did you know, Zoken, that my daughter Rin was recently involved in the killings which happened recently? I heard of such a thing, but I don't see what that has to do with. You see, while I was at the hospital she was taken, I meet up with your younger son Kiri, someone who I wasn't expecting at all there. Well, that wouldn't be completely true, as I suppose he would be there. What I didn't expect was the condition he was in. He looked like he should be the one in the hospital, not Rin. And imagine my surprise when I saw he had a servant of all things behind him. True, Zoken began, knowing there was little point in hiding that particular detail. Kiri did indeed enter the war of his own volition, and came to me for aid in learning proper magecraft. Unfortunately, the method we used in order to get him ready in the 1 year remaining took a massive toll on his body. Yes, I would hazard the guess that even if he survived the war, he would only have a month or 2 to live, given what I saw of his condition, but it left me puzzled, Tokiomi admitted, mostly due to what could possibly be so important as to not only bring a man who had forsaken his birthright back to the path, but also learn it in such a way that would be suicide. However, it was what he told me in answer to that question during his visit that provoked this one. Zoken knew what was coming, and braced himself for a potential battle. He told me, contrary to what you told me, that he was never aware that Sakura had been adopted by you until my wife told him but a year ago. Tokiomi continued, not allowing his voice to reveal the emotions boiling over inside. He then went on in a rather long and graphic description on what training for the Matu clan entails, especially for the women. Zoken sent a mental message to his familiars to prepare themselves. So tell me, Zoken Matu, Tokiomi stated as he began to finally allow the ice-cold depths of his fury to seep into his words. Exactly how long did you think you could keep me from finding out about what you've done to my daughter? He punctuated that question by lifting his cane, his mystic code, and concentrated on the prana stored within the jewel on the end. Zwillingsflammen. At his command, twin bursts of flame were released towards Zoken. His aged opponent responded by having his standby familiars form a wall in front of him. The familiars screeched as they were burned by the flame, but the defense held. Do you truly believe the words of a man who hated you his whole life? Zoken retorted as he sent his bladed wing worms at Tokiomi. And even if you do, why are you so suddenly so set on your youngest child? As a true magus, you are a magus first, father second. I thought you followed that belief with all your heart. The worms raced towards the red-clad man, already eager to feast on his flesh, only to be intercepted by a wall of simmering heat upon which, on contact, they fell to the ground, screeching in agony as they burned. I believe Kiri, due to the fact that, whatever our differences, he always had and has the best interests of my wife and children at heart. Tokiomi responded, not even flinching as the insects fell and died. And I do follow the path of the magus, but I gave Sakura to you for training under the assumption that Kiri was looking after her. You dared to lie to me about that. And you had the Galto not reveal to me exactly what your training entailed. You always knew, Tosaka. You knew that the crest worms were an integral part of the Matu training. That you didn't know exactly what they would do, especially to the female Matu, makes you no more excusable. I feel that you are more sore about the fact I lied that Korea would be watching over her than the actual training itself. Tokiomi held out his cane once more, preparing his next spell. No matter. For your deception and treachery, I will teach you what it means to betray the trust of the Tosaka, and I will be taking my daughter back. Intensive Inashiro. Meanwhile, Archer, invisible to both Magi, watched the events fold out, smirking slightly as his master sent a torrent of flame to burn a walking worm and his living shield alive. Maybe I was too hasty in saying Tokiomi was a dull master after all, he admitted to himself. At the very least, he is a surprising provider of entertainment. Fuyuki Church, Dreamscape. Kiri watched as Assassin stood in front of the village he had once swore his loyalty to, preparing for an event that would forever put him down his chosen path. There had been much to see up to this point. He had watched as Assassin awoke in a cavern, his body not much different from how Kiri's had been after his surgery. The events that followed were a blur, meeting the greatest Uchiha of all time, watching Rin die in front of him by Kakashi's hand, awakening his Mangekyo Sharingan, renouncing his original path, and choosing to aid that Uchiha in his mad dream, studying under him and taking his name, and setting about the events that would lead to his salvation. The Eye of the Moon plan, where he would finally be reunited with his lost love. Everything he did was for the sake of the plan, from planting the seeds of an organization in the mind of an idealistic young man, turning one of the most powerful ninjas in the world into his puppet, and making his subordinate one of his most trusted warriors, and countless other sins. Now, he stood ready to truly commit himself forever towards his goal, even if it meant betraying those who might have still accepted him again. Kiri watched as Assassin went to where former master and now fourth Hokage was, alongside his pregnant wife, Kushina. This was no tearful reunion, however. In order for the Eye of the Moon plan to succeed, he needed the 9 Bijou, the 9-tailed beasts which formed the original source of chakra, the Jubi, 10 tails. Kushina was the human host for the 9-tailed demon fox, the most powerful piece of the Jubi. What surprised Kiri was the silent and calm way he went about the process. He didn't flinch or show any emotion as he threatened to stab, then blow up the Hokage's newborn son. He didn't once hesitate when he extracted the Kyubi from Kushina's body, then took control of it and sent it to attack the village. He didn't even show remorse when his former mentor confronted him in battle. In the end, he failed. He had underestimated just how resourceful Minato was, and his control of the fox was lost, the fox now resealed within the body of their son. Years passed. Assassin wasted no time, gathering new members for his organization, the Akatsuki, instigating more mayhem, including aiding in the murder of all but 2 others of his own clan, one of whom had aided him in exchange for leaving the village alone, observing the betrayal of one of their own, even abandoning his title of Madara in order to join his own group in secret as a complete fool. His plans progressed accordingly. The 5 and 7 tails were captured without much difficulty. The 1 tail, while successfully captured, ultimately resulted in the death of Sasori the puppet master. The 3 and 2 tails came next, but they lost 2 more members, Haiden the Jashinist, and Kakuzu the accountant not long afterwards. Kiri was also treated to the sight of Assassin cracking jokes at inopportune moments, being strangled by an armless member's legs, and later blown up with that same member's bombs. He wondered exactly what sort of self-control a man would have to possess in order to keep up such a charade. After sealing the 4 tails, Kiri watched as another member, Deidara the Bomber, was killed by one of 2 other Uchiha, Sasuke, who was on a misguided quest for vengeance against the other Uchiha, Itachi. Assassin prevented a team sent to find the young Uchiha from reaching his brother and recovered him afterwards. There, he revealed the truth that the Uchiha had intended to launch a coup d'etat against Konoha, and Itachi had destroyed them on orders. Kiri had to admire the way he manipulated the young man with the truth, turning him into an ally for the Akatsuki. Later, the 6 tails was captured, but events conspired against him at last. An effort to send Sasuke and a small team to capture Killer Bee, the 8 tails host, ended in failure, only sealing a tentacle's worth of power. The team sent to capture the 9 tails, undertaken by the most powerful team available, Nagato Uzumaki, the puppet leader of the Akatsuki and holder of the original Rinnegan held by Madara, and Konan, the paper-using ninja of Amigakure who had been by his side from the beginning, ended in failure. While they had destroyed the village, they failed to capture the young man called Naruto Uzumaki, the 4th Hokage's son, and Nagato even used his most powerful jutsu to revive everyone who had died, at the cost of his own life, having long-term effects on his plans. Konan even turned traitor, taking Nagato's body away to hide. Kiri watched as Assassin began to see something in the young boy, noting that, in a way, it was somewhat similar to his own obsession with Kiritsugu Amiya. Assassin attempted to confront Naruto directly to find out what had made Nagato change, but was intercepted by his old friend, Kakashi. He told them all everything he told Sasuke, then left to retrieve said Uchiha, who he had convinced to attack the five Kages at their summit. Saving his life, he made the demand for them to hand the remaining bijou over to him for the Eye of the Moon plan. When they refused, he proclaimed the start of the Fourth Shinobi World War to the Kage before taking Sasuke away. Even Kiri, who had seen assassin capabilities in his memories, couldn't fathom the logic behind his choice. Trained by the great Madara Uchiha and holder of one of the greatest powers in existence he may have been, but how could he hope to stand against the might of the entire world? Events passed, including implanting Itachi's eyes into Sasuke due to his failing eyesight, killing Konan and taking the Rinnegan back, allying with the former subordinate of a traitor to the Akatsuki and raising a zombie army, and creating an army of 100,000 plant clones called Zetsu using the cells of Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage, and the chakra of the 7 bijou in his possession, the very same substance that made up his body. Later, he confronted Killer Bee and Naruto, the later fresh from training to control the Nine Tails power. In order to face them on far more even ground, he went so far as to use the zombified versions of all 6 of the previous Jinchuriki and implant their bijou inside of them, save the one tail, since its host had been brought back to life. Eventually, with the aid of Kakashi and Might Guy, they defeated the 6 bijou. However, when the jutsu used to keep the zombified ninja alive failed when their master failed, Assassin brought forth 2 sealing containers that contained 2 warriors who had the chakra of the 9 tails and threw them inside the sealing statue. Combined with the energy from the 8 tails, the revival of the 10 tails had begun, with Assassin immediately putting a fire barrier to protect it and engaging in battle himself to buy time. While at first Assassin's intangibility gave him an advantage against the 2 Jounin and Jinchuriki, Kakashi was able to discover its greatest weakness, since they shared the same pair of Sharingan eyes. Anything that one sends to the alternative dimension could be affected by the other. Using this, Kakashi sent a Naruto clone into the alternate dimension successfully, destroying his mask. After the initial shock had passed, with Assassin telling his old friend why he was fighting, they began to fight again. You've seen reality, you should be able to understand. No wish can become true in this world. That's why I'm pursuing the dream of infinite Tsukuyomi. I want to build a world where heroes don't have to make pitiful excuses in front of graves. Later, the real Madara arrived, having been revived by the zombie master's jutsu but escaped his control before it could cancelled. However, despite both their efforts, it appeared to Kiri that the 4 enemies had succeeded in their mission, as they managed to hatch a plan that allowed them to fire a combined blast of chakra directly at the statue, which vanished in an explosion. Is it over? Kiri couldn't help but wonder, and, almost as if he heard him, Assassin spoke with a very small smile. Yeah, of this world. The smoke cleared, revealing the form of the 10 tails, however incomplete, to the world. Both Madara and Assassin immediately set about controlling it with Hashirama cells implanted in both of them. They then proceeded to fight not only their 4 enemies, but later the entire remains of the allied shinobi forces which had arrived to fight. As the fighting continued, Assassin and Madara were separated from the Jubi, but it continued to mature and grow stronger. He even went so far as to kill one of Naruto's friends in an effort to break him. This is what happens when you talk about hope and ideals. This is reality. Naruto, what do you have in this reality? You have no father and mother, your master Jiraiya is dead, and as long as you keep opposing, your friends will die one after the other. No one that acknowledges you will survive. And you already know what lies ahead of all this. Loneliness. There's no need to be in this reality. Come here, Naruto. Despite this, Naruto refused to give in. In fact, with the encouragement of one of his other comrades, he simply found new resolve and shared the Nine Tails power with the fighters on the battlefield. More and more, Assassin, alongside Kiri, began to see his younger self in the Jinchuriki, which fueled his desires to completely break him. However, he was prevented by Kakashi, and the two warped away to the alternate dimension for their final battle. Even then, his former friend still sought to reach some part of the old assassin, who simply responded that he was long since dead. Assassin then revealed he knew that Rin had been made the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, and that it was not that, but the fake world they live in and system of the shinobi nations that made him lose hope. Look, there is nothing in my heart. I don't even feel pain. You don't have to feel guilty, Kakashi. This windhole was opened by this hell of a world. Despite Kakashi's continued pleads, they fought, with his former friend claiming he would make Assassin accept his ideals, the very same ones he himself carried on since that fateful day, again by force if needed. Ultimately, Kiri watched as Assassin was mortally wounded by Kakashi's lightning cutter. Escaping back to the real world while leaving Kakashi behind, he was betrayed by Madara, who decided that he had no further use of him. Hijacking his body with the chakra receivers implanted inside, Madara forced him to use the very same technique Nagato had used in Konoha, Samsara of Heavenly Life technique, to revive him. However, Assassin had been planning his own double-cross for some time. he managed to resist his former master's control and sealed the Jubi inside of himself, becoming its first Jinchuriki since the legendary Sage of Six Paths. Using his new, practically godlike powers, he began to utterly decimate the enemy, only hindered by the fact he was fighting for domination in his mind with the beast. Kiri watched in fascination as assassin, despite the Jubi tearing his mind and very self apart, focused on a mental image of his old team and brought it under his control, his physical body changing completely gray, gaining a gray Haori from his very body, 2 horns from his forehead, one larger than the other, his scarred side gaining a scale pattern, and his hair stark white. Once again, he began to battle, this time facing the full might of the Alliance alongside the 5 Kage, for previous Hokage, revived by zombification technique, and Sasuke, who had once again changed sides. His power was greater than all of theirs, however, and he continued with the Eye of the Moon plan, intending to cast infinite Tsukuyomi on the moon. However, in the end, he was defeated by Naruto and Sasuke, who, alongside Killer Bee and Gaara of the Sand, the former Jinchuriki of the One Tail, extracted the tailed beasts from him, depowering him. During that moment, he reflected over what might have happened if he had actually returned to the village instead of seeking revenge, and was confronted by Naruto himself. During that moment, Kiri watched as Naruto managed to show Assassin that he actually did regret his actions, despite Assassin himself constantly denying it. And after the extraction process, Assassin himself wondered if Naruto and Kakashi were right about him all along. In fact, after speaking to both Kakashi and Minato about it, Assassin, finding new resolve, decided to use Samsara of Heavenly Life technique as penance for his actions, seeing what Nagato had seen and noting that there was no other way to atone for them. And in that moment, he doomed his world. Black Zetsu, a Zetsu clone that contained Madara's will, ambushed him and hijacked his body, forcing him to cast the technique to instead revive Madara, allowing him to continue the plan by recapturing the bijou and seal them into himself. Black Zetsu then merged with Assassin's body, forcing him to fight his former friend and mentor unwillingly, while noting that only their merger kept him alive. During this time, it tried to take the Rinnegan in his left eye socket to give to Madara, who had recovered his right eye. On Madara's will, I'll eliminate whoever stands in his way. You and Obito took Madara way too lightly, and you underestimated me as well. I'll use Obito's body to fight you until he dies. However, Assassin managed to prevent Black Zetsu from taking the eye, regaining enough control to remove the eye himself and give it to Kakashi. And in that moment, he made his choice. Then, I will defy your will. To the end, Madara. Assassin roared as he took and stabbed himself with Kakashi's kunai, while Kakashi and Minato both struck him with Lightning Cutter and Rasengan respectively, aiming specifically towards the part where Black Zetsu was showing himself. Black Zetsu attempted to escape, but the shock of being stabbed and Assassin's resolve cost him the precious moments he needed to separate. The twin attacks tore through his body, killing Zetsu once and for all and sealing Assassin's own fate. Kiri watched as Assassin fell to the ground, his blood, both real and plant matter, leaving his body. Allowing himself a glance over where Madara was, he was greeted to the sight of Madara, revived to full strength, sealing the tailed beasts once again, even the 8 and 9 tails. He felt himself fading, and, in his final moments as he stared upon the moon, the object that had given him reason to exist for so long, and his former team, he made a final silent prayer. He wished to return to the moment that he chose to join Madara Uchiha, and instead return to Konoha. He wished to make sure that none of this had to happen, to save the world from his own evil. Kiri awoke with a start, then calmed down as he looked about, realizing where he was. He was still in his room, having stopped training for a brief nap. Some nap, he thought ruefully to himself as he stood up and stretched briefly. I managed to see the rest of Assassin's life in that brief time. His mind was still in the process of acknowledging everything it had seen before he saw Assassin enter the room. Hello, Master, Assassin said as he entered the room, noting the fact that the bandages around Kiri's right eye were still untouched. I'm glad to see you've taken my advice to not mess with your new eye yet. Kiri nodded, not saying anything. The dream sequence and Archer's conversation were both still on his mind, but he didn't wish to speak of either yet. Besides, it was probably for the best he hadn't attempted to use his new eye. He had heard tales of mystic eyes, mutations in the magical circuits located around the eye areas, even seen the usage of them by several members of the church and magi. However, he knew that his wasn't anything like those. As far as he knew, it was impossible to transplant mystic eyes to another person for this very reason. That last thought bringing up a question he had never thought to ask. Speaking of which, how did you manage to transplant your mystic eye, and why must I wear this bandage constantly? Mystic eyes, in my world, are genetic ninja abilities which manifest in the eyes. As such, said eyes can be removed and transplanted into other people. As to your second question, since this eye isn't your original, transplanted eyes are always active and can't be turned off, draining the energy of the user constantly whenever uncovered. even with your replacement parts, which will allow you to conserve your energy easier and lessen the energy drain. Without proper training, that eye, while it could be your greatest weapon, could also be the thing that dooms you to an early grave. Assassin then walked over to the practice dummy, noting with satisfaction the dents in its body. Speaking of which, I believe it's time we start training with your Sharingan eye anyways. You appear to have the physical aspects of your surgery down, and it's better than letting you try to use it against Kiritsugu and drop dead from prana consumption. Kiri nodded his head, then carefully unwrapped the bandage about his head, keeping his eye closed even then. Only after he completely removed it and Assassin gave a nod, he opened his right eye, allowing his Sharingan to gaze about for the first time. The red, three-tomo eye looked about eagerly, almost as if it desired to see, analyze, and memorize everything in the room. Suddenly, he stumbled, instantly gaining a headache and almost feeling the energy drain away to the eye. Careful, Assassin added unhelpfully. That's a fully mature Sharingan, so the drain gonna be even worse since you've never had even the immature Sharingan for your body to get used to the drain. That's the first lesson? Kiri asked as he shut his eye tightly, annoyed with his servant's habit of playing the fool deliberately. What it feels like to have your life drain away. You needed to know firsthand what you're using is not a weapon to be used at whim, but a tool requiring surgical precision. Assassin replied as he threw Kiri an eye patch, seriousness returning to his voice. This power is not a toy. Many users of this eye died because they forgot what the price for its power was, because they became overconfident and too wrapped up in their own superiority. The last thing either of us need is for that to happen to you. Nearly all men can stand adversity, but if you want to test a man's character, give him power, Kiri replied, quoting Abraham Lincoln as he placed said eye patch on, feeling better as the headache lessened. Assassin nodded. And just as that quote says, I also want to see what you would do with this newfound power. For example, would you use it to kill Tokiomi if you thought he would interfere with your efforts to fight Kiritsugu? Kiri looked at him in surprise, which was quickly replaced with anger and disgust. Do you truly believe I would betray my own teacher? He all but spat out. The subject of his anger simply shrugged. Would you feel sorrow if your father died? Of course. Would that sorrow be for his passing, or for not killing him yourself? Just like your wife. Kiri stopped, then realized that, for a moment, he actually didn't know which it would be, and even entertained the later notion. Assassin, taking note of Kiri's moment of weakness, pressed a point he knew he had to do soon. You stand at an interesting crossroads, master. You have 3 choices. And they are? Kiri asked, not at all prepared to discuss something like this. He did have an inkling something like was coming for a while, but he didn't expect Assassin to be so upfront about it. Once again, his mind thought back to what he had seen in the memories, particularly when Assassin had convinced Sasuke to join him. He didn't want to end up being manipulated as the young Uchiha had. Assassin held up one finger. 1. You can continue with life as it currently is, being the obedient, dutiful son of Reay Kodomine and student of Tokiomi Tosaka, aid them in obtaining the root, the origin of the world, and face Kiritsugu to understand what you desire most. The most boring path, but the one that would most likely end well for everyone involved. But I feel that path isn't the one your heart isn't set on completing. Assassin then held up 2 fingers. 2. You can listen to exactly what your heart wants, and the path that Archer wants you to take. That's the one you will likely follow with the most eagerness, and it's the one that practically guarantees you will face Kiritsugu at his most dangerous, which you want. On the other hand, it's the path that's going to end in the most bloodshed, whether intentional or not, and it will cost your father and Tokiomi their lives. The later, I practically guarantee will happen. And the third? Kiri asked with just a hint of sarcasm. I'm just dying to hear it. Assassin held up a 3rd finger. You can consider this one the middle path. You can stay the obedient, dutiful son of Reay Kodomine and student of Tokiomi Tosaka, but also do what your heart wants to an extent, including fighting Kiritsugu. This ensures that we do not have to fill too many body bags, innocents, or people known to you. This is the one I would really rather have you do, much less stress all around, even if it will require more work to do. Kiri thought back to what Assassin had told him when he had woken up from his surgery, then to what Archer had told him. Why is listening to my heart so bad a choice? I thought you wanted me to be true to myself. I've seen people like you, Kiri Kodomine, and I've seen them destroy everything they ever claimed to love by being completely true to themselves. You only find joy in the suffering of others, even your own family, with one exception. And that is your daughter, Karen. Ignoring his startled look, Assassin pressed on. In all the dreams I've seen of your life, I have never seen you take any joy out of watching your child suffer. When she broke her arm once, you felt no slight pleasure in watching her cry. When you left her with relatives, crying for you to take her back, you felt no joy in it, only sadness. And your point? My point is that if it weren't for that spark of compassion, I wouldn't be talking to you about this now, and I never would have given you that eye or even went to such lengths to save your life. I want you to be true to yourself, but I want you to be able to channel that truth into something you can be proud to tell your child about someday. Kiri was silent as he digested this information. He remembered when he stabbed Iris Veal von Einsburn, the sheer sense of joy and happiness he had felt, and he felt disgust despite himself. He had been taught better than that. How could he hope to take something like that and make it into something that he could proudly talk about? But he also felt that Assassin wasn't lying when he said that. He had seen Assassin lie in the memories, and it didn't exactly match his usual lying pattern. Assassin noticed the look. Very well, we will speak of this again, but now we need to begin your training, he stated nonchalantly as he removed his mask, revealing his Sharingan to the world. Are you ready? Kiri nodded his head, putting his thoughts about what he would do now in the war aside for now. For some reason, Kiri had a feeling this wasn't going to be a pleasant experience. Matu Estate. Zoken Matu, for the first time in many years, felt fear worm its way into his heart. He could feel every worm burned to ash by the dozens as Tokiomi's attacks tore through his shields and even struck his body. Every counter by usage of his worms met the heat shield and burned as well. But, as any sensible fighter knows, fear itself is not inherently bad. It can just as often serve as a source of inspiration to a desperate mind, allowing the metaphorical gears to spin even faster and devise new strategies. In that grip of fear, Zoken saw his avenue of victory in such an inspiration. Tokiomi's shield worked by using air as a medium to carry the heat, which in and of itself was concentrated on specific points and then spread through convection to form the barrier. While formidable, it had 3 inherent flaws. 1. The air needed to renew itself frequently in order to continue its work as a medium, and as such wasn't unlimited. 2. The heat, in order to preserve prana, was not a constant stream, which is why it required the use of convection in the first place. 3. Tokiomi needed to concentrate in order to use the shield to its fullest. In order to attack, he had to stop using the shield for the brief moments it took to cast, which is why he had brought his mystic code to provide a constant stream of prana and eliminate those potentially fatal seconds required to gather it and just cast. But, more importantly to Zoken, it also meant he couldn't defend from the front and back at the same time. The blade wing worms he ordered to attack from behind came silently, and Zoken gave no outer indication there was anything coming towards Tokiomi's back. However, by some intuition or just plain chance his opponent still turned about and saw the worms attack. Seeing no alternative, Tokiomi turned his cane about and released the bare minimum power necessary to eliminate them. The worms fell to the ground screeching as they burned, and Tokiomi turned about the instant he had done so to reinforce his shield. Zoken had not been idle, however. The moment Tokiomi turned to deal with the worms, he released his own magic attack directly at the barrier and sent his worms in mass as well. The magic strike was like a spike being wedged into a wall, and the worms were the hammer. The weakened shield shattered, and the swarm made its way to feast on Tokiomi's flesh. Their meal wouldn't go without a fight, though. Intensive Inashuru. A torrent of flame consumed the insects, striking the manor walls as well, but it didn't stop the swarm. Zoken allowed himself an evil grin as Tokiomi continued to fight the inevitable. He had originally hoped that Tokiomi would die during the war, thus destroying any chance of him finding out what was happening to Sakura. The fact that Kiri had revealed the truth personally was both a surprise and annoyance, but nothing more, and it ultimately worked out in the end. I suppose I'll have to thank Kiri when I see him next time. Tokiomi Tosaka, he called out as the swarm drew closer to the fighting Magus, who was too busy to respond. He did allow me to make sure you don't interfere with my plans, after all. Perhaps he'd take Tokiomi's command seals for himself while he was at it. True, he still needed the servant's approval itself before the contract would be complete, but it had been the Matu who established the servant system of the Grail Wars and created the command seals. The ability to call upon a servant for himself could be exploited, especially if he was in another life-threatening situation such as this. Oh shit. By the power of my second command seal, I order you, King of Heroes, to come to my aid. In a flash of light, Archer manifested himself in all his golden glory. For a moment, an expression of both annoyance and amusement fought for dominance on his face before settling on the later. He didn't even bother to look at Tokiomi as he spoke. Normally, I would mark this action as a grave offense against me, Tokiomi. But, since you've provided me with some rather refreshing entertainment, I will forgive your transgressions this once. With a snap of his fingers, weaponry in the form of knives, hammers, and daggers manifested all throughout the hallway, from the air to the walls themselves. With another snap, they flew forward into the swarm. Every time one of the weapons made contact with the swarm, or even just a single bug, it detonated in a small, but intense explosion. The catch was there were dozens of these weapons firing at once. Soon, the entire hallway was filled with said explosions, practically destroyed the walls and furniture. Tokiomi was protected by some sort of shielding noble phantasm that killed any worms that touched it, but he couldn't get past it. As for Zoken, he attempted to escape, but was stopped by Archer literally grabbing him by the neck and lifting him up. The servant's eyes were filled with complete disgust. You are by far one of the foulest creatures I've ever seen. I'll take great pleasure in this. Without another word, He hurled the old man into that cloud of weaponry and watched as the first blade struck his flesh. When the smoke cleared, nothing was left of Zokenmatu save a few scraps of clothing and some unidentifiable sludge on the ground. Returning his treasures to the gate, he turned to face Tokiomi, who had bowed his head in gratitude. Archer also noted that his left arm was bleeding, likely from being attacked. "My thanks to you, King of Heroes. I am forever in your debt for this." "You would do well to remember that, Tokiomi," Archer responded, his trademark tone returning. "If you truly wish to begin to repay said debt, you will start by finishing what you were doing here." "Of course, my king." Tokiomi immediately bowed again and left, no doubt to find his daughter. Archer took another look around, then wrinkled his nose in disgust at the smell of fried worms. "I'll be sure to add burning this place to the ground to that list while I'm at it." "Where is she?" Tokiomi wondered to himself as opened several doors throughout the house, finding no sign of Sakura. She could have not heard the explosions. Is she hiding? Taking a deep breath to keep the turbulent emotions inside under control, Tokiomi brought out a small compass, very similar to the one his daughter Rin had used to try and find her friend Kodon. This compass, however, he had enchanted to point towards Sakura's unique magical signature. For a moment, the needle spun around in a circle as it calibrated itself, then pointed in a westerly direction. He followed it until it came to a final door near the end of a hallway, where it pointed directly inside. Tokiomi opened the door, expecting to see Sakura there. What he saw was the corpse of a young girl being devoured by the crest worms. A feeling of pure, unadulterated rage overtook him. Raising his cane, he wordlessly yelled as he sent a blast of flame and burned the worms and corpse to ashes. "Damn you, Zoken." He finally managed to get out as he blasted the room with his fire, rage overtaking his reason as he burned the very room he was in apart. "Damn you, damn you, damn you." Somewhere else in Fuyuki. Aiwa. Zoken gasped. Well, that could have gone better. Zokenmatu stood up from his originally prone position on the floor, as whole and hale as had been before. Normally, he would have waited at least a night, often days, months, or even occasionally years lying dormant with his mind divided among his swarms of worms and recuperating before claiming a new body as materials for said reconstruction. However, these were no normal circumstances. As much as he hated to admit it, he still needed Korea on the off chance he did get the grail, and he needed to be whole in order to use it. "At least you had some use in the end, Byakuya." Zoken admitted to himself, remembering his nephew's shock and horror as he came for him. With the destruction of his former body by Archer, he had been desperate. In order to get away, he had what worms that survived used Byakuya's body as the raw materials for his new body. He could still see Byakuya's eyes widen in horror, hands out in front and mouth pleading with him to spare him. If that fool had half the spine Korea did. His circuits, few as they had made the transfer easier. This body would survive for some time. He was jarred out of his thoughts by a soft moan nearby. Turning, he saw Sakura exactly where he had left her, naked and asleep. He had been lucky. Even as the majority of his worms were being massacred by Tokiomi and Archer, he had managed to get Sakura outside. Using her clothes, which still contained traces of her magical signature, he put them on the body of a dead young girl he had found dumped somewhere and had his crest worms begin to devour it so Tokiomi wouldn't recognize it. Judging by the signals those worms had given before meeting their end, the red-suited Magus had fallen for it. After all, it wouldn't do any good if Korea's only true motivation died before all was said and done. It appears I'll have to get ready. Korea will need my aid before this is over, and I can't disappoint. I'll make the different universes. Stark and Gyro stood in front of the warp hole, preparing to enter with the sergeant, Richard, and Dexter. The sergeant was a tall man with dark brown eyes, roughly in his early 50s. The majority of his formerly blondish-brown hair had turned gray, and he had some stubble on his face indicating he hadn't shaved in a while, but he was still in top physical shape. He was easily one of the most serious and businesslike soldiers in the organization, but his actually rather impressive leadership skills and mechanical know-how were offset by his bloodthirst, sociopathy, and eccentricity. He often hit it off with Earl for this very reason, going to bars and getting into bar fights together. It helped he was also a southerner like him. His body was clad in red, futuristic armor, the product of the good doctor's technological mind. Richard was younger, in his late 20s to early 30s. Like Sarge, he had blondish-brown hair, though his was slightly more on the brown side, and was physically fit. His green eyes shone with intelligence, and he was indeed one of their finest computer and software workers, often working with the good doctor. However, he had several problems, including a somewhat large ego, a bit of an inferiority complex, and was, for lack of a better word, a bit of a kiss-ass. His official ethnicity was registered in the system as Dutch-Irish cyborg, due to an incident which required him to replace several of his body parts. His armor was identical to the sergeant's, save it was maroon. Dexter was about Richard's age, with brown hair and blue eyes. Unlike the sergeant, who had an impressive history in building robots and cyborgs, and Richard, whose software and hacking skills were practically unchallenged, Dexter's specialties lied in vehicles, in which he was the finest driver, sailor, and pilot in the whole organization. Also, unlike his teammates, Griff was actually overweight and a smoker. Personality-wise, he was the professional slacker and wisecracking loudmouth. Even so, his words often had wisdom, and he served as the voice of reason for the other two when Richard's kiss-ass got in the way. Of course, since the sergeant was constantly making plans that involved him dying, this was justifiable. His armor was identical to the other two in all but color, in which his was orange. Not exactly the most elite group, but they got the job done. So Stark, Gyro, the sergeant asked, curious to know where they were going. Where's this portal going to take us? Is it just an alternate version of this reality, or is it a completely different one? Richard added, also curious. Well, Simmons, Gyro answered. This one is an alternate version, so I think we should be okay. The same rules of this world will apply. Apparently, this is a universe if the Holy Grail was moved to another location after the Third War. We'll be arriving around the time of the Fourth Holy Grail War. We're just supposed to observe, but we can take one person back to this reality if we use a Phozon crystal. Dexter sighed in relief. Thank God for that. I hate going to the really alternate worlds. You never know what's going to happen. They're not all bad, Simmons countered. We wouldn't even be here if it weren't for this. And neither would the Doctor, Stark, Gyro, Earl, Anderson, Lillinette, or Logan. I know that, but it's still weird in some of them. I agree with Griff on this one, Simmons. The sergeant added. Some of those worlds are just kinda creepy. Like the one with the talking robots that could transform into vehicles. Or the one with people who could literally use their blood as weapons, Gyro added. Or even the one with the Slender Man. Griff finished. I still have nightmares about that guy. I thought Oswald cut him apart, and Logan literally erased him from existence. Stark asked, confused. Yeah, but they say you can sometimes see him, especially on video cameras found in the middle of nowhere. Griff replied, looking about anxiously. I know because Sarge gave me one. Okay, but there are some good ones. Simmons pointed out, then snapped his fingers when a name came to him. Like that world filled with talking ponies. You mean that world where you, Griff, Caboose, Tucker, Church when he still had a body, Stark, Lillinette, Logan, and me ended up and turned into ponies? Sarge asked. The one where one of the rulers turned into an evil overlord called something Nova, brought the sun near the earth, beat down a god of chaos, tanked everything Stark threw at her, and survived Logan's dragon form, and was defeated by her younger sister, turning into something called Nightmare Moon, and those 6 other little ponies? Griff asked. The one where Stark got drunk and woke up in bed with said younger sister, and they got married? Gyro finished. Yes, and I don't know if they got married afterwards, but yeah. Almost on reflex, everyone turned towards Stark, who had a slight blush on his face, as if expecting him to clarify. I'm not discussing my love life in public, especially not with you 4. He managed to get out. Anyways, are you guys ready? Yeah. Of course. Yes, sir. As long as we get going. And with that, the 5 entered the portal. Author note. And that's the end of this one. How many people thought I killed Sakura off? Come on, I'm not that heartless. Soul, I wanted to see Zoken bite the dust. That would have boosted Archer's popularity by 30%. Anyways, that concludes Assassin's flashback past. I hope people liked it. I stayed as close to canon events as possible. All that's left is casters, then I can write to the fullest. I hope people like the scenes with Tokiomi and Kiri. I mean, if you found out your daughter was tortured like that, and then apparently have her permanently snatched out of reach, you'd overreact too, even if you were normally very stoic. As for Kiri, I have something slightly different in store for him than the norm, so watch out. Also, the big fight at the Tosaka Manor is coming next chapter. Epic 3-way battle between 5 servants. As for the Omake, let's consider it quasi-canon for now, because while they actually are heading to an alternate version of the Fate universe, props to whoever figures out which one it is. I'm not saying they actually went to any of the other dimensions I mentioned. I may make a side story showing the mentioned members in that pony universe, props to whoever figures it out. But if someone else wants to run with it, send a PM if you're interested, and I'll put the guidelines for the challenge. But I'm not a fan of said show. And they did kill Slender Man. Take that, doubters of OSG's badassery. Avenger, I didn't even get a cameo. Oswald, don't worry, I know how to cheer you up. Anderson, did you miss me, vampire? Avenger, hell yeah. Both warriors go at it. Anyways, keep favoriting, following, and reviewing everybody. Hope to see you all soon.